Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell here for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell and I are in the studio while Lance is on location all week long getting ready for the NFL draft. So if you have anything to talk draft-wise, this is the preeminent draft expert, the only one in the city of Houston. And so you got him right here all week long, getting up, grinding from his palatial estate in Los Angeles. And he is with us now. How's L.A.?
It's fine. It's fine.
It's early.
Cooler, which is what I like.
Oh, it's cool
it's
here.
In the 60s.
No. It was.
Oh, no, that's right.
This morning.
Yeah, when I left, that's right. It came through. So we'll be in the 60s all week here, and it's fine. I always like coming to L.A. Don't like doing radio in the morning when I'm in L.A.
What's the dew point there?
Dew point's low.
It is?
Which is great. Yeah, it always is.
Yeah.
Dew point, for those who don't know, I'm glad you asked. For those who don't know, it's really the true measure of humidity. So when you have a lower dew point, you typically don't want to be over 70. That's when it's considered, I don't remember what the word that the meteorologists use, something like unbearable.
Unbearable is the word you're using.
That wasn't the word they used, but it was something like that,
like
stifling or murderous. So we've got a good dew point here. I can tell you, so I will tell you some stuff a little bit later about my trip. I want to focus on Astros to start off with, but had a former, I won't call him a movie star, but somebody who did movies and has a famous sibling was on my flight. I sat next to an LPGA star. I didn't know she was a star, but she's won
Did you
majors.
get her name? Because you said that.
I did.
You did.
I did.
Well,
and I'll save it. I got her name. And
it wasn't Nelly Corda because she was busy yesterday here in the woods.
Yeah, this girl did not make the cut. She was leaving Houston, flying to L.A. for the next trip, and the reason she was on my flight was because she did not make the cut.
She didn't make the cut, right?
She didn't make the cut. Yeah.
Wasn't Brittany Lincecum who we had on the show?
It was not Brittany Lincecum. No.
Okay.
So I'll tell you the story later. I got the name and everything.
Okay.
But,
did you introduce yourself as Lance Zierlein, preeminent draft expert, like you did with?
All I'm gonna say is that there was. Bobby Slowick.
Oh, Bobby
All I'm
Slowick,
gonna say is that there was a lot of similarities to the Bobby Slowick discussion.
Sure there were.
That's all I want to say right now. That's all I want to say right now.
Because you didn't know anything about women's golf, so that's the problem.
That's all. No, but with Slowick, I had a lot of stuff that I had in common with him. But she would think that the amount that I talked to her. At one point, I could tell that she was like, "Can I just read my book?" The answers, at first, it was flowing conversation. And I don't know if I said anything that bothered her, but
Probably.
Eventually I brought up elk because this girl's Australian. Do you know somebody who's probably about 30 years older than you who's also from Australia and plays golf? So so I've got more to tell you later.
Okay.
I'll do it later. And I kept up with the Astros through the app.
Well,
I got to tell you something. It's as bad on the app as it is just watching.
Well, it wasn't. Here's the problem. See, like yesterday, Hunter Brown gave up 3 in the first, but there was not a ball that was hit like the exit velo couldn't have reached 60 on any of them. Now, he did have a walk in the inning, and he had a balk in the inning. It was just terrible. A guy took off from second to third, and all of a sudden he realizes that he's still got the ball on the mound, and he throws it to third, and he gets called for a balk. Yeah, that happened. But in reality, the Astros, even the broadcast team had pointed. I can't even hear it. I'm watching it. We're eating crawfish, and I'm watching the game, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's simply ridiculous that the Nationals are leading this game. The Astros had like 6 of the top 7 hardest hit balls in the game, and they were down 5-0 at the time.
Really?
Yeah. So I mean, it was just ridiculous how how unfortunate the Astros were. But this is what happens when things go bad. And the other unfortunate part is that John Singleton has to. This kid, you couldn't see it because this Mitchell Parker, man, he was nasty. I'm telling you. And while Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez are really good against left-handed pitching, even they couldn't hit him. They hit a couple of balls to the outfield, but But there was nothing. This kid is pretty good. You got to watch this kid going forward. Mitchell Parker. He looks pretty damn good. He's got a big curveball that is just so tough on left-handers. And John Singleton has got to play. There is zero chance that you would play John Singleton against Mitchell Parker, a tough left-hander, a guy who can't hit. And you're going to say, get on out there and go face this guy, instead of the right-handed, three-time All-Star, former MVP that you got sitting there. But that guy is so bad right now that you put it out there, he's 1-to-1 right now.
He hit the magic number, 1-to-1 hits to errors, which there's just no way anyone's ever been 4-to-4 at any point in their career to start a season. There's just no way.
Especially
no way
this deep into the season.
4 errors at this juncture.
4 hits.
And only 4 hits? Like, those two numbers are insane. For a first baseman?
We've got ratio now. We do the ratio. We're numbers guys, right? Or you're especially a numbers guy.
Well, I came up in the
We came up with a new stat for the nerds, okay? Hits to errors. And this is the first hits to errors, even 1-to-1. 4 hits, 4 errors that we have found in all of our studies of hits to errors. It's the first time we've ever found a player who is 1-to-1.
Yesterday, I settled on a name. I felt like it came to me. There was an epiphany. It's called an F-up index.
The F-up index plus?
Yeah, and that's
F-up plus?
It's just the FUI.
Oh.
It's the FUI. Well, we'll add something to it to make it plus or whatever. But the F-up index, because we could call it any other names, but when you've got 4 errors and when you got the same amount of errors to hits, even numbers people can't sugarcoat this with fake little names that they creative names. It's just being an F-up. And that's what – and, this is really turning into just a disastrous year. I got to tell you, so we had the article we had the comment the other day about Jeff Bagwell. I don't remember if it was on the air. I think I just read it. I don't think it was on the air, where Bagwell spent an hour with behind the batting cages just talking.
It was last Monday. Yep.
Yeah, it was last Monday?
Yeah.
When that happened?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, just talking to Jose Abreu and trying to help him get out of it and just, having conversations. That doesn't work. And, I know Bagwell right now is sitting there like, oh, my God, this is, he probably knows fans blame him for stuff. I would imagine there's some heat on him with Jim Crane that he probably thinks, ugh. I'm telling Jim Crane, we got to get this guy, and look how bad he is. And there's a good chance that he's just washed because he's just older, and it's not coming back. I mean, it may flash here or there, but Jeff Bagwell's got to be feeling some heat for forget Montero. Montero's kind of, you don't even think about Montero anymore. Everything's Abreu. He's got to be thinking to himself, man, I co-signed this guy. I'm the one who pushed this to Jim Crane, and look how bad he is.
Oh, he knows.
I wonder if that goes through his mind.
Oh, it absolutely does. It absolutely does.
Yeah.
Jeff Bagwell knows that he's got a responsibility on this thing. He's the one that flew down and signed him. He's the one that talked him into coming here. He's the one that talked him into taking that paltry $58.5 million.
Yeah.
For 3 years. So, I mean, $58.5 million is on – Bagwell's on the hook. Honestly, he's on the hook. He's the one. Now, it was a team effort. I'm sure Jim Crane, yeah.
Sure.
But once Jose Abreu's out there, my goodness, we got an MVP. We got to go get that guy. Bagwell goes down there and signs him. Yes, Jeff Bagwell has got to take responsibility for it.
But I just think we have to, it's just such a mistake to use things like future Hall of Famer and MVP, because if that's not who they are right now, then why does it matter? I mean, that's like saying, well, I mean, you should have seen how I used to look. Oh, it was great. Remember when I had that hair? And then you go to Doc Linville. Oh, you remember this future? You remember this guy who used to have a head of hair? Yeah, let's sign him. He doesn't now. Well, that's who you are now. You remember this guy who used to be able to bench 350? Well, I mean, he can't now. But you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just tell you. I was on the flight with Eric Roberts. Do you know who Eric Roberts is?
Eric Roberts?
Yeah.
Who killed the Playboy Bunny?
Oh, did he?
Well, his character did in the movie.
Oh, what movie? Well, you know who?
Yeah, the one about the one who the Playboy Bunny who got murdered by her boyfriend. Eric Roberts played the boyfriend.
Okay, Eric Roberts is Julia Roberts' brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so same, you know who I'm talking about. And he was on the plane yesterday uproariously laughing at whatever he was watching on the United, entertainment thing. I mean, laughing uproariously like a movie. Like, do you remember in the movie with Robert De Niro was smoking a cigar, Fear, when he's in a movie theater and he's like,
Yeah.
That's how Eric Roberts was laughing. And then I get up. There it is.
No way.
I know what you did. You're a damn predator. All right, just get the hell out of here.
Yes. Oh, whoa. I just heard something there. You better stop that. Stop. I heard something in the background.
Oh, a bad word? You heard
Yeah,
a
I
bad word?
heard something in there. It was, you could barely, only I heard it probably.
Oh.
But,
Yeah.
so he's laughing. Maybe not like that necessarily, but he's really laughing. And then I get up and I'm wearing my T-shirt, just has Anton Chigurh on it from No Country for Old Men. And he sees me. He goes, hey, hey, who is that on your shirt? And I'm like, are you talking to me? I said, Anton Chigurh from a guy. I know where he's from. That's right. I couldn't think of where I remembered it. Now it's coming together for me. Anton Chigurh. And I'm like, yeah, and I'm trying. And then he's like, keeps looking at me and staring. I said, yeah, I figured you might know him, just to, give him the heads up that I knew who he was, too, just in case he wanted to get.
Good job.
And then I remembered, and then I went down to baggage claim, and he's like stalking around, and I realized I don't want to talk to Eric Roberts. Like, I don't want to have any conversations with him because he's kind of from what I remember, he's kind of a psycho. Or he had some, I don't know. He just struck me as a guy that I didn't want to have long conversations with. Just briefly, that's fine. But he's walking around. He's probably 150 pounds now. He's walking around and looking at stuff and looking around. And I'm just trying to, avoid eye contact with them, hide behind stuff. But why the hell am I on this? Oh, yeah, that's right. That's like saying, oh, Eric Roberts. Well, you talk about Eric Roberts, the guy that killed the Playboy bunny in that movie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about him anymore. That's not who he is now. He's 150 pounds, and he's scary on a plane. He's scary uncomfortable with his laughter. So, yeah, not the same guy. And that's my point.
Oh,
this is
that's
not.
your point.
The person I sat next to, she won a major in 22. In 22. Guess what? She's missing cuts now. She's not the same golfer she was. As a matter of fact, when I looked up her name, when she told me her name, one of the first Google things was, whatever happened to her? I'm like, wow. Whatever happened to her?
What's her name?
Her name is Minjee Lee.
Minjee Lee?
Yeah, do you know who that is?
Yeah, Minjee Lee is a really good player. Well, she hasn't been lately, but yeah.
Thank you. She's a former MVP.
Yeah. And she's a very attractive young lady. And
she is.
And you were bothering her the whole trip.
No, I wasn't. At first, it was delightful, and then I think she took our friendship for granted.
She's from Australia, but she's actually looks Chinese. Her brother is on.
She's Korean.
See,
she. I did some research on her.
She's Korean. She's Asian, but she's from Australia.
Well, John,
and her brother is Min Woo Lee, who's also on the men's tour.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she immigrated. Her parents are both Korean. She immigrated to Perth, Australia in 1991 with her parents and grew up there. And then from some of the background that I accumulated through our conversations, she started playing. She's been playing professionally for 10 years. She was really good. She was a number one amateur. She didn't tell me all this. She didn't. She almost, I think she liked it better when I didn't know who she was. Because I didn't talk as much.
Do you think you saying she took your friendship for granted was a bit of an overstep on your part?
No, I'm just saying we had developed like me and Bobby Slowick. We had developed a friendship, and then at a certain point, I could see she had kind of checked out on our friendship.
That's odd that she would check out on a conversation with you. Hey, John, how do you think this went before we go to break? Do you think she might have been nice and just said hello? And she goes,
No, I let her borrow my charger, and I'm the one who helped her.
Okay. Oh. So how much of that extension of help do you think garnered you as far as conversation? She probably thought, this guy's nice. He's letting me use the charger. She didn't suspect that it had to lead to a 2.5 hour dialogue between you two.
It wasn't that long, but immediately when she said, I just said, are you, I don't remember how it started up, but she just said, "Yeah, I was just here. I'm flying to." I can't remember what she said. I was immediately interested because she's got anybody who has an Australian accent, I'm immediately interested.
Yeah, she probably had a rough time. I don't know how she did in the tournament. She probably was like, all right.
She didn't she didn't do well because she said, was here playing golf. I'm a golfer, and I was here playing golf. But I said, oh, you were at the – yeah. I said, well, I broadcast from there Wednesday.
So people have been listening to you for about 15 minutes, and they're probably thinking to themselves, what is he talking about? Do you think Minjee Lee 5 minutes in was like, what have I got myself into? Like people,
no, because at first it started great for her.
Okay, sure.
I was asking, you know, like, and then she had to admit, well, I didn't. That's why
she didn't want to discuss her rough time with you, and
yeah, I know.
I'm sure you went into it.
I know, and then I found out they have sand courses in Australia. Did you know this, John? Where the grass is grown underneath the sand, and as it's drier, it gets a little bit harder.
That happens a lot.
I just feel bad for young Miss Lee.
And then I asked her, what was it like to win a major? After I Googled her.
Can we take a break?
After I Googled her.
Unfortunately for
her, I thought she'd be happy to talk about this.
Unfortunately for her, she doesn't have ad breaks. She had to deal with him for the entire plane ride.
This is getting creepy. Let's take a break. Okay.
She didn't have ad breaks.
This is like watching that movie with the woman stalker that you guys put me on.
Oh, I didn't watch it, but
my God, how deep did you go?
I got 2 episodes. I can't watch anymore. I can't.
Okay, first of all,
we got a break.
On the other
side.
Go
to a break. I'll mention this. Oh my God, you want to talk about a bait and switch on this one?
All right, we're going to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing right now. We're talking about Billy Brown. And we're talking about, Lance was just talking about golf and grass and all of that stuff. Billy Brown, there's nothing more associated with golf than Billy Brown because he is special when it comes to golf. But here's the deal, is if you're looking for the best way to get your plumbing, whatever plumbing need that you have, Billy Brown is here for you. It's not golf so much as it is plumbing. 281-488-6238. No matter what your plumbing need is, but drop our name. But make sure that you put this number in your phone because when you need a plumber, you're going to tweet us and say, hey, what's the name of the plumber that you guys talk about? Yeah. And then we might not get back to you. And then all of a sudden you got a flooded house. Put this number in your phone just in case you got to have it. 281-488-6238. Billy Brown is going to be here for you. His guys are going to come to your home. They're going to take care of whatever issue it is. They're going to do it with coming to your house, giving you an estimate absolutely free. They're going to give you a square estimate, and they're going to do the work perfectly every single time. It's what happens. You need a plumber? Listen, you don't know when you're going to need a plumber. When you do, 281-488-6238. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
QC Kinetics. You know what? If you're a professional golfer and you're playing every single week, you're going to need something for that. Okay, well, I'm probably not talking to any professional golfers right now, but if you're just somebody who plays a lot of golf and the shoulders hurting and the hips hurting and the knees hurting, and this is something that's having an impact on your game, can't transfer weight, that sucks. You can't really play the game you wanted to. What if you're a runner and you can't run like you used to because you have that constant pain in your knee? What if you're somebody who, just likes to play basketball, but you've got an issue with your knee or your hip, or there's something that's bothering you? That chronic pain is extremely debilitating, but you don't have to just take steroid shots and Aleve and, look at surgery as an option. You can absolutely look for regenerative medicine. Number one, it works better. It's long lasting, and it really is. It works at a high level of success. QC Kinetics is regenerative medicine where they restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints. They take the body's healing power, they concentrate it, they put it back into the joint, and it actually works. It's been working for pro athletes for decades. This is something that's been available to the general public for about a decade. My wife had this in preparation for a marathon where she didn't think she'd ever be able to run again, and she ended up running the Berlin Marathon. Guys, this really is effective. 4 locations here in Houston. Do not wait any longer, and do not live with that chronic pain. It's QCkinetics.com. Set up your consultation today, QCkinetics.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5.
Somebody, what does this mean? Somebody tweeted food.
Oh, Minji Lee. No,
see what you've created.
That's a female golfer. So
she's won 2 majors. That's a really big deal.
Yeah, no, she's a really
I sat next to somebody who's a really big deal.
She's a good player.
And she sat next to somebody who's a pretty big deal in the draft.
Yeah.
I hope she appreciated that. She didn't seem to when I told her.
So, so here's the deal. Lance is in L.A., took a plane. Eric Roberts, who was in Star 80 in 1983, the Dorothy Stratton story.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He was a weird dude now. I remember, he was in the Pope of Greenwich Village, but he was, he played the creepy boyfriend that killed Dorothy Stratton that was just, it's still, to this day I remember that. It was like, ooh, that dude is really creepy. Anyway, Lance sat next to and was on the plane with both of those people. Minji Lee, really good player, by the way.
Yeah.
And Australian. And she doesn't look necessarily Australian, but she is. She's from Australia.
Yeah, there's a Korean population there too.
Yeah. Apparently there is, and she's part of that. And she and her brother. She caddied for him in the par 3 at Augusta. So that was pretty cute. She was wearing which was pretty cool. Anyway, I
wish the flight was longer so I could have gotten all this information.
Oh yeah, you didn't know about Min Woo Lee. But anyway, so
it's just weird to sit next to somebody. Oh yeah, I said, who are your sponsors? Callaway. I use Callaway. Oh, it's there. Clubs. I said, do you use their golf balls too? Oh yeah. Yeah, and I said, okay.
Do you know who? Who didn't wish the flight was longer?
No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say it's her.
Did you know who was like, man, I'm glad this is only a 2.5-hour flight?
I don't know.
Minji Lee.
No, it was longer than that.
It was not. It's from here to L.A.
Yeah, it's longer than that.
How long is that?
Oh no, it's a 3.5-hour flight.
Yeah, it's a good 3.
I guess I'm thinking Houston to Florida. That's unfortunate.
We had a little tailwind, but here's one thing I said. I was asking about. I know how sports works. I asked about sponsor, and I said, "Oh, do they provide all your product too? Is that how it works?" She goes, "Yeah, but I also, I get paid to." She's like, "I get paid to." I said, "No, I know you get paid. I was kind of asking how it works in terms of all of her product and when it's." But I think she thought that I was asked. I think she was saying, "No, I actually get paid."
She was embarrassed for you. No. Here's what happened. She was embarrassed.
I was embarrassed for her that she didn't know what I was. Yeah, I know they pay you, Okay, but I also didn't know how good she was at the time because I didn't have her name and hadn't Googled her. I mean, she's just somebody who missed a cut. I'm like, this poor girl's probably just barely getting by. I wonder if she's able to make a living. And I'm like, won a U.S. Open. One of the few women who have won 2 majors. Was like, holy crap! I'm sitting next to somebody who needs to know who I am.
All right, so he's out in L.A. for the NFL draft, working for the NFL Network. I've got a couple of things here that I want to ask you, and tell me true. You tell me yay or nay. We're going to do a yay or nay, okay?
All right.
Okay. Michigan will break the record for most players selected in a single NFL draft.
Nay.
Georgia set the record with 15 players in 2022. But the 23 national champs will take that down this year.
No. Who? How?
Okay.
Who? Blake Corum, J.J. McCarthy. You got Trevor Keegan.
Shane Ristil, Zach
Is there any
Zinter,
wide receiver? Oh, Roman Wilson.
Roman
that's
Wilson.
4. Shane Ristil, Zinter. Yeah, I'm at 6 now. Ooh, 6.
Well,
Their linebacker, maybe 2 linebackers. I doubt it. Maybe 2 pass rushers. That would get you to 10. No, they're not going to break it.
Okay. Edgerrin Cooper will be the first linebacker off the board.
He's got a shot. Yeah, he's got a shot. I thought it was so Peyton Wilson could fall to the 3rd round because his injuries are that. His medical is like potentially 1 contract and done. So I think teams won't touch him until the 3rd round. I keep getting 3rd round on him, and he's somebody who tested great, has a bunch of tackles. It's between Edgerrin Cooper and Junior Colson, the linebacker from Michigan. But Edgerrin Cooper's got a good chance being the first linebacker, yeah.
Okay,
another Michigan, not in the 1st round, though.
There's another Michigan player you forgot. So guess what? They're going to hit 16.
No, they're not.
A record number of offensive players will be selected in round 1.
What's the record?
19.
Yes.
So this will be a record number of offensive players.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you got a lot of tackles and wide receivers and
I think the over-under for offense is 21.5 on the – I think it's either 20.5 or 21.5 is currently the over-under in betting circles.
Okay.
So that's over 19.
Quarterbacks will go 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say nay, but I did talk to a GM yesterday who I hadn't talked to the whole time, who thinks that there is a he thinks that is going to happen.
I don't think there's a chance that there's 6 picks. There will be 6 picks and 4 will be quarterbacks.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. So how about this though? Because we're all football fans. This isn't the Texans, but this GM made this point. He goes, and I said, well, Arizona could trade out and then, have more draft picks and they could trade back up. He goes, you mean the same team last year that passed on Will Anderson, that passed on, and he brought up like 3 players that passed on Devin Weatherspoon, that passed on, I can't remember who the 3rd one he brought up. He said, then traded back up for Paris Johnson. He said, that team, Arizona, he goes, I think he said, I think they're kind of dumb. He said, why would you keep trading away from good players? I said, it is what Sashi Brown used to do too. And I said, eventually he got fired. I mean, he had a bunch of draft picks, but he didn't sit down and draft players. And you think about it, you're going to, you missed out on a culture changer in Will Anderson. So you missed out on that. Now you're going to get out of the way of, let's say, most people think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to go first now. And I'm running into more people who think it's Marvin. This team that I talked to yesterday has it Marvin, Rome, and then Malik Neighbors. And I said, and he said, man, you're going to trade away from out of a spot where you can get one of these wide receivers who are all going to be good. He said all 3 of them are going to be good. And it's true. You keep messing around too much, like unless you traded with the Giants, unless you traded from 4 to 6. If you traded with the Vikings 11, you're not getting to any of those guys. And it's true. At some point, you can collect all the picks you want, but if you keep getting away from good players, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. No. Well, they're not. They haven't been that bright, that's for sure. 7:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Still ahead 15 minutes from now. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yes.
I already got mine. I got mine ready. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence. 713-780-3776. But that's 15 minutes from now. You can ask a question anytime on this radio station because we're the most interactive show on this
shortest wait times.
Shortest wait times, most interactive show. And
you are gimmick infringing on multiple shows.
I don't care.
Some of them
biggest.
Today's What Are the Odds Monday, Del? Okay, so
no, that's not a thing.
Okay, so
with the most knowledge of women's golf here.
Oof.
Listen, I've got some thoughts on Nelly and what she did this weekend.
If you want to listen to a show that will make a woman simply trying to get home uncomfortable,
then this is
the
it.
show for you.
That's not true. Or an offensive coordinator just simply trying to
either way.
get
I mean, it's not unique to gender. As long as Lance is around,
right.
Someone
as
on
long
the plane,
as they're trying to get somewhere,
someone on a
and
plane wants
and I
them to
can
be
tell
quiet.
they really like the first 30 minutes of it.
Can you?
Eric Roberts was the creepy
Now,
Eric
Eric
Roberts was the only one that wasn't uncomfortable with you.
Let me tell you,
that
Eric
speaks
Roberts
to
wishes
Lance.
he sat next to me,
That
and
speaks-
I'm glad I didn't.
Lance, do you find it concerning that the only one who did want to talk to you was Eric Roberts?
Yes.
We all understand, Eric. Time
And I
for me
was
to talk
trying to-
about free reign coffee. If I was sitting next to Eric Roberts, I'd have told him all about it. I'd have told him how it was born in San Angelo, Texas, over 25 years ago. How it's been fueling folks to get up and get after it. Listen. When we were about to do this thing. I was on a conference call with like 4 different people from Free Reign, and honestly, it actually one of them was a congressman's brother, and he said, "Listen, we really love. It's about country. It's about community. It's about first responders. It's about nurses. It's about teachers and military and veterans." And I was like, "Oh, God. But it really is. It really is." They really stand for this stuff. They really love this stuff. They really love America. And it's Texas, okay? It's Cole Hauser. It's Rip from Yellowstone. This is what this coffee is all about. It's bold flavor. It's earthy. It's full flavor. It's all of those things. I'm in. I'm hooked. Free Reign Coffee Company. 975coffee.com. Order yours today. Let's go. ESPN20 is the promo code to get 20% off site-wide. 975coffee.com, promo code ESPN20.
Wait, which one? Hey guys, I want to tell you about Underdog Fantasy. And so NBA basketball is going on right now. And, one of the easiest W's to me was yesterday. You had no Giannis. So you're looking at the right. I'm giving you an example. So on Underdog Fantasy, you download the app, use promo code Lance. They're going to double your first deposit up to $100, and then go look at the Pick'em tab. You can do daily fantasy, season-long fantasy. You can already sign up for NFL football, but more importantly, on the Pick'em, you go to the playoffs. You find out Giannis isn't playing. Oh my gosh, how easy is higher on the statistical numbers for Damian Lillard on the scoring? It was simple. They were giving that away for you. You've got to just simply follow the games, study it up, and be ready to pick between 2 and 5 players, and you're going to win real money. You're going to get payouts. You can get payouts as much as 100 times your original play, but it's not unusual to get 20 times. People get that all the time, and that is a great payout for you. And all you have to do is watch basketball, study up on it, pick higher or lower on the statistics, and then sit there and watch the game unfold. It's a great way to play along with the games as they're on television and have a chance to win real money legally right here in the state of Texas. Make sure you are having that same fun with Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Quick segment, and then we get to news. We get to what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. That's going to come your way next. So get yours ready. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That is coming your way here. Shortly on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Do we want to talk? How much NBA? Dale, you watched yesterday's game, right? Caleb Martin is a thug, right? Is that what you came away with?
we'll hear from Brian Scalabrine in Chip Talk, the longtime Celtics mascot, and now
he's not a mascot.
He kind of is. He's kind of a human victory cigar at points.
Yes, he is a mascot.
Now he's part of their local.
He's
coverage.
Redhead Boban.
now he's part of their coverage. So we'll hear from him. I mean, obviously, if you look at the play, Drew Holiday kind of shoves Caleb. He's off balance, and he bumps into Tatum brushed it off after the game, so big deal. The Celtics did what they needed to do. They're up 14-0 before you could even blink, and that kind of set the tone for the game. They set their franchise record for three-pointers by the third quarter in a playoff game, I believe. At least they set the mark for most three-pointers at the end of a third quarter. So you can look at the clear discrepancy as far as three-pointers made, and that gives you the difference in the game. They played the math game. They won it. We'll see how the Heat respond. Over the weekend, I mean, out until the last game of the night, I mean, the Knicks-Sixers game was pretty competitive, but 6 out of the 8 matchups were pretty.
Oklahoma City was a good game.
That's what I'm saying, the last game of the And then the Lakers gave the Denver a challenge, but that game went the same way it always goes. The Lakers play tough. They even have a lead, then Denver just walks them down. The surprising thing is what happened without Kawhi in L.A., where the Mavericks went with a stretch of time.
Well, Milwaukee was surprising.
Couldn't make a shot. Yeah, the fact that the Pacers had handled them throughout, and then it was playoff time, and Dame Lillard puts up 35. He didn't score in the second half, I believe, but it didn't matter. I believe he put up 35 in the first half and set the tone. So, I mean, the home teams, no one broke serve. So we'll see what game twos have to offer. We'll see if Embiid can make it through a series. He was he's such a great player, but how can you count on him? The knees are bad. He can't make it through. So the Knicks are probably going to get to a second round, mostly because Joel Embiid can't survive a series. And the problem for him is they're playing today. He didn't even get a 2-day off thing. He's got to play again today. And we know how questionable he is from game to game, and he doesn't get any rest. So I would say overall the Wolves are the most impressive. What they did to the Suns, considering the question marks about that series because the Suns had handled them in the regular season.
What about Anthony Edwards? I mean, lighting Kevin Durant up.
And talking to him about it,
Oh,
too.
my gosh.
He likes calling older players old. He loves reminding them that they're older than him.
How good is Anthony Edwards? I think there's beginning to be a move afoot where people are recognizing his upside potential. I saw somebody did you guys see the split screen of Jordan and Anthony Edwards
they do that
somebody
quite
did?
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize he did it, and there is actually, it's amazing that when you split screen the faces, like, oh, there's some similarities here. But Anthony Edwards has games where you see, like, man, high-end elite top players in the league status, and I know that I know he's considered one of the really, really terrific players in the NBA, but I'm kind of wondering, as you look at some of these older players winding down, Kevin Durant, potentially Kawhi, James Harden, I wonder
Kevin
if he's
Love.
going to – well, yeah, Kevin Love, who still actually plays basketball. I wonder if Anthony Edwards deserves to be up in that conversation already and maybe above some of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, look what he is doing. I mean, I'm putting him in the same category as Devin Booker. We'll find out whether or not he can carry his team further. I mean, I think he's that kind of player. But he is. We'll find out how this is going to – I think it could be fun. It's going to be so long. All of these 7-game series, holy crap. This is going to be a long time.
I think a lot of them aren't going 7. Like, I do think Dallas probably goes 6, even though they got swamped. I think that one's not – I think it's far from over yet.
How about the Kawhi's hurt again? How about it doesn't matter. If the Clippers are going to be in the postseason, they're going to have injuries.
He hasn't played since March. Like,
They
mid-March.
tried to get him ready. They tried. I mean, and I think because of, the 65-game threshold, a lot more players played more games this year, and it was being applauded and lauded. A lot of those guys decide they're going to play, but it doesn't matter with him. Play, not play, rest, not rest. He is always going to be an injury concern, and he was again.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter yesterday, but over the course of a series and a potential deep run, which is what they think they're capable of, and it's funny, they decided to extend him. Paul George, who's had his injury concerns, but he's been more available. And Paul George is the one they're probably not going to bring back. And he's the one, at least at this point, they're going to have to count on until Kawhi makes a return.
There's been severe issues with keeping Kawhi on the court since the year that he decided he wasn't going to play basketball. I mean, ever since then, other than, obviously the COVID year. I can't even remember what he did COVID year. But although most of that year had already been played. But this is really – I don't know that I've ever seen anyone with the high end respect that Kawhi has, who frankly, the second half of his career is not typical of a high end respect guy. Some of those comes with obviously the championships he won. I think because he's always been kind of a stoic figure, there's obviously, and he played with San Antonio, there's a subconscious bump with Tim Duncan, in terms of how he goes about his business. But when you look at him really, I mean, he's unavailable way more than he should be for a star-level player. He has had some kind of diva-ish things way more than he should for the type of, personality he appears to have on the court. We're not used to seeing those kind of players have the issues. I know some of it had to do with his uncle there in San Antonio, but Kawhi's career is a very unusual career in terms of where he is now, his success he's had, but the games he's missed, kind of where he is now. And you're right, they re-upped him, and you're re-upping a guy that is not going to be able to play for for a full year. It's just not going to happen.
All right, 743 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's break it here. We talked a little basketball. Now we're going to talk about what you learned this weekend. So if you've never heard this before, you get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. Light up the phones now. As soon as somebody gets off, you can get in because it's really quick. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776, the number to get in here and tell us what you learned this weekend. I've been knowing this. Oh, actually, this is something that I learned this weekend. I was by my buddy's house, and I looked at his shingles as we were leaving his house, and I was like, dude, you need Brinkman. You need Brinkman quality because they were starting to get shiny. His shingles were shiny, and I told him, okay, here's what's going to happen. You got some shiny shingles right there. That means there's wear and tear on them. You've never checked your shingles before. You've never done anything with your roof before. So here's what's going to happen. If you have any incidents whatsoever, you get water damage in your home. Guess what the insurance company's not going to do? Cover it because you didn't do anything about your roof ever. You've never taken a look at your roof. You've never upgraded. You've never put any care into it whatsoever. Now, if you have Brinkman over and they look at your roof and they tell you, oh, well, listen, we got to replace some of these shingles here, some of these shingles there. We need to do some work here. Let's make sure that it's all sealed up and everything looks great. You've got that verification that you can show the insurance company, and they can say, okay, well, you took care of it. Also, you're not going to get that insured after 20 years. You're just not. The insurance company's going to deny you because you haven't done anything. So if you haven't done anything with your roof in some time, there's one place to go. BrinkmanQuality.com. Go with the best. They are the best. BrinkmanQuality.com, 281-480-7663.
I want to tell you about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, and it's the car dealership that I've been using for years. I've got 3 cars from them right now. My car, my wife's car, both Chevy Traverse, and my son, who has a Buick Envision. The Buick Envision was right for him, and this is a great example of find what's right for you. Find what's right for your kid. Let your neighbors find what's right for them. For some people, it's going to be a big pickup truck, Chevy Silverado or GMC Sierra pickup truck. And I got news for you. Now's a great time to look at the pickup trucks that they have because of the low finance rate, 72 months, and then dealer cash back incentives they have. I believe it's on the GMC Sierra. But the other thing is, for us as a family, we wanted that interior space for our Chevy Traverse. And that's what we got. And we can't tell you how happy that we've been with our Chevy Traverse. But for my son, who got his first vehicle, the Buick Envision made the most sense for him. Looks great, terrific interior. It's a safe vehicle, good gas mileage, which we need for him driving back and forth from Tuscaloosa. But the other thing is they had a terrific program on the lease. So we got the lease, the payments that I was looking for on that vehicle. Whether you are looking for a certain payment or a certain type of vehicle, or maybe it's a lease versus from an ownership standpoint, maybe you're trying to decide between that. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, their sales staff is going to help you find exactly what it is that you're looking for and why you're looking for it, and they're going to help you. Start the car buying experience online at lancezcars.com. You can see their entire inventory and all the programs they have available for you, and they can help you get the best trade-in value as well. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. Time for What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence? Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee. Free Reign Coffee, bringing you the first thing in the morning here, which is, for many of you, what you learned this weekend in one sentence. We got a full board. As soon as somebody gets off, you can get in. It's 713-780-3776. Thank you, Free Reign. I'll start it. I learned this weekend that the Texans finished second in the league this past season in receiving yards by receivers aligned out wide.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Leave it there.
That's all I'm leaving. Del, do you have any idea who was first?
Dolphins.
Thank you.
Well, your name's not Dell, but thank you for the answer.
Thank you for that. So there you have it. And added Stephon Diggs. Do you have anything, Del?
I learned that despite the NBA taking something very serious, gambling, players will still make jokes. We'll hear that.
You've only...
I'm done.
Yep.
I'm done.
One
what I
sentence.
learned. And now I'm previewing a segment.
Okay. So
We'll hear
that
about
in
that
Ship Talk, I'm sure.
in Ship Talk, yes.
Okay. We will get that explanation in Ship Talk, which means you have to stick around for that. Lance, did you learn anything?
I just learned that
weekend?
you watch a run-of-the-mill, just a very fun little stalker movie, and then it turns incredibly dark in episode 4.
Okay. Lance learned that. It turns incredibly dark.
And there were decisions to make if I wanted to finish it.
That's more than one sentence. That's all. Here we go. What did you learn in one sentence this weekend? Mark, brought to you by Free Reign Coffee. What's up, Mark?
Good morning. I learned this weekend that Kenny Powers, the character in HBO's Eastbound and Down, was based on none other than John Rocker.
Huh. You could see that. I can see that. Lance did a brilliant John Rocker back in the day. Brilliant John Rocker.
Yeah.
I think you
I
captured
did.
him.
I was doing
I thought
Kenny
you-
Powers, actually, I guess.
Yeah. I guess you were. I thought you captured him beautifully, if you want to know the truth. Isaac, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I learned that the song called Tomorrow by Joe Walsh is a bad mama slammer.
Huh. Okay.
Oh, look at that. You just learned something. That's what I like. I like when you just learn something you didn't know. Because it's been around for a while, obviously.
Yeah. No, Joe Walsh.
I don't know that song, but I know who Joe Walsh is.
Yeah. Tomorrow's a bad man. Tomorrow, was it called?
Yeah, Joe Walsh, he said.
It's a bad mamma jamma. Okay. We're going to have to listen to that. Thank you for that insight, Isaac. Pena, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee.
Hey, I learned that sometimes all you need is a left hook.
Ooh, that is true.
Ryan Garcia?
Ryan Garcia found that out?
Yep.
Ryan Garcia found that out. Did you see afterwards the FU wait, that went on?
No, I didn't see that part.
You gotta. I'll retweet it. It's interesting, but they ended up getting along okay, just fine. We will continue. Will, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee.
Hey, guys, I learned that there are a lot of really good-looking ladies on the LPGA Tour.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Congratulations. And one fine-looking young lady, Nelly Corda, won her fifth straight start.
And another had to suffer through not playing well and then having a plane ride home with Lance.
Right. Exactly.
She didn't ask me anything about how the draft was going, and she knew I was a draft person. She didn't ask one thing.
No, she said, I don't even know what you do, Lance. That's what she said.
No, she asked me, and then I told her, and then she didn't seem to, pick up on that.
Yeah,
Apparently not as interesting as you think it is.
Yeah.
You should have probably
she's
led
from
with radio.
Australia. She doesn't even care.
You probably should have said radio host. That might have helped you out more
Yeah,
than
that would have
draft.
helped you out a lot more.
I would have asked more questions if I were her.
Who's next? Keith, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee.
I learned that this weekend that this radio show needs to put some respect on James Harden's name, Russell Westbrook's name, 41 points. The Clippers looking good.
It did.
Just wait. Was that an elimination game?
Keith, no one
Give
cares
it time.
No one cares about game 1 Harden. Stop it.
Yeah, give it time.
Game 1 Harden is awesome. He's always awesome. Was that an elimination game?
No, it was not an elimination game.
Yeah, game 1's never an elimination game, I don't think. Tom. Tom's always good for a what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. What up, Tom?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned when you take a woman home who can't drive and drop her off and don't try anything, the next time you see her, you'll get your reward.
Ah.
Whoa.
Wow. See what chivalry will do for you?
So use chivalry as an angle to get something?
Yeah. That's exactly. What
Is
do you
it
think?
chivalry?
Why do you think we're chivalrous? There's only one reason.
Is it chivalry when your master plan is to eventually lead to something
it
else?
is. There's no chivalry that isn't looking for some
I thought
reward.
chivalry, the whole point of that was you're doing something because you don't expect anything in return.
We're always looking for something.
I don't
Del.
know.
No, there's always an angle.
You got
there.
to keep that a secret, Tom. What are you telling the secrets for?
Mito. What you learned this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, I learned that girl code's a real thing. Your boy got busted, man. Damn.
What is girl code? They tell each other? If you try to, yeah, probably so.
If you hit on a girl, she's gonna tell her friend. If she sees that friend being hit on by you, they'll tell. Oh, he was just talking to me.
Yeah. Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
Boy got busted. That's a shame.
Girl code.
Girl code. Brandon,
real.
what'd you
Sorry,
learn this
Mito.
weekend in one sentence?
Guys, I learned that Renegade Roy is going to have to take his sorry ass into hiding for the next few months.
Wow. Renegade Roy's been quiet. We have not heard from Renegade Roy.
Oh,
There's probably a reason.
Why? Could somebody tell me what happened?
Yeah,
The
another
Renegades
Renegade.
lost.
Another common L for the Renegade Roy.
Yeah,
That's
I missed
what happened.
it. I missed it. I missed this entire season, if you want to know the truth.
You used to be Mr.
I thought you were
Roughneck, too.
Mr.
What a
Roughneck.
sad.
What happened to you?
Yeah,
What a
I was
sad
when
turn
I
of
worked
events.
for him. Now, not so much.
You were all excited when they were coming back. You were calling it your league.
Yeah, because I thought I was going to get that job again.
Yeah.
Woods.
All right, hold on.
Woods, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
What's going on, fellas? Man, I learned that real men of the people would have asked me the kinds about male golfer, female golfer.
Oh, my God. John, do not ask her that.
What? They would have asked her about what?
Male golfer, female golfer, food.
No, we're not. We don't play male golfer, female golfer, food anymore. I don't know if you
I
heard.
don't think the gong would have gone over well. Or
Yeah.
I don't think any of that
Was
would have
that
gone
actually on the show?
Yes.
Heel brought those sounders
Yeah.
to the show, yes.
Yes, they did actually.
Spoken like a true non-white guy. Hey, you know it'd be great? Do a gong. And John goes, yeah, add the gong.
Well, it
Not
was.
just
There
the-
was a.
not
And if
just-
you were correct, it was.
Can you do
Yeah,
the
not just-
da-da-da-da-da-da-da?
Not just the gong. Hey, you know when we used to call Asian people Oriental? Bring that music back.
Bring that back.
What?
Do the Mickey, what's the guy's name? Mickey, what was his name?
Mickey Rourke.
Mickey Rourke.
But no,
from,
the little guy. The little
Mickey
guy.
Rooney.
Mickey,
Oh,
Mickey Rooney.
my God. Don't do Mickey Mooney. What was it? Breakfast at Tiffany's?
Yeah,
Don't do that
yeah.
guy.
Bucktooth, yeah.
Ocho, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned for sure that I really don't give a lovely F about the NBA playoffs anymore.
Huh.
Man.
I don't think you're alone, but okay.
You know
we
what?
don't-
I wonder if
we
he.
haven't cared here for a while because, well, our team
Rockets
hasn't
aren't
been
playing.
there. No, I don't really care about those teams. So I'm with you.
What did you care more about? What did you care more about? Women's college basketball, Final
did.
Four, or playoffs?
I did. I cared more about women's Final
It's not
Four.
a lie. Like it's true for a lot
It
of
really is.
people.
The numbers will prove that too.
Yeah.
The
Oh, yeah.
ratings will prove that.
Yeah.
Yeah, people cared more about Caitlin Clark playing than.
Where's our guy? We can't leave this segment until we get our guy in here.
Well, he's not. We haven't. Where's? ¿Qué pasó, mijo?
Yeah. ¿Dónde está?
No está.
Well, it's almost 8 o'clock, so.
No está. Brandon, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
We need a wellness check.
Brandon hung up. You got one more.
All right.
We need a wellness check. If Ocho, Tom, and
Mito.
no, not Mito.
La Raza.
La Raza. If those three aren't on a given week, we need wellness checks.
Well, yeah, we do need to hear from La Raza. ¿Qué pasó? I learned that something bad happened to La Raza.
Something bad happened to La Raza. That's what I just found out.
Jimmy, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, so while I was in Japan, I learned that Shohei Ohtani will endorse anything from high-end watches and colognes to toilet bowl cleaner and feminine products.
Man's getting paid. He said, "There's not a." You know what? He's the Bad Bunny of Japan. There's not a thing that he won't endorse.
He's also hitting home runs to win games.
I know.
That's what he do. How about
73 now in his career?
Yeah, I mean, I learned something else, too. When we come back, we'll get back to Astros baseball. Thank you, Free Reign Coffee, for sponsoring What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence? Another amazing success
I need them to
story.
send something to me down here in L.A. We'll get the whole trip sponsored by them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, all you have to do is go on the website. You get 20% off, Lance. That's all
I know, and I've actually got one of the individual coffee makers here in the room.
You do? Oh,
yeah.
You could have brought your pods with you.
No, I don't have them.
Nice job. 801 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for me to talk about Ownwell. Ownwell is really cool. Here's the deal with Ownwell, okay? You, my friends, have property taxes. You're getting in the mail, if you haven't received it already, they're going to tell you how much your property taxes are. And I'm going to tell you from experience, they're always, here's this. 86% of Ownwell's customers save on their property taxes. That'll tell you how often the IRS is telling you that you owe more than you should. 86%. That's a ridiculous number. It's happened to me a bunch. And here's what happened one time, 3 years ago. I didn't fight it. And what happened? Oh, my gosh. The next year, it's like they shot it up again, a big number. And it was like, oh, my gosh, you have to fight this thing because they go off the previous year's number. If you don't fight it, if you don't fight what they send you, then you are going to lose. You're losing big. And those property taxes now, they add up, and they add up in a hurry. They're always appraising your home for more than it's worth. They always do it. Here's the deal. Ownwell is here for you. Easy to sign up. Takes you just a couple of minutes. No investment for you whatsoever. You put the money back in your pocket, okay, in just minutes. You don't pay them unless you win. And they win, on average, over $1,100 per customer. Local tax experts backed by cutting-edge technology. You need to do this. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. Welcome back. Our second hour here on the show. What did we learn in the first hour, Dell? Creepier, Eric, Roberts, or Lance? Okay, let's go on a creepy scale. Who's on your creepy power rankings? Lance or Eric Roberts?
I've never seen Eric Roberts work in person, so I can't really grade him. I'm gonna have to go with the guy I see be creepy in person. So Lance wins this one.
Lance, yeah.
You've never seen me be
I don't
creepy.
know. You have a certain. I don't know if I would call
With
it obsession.
interns and everything else.
Like every time we're out,
Because I took someone's hamburger.
not even that. Every time
and it wasn't even theirs.
I'm not gonna mention the name because we want to protect the innocent. Not Lance, but someone else. He mentions someone's name all the time in reference to me, like I'm the problem, but it's really him because you're always bringing up this person. John,
that's for you.
John,
we'll kind of wish you on this one.
Yeah,
okay.
Every time.
What are you talking about?
Where is this person?
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, for no reason.
Hey, take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, in the occasional invitational. Listen, it's May 7th, and it's going to be at Highland Pines Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbrock Brewing Company, lunch, dinner from Valencia Tex-Mex Garage, 18 holes of golf, and a quick award ceremony immediately after the tournament. If you've never played Highland Pines, you need to get there. All of you people up there, Spring, Woodlands, Porter, even if it doesn't matter where you are. In Kingwood, you're close. You're real close. If you have not played Highland Pines, I don't care if you have to drive up from Pearland. It's worth it. If you have not played there, you are going to play with us. We got all the food and drink, and we've got the whole golf course to ourselves. So if you've never played there, even if you have, you're going to come. If you've never played there, you need to do this. Go right now to our website, ESPN975.com, and get a discount for registering early. ESPN975.com. Also, we got a draft show. Dell, are you in this draft show thing that they're doing? This
Yes.
What is it, Thursday or Friday?
I am. Well, Thursday we're going to have the first round courtesy of ESPN National. On Friday, when the Texans actually have picks, myself, Paul, and Joe will be hosting I don't know if we can call it an official Texans draft show, but we're going to have a draft show from 6 to 9.
No, you can't call it the official.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if we can even call it a Texans draft show.
No, you can't use the Texans
This is what
name.
I'm saying. Because
NFL draft show.
Because in the liner,
You
so I
can't
was
even use
confused.
NFL.
You can say draft show.
You can say draft show.
We're having a draft show.
Why can't you say NFL?
Because you can't.
It's not officially licensed by
Yeah.
NFL. So it's just a draft show we're having, and we might be talking about a professional football team in town. Maybe. And a lot of other professional football teams.
Yes.
So the Texans have multiple picks in the second round, and, so they're going to be busy. So we're going to talk about it.
And third.
Yeah, so it's going to be a busy night. Paul, Joe, and I. And
Are you doing both? Are y'all going to do both rounds, Joe?
I think the number it's just 6 to 9. So whenever 9 o'clock is.
Yeah. You're going to be doing half of the third round for sure,
so
because
we'll be around.
It's faster in the second round.
Yeah, so we'll be around for Texans picks
through the Texans' first two picks.
Right. Definitely. So we'll keep you updated on potential players as the board kind of plays out.
Is that going to be here? You're doing it here?
We don't. I thought we might be doing it on location, but at this point, it's probably going to be here. Okay. I haven't heard word of us going anywhere yet. So just be on the lookout for that if you want a different type of coverage, because I don't know how much Paul likes the NFL draft, but he'll be there for it. And Joe and I like the NFL draft, so at least talking about the players, not the whole draft season
Why
stuff.
don't you have Mapes on then?
Well, Mapes might be around too. I'm not. It's Joe, Paul, and I, and more is what I've been told.
Oh, and more.
All right.
John, is John going to be there?
Yeah, are you going to be there?
No, I'm at a golf tournament on
John's
Friday,
busy.
so I'll be. I don't think you were going to want me after that.
Nah, you'll be a little inebriated.
I'm going to be.
Lance, will you be working as well?
I'll be talking about every pick in the whole draft, rounds 1 through 7. So yeah. Y'all can simulcast my stuff if you want.
I don't know if the NFL would let us do that.
I'm not sure we want to do that.
You don't have to say anything.
I'm not sure we want to be
we
bored
would
like
have
that.
to say something.
Yeah. We want Paul's take on second rounders.
I am going to come up with. I'll have
Paul
something
is not
this
doing
week.
a deep dive on. Okay, we know that, right?
I'll have something this week on
guards from Georgia guards.
Hopefully,
right?
we take a wide receiver he likes. I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe the Texans probably won't, but maybe they'll take a corner he likes, something like that.
All right, so Dana Brown came out this weekend and kind of admitted what we all know, is that Jose Abreu's been terrible. And he's going to get more time off. Okay, a couple of things. Joey Loperfito's not ready yet. I know he's got home runs and everything else. He's not ready to be at the major league level. I don't know that you want to push that because you could really kill the kid. You could destroy him until he can hit certain pitches.
Apparently the Astros have said, John, also a lot of his home runs have come in high altitude.
Yeah.
I guess he had 3 in Albuquerque and like I think the game where he had 3 in one games. And so I think there's a little bit of like, I don't know if they think it's fool's gold, but they don't think it just – you look at the numbers and move him up. They definitely don't think he's ready to move up.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's ready to move up. So, and I don't know that you want to do that to the kid. I mean, I think they brought up some people that weren't ready, and we're finding out that you just can't. You can't do it. You're going to have to live with Singleton at first base. Now, Jared Walsh became available. He was cut. He was DFA'd. So I don't know whether or not you do that. The Rangers DFA'd him. I don't know if you do. I like Jared Walsh. Although there's a reason he was DFA'd. But anything would be better than what you got. I mean, I don't know what Jared Walsh should cost you, but John Singleton's not the answer. Just not the answer. And you got to start. You have to do something. It's getting to desperate times. He said, you know what, Jose Abreu's going to have to. We're going to sit more. Maybe some more rest will help him out. He's definitely he's affected by this. That it's in his head. He just doesn't look like the same. All of these things that we all know, we can see with our human eyes. I don't think they're going to just cut. They're not just everybody. Just cut him here. They're not just cutting $40 million. They're not.
No.
They're just not going to do that. So they're going to, although it hurts you less having him out there. I mean, a guy who's got 4 hits and 4 errors on the season.
Just because a guy's getting paid a big paycheck doesn't mean you have to play him. I mean, then he hurts you twice.
Yeah.
Don't let a player hurt you twice. And eventually, if you need to open his spot up, you're going to have to DFA him and eat him. I mean, this is why you got to have number one, getting away from the analytics-driven, front office is going to end up being a huge mistake for Jim Crane. But the bigger mistake to me is that Carlos Correa probably went through his season saying, okay, we're not gonna negotiate during the season. I may not be back, but I don't know for sure. And then you had the momentum, and he got excited. And now that we've had all these guys go, including Carlos, including all the top Astros leave when it comes time to test free agency. Alex Bregman's playing like dead man walking right now. He's acting like it. He's playing like it. This is bad for the team. And this was bound to happen at some point. Number one, Alex has a little bit of edge to him. But number two, this was just a matter of time. Players now, they no longer think there's a chance they'll resign. They know they're gone. And you're getting right now in the final season a player who knows he's gone and who is playing like he's gone. Not playing for a contract. He's playing like, I'm not on this team anymore. And unfortunately, that's the emotional part that you could deal with too, because this is all he's ever known.
Bad way to approach it if you're Alex Bregman. I can tell you this. He thought he worked his ass off this offseason, and he thought he was coming in here and he was going to kick ass and show everybody, okay, now pay me. You know what he's the way he's playing right now? He ain't getting that contract.
No home runs. No home runs.
He ain't getting that contract he wants. So you know what he's got to do? I don't know if it's his attitude because he's like, I'm out of here, or if it's his attitude, I'm pressing too hard because I'm trying to get that bag. He ain't getting paid the way he's playing right now. So he better change his attitude for his own sake.
Now, this is what he always does in April, though, John. Let's keep in mind.
I know.
This has been 7 straight years of this, so we got to quit acting like it's ever going to be different because it's never been different.
It's never been different. It is what it is. It is what it is. But listen, this is the whole. I tweeted out the other night that loss on Saturday. Oh my God. Oh, you
we haven't even
lose
gotten
that
to that
game. You had opportunities that you just let go by the wayside. You bring in Ryan Presley, who's been awful this year, and he blows the save. And even Espada, he finally said something. He was like, well, he left balls over the plate. We just can't leave balls out over the plate. Yep, you know what? Oh, that's another thing I learned this weekend. Lance, how many save opportunities have the Astros had this year?
2, right?
No,
Or is it 3?
opportunities.
Oh, save ops? Oh, well, they haven't had a bunch. So, total save opportunities, they've only had when they've won big. I would say 4?
8. You know
Wait,
how
they've
many?
had 8 save opportunities?
And you know how many they've converted?
Oh, because they've blown them. That's right. Hader's blown, 2?
They have converted 2 out of 8. The strength of this team is the last 3 innings. And
No,
it
it's not.
sucks. And it sucks.
That's the alleged
holy
strength
crap.
of this team.
You
That's
wanted
the
to-
alleged strength of this team.
Well,
That's
it
not
is.
the strength of this team.
Going into this season, that was the strength of this team. You added to his strength by bringing Josh Hader on. Yay! He sucks. They all suck. I mean, it's embarrassing how bad this is. That loss Saturday was one of the worst losses that they've had in years. That was the worst. You're
you had
playing
to have
Washington. You just beat them in game 1, and you let that 5. You got a 2-run lead in the 9th, and you let that slip away to Washington.
Bottom of the 9th, yep.
I mean, that's just terrible.
For
and
a guy
who,
and they tried to give him a save opportunity. They were there. I mean, that could have been a great mental lift and I think a lot of this is just mental right now. You had a great mental lift for Presley potentially available, and instead it probably just went the other way. I'm sure it damaged him even more. In a spot, there's so many, Astros fans pointing to Dusty Baker's laughing, and I thought Dusty Baker was the problem, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. Dusty took a lot of heat for things, when you have rich people problems and well, Dusty's not doing this and that. Yeah, but the Astros were. Although the Astros didn't have a great year last year. We kind of misremember and rewrote history because of how deep they got in the playoffs. It wasn't a great year last year for Dusty or for the team. But this year, it's just continued to slide downwards, which is not unusual for a team with injury issues with the pitching and, a team. Now, they didn't lose anybody this last year, any key free agents, from the lineup. So that's, if anything, they're better in the lineup this year when you really stack it up. But the bullpen's been terrible. The starting pitching's been injured, and you're going through your same issues you go through in April with Alex Bregman. I mean, you knew that was going to be the case. But
this is
how much is this on? How much does Espada ultimately the buck stops here? He's not getting fired in midseason.
No. And I keep hearing Espada. He's got 6 pitchers now on the IL. I mean, honestly, 6 starters on the IL to start this season.
Well, have you had a problem with anything he's done strategically?
Nothing really. I mean,
I haven't really either.
Maybe pinch hitting Singleton in that game. I don't know. We got to
that
break
was
it.
early in the season.
We got to break it right now. We can talk about more on the other side. Right now, though, you need to talk about Zadig Jewelers.
Now I'll talk about Zadig Jewelers. Zadig Jewelers is the place to go to get your luxury timepiece for people who are involved in watches. For those of you guys who maybe you want to have your first luxury timepiece or your lifestyle timepiece, as they're called, these are unbelievable. I had no idea what I was going to step into. First of all, 28,000 square feet, 2-level store is absolutely gorgeous. And the amount of jewelry, necklaces, diamond bracelets, diamond rings, engagement rings, earrings, that's incredible. But the watches alone on the outer portion of the store, how many little crevices, and I found out that's their boutique. This is their boutique area. And that means they get exclusive timepieces. If you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, if you're looking for a watch to be repaired, they have master craftsmen who are certified with all these different brands. They've got the very best brands, the very finest timepieces, and I promise you, this is going to be one of your flex of all flexes when you're talking about getting a watch from Zadig. They look incredible. Just go shop and just check them out for yourself. If you've never been watch shopping, it's going to blow you away. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's Zadig Jewelers.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And here's another thing. Lance, how many extra inning games have the Astros had this season?
Ask that question again.
How many extra inning games have the Astros had this season?
I think it's 3.
3.
Yeah.
Kansas City, Atlanta, and Washington. How many runs have they scored?
In the extra innings?
In extra innings.
None.
With a runner on second and nobody out.
Right.
A runner on second and no one out with Yordan Alvarez and Alex Bregman at the plate, and you can't score a run. It's not like, it's been sheer. Well, you had Yiner, and then Jeremy Pena hits into a double play. After you walk, you had first and second, nobody out, and you can't score a run against the Braves. Kansas City, forget it. You sucked. You're terrible.
You weren't going to do anything there.
Braves,
you're hoping for 2 runs against the Braves.
And nothing. You can't. You had 3 extra inning games. You get a runner on second with nobody out, and you can't score a run. You want to talk about lack of clutch, and it's not just the really stinky guys. It's not just Abreu.
Oh, no.
Okay?
No, it's everyone.
This is everybody. Nobody's coming up with anything for this team. It's really maddening that we're so used to such good these. It's just the names on there now. They're not the same.
Hey, are we
guys.
getting to a point where the Astros? Well, no, we're not, because have you really took a deep dive? Not a deep dive. Have you really even just glanced at the standings? This is a horse-pooed division right now.
Oh my God! No!
It's the only thing that's keeping us alive.
Listen, it really is. It's garbage. It is garbage. This division. And listen,
it's garbage.
It is. I'm telling you, it's not only that. Both Wests are really garbage. The only team with a winning record in either the National League or the American League is the Dodgers, and they're 2 games above 500.
Yeah, after a great start, boy, have they cooled down.
Well, the Rangers just won last night after they pulled one out and they've got a winning record now. At
12 and 11 now, yeah. But we're not that far behind. Because I was going to ask you this question, John. Are you getting to the point where this is what I was formulating this yesterday on the plane. And, are the Astros getting to the point where they're going to be in such a hole that by the time your starters get back, it's not going to matter? And then you just glance at the standings probably not, because no one's really taking control of this division.
No. This could be one of those years where it's just
it could
garbage.
be a survivable, which I think is not good, and I'll tell you why. This is not going to be the Astros year. I don't think it is. And I would much rather see them move Bregman, potentially even move Kyle Tucker, and get the next stars into because I know they're not staying.
What stars are you going to get for Bregman right now?
Well, you get some minor leaguers.
Yeah, what? Stars?
Well, Alex Bregman is.
What are you going to give up in your minor?
He's a perennially bad April player. You don't have. Everyone knows that. To act like Alex Bregman's not going to hit this year is silly. He always hits, other than for about 2 years where he didn't hit. But I think Bregman's back. He just always starts bad in April.
First of all, you got to find a team that needs a third baseman. But
he's a player with championship experience who can play third, who can hit for power, who has good plate discipline. Alex Bregman, non-April, is a good baseball player, and he's a good defensive player. I guarantee you there are teams who would love to have Alex Bregman. Now, and you're not just getting – they're not just going to give – you're going to be able to – you'd get a good prospect for Alex Bregman. I really think that if the team thought they had a good chance of signing him. I think that's the one caveat.
Yeah, how much are you going to give up? Honestly, do you think you're –
Alex Bregman right now is not a $30 million a year guy.
Is it going to be worth it? Honestly.
Well, this is why Tucker, if you're going to deal him, you need to deal him a year early. It's dumb to try to do it in the last year of the contract because it really limits the amount of you trade for a guy when they've got a year and a half left. There's a way more value for a team. You wait too long, and the value proposition.
You only got a half a year with Bregman right now, so
I know, and that's the problem. But if he's just going to be mopey mapey, then maybe you just move him and see if you can get a good arm. See if there's somebody, a good minor league, because I don't know the minor league system, but the Astros have scouted it, and if they find that they can get something that they think is good future value, a future starter, I think I'd move him. I think I'd get rid of him. I don't know who you play there. Play Dubon there. I don't care who you want to play over there.
No, listen. Dubon now is everyday center field. Jake played yesterday because it was a Sunday lineup. Dubon has been out there, and this is exactly what I hoped would have happened before the season started. Why are we messing around with Jake Myers? Put Dubon, a guy who can. He finally didn't come through in a clutch situation. Dude he was hitting over 600 with runners in scoring position until the other day. I mean, he's one of the only guys that's been coming through. So put him out there in center field every day and stop. That's enough. Now, if you trade Bregman, then maybe you put him at third base. But this utility stuff for Dubon, he's one of the only guys that comes through. You got to put him out there. This is such a crap season. This is just ridiculous how bad they are. Just ridiculous. 8:29.
Because it's going to be a long summer.
I know.
We can't have the Astros. I mean, you know what's going to be crazy is we're once again going to be waiting for July so the Texans start camp, and it's going to swing back like where all of a sudden our time frame changes as opposed to just the slow build-up towards the playoffs is going to turn into when's the NBA draft, and then when do the Texans when do they get back into the camp? That's what it's going to look like again.
Oh, I hate. All right, Ship Talk next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Brought to you by Greenleaf Shipbuilders. Is that the no? No, it wasn't. It's not that. I finished that series, by the way. By the way, went to 2 movies this weekend.
What series is Greenleaf Shipbuilders?
Miss Ripley.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Dickie
Greenleaf.
That's right.
Okay.
Dickie Greenleaf.
Yeah.
Right.
You went to see 2 movies?
I went to see Civil War.
Okay.
And the Ministry of
Gentlemanly
Ungentlemanly.
Warfare?
Oh, how are the? Well, when we come back. Well, no, how are
after
those?
Ship Talk. We'll talk about it after Ship Talk. Right now, though, Chastang Ford. You know what we drove there? My F-150. I love it. I love my F-150. I've got the Lightning. I don't know what you want. They've got hybrids if you're looking for one. If you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car truck, the F-150's on the lot right now, ready for you to pick up. The best deals that you're going to find. It's ridiculous. I don't know that they still have 2023s left, but if they do, I'm telling you, you're going to get the best deal in the city of Houston on that F-150. They love to deal. They got to get rid of them. And even if it's not a 2023, 2024, brand new 2024, you're going to get a fantastic deal that they're going to work that deal so hard. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. You want to customize it exactly how you want it. You want to order it. You can do that as well. And it'll be exactly how you want it, not how they want it. Not with add-ons, not with markups. It'll be exactly how you want it. Look, I think there's only one place to go in the city of Houston when you're looking for that F-150 or Bronco Sport or whatever it is, Explorer, anything that you're looking for in that Ford. There's only one place to go. In my mind, join the Chastang family. It's the perfect way to do it. All the businesses already know it because it's the number one commercial dealer in the city of Houston for Ford. You're going to know it too. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, time for Dell's Ship Talk, brought to you by no one. Right here, because no one wants to sponsor it.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, we'll just create our own sponsorship.
Yeah.
Greenleaf Shipbuilding that's fine.
Yeah.
It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. Yeah, it was good.
It was good. It was really well filmed.
Really well. I noticed that after you said that, it really was well filmed.
It's like, holy crap! Look at these scenes, these shots of Italy, and the way it's done is really well done.
What about Ship Talk? How's that done?
We're going to start off with Larry Nance Jr. Larry Nance Jr. is a big man for the New Orleans Pelicans. They pushed the Thunder last night, did not win, but this is Larry Nance Jr. after the play-in game against, who did they beat? The Kings, as they qualified for the playoffs.
I'm betting on the Pels. I'm not betting. No Johnson. I'm not betting. I'm not betting on anything. I don't own a betting app. None of that. Nah.
Media had a good time. Had a very good time with that.
Well, he's wording. Words matter.
Yes.
He's not betting on that.
I'm not. I believe in my team.
Yes.
That's what he believes in. So this was – and Michael Porter Jr.'s had an odd, let's just say rough week. His brother was convicted of – what was it? Was it vehicular manslaughter? His brother's going to jail in a car accident led to the death of someone, I believe. And, and that's not Jonte. Michael Porter Jr., other brother. And then you have Jonte Porter as well. He mentioned that his teammates have rallied around him. But it's been a rough time for Michael Porter. When he's not interviewing porn stars on his podcasts, he's got other things to worry about.
Yeah, brothers.
Yeah, his brothers. We'll move on to – we'll stick with basketball. John, you mentioned calling Caleb Martin a dirty player. Caleb Martin, at the end of the game, if you missed it, if you had tuned out, which why wouldn't you? The Celtics were wrapping up a Game 1 win. They're about by about 14 at the time. And on an offensive rebound attempt, Caleb Martin slams into Tatum, who had just jumped, and Tatum fell hard, but he got up, shot his free throws, and then after the game, he kind of said, hey, that's just playoff basketball. A guy who didn't appreciate it very much is Brian Scalabrine, the human victory cigar for the Celtics. He is now one of their analysts for the local broadcast, and here's what he said.
I'm not trying to start nothing here, but Eric Spoelstra called a timeout with 1:30 down by 16. 30 seconds later, that play happens. 30 seconds later, why is he calling a timeout at 1:30?
Down 16.
And then why is that play happening? That play right there, 30 seconds later. I don't know, man. That looks shady to me.
What you call that?
Code red.
Explain to the people what code red means.
Code red. Like in A Few Good Men. Did you order the code red?
Of course, if you look at the game log, Eric Spoelstra apparently called a timeout to challenge a call. Now, why he would do it that late in the game when they're getting blown out, that's another question. But there was a reason for the timeout, not just to instruct one of his starters to go take out Jason Tatum. So people have pushed back on that. But Scalabrine doubled down today. He was interviewed about it this morning on Sirius XM NBA radio, and said, no, it's dirty play. They did it on purpose. Of course, it's the Heat Celtics. It's like the fourth time in 5 years. People are going to say stuff, particularly a guy on the local broadcast. So there's that. We'll move on to something that's closer to Lance's heart. Lance has had thoughts on the state of Utah and what they might do, particularly the young Mormons. Here is what's his name? Paul Bissonnette, who is a hockey guy, and with why am I blanking the name? McAfee. He was with McAfee, and they're discussing the Coyotes moving to Utah, and they had a very maybe predictable but inventive nickname for what the team could be called.
Have you heard about a couple of these names?
The Kobe Armstrong, a guy involved with us, the Salt Lake City Soakers, and I know what you guys know what the term Soakers is. They're not big thrusters there. I don't know. Premarital sex is a big issue there.
Have you heard about the quaking?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard about the quaking?
No, please describe.
Oh, well,
Biz.
you bunk bet. See, you're way behind. Excuse me.
yep,
We were out of
wake
Utah
up.
this past fall, and we learned a lot. We were there. We went to a jazz game. We got a chance to really mingle. So soaking's old news. Soaking's the older generation. Yeah, you guys want to accidentally lay inside of each other, do your thing. The younger generation now, what they do is bunk beds, okay? We're soaking on the top. Cowgirl.
Yep. Yeah.
Cowgirl, I believe. And then underneath, buddy, lad, kicking.
Quaking it up.
That's how they're cheating it.
The video shows him getting prone on his back in his chair and using his feet to kick like he's kicking the bottom of the bunk bed to create movement for the the Mormon fellow above him who can't thrust.
That's how they're cheating it.
That's how
How
they're
about
cheating
Pat
it.
McAfee throwing out positions?
Next.
Well, our final one. Is about a girl who was shocked by what she saw on television. She is a big reality show watcher, and she got a bit of a surprise. But notice in the middle of it how she maintains her loyalty to a certain someone.
Imagine my surprise when I turn on the new season of Love is Blind this morning and see my boyfriend. Yeah. Are you shocked? Because I sure as hell am. I feel like I'm experiencing such a wide range of emotions, heartbreak, jealousy, shock, rage. Why the is my man on TV? And why the is he on a dating show talking to other women? Obviously, I'm not going to tell you who it is. I still think he's the love of my life, and we can work past this. So, I'm not going to say his name, but holy this is just how I'm feeling right now. I literally watched the first episode. I had to turn it off because I was literally just staring at the screen like, hello? Hello? As an avid reality TV show watcher, I see this happen all the time with girls where they're like, that's my man on TV. How did this happen? And I'm like, well, that's kind of embarrassing. How did you not know? And now it's happening to me. Of course, he's in this pod talking to beautiful women. For all I know, I thought he was on a business trip. He couldn't talk to me because he was working. Come to find out you're dating other people? Are you kidding me?
I think that's what happens a lot on that show.
I believe it does happen quite a bit. Yeah.
My buddy's son did it.
His
He
girlfriend?
was on the show.
Oh, okay, he was on the show. Did
was
he have
on
a
the-
girlfriend at home?
And I think, I don't know that his girlfriend at the time knew it. Yeah, went out to L.A. and shot it, and I'm pretty sure.
What was his reasoning? What's his excuse for not? What was he doing as opposed to doing the dating show thing? Was he on a business trip too? Was he?
I think he was on a business.
How long does it? Well, if he does a great job on the show, how long is this damn business trip? Because doesn't that show film if you advance over weeks?
Yeah, I don't know how he did it. I do know that it was a problem for his relationship
That's
for
odd.
a while.
For a while?
Yeah. I don't know.
She got over it, though.
When did she find out?
Because this girl decided she's going to get over it.
When did she find out?
I don't know the exact. I don't know but I can ask him.
Let me tell you who's not getting over it. Men.
Yeah. No.
My girl's.
If I see my
girl
girlfriend on
keeps,
there.
My girl keeps going in there with the Bachelor and doing things.
Yeah.
Doing things. Well, the thought is
the Golden Bachelor hit that.
Oof. If you depending on how old you are, if you lose your girl to the Golden Bachelor, man. So the thought is some couples agree to this beforehand because it's a way to gain notoriety and popularity and maybe start a career that you did as an influencer career. So hey, go on there, but don't do anything because we're supposed to be in a relationship. But all you're doing is faking it.
Don't do anything.
Don't do anything because you're just doing it for some.
No,
followers.
there's a lot of people who are doing it. There's a lot of girlfriends or boyfriends who know what the deal is because they know. This generation is, how can we just start making a lot of money without really working? How can we just travel and get paid to travel? Influencer. What's the best way to get influencer? Yeah, getting a kick from a reality show that's streamed is the best way to do that now. So I get it. I completely get it. And it wouldn't even shock me if she was doing her outrage thing so that she could, although she would have said his name if there was, if she really wanted to try to pump up her boyfriend so he could become an influencer or whatever.
Well, you just get paid to.
Hey, I wish my wife was an influencer. I'm not gonna lie. I wish my wife was an influencer and we got to stay at hotels for free, travel for free, go all over the world.
Do you know?
I wish I had an influencer wife.
You got to set her up with one of those ring lights and a couple cameras,
I
so
know.
and I don't know if she's got time to edit, but being, you can do that.
She
whole
works out. Let's put it on a camera.
Or the homemaking, we homeschool our kids thing on YouTube. That's a big thing too.
No guys are going to subscribe.
Well, not guys, but you know how many women are subscribing to those
channels? Yeah,
channels?
that's true. I'd rather have that going on.
There's something called OnlyFans too.
Well, I don't know if he wants that for his wife.
No,
John.
but at the
Come
same
on, John.
time,
That's a man's wife.
Yeah, but no, Dell. We can talk.
There's a
about
lot
it.
of wives on there,
I mean,
Dell.
listen,
I understand, but
there's a
this
lot of
guy-
wives who
but
aren't
you
even.
know-
You don't
but
have
you
to
know
do
this
everything.
Wife. You know this wife.
Yeah, but if
I
she's
just
just
said
working
that
out in her
there's-
regular
I didn't
clothes
say
and you
she
want to
should
pay,
do it.
No one's gonna pay for her to just work out in regular clothes. You can find that on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. You can YouTube the Clean With Me videos. There are women with like over 200,000 subscribers, and all they do is talk about homemaking and film themselves cleaning. That's
well, yeah, unboxing. There's people who make money. There's people who make money. My daughter got hooked on watching people organize, like buy these little cubes and put stuff in these cubes.
Well, that
and
sounds
I'm
like something your daughter would watch.
Yeah, I mean, she she gets totally involved with things like that and then knows everything about it. Or what about the ASMR, whatever it's called,
Something like
where you
that.
just make noises like this. Give me my money. That's what I want to say.
You know what I think you should do?
Yeah.
You know,
I eat food on the. No one ever
On the
gives
bed.
me money for eating food on the show.
Oh, no
I'll
one
eat
cares
food
about
next
that.
to a
No, yes, they
microphone,
do.
and no one gives
And
me
no,
money.
No, you get paid to talk on the radio,
get
not
paid to-
eat on the radio.
No,
There's
but
a
people
difference.
sometimes. But there's a lot of people getting paid to like eat food in front of a microphone. Dell, am I lying?
No, that's
No.
Not, you're not lying, but no one's looking for you to do that.
All right.
But why not? Give me my money.
No, you know what you should do? We mentioned Marty here. Can you take home this suggestion that Miss Granado brought to the table? Hey, Marty, you know what Miss Granado thinks your mom should do?
I did not say that. I said that OnlyFans. I didn't. I never intimated that she should do it. I did. Now I am intimating that you should go with HRP. Okay. By the way, Patrick Paul joining us at the top of the hour here to talk about this NFL draft, the tackle from the University of Houston. HRP is what I'm talking about right now. I was there on Friday, as a matter of fact. Their facility is second to none. They threw a nice little party. They do it every year for their clients, and we were invited, and it was just awesome. Crawfish boil, BB, but man, they did. It's incredible, incredible. BB is one of the companies that uses them. Acme is a company. John Loughran was there. I mean, it's company after company after company. That Marcus from Orleans Seafood, he uses. I mean, it's company after company after company that uses HRP here in the area. You hear them speaking for them all the time. General Ben was there. They had a bar set up there. It's great. It is awesome. You're somebody who is a business that is, even if it's like 15, 20, 30 employees. We had 75. We decided we're going with them because the company that we were with did not grow with us. HRP will grow with you. When your business grows, they realize that, and it's a different deal. Every single business is customized. It's not cookie cutter. This is what we charge, and we will not deviate from. No, every business is different, so every deal is different. And so whatever it is that you need, if you need them to do less, then they'll do less and they'll charge less. But they're going to save you money because if you're trying to do your payroll and your taxes by yourself, you just ain't doing it right. They're awesome. We love them. You'll love them too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, reminding you, May 7th, we are going to be out at, and we want you to join us, out at Highland Pines for our occasional invitational. We're normally a Wildcat. We will be going back to Wildcat. Obviously, we love Wildcat. But Highland Pines is where we're going to be doing it on May 7th, and we want you to come on out. Go to 975, ESPN975.com, and just sign up. ESPN975.com, right? That's it. ESPN975.com and sign up. If you sign up early, you get the early bird special. So go there now and sign up. May 7th is Tuesday, and we want you all out there. We have the awards ceremony. Valencia's is going to be feeding us. We've got Carbach. It's going to be a great day. Food, drink, all of it included for you for one low price. But you got to go now to get the early bird special. But if you haven't played Highland Pines before, I'm telling you, it doesn't look like anything here in the city of Houston. Elevation changes up to 40 feet from on number 9. You go down a giant hill, par 5. If you get over the hill, you can go for it in 2. It's just at number 10. It's straight downhill. It's just awesome. You got to watch because there's water. It's great. If you haven't played it yet, you need to. You need to get on out there. So ESPN975.com, ESPN975.com. And listen to Dell and Paul and Joe George and others, and a host of others, on Friday night for the draft show. Draft show is Friday night. I won't be there because I'm in the member guest at Highland Pines on Friday, and I don't think I'll be in any shape. Maybe I'll call you, Dell, on the way back. Hey, I don't like the
Well, if you
want
to give an instant reaction to the Texans pick, you're more than welcome. I don't think anybody on that show is going to care if you're drunk or not.
Oh.
We really won't. Call in if you have an instant reaction to the pick. That's kind of the point for anyone if you want to call in that day. Maybe you don't want to. Maybe because 610 doesn't take calls, I don't think. So if you want to call in about the Texans draft, call in from 6 to 9 on Friday.
I still can't believe the instant reaction to J.J. Watt.
Oh, that's floating around again, right?
It is. It was on for whatever. It was on my timeline this weekend. In the reaction to J.J. Watt and the boos. How would you know? How would you know how good J.J. Watt is going to be?
You were there. We did a draft show.
We were doing a draft show.
You were at a sports bar, and people were furious.
People were, I know.
They wanted Nick Fairley or something.
And I was like, what? How do you know? How do you know?
No one wanted the white guy from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And look how wrong everyone was.
And look, couldn't have been more wrong. Couldn't have been more wrong. What is everyone wrong about right now, Lance?
That he's on the air with us? I think you're wrong about that. I don't know where he is. He didn't tell me he was going anywhere. He didn't say he was disconnected. I haven't had a text from him. So this is wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where were you? I've been here the whole time. Oh, then
why didn't you respond?
What have we been talking about?
I don't know. Dell didn't have my mic up.
That's
what have we been talking about?
What's that?
What have we been talking about?
Different types of sports stuff. What do you mean?
Okay. Good guess.
Yeah. No. We have been talking about different types.
But you don't know specifically, even though you were there the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have my sound up.
No.
You didn't have my earphones
That's not how that works. I don't control it.
All right. I moved my system, and I couldn't get it to reboot.
That's what I thought.
There it is.
Why you have to blame me? Just say what happened.
I default to blame you.
What are people – we were talking about how wrong people were about J.J. Watt. What are people wrong about right now in this NFL draft?
I think people are going to ultimately be wrong about God, can I tell you about Jaden Daniels? Maybe Jaden Daniels going to Washington. People are going to be wrong about let's see. They're going to be wrong about Jared Verse. Teams are going to be wrong about Jared Verse. Jared Verse is going to slip a little bit because teams think he's too stiff. They're wrong. Strong, powerful guys at the point of attack, even though he's not big, are successful. He's going to slip in the draft a little bit.
Well, the story about Jaden Daniels is that he doesn't want to go to Washington.
Do you want me to give you the whole scoop?
He wants to go to the Raiders.
Yeah. You want me to give you the whole thing? I'll give you the whole thing. I got it this weekend. Jaden Daniels' mom has become a real problem over there. This is what I'm hearing is that, she was an issue, I guess, at Arizona State too. I'd read a little bit of this. and doing some research, Arizona State fans really did not like her, and I don't know. I don't know all the particulars. So
do you know why they didn't like her? Partly, it's because she was the one booking travel when they were getting hit with, and her name came up when they got hit with NCAA violations. She became like their travel secretary, booking. I put in quotes illegal because NCAA illegal trips for players to get to campus, and she was making all that stuff happen allegedly. So
apparently she is extraordinarily involved with this. They are. It's almost like the way it was described to me was it's almost like they're sabotaging Washington right now with how things are going. They're kind of sabotaging the situation and the setup with Washington because they don't want to be there. As you mentioned, there's two places they want to be, either Antonio Pierce and the Raiders, who have the 14th pick, I think 13 or 14. But they want to go to the Raiders. Antonio Pierce was with him at Arizona State, or they want to go to Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. They don't want to go to New England, and they don't want to go to Washington. So from what I heard, that they're making it very difficult. Apparently, Jaden is kind of, turning some people off. I'm not sure about the agent. I know Jaden's mom is, and so now Washington is having to make a decision about what they're going to do. Do they just ignore the stuff that's going on in the background and take the guy anyway if that's their guy, or do they just say, man, if this is what we're dealing with now, with one really good season, like Jaden Daniels he's been a good quarterback and all, but I mean, he's had one really good season. And are they going to – and he's not this 220-pound, 6'4" player, so he's not physically, gifted from a body type standpoint. He doesn't have a long history of great performances. He is a very talented dual-threat quarterback, but he's very slender. And now there's some, if they start doing the background, was there an issue on Arizona State with how the Arizona State and LSU stuff? Is the mom going to be an overbearing factor? Because we always have helicopter dads you have to worry about with Kyler Murray's dad. David Carr's dad, we didn't even realize that was a helicopter dad thing at the time, but he was out at practices every day. Now, I don't know that he was difficult to deal with. I never heard
he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
But you still don't want that, though.
No,
you don't need somebody's dad at practice every day. And if somebody's parent is going to be overbearing and be an issue, it's a concern for teams. So, man, he might not be at the number 2 spot just because and what they're going to do is they're going to mess around, get their way, and be in New England anyway. Or the Giants could take him. You know what I mean? They're trying to – and we're seeing this a lot more now. Deion Sanders has done this now in advance for Shador and Travis Hunter, where you just pick the team you want to play for. And if you don't like how things are going, you just fuss and act difficult to deal with until you get what you want or the team you want. And I really hate this new mentality that just try to gripe your way into. James did it. I mean, it's not a brand new thing just in one sport. No,
it's more prevalent in the NFL and the NBA.
Is it even that new? John Elway did it.
Yeah,
Eli did it.
Yeah, Eli did it. No. And I was going to go back. The Elway thing, it was like it never gained traction. He was kind of a one and done until 2004 and I thought it was a horse bleep move then, that the Manning family, and I get it, Archie played for the Saints and he thought it was a disaster and all that. He went from the and frankly, the Chargers ended up being a pretty good team.
Yeah.
But he did win 2 Super Bowls. Eli did with the Giants, but that was a rat turd move also.
Yes.
To fuss your way out of a team, like what a baby move
Does
that
baseball,
is.
I know they always have the option of going back. Do baseball prospects do this? Oh, I'm
yes.
in a position I'm just going to go back. I'm not going to.
A lot.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but Scott Boras and some of the agents
that.
just say we won't sign with you because they want to go to certain teams. Yes. That's a baseball draft thing, but this is the first time we're really starting to see it pop up a lot in the NFL draft, and it's a little bit of a concern.
Yeah. All right, we got to break it. Patrick Paul is going to join us on the other side, right here. Left tackle for University of Houston. Lance, you can ask him questions about where he is. You can tell him where he might be slotted, and he can tell you that you're full of it or whatever. That can happen next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell, our final hour today. Patrick Paul is joining us here, left tackle from the University of Houston. I saw him at his coach's house last week, and we were hanging out. I said, I need to get some insight on what's going on with you and the NFL draft. Patrick's joining us. What up, Patrick? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, John?
How y'all doing? Good.
Doing good.
Lance Zierlein is here with us as well. NBA, works
Lance?
for the NFL Network. Have you ever read his stuff?
NBA?
NBA. Did I say NBA? NFL Network. Have you ever read?
I mean, I'll do some NBA stuff, too.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I have. And then I also met him. I met him about a year ago also.
Oh, yeah.
John Daspit's.
Yeah.
John Daspit's
at the Post-Oak.
So have you read what he's written about you?
I have.
And so tell him how stupid he is.
I mean, I wouldn't agree with what he said, but it's all good. You know how it is. It's motivation.
Most people don't agree. They don't look at the positive stuff. They only look at the negative, and that's it.
Right.
But that's fine.
Patrick, if we are grading...
That's fine. I frequently like being wrong. I don't have a problem being wrong on what I said, and I think Patrick goes in day 2 of the draft. I've got him currently slotted in the second round. Talked to a couple teams who have him there, too. One team is looking at him as a left tackle in that round, so I think that's going to be what it happens. I want to get to the process for you, Patrick. When you go through this, when you start, you don't know what you're getting into. Of all the things, from the training, from the interviews, from the combine, from Senior Bowl, you've gone through a lot right now. What is it? How has it been different than you expected, or what's been the biggest eye-opening thing through the whole quote-unquote draft season?
I'd say the biggest eye-opener was maybe the Senior Bowl. Kind of went there, and we learned a whole playbook and system in a day. So that, for me, was eye-opening, was having to retain that and go out there with that knowledge so you can play at a fast speed. You know, you want to impress people that are there watching you, so you don't want to mess up. So you really have to hone in like a night to get the plays down. So I'd say that's the biggest eye-opener for me. But the process, it's been amazing. From each step of the way, from the Senior Bowl to the Combine to the Pro Day, it's all been great. You know, you meet a lot of people, meet a lot of coaches, meet a lot of players, and that part of it is amazing.
Patrick Paul with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Lance's his evaluation of you notwithstanding, where do you think, because you and I talked, there's a possibility of the first round. Where do you think you're going this week?
I mean, there's 44 games to watch of me, one of the most starts in this draft. So I'd say I believe I'm a top 32 guy. You know, you never know how draft night goes, but I hope to be called on Thursday.
You hope to be called on Thursday.
Well, you play a high-priority position, and this is the thing is there's going to be more than likely minimum of 7 offensive tackles. One guy, you know, there's a player at Washington who may be considered a guard, but we're going to have a high number of offensive linemen drafted. Could be as many as – there's a chance it could go as high as 11. I don't think it goes that high, but we got a chance to break a record here. But the tackles once you start slipping in the back half of the first round, that's where the surprises happen. I know the 3 names, so there's Patrick Paul from Houston. There is Jordan Morgan, who is a tackle from Arizona, who could end up getting in there. And I'm trying to think. I feel like there's a third tackle. But being in a position of high need, being somebody with incredibly long arms, those are 2 things really working in your advantage. What do teams talk to you about in terms of playing on the left side, the right side, what they want you to do in year 1? Do they get into what they think your growth potential is from a standpoint of becoming just an NFL player?
Yeah, definitely. You know, when I've gone on these visits and gone to these combine meetings, Senior Bowl meetings, I mean, they watch all the film, so I'd say, you know, they want to ask, can you play both sides? Some teams may ask, hey, can you play both sides? Some may just say, okay, you're a left tackle. So, I mean, I can play both sides. And as far as stuff they ask about, they'll say just, need to refine the hands, which I agree with, and which I probably tell them first is, refine the hand placement and hand striking and also just the run game stuff. And I think it's all things that they understand. And they also knew the offense that we ran at Houston. So, I mean, they're pretty well in tune with how we were
Well, and those are the two things I point out in mine that I think you just agree with them, but I don't think they're. I mean, every player has things they need to work on, and they know most of them who are like you are. You understand the things you have to work on. The hand placement thing is important for you because with your length, like I noticed at Senior Bowl, if you can get better timing on your punch, people can't get near you because you have rare arm length, and it's all about getting your punch where it's supposed to be and getting it timed up. Because, you know, I've had a couple teams ask me about, well, you don't think that Graham Barton, who is a player who played tackle at Duke, but he's got 32.5-inch arms. Like, that's just not long enough at tackle. It needs to be at guard. He needs to play guard or center. Because as my dad is a pro line coach, he just always says, look, people can downgrade length that they want, but when a guy has long arms and he's well-timed with it, first man in is usually the winner. Whoever can get hands on the other guy first is usually the winner. You have a big advantage in that regard.
Yeah, true that. I definitely agree, and it's something that I honed in on during this pre-draft process because I kind of got in the habit of catching last year during the season because it was successful for me. You know, I didn't give up a sack doing it, but it's definitely something that I've been refining throughout this pre-draft process. When working with Duke was just hand striking and hand placement. So I'm actually really excited to, you know, go out there, whatever team gets me, and really punch the shit out of somebody.
Whoa.
Oh, whoa.
The crap out of somebody.
The mess.
No, but I like that, though. You need to have that. No, that's part of being an offensive lineman.
You're getting worked up, Lance.
I like it. Good. We'll beep you again if we need
to. You're right up.
Don't worry.
And he wants to
he's
punch
talking
the
about
shit out of somebody.
He's talking about how you gotta play the position, and you're working with Duke Manyweather, who's one of the best out of the Frisco area, and Duke does a really good job with offensive linemen. Does a really good job, and I tell you, Duke is one of the rare people I've seen who can change the way, who can have instant changes in terms of how guys bend, like physical features. Duke is really, really good at working technique and some things like that as well, and the whole, he's really into the sports science of it all. Run blocking. Now, you talked about run blocking, and that's something that you can work on your bend and all that. But when it comes to run blocking and being a finisher and having, you talked about punching the bleep out of people, you know, that's that same mentality as a run blocker. It's more yes, there's technique stuff, no doubt, but a lot of it is a mentality as well. A lot of tackles have the, you know, you're so used to pass pro, that run blocking is not featured as much as we used to see, and that's something that has to be developed on the next level. What do you think about that in terms of mentality? Do you think that you had enough run blocking background? Talk about what you want to work on as a run blocker on the next level.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say just being more consistent with it. You know, whatever team drafts me, just honing in with that O-line coach and working the technique every single day and understanding what type of scheme they run and really just diving deep into it, that I can get that consistency down in my head, that you just keep that tenacious mindset so when you're out there and it's a run play, you're just moving a guy from point A to point B on a consistent basis. So, yeah, it just depends on where I go.
How many line coaches have you had? You've had at least...
I've only had two.
Okay, you've only had two. Okay. I knew you had a new one this year. And you had one
yes,
before. I don't know if you've had three or just two. Because that's something that can be tough for players, too, when they've got multiple voices in their ear over the year and you don't get that same consistency.
What teams have you been talking to, Patrick?
Well, I've talked to all of them throughout the process, but I visited with 11.
Who are your top 30 visits?
I mean, it'd be a little list. Let me think. I've been down south. I've been up north. I've visited with all the teams in New York. One Cincinnati, Dallas, Baltimore. You know, this is a list. But, yeah, it's been a lot of travel, to say the least. But we're 3 days away now.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of guys say, man, I was shocked. Because you think, oh, that team really liked me. They really like me. I think that's where I'm going to go. They're telling me a lot of great stuff. And then all of a sudden, a team that didn't even talk to him is coming out of nowhere and taking him. So that's a real possibility as well. But teams have shown a lot of interest in you, haven't they? I mean, are you getting multiple calls from certain teams?
Oh, yeah. So I've almost Zoomed with the entire NFL as far as like O-line coaches, just getting on Zoom and trying to find out your knowledge. Throughout the Senior Bowl, interviewed with all of them. Combine, had a lot of formal interviews. So there's a lot of interest, but like you say, you never know. You never know who's going to pick you on draft night. So it's kind of up in the air, but I'm kind of just ready, wherever it is, and I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to attack it.
Patrick Paul joins us right now, University of Houston left tackle. He is going to be in the NFL draft and is going to hear his name called pretty early here in the process. Who was a team / offensive line coach / GM? I don't care. Who's somebody that you had the most, whether it was enjoyable or interesting or memorable session with, whether it's Zoom or at the Combine? Who was that person? Who was that team?
At the Senior Bowl, actually, the first interview I had was one of the first interviews I had. It was with the Dolphins, and this was at the Senior Bowl. It's kind of like speed dating, but the GM was sitting down at the table, and I don't think I knew at first. And that one was
Chris Greer.
Yes, that was interesting for me. Yeah,
in what way?
There. Because the questions he was asking. I mean, most of the time he was just staring at me, but the question he asked kind of made me think for a really long time, and I think he liked that because I didn't have the answer to it. I think it was like, what would people say about you that you wouldn't agree with? And I was just there. I was like, that was a good question, and it took me so long to answer because I really couldn't think. So, I mean, I think
just say, have you seen Lance Zierlein's scouting report?
Yeah.
Apparently, you'd say that.
He's stupid.
Based on the way John's acting like.
Right.
But, no, but that is one of the ways that they test you to see what your psychology is in terms of sometimes they want to see how – it's funny because teams have different ways of digging in. That could have been a question to determine, do you take in a bunch of output and does it overly bother you? Do you ignore the outside message? Or maybe it is, how introspective is this guy? You never know, but have you found that there are teams that really are – because offensive linemen have to be smart. Defensive linemen can be dumb. O-linemen have to be smart. You know that, Patrick.
Yeah.
But have you found that how much of this is psychological stuff that you've had to deal with different teams? Because some teams do psychological testing as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think they test you throughout the entire process, whether even I just had a test recently with the Colts, and that was on a visit. So I'd say that teams, they'll test you throughout just the whole process. You do a whole bunch of tests to test your reaction speed or your memory or just flat-out knowledge like math. So they definitely test you a lot throughout the process to see where you're at, but I think I passed all of those with flying colors.
I wonder if you took the S2 test. Do you know if you took that S2 test?
I did.
Okay,
I did, yeah.
What'd you think of it?
It was interesting. It was kind of fun, but it definitely threw me for a loop because while doing it, I was trying to see how this applied to football, and I just couldn't. I couldn't square them up. I couldn't square them up. I was midway. I was just like, okay, how would this? Some of them I could see with like the reaction, but like I was just like, how is this? I didn't understand it, but it was fun.
All right, here's a good question from a listener. Ask Patrick, when he flies, does he prefer to sleep or talk to a creepy stranger next to him for the duration of the flight? Patrick,
ooh, that's a good one. Depends on how my day's going.
Okay.
But if I'm tired, I'll be knocked out. But if not, I'm talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Plus, I wouldn't say creepy stranger. I think that's unnecessary.
Well, that's what we would clarify. That's what Lance does. He talks to everybody on the flight.
So would the person
Well,
sitting
Patrick
down
Paul
in the
was sitting
seat
next to me, I would light him up with about 45 minutes of conversation.
And you think he's
Without
looking
question.
for that? Are you looking for that,
May
Patrick,
not be.
from a stranger?
He may be fine for the first 20 minutes.
Are
He
you
told
looking
it
for
depends
that,
on,
Patrick, or
he
no?
He told you it depends on his day.
Yeah.
It depends on the day. But, yeah, you're definitely right. I'm kind of big, so, people are going to be, interested to see what I do.
Right.
So I'm going to start the conversation because they might not, want to, but they might have questions. So I'll start the convo.
Oh, that's nice.
See?
Patrick's a nice guy. Nicer than I would be if Lance sat next to me.
He's way nicer than you, period.
Yeah.
Lance does sit next to
really?
you, and you're not nice.
Oh, really? Because I saw your evaluation of Patrick, and it doesn't seem like you were all that nice.
I'll get it out right now. I'll get it out right now. I've got it on the computer.
Okay.
Well, quit acting like I killed Patrick Paul.
You know what? Patrick Paul is actually the nicest guy in the world for not just slapping the shit out of you like he wants to.
Whoa.
Right.
You're almost cussing a lot.
No, Pat. Well, I'm trying to be like Patrick. Okay, and just drop S-bombs.
That's on me. That's on me. I did not know. That's on me. I was going to censor myself.
Well, man, we're going to be rooting for you. Where are you going to be for the draft?
I'm being Houston.
Yeah, good.
So I'm be down here with y'all.
All right, good, man. Well, we're looking forward to it. Can't wait till your name is called. That's going to be awesome. Congratulations on your success. I know your head coach loves you, and he can't wait for you to be drafted. He thinks you should definitely be a first rounder, and so I know that for a fact that he loves you as a player. So that's a great time. Best of luck this week. I bet you can't wait till it's over because it feels like forever, huh?
It has been forever, but I appreciate y'all having me on, and we'll see where I go this week.
All right,
remember, the draft is just a day. Football starts shortly after that, and once you get drafted, it doesn't matter where you go, whether you're the first pick or the Brock Purdy pick. All the football is what decides how what that career looks like.
All.
So good luck in that.
Patrick, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for joining us.
I appreciate y'all.
All right, there's Patrick Paul with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.
Why are y'all trying to start stuff?
Now, earlier in the show.
Why are you and Dell trying to start stuff, but mostly you?
I didn't read the scouting report, so I don't know what you said about him.
I didn't even read it.
Here's what's so horrible.
We got a break. All I know is that it was you said bad stuff about him.
Yeah, you have him below.
I've got a strengths in a week. You want to hear the 7 good things I said versus the 6 things that he needs to work on?
Here's the thing. That's right. And he said, you know what? I don't agree with his ass. But, okay, and next time I see him, watch it. That's what he said.
He didn't say next time I see him.
He said, I believe.
Keep that same energy.
I believe the phrase was, it's on site.
He didn't know he said it's on site about
he said, keep that same energy.
Not even Marcus Golden said it's on
draft
site.
Boy. Keep that same energy, draft boy.
Angriest person on hitting.
Time for me to talk about, and I said earlier in the show, I mistakenly said, the IRS had something to do with your property taxes. They don't have anything to do with your property taxes. The government has all to do with your property taxes, but not the IRS. Here's the deal. I mistakenly haven't fought my property taxes before, and it was a big mistake. You actually have to, every year, this is a must for all of us. If you own a home, you pretty much have to protest. Because if you don't protest it, they're jacking up how much. When you look and see, wait a minute, it was so funny. Like a few years, we had just bought the house, and before the year was out, they had it worth like way more than we paid for it. And I'm like, how could that possibly be? How can that possibly be when I just paid for this house? You guys are saying it's worth a lot more. It's not. It's worth what I paid for it. But that's what the government will do. They'll do that every single time. They're always jacking it up. 86% of Ownwell's customers save on their property taxes. 86%. That means the government is wrong at least that amount. Okay? So here's the deal. You got to fight it. You got to protest it. I've protested mine before. It's much easier when you use a company that has all the technology and is experts. They're local tax experts and best-in-class customer support at Ownwell. No upfront cost, savings, or free guarantee. If you don't save, you don't pay. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Del, I'm sending you Dana Brown talking about Jose Abreu. I'm putting it in the audio. It's really...
Are we allowed to play that? He
is the number one... Is it not? He is the number one subject, I think, of this season, which is there's so many problems for this team. It's in the rundown now, Dale.
Are we allowed to play that since it aired on a certain local station?
No, this was an interview.
You can credit him.
Yeah. Well, it was. Well, maybe you're right. I don't know.
Off the air, guys.
It was an interview. It was a post game interview.
I'll take a look.
Yeah, take a look and see. Anyway, it was an interview. It wasn't a radio interview. So, in order the problems for the Astros. In order, Lance. I think number one is all the pitchers on the IL.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Christian
on that
Javier
one.
goes on this weekend. That's the sixth starting pitcher on the IL.
You can't even compete with what they're dealing with. I mean, you can't be a competitive team.
No, not with six guys. Not with six. And for you're starting six in a lot of. I mean, that would be one of the best rotations. The starters that have been
Justin's
on
back.
the IL. Well, Justin's back now, but he missed how many starts? Okay, so you've had six. Okay, that's problem number one. Number two, the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, correct.
Number two is the back end of the bullpen.
Number three is just clutch hitting to me.
Number three is clutch hitting.
I mean, you can fade Jose Abreu. He's not going to be a full-time player. And you faded Machete for multiple years. It's not like you can't win with one guy who's a boat anchor of a hitter. You can. The difference is Machete has defensive prowess, and Abreu stinks on defense. But Abreu is not going to play. I mean, Abreu is not going to play that much, but John Singleton, that's going to be the answer?
So Abreu is down having a hole in the lineup. Hey, listen, Machete was not great defensively last year either, and he kept on playing him. But at least
he's also
he had some
pitch
value because he was he was calling pitches.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Abreu has no value, but it's not like we haven't seen this before, and you haven't been able to overcome a hole in the lineup, especially with the hitters that you have in this lineup. But you know what? Nobody's coming through. Good player, bad clip, but it doesn't matter. Nobody's coming through.
No.
I mean, so yeah, the lack of clutch hitting has been remarkably pitiful. It's remarkably pitiful. And I think that's a bigger problem than just Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu is down the list of problems for this baseball team. Now, he's a problem. There's no question about that. But everybody's pointing. I don't have a problem with Joe Espada right now. I just don't. I just don't think anybody could overcome.
I don't either. And it's not because I know his team sucks, but I never had a problem with Dusty, only just some of the moves or non-moves Dusty made. Right now, Espada's been pretty much by the book, and it just hasn't. Players are not playing well. I don't really have a problem with his lineups. I don't really have a problem with the way that he's moved guys back who have not performed well or moved guys up like Diaz early on in the season. I don't have a problem with him leaving starters in early in games when they're getting roughed up because you would just beat the hell out of your bullpen if you didn't. Sometimes you just have to fade it and move on. You can't compound the problem by going to the bullpen too early. And the bullpen has sucked. So, yeah, I get it. People want to be mad at Espada. I totally get it. Buck stops there at the manager. But what has he done that's upset you? I can't find tangible moves or non-moves that I'm upset with that he screwed up. I can't find them.
Yeah, no, I can't find them either. So when asked, we can't play this thing because I think it aired on Astros radio. He says, there's no way of sugarcoating this. He's scuffling right now. I think he knows it. It's wearing on him. I'm sure it's wearing on our hitting coaches. The frustration mounts. But ultimately, hopefully, he can turn this thing around. I think we're going to have to give him some time off, maybe platoon a little bit just to see if one of the other guys can get hot and give him some time off. Maybe he can catch fire after a few days off. It's tough to watch when you see him go through this, blah, 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 blah. So they know it. It's not like they don't know it. Jeff Bagwell admitted it when he was on the broadcast. It's just it's about as bad as it gets right now with Jose Abreu. But you know what? There's a lot of problems with this team. A lot of problems with
Don't
this
sign old players on long deals. Memo to self.
team. Yeah. No, absolutely. All right, 713-780-3776.
Can I tell you a quick story?
Sure.
This will take 1 minute.
I
had a
so
moment.
you've never told a story that lasts 1 minute.
Okay, put me on the clock, Dale. Yesterday, I was getting on an elevator, and right before I got on my elevator to go up to my room, I'm on the 5th floor. These two kids, cute little kids, get on the floor. Looks like a big brother and a little sister. I'm saying probably 6 and 4, if I had to guess. They get maybe 7 and 5. They get on. I say, "Can you push 5 for me?" And he pushed 5 for me. I think, "Thanks, buddy. No big deal." And he's driving up, and we're going up. They're going to 6, and I'm like, you know what? I should just be the nice guy on the elevator and say, "Hey, what's going on, guys? You guys having a good time or whatever?" And then I realized immediately, if somebody talked to my kids, they're not supposed to talk to strangers. I'm stranger. Yesterday, I would have been considered stranger danger. And I'm not. I'm a nice person and a preeminent draft expert in the country. And yet these kids would have considered me stranger danger. So I decided not to talk against my better judgment because I think I could have, gave them a happy day, like a good positive interaction. And yet I realized, and I had the discipline to realize,
There it is. There's your minute, up. And you didn't finish.
Yeah, no chance.
No, I did wrongly so. They would have considered me stranger danger, and I'm not.
So
now,
you just told a
Minji
story
Lee
about
might have considered me
talking to
stranger
kids?
danger.
Is that what I heard? You just
Yeah,
decided to
I did,
interrupt
but
the
I
show
didn't.
With a
But I
conversation
didn't. But I
about
didn't because they would have
potentially
considered
talking
me
to children.
because they would have considered me stranger danger on an
You
elevator.
decided not to creep people out.
What kind of story
That's
is
the
that?
story you told.
Because I'm showing you my discipline.
It's not discipline not to talk to people you don't know. Usually people go through life and that's how they act. It's not
I
discipline.
typically don't like talking to people I don't know.
Well, you like
I don't.
talking to either attractive
On
women
planes,
on the plane or famous
I don't,
people.
I don't care what she looked like. She's
Stop
an
it.
LPGA champion.
You didn't know that until you talked to her.
I don't care how she looked.
That's the thing we didn't even investigate. He didn't know what she did for a living until he talked to her. He saw what he deemed an attractive woman to go, you know what, I'm going to have a conversation.
That's not what I deem. That's what you're deeming.
John?
Creepy.
It's not creepy. It's not
We let
creepy.
you-
She asked.
No.
You know what? Here's the thing. Oh, no. You guys want to know how
Not
nice
really.
of a person I is?
No.
No. I'm going to
No,
tell you right
we
now.
don't.
No, you've never had this happen to you. I let her borrow a charger. I went into my bag,
Look
got
how
a
nice
charger,
he
and
is.
I said, you can borrow mine because her side didn't work. I said, you can borrow mine. That's fine. You can charge on my side. Here's a charger. You don't have a cord because yours is international because yours is Australian.
Ha.
Here's a cord for you to use. And guess what? At the end of the flight, the flight attendant came over and said, "Hey, do you want credit or
That's a lie.
miles?" No, I swear on Jesus. She said, "Do you want credit or miles?" I said, "For what?" She goes, "That was really sweet what you did." I said, "No, I don't need anything. I just let her." No.
Excuse me.
What?
What's her name?
I got 5,000 miles. I got
Minji Lee.
Minji Lee. If Minji Lee looked like Craig Stadler, would
Which-
she have been able to borrow his charger?
Yeah, absolutely.
In your side, no chance.
Absolutely.
At the Walrus
Craig
was the
Stadler,
one
the-
who
the
needed help.
Walrus.
That's his nickname. I didn't make that up.
The Walrus could have
No
used
way.
my side to charge. Yeah.
No way.
When I was done charging,
Yeah, you would have made the Walrus
I
wait.
immediately unplugged for Minji Lee because she's an LPGA champ.
You didn't know that beforehand.
We got
I
a
had a
break in
feeling.
here on ESPN
I had a funny feeling.
97.5 and 92.5. One more segment.
She had a golfer's look to her.
And then we will.
Stop it. She looks like a girl from Shogun look to her.
Yeah, that's true. She
She's
does look
Korean,
more like
not
Shogun.
Japanese.
You didn't know that.
Doesn't
Ty.
matter.
You didn't know
Stop.
that.
It doesn't matter. She does look like more like Shogun. Okay.
That doesn't. So does Craig Stadler in a way.
What?
Breaking it
What
here.
was-
One segment, then News of the Weird. Don't go anywhere.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, stuff we missed. Did you guys see Jameis Winston interviewing a fish this weekend?
Did we see who?
Jameis Winston interviewing a fish.
No.
Yeah, it was stupid. It was really.
If Jameis Winston had a streaming show on Netflix, I'd never watch it. His stuff's dumb.
Yeah.
His stuff is just
it was dumb. I don't know which was dumber, the W.
That was pretty dumb.
That was pretty dumb. Or him interviewing the fish. I don't know. It was pretty, because the fish didn't say anything, really.
Well, it's because it's a fish.
It's a fish, yeah.
Now, if that fish talked, we have a different thing altogether. If the fish talked back, then I'm interested in this conversation. Yeah. How did he find a fish that would talk? But I haven't been interested in anything Jameis has done since the 30-30 season. You know how Kyle Tucker was really upset and probably affected his playoff performance? He didn't get his 30-30 season. Jameis in his 30-30 season, spectacular. I don't know what Kyle Tucker's whining about. Do what Jameis did, and we'll have a conversation.
Except Kyle Tucker's were both positive 30s?
Yeah, I think the 30-30 was positive for me.
Okay. Did you see this stat? You're a numbers guy, Lance.
Uh-huh.
Caitlin Clark sold more Fever jerseys in one day than the entire Cowboys roster last season.
That can't be true.
Yeah. Yep. I mean,
there's
how
no
many
way
people
that's
were? Wait a
true.
minute. How many new guys on the Cowboys were people buying jerseys for?
Yeah, but Michael Parsons is still getting a lot of jerseys.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, but what is
CeeDee Lamb,
fourth year in the league?
You mean to tell me more than CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons,
yes,
Tyler Biadasz?
Tyler Biadasz. What? How many Cowboy jerseys can you buy? They don't change their uniforms. And if you bought a Micah Parsons jersey in 2022, it's going to be the same thing in 2023.
Micah Parsons had the fifth best-selling jersey. No. He had the best-selling jersey in the NFL last year.
He was second behind Patrick
Dak was
Mahomes.
Fifth, and she still sold more.
I don't believe that.
How many did she sell? I know Fanatics couldn't keep up with the
In one
demand.
day, you said? That can't be true.
In one day.
That can't be true. Not for a whole season.
That every player on the Cowboys roster, and Micah was first, and Dak was fifth in the league, and she sold more jerseys. How about that?
Yeah, I don't believe it.
This is according to Dick Weiss.
Talk to Athlon
of the New York Daily News.
Weiss?
You what?
Who knows who that is?
Well, he writes for the Daily News.
He's from the New York Daily News, a reputable news source, not the NFL Network like you.
Honestly, do you actually believe that's true, that one full year, and we're talking about fans in Mexico, fans in Europe, fans in – you think that there's anyone in Mexico City or Germany or London who are buying Caitlin Clark jerseys? That can't be true.
Well,
for the whole team combined.
Well, you're just calling Dick Weiss a liar.
Dick Weiss, I don't think you're reading the stat right. I don't think you're reading. I think you're misreading something.
Okay, let me read it to you again.
Either Dick Weiss is a liar or you're stupid, John, because you can't read.
Because I can't read. Okay, let me
one
read
is
it to you again.
Okay.
Caitlin Clark sold more Fever jerseys in one day than the entire Cowboys roster last season.
Yeah, that sounds like a big fat lie.
Considering the Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons had the best-selling jersey in the NFL last year, and quarterback Dak Prescott placed fifth on that same list, Clark outselling the entire team is simply mind-blowing.
I'm going to read. Okay,
I'm going to get me one, an Indiana Fever 22 jersey.
I want you to.
I do.
Where are you going to wear it?
I want you to wear it on the show.
I'll wear it on the show. I ain't scared of it.
All right, let me see here.
I don't ever want to be fair to Lance, because why would I? I don't know where Dick Weiss doesn't appear to be citing any sources. He just writes it on his Twitter. I'm not saying he's a liar. He's a National Sports Writer Hall of Famer.
Okay, why would Dick Weiss lie to
I'm not
Lance?
saying. I just don't know where he got the information from, because he doesn't cite anything.
Okay, here's where it comes from. Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin, who hosts the White Party, the famous White Party that James went to whenever he tricked off the San Antonio Spurs game.
White power!
The Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin said that her Indiana Fevers jersey sold more on draft night than any player in any sport in the company's history. Now, Ever? Or what's the time frame? What does that mean?
What do you mean? He just said in any person in history ever.
For their entire juncture, so more Pat Mahomes jerseys in one night. She has more jerseys sold than Pat Mahomes has.
In one day, it sold more than
He
any
doesn't,
other.
but it doesn't say that.
Okay, read it again.
Okay, I'll read it again. This is what it says. Caitlin, the latest example, Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin said that her Indiana Fevers jersey sold more on draft night than any player in any sport in the company's history. Does that mean on their draft nights? Because I could see that. On draft night, I could see that.
Well, I could certainly
Big
see.
Big deal anyway. But what you said was more than the entire Cowboys roster.
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean? Not for a whole year. There's no way she sold more in one night than they sold all last year for the Cowboys. That can't be possible.
Well, why
There's
can't that be
fans
possible?
internationally because she's not an international sensation. The Cowboys are
You
an
don't know
international
that?
sensation.
You don't know
Yeah,
that
I
other
do.
countries aren't watching her?
Yeah, I do. I never see anyone talk about her outside of this country. They
Who are
don't
you
watch
talking to outside
WNBA
of this
basketball.
country?
Yeah.
There's many people, many people, and many different types of people that I talk to. Their Twitter accounts that I see. I haven't seen Sam Monson mention her once, and he's originally from Ireland, and he's at Pro Football Focus. Not once has he mentioned her that I know of.
Oh, you mean the strictly football guy hasn't mentioned the women's basketball player?
Exactly.
Listen.
Where are all these WNBA fans come from? I get Caitlin Clark has a lot of
my
fans.
granddaughter wants one. Charlie wants one right now. Okay.
Charlie also wants a Mahomes jersey.
No, she doesn't.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't want anything to do with Mahomes.
Charlie is less than – how old is Charlie? 1?
15 months.
How do you know she wants
Her
one?
mom just told me.
Are you gonna?
Well, then,
are you calling
you're
a
not
mom
gonna,
a liar?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, what are you doing, John, where she doesn't want a Stroud jersey? The hell kind of dad are you?
No, I already got it. Don't worry, she's already got her Texans gear.
Granddad.
She's got her Texans
dad
gear.
for Steffi.
She's got her Texans gear already.
Is it a Stroud jersey?
She's got Texans gear. She's got Astros gear.
Does she have a Hunter jersey?
She doesn't have a Hunter jersey. No, she does not have a Hunter
There's no
jersey.
point of buying a Stroud jersey now. The new ones are coming out. You're gonna see him tomorrow. Why would he buy a jersey, an old one?
I'm going.
What about a Petrie? What about a Petrie?
John's had a lot of slander for Petrie. I
I
don't know if he's
know.
gonna buy that
Unnecessary slander. Although, you know what I found out is that Petrie, when he was in college, Dave Aranda had different rules for him where he could kind of do whatever he wanted to, and now he's having to learn how to play safety. One of the reasons he's making mistakes is Baylor let him just roam, kind of the J.J. Watt stuff where he could just, dart inside if he wanted to, and everyone else has to respond around him doing his own thing. Apparently, that's what Jalen Petrie had some of that. They let him be just kind of a total rover and go make plays, and now that he's in structure, it's taken him a while to learn how to play in structure.
Lance, have you ever seen numbers as far as how many jerseys are sold? I've seen lists about, this player
I've only
sold
seen
the most.
lists. I've never seen totals.
Yeah, no one's ever. So I don't know. Why is it so incredible when we never see the numbers of jerseys sold? We just see,
well,
this guy
Michael
won.
Rubin also is a little squirrely. So
You've been throwing slander at several.
No. Michael Rubin is. You know who I know? Because his competition, Panini, told me.
Oh, his competition told you.
Yep. And he has the white party. I mean, come on.
He knows.
Where everyone dresses up in all whites, and he's like, have you ever seen anything from that party? And have we ever gotten invited? Not one single time.
Why would
So
you
I
be
could give
invited? Why would
less
any of
about
us
his
be invited?
parties.
No one wants to have a guy come to the party talking about the draft.
Yeah.
You're actually white.
You'll have mustard all over your white.
You want to be there because you're white? That's your
White party?
It's about the
I
color.
thought
I've never
apparently
seen you wear
it's just
white clothes.
clothing, and everyone wears linens.
Do you think you look
Who
good?
wears linen?
in all white?
Linen always it easily wrinkles. Who wants to wear linen?
You don't iron your
Unless
T-shirts.
it's
What are
too
you talking
hot. It's in
about?
Ohio. I wouldn't go. You know what? If he invited me, wouldn't go. You know why? Number one, because he's lying about Caitlin Clark and he's trying to make the NFL look bad.
This is what this came down to. The NFL looking bad.
This is because now your league looks bad because Caitlin Clark is more popular than your league.
She's not.
Yeah, she is. Yes, she is.
She's not more popular
your league
than the
combined.
NFL.
She's more likable.
She is much more likable. Did y'all see?
Really? Okay, well, I'll make sure and tell Lynette Woodard, Sue Bird, Diana Taurasi, Angel Reese, what's her name, Mulkey. I'll make sure and tell people on Twitter who don't like her for reasons. I'll
Now
make sure
name
and tell
all the
them
NFL
she's
players
so
people
likable.
don't like.
Yeah. Okay.
I know somebody that everyone likes. Tyreek Hill.
No, not
That's-
everybody.
that's the last
Not
guy
all
you
the women
should've
that are suing him.
You should have
Dak.
chosen
They
that
don't
guy.
like him. They don't
What
like
about
him.
Dak?
Yeah. No, don't
C.J.
like
Stroud?
Dak. No, they don't like. He's overpaid.
Dak's in a lawsuit too.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud is not in a lawsuit.
Yeah,
No.
but he has negative things to say about Houston women.
He did.
Yeah.
No, he likes L.A. women.
Yeah,
better,
but
doesn't he?
Houston still.
Likes
Yeah, but
California.
Houston still loves
That's
him.
embarrassing.
Who's the most likable NFL player? Kirk Cousins.
What? Most
You
likable
can't hate him now that
NFL player?
quarterbacks has come out.
JJ.
I can't say. No, people in Houston for some reason don't even
Yeah.
like him, and he doesn't play football anymore.
All right, we got to break it. News of the Weird coming your way next. All-state
Purdy.
siding right now, though.
Allstate Windows and Siding. Allstate Windows and Siding. You know how I know it's Allstate Windows and Siding? Because they do an incredible job for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listeners of installing windows with no glass breakage. They custom measure so that your windows will fit properly to each frame. They are going to make sure that that you get the deep discounts for being an ESPN and 97.5 and 92.5 listeners. You have to tell them, and you're going to get a bigger discount. The windows are made in Texas. A lot of windows right now that are being made are made in China. They're not as good a quality. They're made fast, but they're not made well. And these are made in Texas for Texas weather, specifically with the rain, the humidity, the hail, the wind that we deal with hurricanes, some places tornadoes. They're specifically designed and built with our weather in mind. And what you have is a window that looks great. It's a huge upgrade to the appearance of your home, but not just the appearance of your home. They're also going to make sure that your windows are going to reduce noise. They're going to add a level of safety. And, of course, they're going to be able to keep that dust out and the air conditioning in. AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com. Make sure that you get your windows to help lower your energy bills. AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com.
All right, welcome back. Did you guys happen to go to the fish orgy in California? Apparently there was a full moon, and they need the full moon because they need a high tide. So they roll up on the shore and have sex. And a Southern California citizen scientist watched, and he said it was unruly. Thousands of them all making noise. Looked like the post-apocalyptic marine Mad Max. Do you guys want to go and watch a fish orgy ever?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
Apparently now in Alabama, it is not good to be a librarian. A new bill targeting librarians for supplying minors with certain content in public libraries. They could be arrested. Do you want to be a librarian in Alabama?
Supplying minors sounds like something really
That's what
filthy
they're.
and egregious.
That's exactly what they're. It's quote unquote supplying minors.
You mean the books that are in the building?
Yes.
That's supplying?
Yes. In many libraries in the state of Alabama, there are obscene, which is illegal or sexually graphic, inappropriate, harmful to minor materials in the children's section.
Do they name some of the obscene books?
No. Well,
what is Thomas the Train doing that we don't know about?
What, a train?
Stop it.
No. Next question.
Okay, you just answered your own question. I'm pretty sure
it's a train with a face. All it does is choo choo.
Yeah. Okay. Well, whatevs.
With his buddies.
There is an ambulance driver who had a bad night. Apparently pulled up on an accident and hit the cop and a lady who were there at the scene, who were helping in an accident on White Avenue. Around 2 a.m., I reportedly found the woman in distress in a parking lot near. The EMS driver arrived and ran over the woman and an officer.
Wow.
Good thing there was an ambulance on site, though. Oh, it was him that did it. And Idaho lawmakers asking if swallowing small cameras could allow remote gynecological exams. Do you think if you swallow a camera, you could get a gynecological exam?
Wait. No, what? Why are you doing? I guess you could. What? No. That seems like a lot. No, that's not how the intestinal tract works.
Probably not. It goes into your stomach, probably, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. And yet, still elected in Idaho. Okay? Still able to get elected.
Listen, I've noticed it doesn't take a lot to get elected anymore.
No, it really, really doesn't. University of Alabama, Birmingham apparently is being accused in a lawsuit of stealing dead Alabama prisoners' inmates' organs after autopsies. Do you feel like UAB will steal your organs?
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it really kind of is. It really kind of is. If UAB is stealing dead prisoner inmates' organs, they're just looking to work on stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay, a metropolitan police officer in London has had to apologize after the officer said an anti-Semitic charity leader looked openly Jewish. Do you feel like people look openly Jewish?
Openly?
Yeah.
So,
well, he was wearing a yarmulke.
So
yeah.
Wait. So the leader was anti-Semitic, or the comment was anti-Semitic? You said.
Sounds like the comment.
You meant the comment, right? Because it made it sound like the leader he was insulting, quote unquote, was anti-Semitic.
No. He called the guy openly Jewish. That was anti-Semitic.
Okay.
Now, yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
He said he was at a pro-Palestinian rally, and he said he was told by police that his presence was causing a breach of peace. And he did say, well, he does look openly Jewish. I didn't know. I've never thought of it looking openly Jewish.
I know you even get in trouble for saying something, depending on what you're pointing at, saying someone looks Jewish. But openly Jewish suggests that they're Jewish people who are hiding what they look like, who they are. What are you talking about?
Aren't you? If you're looking Jewish, you're just looking Jewish.
You're
right?
just Jewish.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he should have not said what he said, John. I am against saying anti-Semitic things. If you haven't heard, I'm against it.
Yes. No.
You've come out against it.
I think
I've come
as
out
a
against
show,
it, yes. As a show,
we're against.
This show can be deemed problematic, but what we are against is anti-Jewish sentiment.
Right.
I'm anti-slurring anyone. I don't think
true.
It's great.
That's not great.
Apparently, a man tried to rob a bank using a translator app. And I think you should, if you're going to rob a bank, I think you should probably have that ready. It took him so long to figure out how to tell the clerk that he was robbing them that he got arrested.
This is a stick-up, bitch. Put all of the money into the bag.
What language did he want to translate? Into English or to a different language?
Yeah, to English.
Yeah, he wanted
I can't do
it was in Sandusky, Ohio.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they speak English there.
Sure. So,
I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
I don't know if there's a high Korean population with a Korean bank in some. Maybe that's what he was doing. I don't know. But he was speaking into his phone and saying.
He was telling
and then
his
he'd
phone
hit translate
in his language.
And he'd hit translate, and then he'd hit play.
And it wasn't
Put
working.
all of the money into the bag, bitch, and no one gets hurt.
Yeah. Apparently that's how it went down. Yeah,
I wish his
just
phone,
more dumb crime.
Too bad his phone didn't sound like this.
Bitch. Well, okay. We're done. The Delvin and Dewey show. What is it next?
Delvin and Melvin. It's called
Delvin and Melvin.
Is that what Sean Mapes' name is? Melvin now?
We don't know. No one knows.
No, I know he was off on Friday, but I think his name is still Sean.
No one knows what his name is now.
That's Sean.
Hey, John. We know what John Daspit's name is.
John Daspit's name is John Daspit. And it's pretty much as easy as it gets there. I was listening to one of the recorded spots that was on, and it talks about Harris County. And it's true. John Daspit's as big as it gets in Harris County. Biggest settlements, the most cases, all that. But did you know that John Daspit expands throughout the state of Texas? I mean, he's big down if you head towards Victoria, where his wife is from. He's big on in the coast as you head east. And you go into all the offshore and refinery stuff. John has handled some of the biggest refinery blasts. He had a huge case that took a few years, and he represented so many people there because they understand that he's the best. He's the best at finding out and making sure that all your bills are collected and paid for, your hospital stay, your surgeries, your plastic surgery. Because refinery blast is a serious, serious issue. So is loss of life. And he deals with that way too often. And that comes from people's negligence. Out on the roadway, out at the workplace, there's a variety of times where people can be injured. And John Daspit wants you to go to his lawsuit and find out about it under the cases they handle on personal injury. It's DaspitLaw.com, but he is a personal injury lawyer that, frankly, is just substantially better than anyone else out there on the market because he has a wide variety of lawyers working for him to scour every single case and to make sure you are taken care of and compensated for your pain, suffering, and all of your bills. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Hopefully you'll never need him. If you do, you're going to be glad I gave you the phone number. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Welcome into the show. Hope you had a good weekend. I mean, not if you were locked in on the Astros on Saturday and Sunday. Your weekend couldn't have been great. I hope Astros baseball doesn't determine how your weekend goes, because if it does, it was a rough one. It started out great. Friday, Verlander was back. All the jokes about he was working on stuff. Apparently, it was. He was good. Low pitch count. He did what he had to do. The Astros got a business-like win, and all the good feelings that you could have had were there. Your ace was back. You got to win. Now, it's not a good baseball team that you played, but hey, after the series that preceded it, getting that win felt like, okay, maybe it's the start of a turnaround. And then you hear about Javier. And he just adds to the list of Astros and starters who are currently on the IL. I mean, the list is long, but the guys that you care about, the guys that you expected to impact this year, Garcia, Graveman, McCullers, Valdez, Urquidy, Javier. And there's some other guys as well who are either on the short-term DL or the long-term IL, excuse me. We call it the IL now. But there are a lot of pitchers who expect to contribute on the IL, and Christian Javier is just the next on the list. And then it led to an unexpected, at least on the day, Hunter Brown start. Let's say, yesterday he was okay. He was fine. A couple things didn't go his way, and the Astros, because this is what this season has become, breaks aren't going their way. Lightly hit balls are falling in places that lead to runs. You got a balk, you got a walk, you've got a loss, and you got a shutout. And this is off the heels of a very disappointing Saturday where you feel like maybe you're building some momentum. You feel like you've got a shot to at least win this series, and then your strongest part of the bullpen, maybe what you thought could be, considering the level of pitcher and what they would mean to wins and losses, maybe the strongest part of your team, they fall apart down, which they've consistently done. The Ryan Presley thing. The Ryan Presley thing is rough, and he's a guy who apparently is shook. I don't know if it's cooked, shook, whatever you want to call it. He is a guy who has not adapted well to his new role, and and you can't trust them. You can't trust those guys from game to game. And the fact that you can't leaves me to really place a lot of blame on your manager. The manager is someone who is going to catch it, because it's really difficult to blame everybody who plays every day. So you blame the manager for a decision here or a decision there, but you have multiple stars who have not lived up to their billing. Now, the Alex Bregman thing, it's April. It's expected. It's just unfortunate that the team is bad and he's bad, and they can't overcome how bad he is. It's something you would expect, but the team has found ways in previous seasons not to be dragged down by Alex Bregman's slow starts. But unfortunately, because of the back half of the bullpen and their inability, when they do get save opportunities, to shut teams down, his struggles are exacerbated. It's just been a season where you're looking for answers and you can't find them. They're a team who doesn't look like the teams we know, and that's why they're now 7-16, last place in the American League West. And fortunately for them, the American League West isn't very good. But at some point, some team is going to go on at least a bit of a run. And being over 500 at 12-11 means, which the Rangers are, means the Astros are now 5 games out. Simple as you can put it, they're a bad baseball team. And until that changes, we're going to be picking apart specific things about them to try to find answers. And there are too many things going wrong to find those answers. So until things start to pick up in certain places where you can manage some of the other things that aren't going well, it's going to be like this. Now they have the Cubs. The Cubs are 13-9, so it's not like you're walking into it's not like you're playing a team that's bad. The Cubs lost their last game, but I mean, much like a lot of teams in Major League Baseball, they're better than the Astros. So there is no gimmies. We thought the Nationals possibly could be, and looked like it for at least the first 2 nights until Presley happened. And Abreu, of course, misses a chance of getting out. And everything that's wrong with the Astros is kind of distilled into Jose Abreu. He's going to be a lightning rod until either he gets better or there's a permanent switch. And because the money continues to be a factor as far as limiting his opportunities, he's going to get these chances. And Dana Brown spoke about it, and it went from back of the baseball card to some real acknowledgement that things are going poorly and he has to be better. And he's going to get more days off, quote unquote, days off. When really, I guess I don't say we're benching him in baseball. That's more of a basketball term. Or you're benching your quarterback, but they're going to bench Jose Abreu more often than they have until they see some glimmer of him being the player. Maybe he's not the player that deserves the salary, but a player that isn't a black hole. And what started on the previous show, the errors to walks ratio, he's now 4-4. I'm not a baseball guy. I'm not a numbers guy, but I know that's bad. I know your starting first baseman having as many errors as hits on April 22nd is a bad thing. So we're probably going to see more Singleton. I don't know if that makes you feel any better, considering the producer who works with me and his opinion. I know it won't make him feel better. Who's back, by the way? Sean Mapes is back. Did you just take a day off so you could have a 3-day weekend to celebrate Arch Manning? Is that what is that what happened?
That's exactly what happened.
We're going to talk about Arch Manning.
And I got a day off from the Astros.
Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't look like I missed much. Well, I actually got 3 days off from the Astros.
Yeah, to be fair.
Again, doesn't look like
you didn't miss much. It's the same
More
old
of the same.
Same old misery. If they make you miserable, they continue to make you miserable.
Saw some pretty bad Jose Abreu stats. I'm like, all right, cool. It's how I left it.
Yeah, and nothing's changed. I mean, you didn't leave the city and everything changes. At least as far as the Astros are concerned. I'm not sure about the rest of the city because I did see it. Now, this is probably normal in some spots. I did see a pickup truck on fire on the way to work, like on 59. I hope the person, whoever was in it, was out of it because they weren't surviving, but the entire thing was engulfed in flames. I was like, what's that smoke? Because you could see it even in the dark at billowing, and then you look, there's an entire truck on fire, which is what you might consider Jose Abreu's performance so far. Just an absolute truck fire. Trash heap, dumpster fire, whatever you want to call it. It can all go in a bin that says suck. And he is not the only one. He is just the most egregious, because the problem for Jose Abreu is he doesn't have any standing here. Because at least with Alex Bregman, you go, he's had big hits in the playoffs. He's been part of 2 title teams. We can look past what's going on with him. Abreu, there's nothing. There's nothing to lean on to go, remember the good moments? I did see someone tweet at us that the Astros wouldn't have won the Twin Series without him. No one remembers the divisional round against the Twins. No one remembers that. I mean, it happened. Jose Abreu was good in a playoff series, but no one cares.
It's also hard because that's like the only time he's been good as an Astro. It was like the last month and a half of last season. Before that, it was a lot of stink. Now it's like worse than
it's
stink.
Not stink. I don't know what you call this. It's just
last season was stink.
Yeah, last season
he just stunk.
Last season he was bad. This is beyond stink. This is people. No, I don't remember anyone saying DFA him last year. They're like, well, it's bad, but it's not DFA him bad. Now it's can we get him out of here, which won't happen. I just do think you're going to see less of him.
He's hitting like under 070.
I know. That's when you have 4 hits and 4 errors. That says you're probably hitting under 100.
This is just like not like he's not like MLB like level. He's just not an MLB player.
I said this before. Is it concerning that the Astros don't have a Major League first baseman on the roster? And people, hey, what are you talking about? Well, now look at it. They don't have one. They don't have a Major League first baseman. They're hoping for the guy who in AAA who the Astros don't think is ready. And if you look at his stats this weekend, it would suggest that he isn't ready. The Astros are even doing the data dredging thing when they go, well, he's hit a couple home runs in high altitude. They're even telling you, hey, don't get your hopes up on Loperfido. He's hit a little bit, but some of it has come due to altitude. That's what they're talking about.
He's playing games in Albuquerque.
Yeah, they're like, hey, relax. We know the numbers in some instances look good, but really, if you start to dig deep, he's not ready. He's not ready. And now it's the Abreu Singleton show, and maybe more Singleton going forward. It's a bad taste in my mouth talking about the Astros. It felt good on Friday. Doesn't feel good today. You know, and the Astros, normally when in long baseball seasons, people like to talk about, we'll get him the next time. After what happened on Saturday, even the Astros are like, nah, we're not going to get him. We're not going to get him tomorrow. That's how they played. Nah, we're not going to get him tomorrow. That was the deflating loss for the fans. It was definitely deflating for the team. It wasn't, tomorrow. It's a new day. Not the way they played. It was, that one hurt. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you on Monday. We're not gonna do anything on Sunday. And they did not. Shut out by the Nationals. They lose 2 out of 3, 7-16. And we'll see. There's always another game, which at this point it seems more like a punishment and a threat than an actual promise of things turning around.
Can we get some more days off, please?
They do have more days coming, including today, I believe. So
good.
So it's a day where you don't have to be miserable. If that's the way you watch the Astros,
you're still miserable. It's just you're not more miserable.
They're not dumping the misery on top of you.
There's no new misery coming.
Yes. But
actually,
you never know. There could be another guy who's hurt.
Yeah,
that could always be the case.
Hope no one's neck is. They slept wrong.
Yes, is that what's going on? Like Terry Rozier hurt his neck, and it came out. We're thankful that it's not going to be career threatening. Everyone's like, "What? It's not career threatening? I thought he had neck spasms. Now we're talking about a potential career-ending injury. I don't know. I hope that's not the Javier case.
They should say that after every injury. That isn't career threatening.
It is not. The tweet was about the length of time who's going to be out, and then capitalize not career threatening. Oh, thank God! I didn't know that was on the table.
But they should do that for
everybody.
Yeah, he broke his finger. It's not believed to be career threatening.
He plays soccer, by the way.
yeah, like rolled ankle, not believed to be career threatening.
Yeah, thankfully things like that normally don't need to be said, and we didn't hear that from Espada on Javier. We'll hear from Joe Espada about Christian Javier, and that might just wrap up the Astros talk, at least for this hour. They're an exhausting brand of baseball to have to watch. They're punishing us by going out there every day, and let's just hope it turns around on Tuesday, because today we have a reprieve from them. We'll see what they do on Tuesday, which is tomorrow. I don't know why I keep saying Tuesday when I can just say tomorrow. That's generally how people use the English language. We are one segment in on the show. I mentioned Arch Manning. We'll get to him. He had a big performance in the Texas spring game, which makes me question less about him, but those backup Texas DBs. Can you guys run it all? We'll talk about that. We'll get into Alfred Sengun's a finalist for something, as the not the awards, but the top 3 of those awards of the NBA awards, season-ending awards came out. We'll talk about that, where he is and how he stacks up against his competitors. CJ Stroud talked about Tank Dell. Plenty to get to. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we'll see. This kind of just came out of nowhere, so we're going to see what happened here. But we are see how he progressed, but we're going to put him on the IL since he's got to obviously work through this, and we're going to need a starter in Chicago. So we're going to get Spencer Arrighetti to come up and take his spot.
So do you know how it came up, like what the cause was or cropped up?
No, we don't know. Could have been on the plane, could have been slept badly. We just don't know. So the most important thing is trying to get Javier feeling better.
Hey, Jim Crane, if one of your starting pitchers hurt himself on the plane, upgrade the seats. What could it be? I think the most frustrating thing about injuries is when we don't see them and we just hear, "Oh, this guy's going to miss some time from sleeping." Get him one of the. I see 10-year-old girls have one of those neck things that they take on a plane. What are we doing?
I was joking when I didn't hear.
You didn't hear the sound.
I was joking when I said that. What did he sleep wrong and hurt his neck? He should be able to sue if he got hurt on the team.
He's a professional athlete who's going to miss time and at least a couple weeks because something on the plane or he slept wrong. What are we doing? What are we doing? I know we can say this is a cursed season, but if the reasoning is he slept on his side instead of sleeping on his stomach at home, or he leaned wrong in the private jet chair or however the hell they fly. Jeez, I don't know. I hope if I'm Christian Javier, don't tell them that. Don't tell them that's how I got hurt. Don't tell them I got hurt sleeping. I'm supposed to be resting and recuperating, and the reason I won't be pitching going forward is because I slept wrong.
I don't know what to say.
You just shake your head.
Just what's going on? What happened to this team?
What happened to my team? What happened?
This one's proud organization.
We went from clutch to my neck. I slept wrong, so I can't pitch. I'm not saying it's not real. I just can't believe this is what it is.
Just a clown show. This season has just been a clown
show. We
show.
don't know. It just popped up.
This is what happens to clown show teams.
Yeah, what are we, the Marlins?
This is what happens to them.
This is a thing that goes on with the Marlins, and Marlins fans just go, "Well, it's who we are." It doesn't happen to the Astros
because they're flying one of the Wright brothers planes on their team road trips. Not Jim Crane.
I've seen those. I've seen that plane. There should not be a sleeping issue in those chairs. Does a person, not a personal trainer, but do they have to get involved? The guys who check on, hey, all right, you're sleeping wrong.
The team trainers,
do the team trainers have to get involved and tell guys how to sleep?
They have to start taping up their necks like they tape up ankles.
I feel it's pretty simple. I mean, I don't know what those little kids do when they grab those neck rolls or whatever those things are called and sleep on the plane, but I know there's no injury report following them around, but I imagine those things serve a purpose. And if the Astros everyone needs to have one, cool, because the fact that Javier's going to miss at least a couple starts because of this, well, I won't say it's a cursed season, but it's trending in that direction.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where we're just going to write it off like Jim Crane would do. We're just going to write this off.
On his tax.
Yeah.
This is a charitable donation.
Yeah, we're going to write this season off and say, hey, we'll get him next year.
Hey, the $19.5 million I'm paying Jose Abreu, charitable donation.
Well, charity is when you give something to someone who didn't really work for it in some ways. It is kind of charity what he's doing for Jose Abreu.
He's giving him a spot on the MLB. He's getting to live his dream by playing in the MLB, thanks to Jim Crane.
We're getting dangerously close to making a Make-A-Wish joke here. He's living his dream.
I'm just saying, it's a lot of people's dream, and Jim Crane is making that happen.
Yeah, but generally, if that happens, you get to put on the jersey and hang out the team and play catch. You don't get
he gets to do that. That's all that he gets to do.
But you don't get at bats.
That's the Jim Crane difference. He's going above and beyond.
Yeah, If we're leaning into what you're saying, Jim Crane doing a great thing for
This is gonna be
for the Abreu family.
This is gonna be a year, yes, that Jose and his family will never forget. Thank you, Jim Crane. Thank you, Jeff Bagwell.
I think Jeff Bagwell should be a guy who's at the top of the list of people who are being thanked. He the Fellowship of Mid's not had a great run, and the run continues. It's just there's not a lot to say other than when it turns around, we'll be there for it. But until then, we'll document the nonsense. But I just have come to expect not great things to happen.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I said, like, this team's interesting, at least. Like, they used to be good. Now they're just, like, it's interesting what happens in their games. I actually think in the last, like, 3 weeks, however long it's been, I actually don't think it's interesting anymore.
Yeah, it's not interesting anymore.
It's just the same thing.
Because interesting, new things happen, and interesting came with the thought that eventually it would turn around. And now, caveat here, once again, we all know it's very early. It's only April 22nd, but we said that multiple times, and it gets later and later, even though it's still early. They're no longer interesting. It's repetitive. The way they lose, the guys who cause them to lose, and the injuries. Just expect another pitcher to have an injury. Thankfully, it's not an arm thing. Those are scary. This one is just unbelievable. So whenever Christian Javier is back, we'll welcome him back. But until then, you're going to get more Spencer Arrighetti, which another opportunity for him. He pitched better in the second outing. We'll see if that trend continues as the Astros are down another starting pitcher. I mentioned Alperen Sengun. He is a finalist for the Most Improved Player. It's an award he's probably not going to win because Tyrese Maxey is one of the finalists too. Also, Colby White of the Chicago Bulls, but Alperen Sengun's had a really good year. And if not for an injury, who knows where the Rockets would be, of course. That can go both ways because some would like to believe that his injury led to the run in March. But he was their best player over the course of the year. And we saw that despite Jalen Green's great month of March, when that calendar turned, Jalen Green reverted to what we had known him to be. So the status of best player in the Rockets belongs to Sengun still, despite the season-ending ankle injury, and averaged over 21 points, almost 54% from the floor, 9.3 rebounds and 5 assists. So an all-around threat, but he is going against probably the guy who was going to win that award, and has always been the clear front runner, and Tyrese Maxey. He has been great. He's sick, though. He may not be available for Game 2 against the Sixers. Speaking of cursed franchises, like the Sixers fight their way in. They win every game with Joel Embiid back. They still are in the play-in. They win their play-in game, and Joel Embiid probably won't make it to the first round. We saw what he looked like in Game 1, where he does something spectacular. He throws a ball off the backboard, dunks it, and immediately when he lands, he's on the floor because he can't stand the pain. And now Maxey's sick. He's questionable. He probably will play. That's generally how the playoffs go. But I don't know if MyBookie or Underdog Fantasy or any of the companies associated with the station have this, but number of games Joel Embiid plays in the series, 4.
That's a good one. I'll go.
I'm not saying 4 consecutive. He may miss some time. They extend. He might come back. But I'm thinking it's like the over-under should be 4.
The thing is, if he, it's under. It's under. Because if he misses any, they're going to lose in 5. Oh. Like, there's just not going to be that many games to play.
That's true. That's a good point.
Because they're not going to go 7 without him.
That's a really good point.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, stop with the hot dog and throwing the ball off the backboard to yourself. All right.
You can barely jump without grimacing. Now you're throwing lobs to yourself off the backboard.
Just finger roll counts as 2. All right. Just lay it up off the square.
You make a point. He's laboring, getting up and down the floor. Every time he sits down, he's rolling down the leg, covering and working on the brace and fiddling with his knee. And speaking of Joel Embiid, a lot of you guys probably don't remember Frederick Weiss. He is the one who Vince Carter dunked on in the Olympics. Well, Frederick Weiss, who does a radio show in France, And of course, I wish I could play the audio, but it's just him talking in French, and it just leads to bad accents. And I don't want to translate it either, so I'll just read it. When we come back, he had thoughts on Joel Embiid deciding to play for the U.S. And somehow it became about citizenship and him using France. Like, we barely care about the Olympics as far as the basketball stuff is concerned because we expect to win. Well, France hosting the Olympics thought they had a real shot to win, particularly if Frederick Weiss's dream came true and Joel Embiid played for France. I'll get into why he's so upset when we come back, and we'll talk more about the NBA playoffs because it wasn't a great weekend. I mean, the last game last night was competitive, but there's some injury concerns, and we'll kind of wrap up what happened over the course of Saturday and Sunday as each series has played one game, and the game twos begin tonight. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
It is draft week here in the city. A little less desperation compared to last year. Firstly, we don't have a first-round pick, but the Texans had two, and they made two big selections, and we know how they turned around the franchise. But a little more calm this year. But we will, here on ESPN 97.5, be really into the draft. We have our preeminent draft expert, Lance Erline. He's doing the show from L.A., but he is on the John Land Show, so if you have draft questions for him, certainly call in and ask him. He'll be available for that throughout the week. But we are doing a special thing on Friday. First, we have the ESPN draft here on the station on Thursday. So you're going to hear every first-round selection on the radio right here. It'll be ESPN Radio's coverage of the draft. That starts at 6. And then on Friday, when the Texans are on the clock, myself, Joe, Paul, and of course others, whatever that might mean as far as the others that are involved, will be part of the Texans. I can't call it that. Let's call it a pro football draft show from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. here next Friday night. I'm not sure I can actually name the sports team in town, the pro sports football team in town in that. So I'm just going to say we're going to have a draft show.
The Houston draft show.
Yes, it is the ESPN 97.5 Houston draft show where we're going to be talking about picks in a certain sport that is football related.
Yes, and we will be talking about it from the angle of
a local angle.
A local angle.
Yes.
For whoever gets, can we say drafted?
Yes, I think we can use the word drafted.
Okay, lowercase d though on draft.
Yes.
Drafted.
We can't use the name of the league or the name of the team, but we can say it's a football draft show.
Okay.
And we will be discussing all the things that are important and probably some of the less important things as well. Because I'm sure there'll be a lot of not important things. So
what? No, with the 42nd and whatever 50.
I mean, the Texans stuff. The Texans draft picks are important. Now, whether they're going to be important things throughout our pro football draft show, that's a different ball game. But the local team's draft picks will be important. They have to be.
And the local team is going to have their jersey release tomorrow. Right?
Tomorrow. And speaking of that, the Broncos had their release today. And my first impressions are there's a lack of star power for the Broncos. Now, Patrick Surtain is there, and he's modeling the throwback uniforms that are now official that they're going to wear.
Which clearly means that these are the uniforms we're most excited about.
Certainly, despite all the build-up to
we have our one good player.
To the rebrand. The Broncos have had the same uniform since like '97 when they won their first Super Bowl. I think that coincided with that first Super Bowl win with John Elway and Terrell Davis. But now they switched it up. It's been they say it's time. That era is long gone. Let's switch it up. And as I said, my biggest impression of those, you can find them. You can just type in Denver Broncos. That'll be anything and everything that's talked about as far as they're concerned today. But they have lack of star power. There are 3 models as far as what we've seen in the promotional photos are Alex Singleton. You might remember him best for getting into it with C.J. Stroud when the Broncos played the Texans. Marvin Mims and Javonte Williams. I mean, I like college football, so I know who Marvin Mims and Javonte Williams are, but they're not exactly stars in the league. The Broncos are without star power outside of Patrick Surtain, who were in their best uniform unveiling. And the other guys are I would say they're mid. The uniforms are fine. They're not great. There's a weird thing on their helmet as far as a stripe. That's not really a stripe. And I'm sure in some Nike Bronco speak, they'll say it should remind you of the horse mane from our Bronco. I'm sure that'll be the case. I think maybe the things on the shoulder pads, not the shoulder pads, the shoulders on the sides might remind you of where the Texans look like they may have horns on one of the jerseys. These might have mountain ranges to represent the Rockies.
What does that symbolize? Oh yeah,
the Rockies and the Mile High stuff.
Denver should really play into the fact that they're in the mountains more.
Yeah, we've never seen that from them before.
It's crazy. Oh, by the way, you know what's on their helmet? The little the white tag above the where the top part of the face mask.
I'm gonna guess and it's not a guess because I've seen them. It is the level of the number of feet that equals a mile high.
Yes.
5280. Yes. So Sean,
5280
Sean, you
right
got your wish. You're playing into the mile high theme.
Good. Because I might forget where Denver is.
Yeah, you know how you might forget through the course of your life how that stadium was named Mile High for years.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I thought it was Sports Authority Field.
Well, that's the new iteration.
I'm a slave to the corporation branded sponsor.
You're like you don't like Wrigley Field. Actually, you think of it as the gum company,
Yes.
not just a place where the Chicago Cubs play.
Whichever, I don't care.
I'm
more in on the company. The like 1910s company.
Soldier Field. Nah. What's the name? What's the branding on that thing? Yeah.
Soja Field for Soulja Boy?
No. He's not Supermaning anybody in that stadium. He probably wouldn't go. He would think it's too cold in the winter. Soldier Boy. So the Broncos uniforms are out. The Texans come out tomorrow. Let's see if they're better.
I like that. Let's see if they're better.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like we've already kind of seen them.
We've seen quite a bit of them now. There are multiple leaks from different people who think these are the uniforms. We know. We know the Texans will have a red face mask, a chrome face mask that came out over the weekend. I know you might have been focusing on other things.
Missed that one.
Yeah,
okay,
that's out there. So we know there's going to be a red helmet with a red face mask. We'll see if they do the thing that the Eagles have done, instead of the wings, it'll be horns in that spot. We'll see. Maybe that's the alternate helmet.
Do you think they waited too long to actually announce these, and that's why the leaks have come out? Where it's like the internet itself is just like, all right, let's get these suckers out of here. Like, let's see what these uniforms are all about. If they would have announced it last week, we get one leak. We get the leak from the warehouse with that little guy wearing the Derek Stingley
Walmart
jersey.
brand Derek Stingley.
Yes, that's all we get.
The great value Derek Stingley.
Instead, they got greedy. They wanted to stretch it to draft week, and now.
Well, the Broncos did it too, and they, for the most part, avoided any major leaks.
Do we know that, or is it just because we don't do a local show in Denver? Where it's a mile high.
Well, yeah, you got a point. Oh, it's a mile high. Thanks for.
It would be harder. The second hour of the show really.
Do you think radio hosts have a difficult time doing their shows because they're out of breath in the second hour?
Oh, why not?
It's a mile high. If you haven't heard.
Yeah, you. What do you use to talk? Your lungs.
No, it's not for them. They're fine. But when they have like a guest come in,
yes,
like a music guest who comes in and they're out of breath 10 minutes into the conversation.
Yeah, if they ever, this would never happen. But if they ever hosted a Super Bowl. Radio Row, they'll have oxygen tanks for.
Mad Dog will be in real trouble. all those ESPN personalities, real trouble. On Radio Row in Denver.
Pat McAfee huffing and puffing.
He's got an oxygen tank nearby. But the Broncos, they're out, and they're at first glance they're mid.
Yeah, it's like they definitely went into it being like, let's not have terrible uniforms.
Yes.
And they didn't have terrible uniforms.
They didn't do a lot to take a chance.
No.
They're very simple. Maybe there's a weird leg stripe you can criticize if you're big in the uniforms, but the Texans will be tomorrow. We've seen quite a bit. We will just see the full combination and all the different combos they'll potentially have. And I will imagine when the promo pictures come out, the star power for the Texans will far outweigh the Marvin Mims, Javonte Williams, Alex Singleton thing that the Broncos did. Woof! You better draft well, Broncos. There's not a lot of skill on that team right now.
But just an early preview of the next NFL season. I'm like, 3 wins?
Yeah, if we're going by who they put in their photos.
Just who's in the promo.
Patrick Surtain can't do that much. He can only cover one guy at a time.
Yeah, no, that's even worse because now, just don't throw it to the guy Surtain's covering. Just anyone else, though, you can throw on.
Yeah, don't even have Justin Simmons anymore. He's still out there.
Anyone else.
I'm sure they'll be okay. I'm sure Sean Payton will have them ready to go in a division where the Chiefs are there and the Raiders have a lot of momentum because of their new head coach. And then the Broncos and the Chargers. The Chargers have I don't know if it's momentum, but they do have a new head coach and they have Justin Herbert, who has no one to throw the football to. Speaking of starless, at least they have Justin Herbert.
Yeah, at least
they have Bosa and Mack. They're older, but they have those two. But as far as the offensive side of the ball, No Eckler, no Williams, no Allen. Get Justin Herbert some help.
Yeah, okay. The Joshua Palmer, the face of the franchise. Is he still there?
It seems like they love him, so he might be, but I don't know. I'm not up on Chargers roster construction in the middle of April.
Is Chris Chambers still there?
That's a deep pull, because he's probably best known for being a Dolphin, and you pulled the Chargers era Chris Chambers. Nice job on your part. Oh man, those were the days when Phillip Rivers was throwing the ball to Chris Chambers.
I was going to say, for who?
For Phillip Rivers.
Okay.
Probably his best wide receiver. Then you have, obviously, Antonio Gates. But his best wide receiver, probably old Chris Chambers. I love Phillip Rivers, but I do think it's funny that the Chargers have continued their run of doing little to nothing to capitalize on what people think is a good quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Justin Herbert's career has just been Phillip Rivers' career. Like, he just picked up where Phillip Rivers left off.
From how the games go to being disappointing when it matters.
To being 9-7.
Yes.
Yeah.
To having coaches fired. It's just an ugly circle for the Chargers. And now we'll see what Jim Harbaugh will do now that he has that new tattoo. Michigan has a perfect season. He went and got himself a 15-0 tattoo because he made a promise. Don't make the promise. Now you got that stupid tattoo on your arm. Some tattoos are great.
Make it good.
That one's dumb. At least put a Wolverine or something.
Or make it like the actual logo M.
A block M. Yeah, do that. Now you just got 15-0 on your arm.
It was just a Times New Roman M.
Jeez. I don't suspect that Jim Harbaugh knows a great tattoo artist, but he could have found one. He's got Jim Harbaugh money. You could have found it. It could have been something that some great tattoo artist would have gladly done on social media. Have Jim Harbaugh come into to a shop. Now he just has an awful tattoo. I was going to get to that Joel Embiid story with Frederick Weiss ripping him, but then Sean alerted me to the Broncos uniforms and how mid their stars are. But the Texans, that'll happen tomorrow, and then we can judge them for their aesthetic abilities. Although, like Sean said, we've kind of seen them already. The big reveal ain't so big anymore, but we'll see what they have in store. I will do that Frederick Weiss, Joel Embiid thing coming back. It'll be short, and the segment will be short because we've gone way over. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. This will be a quick one here. We're way past when we should have been back, but I did want to bring this up. Joel Embiid is going to play for the U.S. team. He is of Cameroonian descent, but he's proud to be playing for the U.S. And we're a melting pot. Doesn't matter really where you're from, as long as you want to be a citizen and do it the legal way. We welcome you. Generally, I mean, things have changed in the last maybe 15 years or so, but that's kind of the calling card for America. You want to be here? We welcome you.
It helps when you're really good at basketball too.
And this is what Frederick Weiss is talking about. Glad that you mentioned this. Frederick Weiss was a silver medalist for the 2000 France national team in the Olympics. He, as I mentioned earlier, is a victim of one of the best dunks you'll ever see. It is Vince Carter jumping completely over a 7-foot-tall man, clearing him and dunking a basketball. That's what he's known for. I'm sure he was a great French basketball player, but we're Americans, and all we know him for is getting posterized. Well, apparently Joel Embiid wanted to play for France, or he thought he did, and Frederick Weiss, defending the honor of his country and his national basketball team, says this. Of course, it's in French, so I'm not going to put on the accent. I'm just going to read it in its translation. I consider this boy, now think of it this way. In Europe, boy is used quite a bit when they talk about younger players. Although Joel Embiid's like 30, so it's probably not the best terminology. But even I watch a lot of European soccer, and they refer to men, even in their 20s, as, oh, this boy's had a great day, or this boy's got to get on with it. They say boy more than you would say it here, definitely.
All right, Frederick, careful with the boy stuff.
I know. It's shocking at first. I'm just giving you context. It doesn't generally mean over there, at least what it has meant over here.
I'm glad Vince Carter jumped over this guy.
Even better that he did it.
Yeah.
But I consider this boy a great player as much as he is a dirty guy. Yeah, Sean, a dirty guy. I hate him for the things that he did. I think he doesn't have any respect for France, and also for all the people who are asking for a French passport and don't get it. That's part of the equation, too. Joel Embiid wanted French citizenship, or at least a French passport, and he was granted it quicker than others. Why? Because Sean mentioned he's a great basketball player, and that's one of Frederick Weiss's beefs. And under the pretext, I'm back to reading, that he is a great athlete, he got it. I find it scandalous. I find it embarrassing. I don't care about his excuses because they're his words, and his words mean nothing. Oh, that man's angry about not having Joel Embiid on his national team. Now, he goes on. He goes, just remember what happened in 2021. That was the Olympics, normally an even year, but because of COVID, it was in 2021. We were in the final against the U.S., and the final margin was close. France was always the top echelon of contenders. They lost that game 87-82. So they were in a ball game against U.S. team, and obviously they think they had Joel Embiid. They've got a real shot. Maybe not this version, the one who's limping around in New York, but I guess maybe a healthier one. The question of whether Joel Embiid will even play in the Olympics is probably up for debate, too.
I was about to bring that up.
Yeah, so, I mean, Frederick Weiss might just be angry over nothing, because the likelihood of us actually seeing Joel Embiid for the U.S. national team probably pretty low, particularly if he goes away. He goes away in the series I think he's going to go, where he doesn't even finish it, but we will see about that. So Weiss now, it's put in the context of a joke, at least this paragraph. I would take away from him his French nationality, and I would ban him from entering France. You will not play in the Olympics. You will come to the airport with Team USA, and we will say, you don't have the right to enter the territory. Go to your home. You're Cameroonian. You're American. You're not French. Go away. Fired up.
Wow. Fred Weiss.
Fired up.
I might have to listen. Is the afternoon drive?
I mean, it's in France. I'm not sure you're going to be awake.
Do they work enough to have afternoon drive?
I'm not sure. Okay. I'm not sure how that works with your schedule, afternoon drive in France, compared to what you're going to be doing here.
I know they're on vacation for 4 months out of the year. So.
It's Europe. They take a lot of time off. It's true. They don't, as we would say in America, they don't value hard work like we do.
They don't.
No.
They don't. And you know what? You know where they could have used a little more hard work? 2021 gold medal game, baby.
Maybe more hard work. You'd have won that game.
5 extra points. Where'd that come from?
What do we say, Sean? USA. But Joel Embiid.
That's what Joel Embiid grew up saying. USA.
No, he didn't.
USA.
No, he did not. And that's kind of Frederick Weiss's
He's a great
point.
American. He's the best American big man in a while.
The fact that he's going to play
since Akeem Olajuwon.
Yeah. Speaking of, we have a long history of turning players of African descent who spent quite a bit of their time overseas into American citizens and playing for our national teams. We do that all the time.
USA.
Hey, Nicola, you want to play for us?
Hey, you like Denver, right?
Yeah. What are you doing in 4 years?
We got horses.
Yeah, we got plenty of horses. What if we co-opted Luka at some point? I don't even know how.
Now we're just like negatively recruit. Like we're playing the portal. That's what you're saying. We're Deion Sanders.
We've seen our talent drop. We see the top MVP candidates are all non-Americans. We got to make a move. We can't let this go. But I think we'll be just fine because fortunately those guys don't play on the same team internationally. Yeah. I know Luka and Jovic or Jokic are very good friends. They just don't get to play with each other on the international level, or we would be in real trouble.
Yes.
Serious. What Slovenia has to do is recruit Jokic. If they could get Jokic on their team, then there'd be a problem. But yeah, Joel Embiid, if he's healthy enough, will play for Team USA. And Frederick Weiss, the French, I guess he was a star. I'm just gonna say he happened to be on a team. Ain't thrilled. We don't take it seriously enough for anyone to get this angry. Like, I'm trying to think the equivalent of a U.S. player. If Christian Laettner got pissed off because for some reason one of our, like when Becky Hammon went to go play in Russia because she wasn't going to make the U.S. team, so she said, I'm just going to play for Russia. Like if that happened here, who's the equivalent? Like if Christian Laettner got really upset and just started yelling about some player who decided to go play for
why Christian Laettner?
I'm just trying
I know because he was on the Dream Team.
I'm trying to find a Frederick Weiss comparison.
Frederick Weiss is better than Christian Laettner.
Is he?
Yeah, he played for Team France.
Yeah, but it was Team France, not Christian Laettner was on the best team ever.
Yeah,
the Dream Team.
I'm saying that Frederick Weiss is a bigger figure in French basketball than Christian Laettner is for American basketball.
Well, the Duke stuff still holds true, right?
I guess
this still holds a sway. Not a positive one. We still hate him for it.
I was thinking of like Dwight Howard got into it. Also, people only get this upset about Team USA basketball and it's only happened twice, if they lose the Olympics. Yeah. If they don't win gold in the Olympics.
It's upsetting. It's kind of upsetting.
That's when people do, like, I'll just mark your calendar if Team USA loses a game, if First Take is on that day, or if Stephen A. Smith is working that day because it's in July.
Or they'll call him in. Either way. He'll wind up on a show.
It'll be an absolute atrocity. And, this speaks to what's wrong with this generation. It's like it goes so dramatic every time.
Yeah.
Every time they lose a game.
Yeah, it's a referendum on U.S. basketball. Yeah. And why this particular group of players don't care enough. And they revert and they start to talk about all the players from the past as if that matters. All the players from the past are just haters anyway. That's just how it goes across all sports, really. But you're right. We don't care unless we lose, and in some cases, I don't care when we lose. I mean, okay, we lost the Olympics. I haven't cared about the Olympics since I was like 16. I care more about Olympic soccer because we're not expected to win that. Sometimes we don't even qualify for the Olympic soccer tournament. I care if the U.S. plays well there than basketball because
I try to hold I'm
You're holding a standard?
I'm holding the line. Yes.
Okay.
There's some things in this country we cannot give up.
And basketball is one of them.
Dominance over basketball.
Olympic basketball is one of them.
Yeah, of course.
They don't even play by our rules though. It's not really our form of basketball.
Good. Yeah, they try to make it harder on.
They got that stupid trapezoid thing going on.
Hey. But guess what? USA. We still win.
Have you ever done that seriously?
No.
I haven't done it seriously ever.
I mean, I've never been in like a situation to do it seriously.
Even like I said, I care a lot about international soccer. Even when the U.S. is playing in the World Cup, I'm trying to think of a time I've ever chanted USA seriously.
I believe that.
Maybe when I believe that we can win, which is really terrible. We have some of the worst chants.
You should not have admitted that on the radio.
Well, I believe that we can win.
Yeah. Well, you should admit that, but just that you've done the chant.
No, I'm trying not as an adult.
Oh, okay.
Probably as a kid.
Okay.
but I haven't done it as an adult. Even in like emotional
We all make
moments.
mistakes as children.
We're,
I
we're
think,
growing and learning. Yes.
I think like how people feel about the wave. That's how I feel about the I believe that we will win.
I've never said that.
I'm like how people hate the wave. That's how I hate that chant.
It is a terrible chant. Like, you can get creative. I was watching a crowd reaction. Ben White, he plays for Arsenal. And all I forgot who was playing, but all the opposing fans did was say, Ben White, your fake tan is, well, there's a word for the S word in England that rhymes with white. I don't know if I can say it on the air. But it's just you add an E to the end, and they go, Ben White, your fake tan, and all they did was do it in musical fashion, and it was great. And we're here doing, I believe that we can win. The American Outliers.
Well, we also go defense.
Yeah, we're not very creative.
Defense.
It's true. Or we want Boston, or we want
Houston. We want Bama.
It's all stupid. We're not great at it. We don't try very hard. Maybe we can step it up at some point. I don't know if we'll ever be as angry about international basketball as Frederick Weiss, but the Olympics are coming to Paris, and he's got thoughts, and he told that boy, Joel Embiid, that he's a dirty guy.
Careful with the boy stuff.
It's not what I said.
Okay. You're quoting him?
I'm quoting. Okay. Yes, actually, I am quoting him. This is what he said.
Okay.
I am not calling Joel Embiid a boy. He's a grown man. He's 30 years old, I think. This is a quote again. I consider this boy a great player as much as he is a dirty guy. I don't know if that's a poor translation from French to English, but that is what was said.
Dirty guy. You're a dirty guy.
You know that sounds different in French than it does in English.
Yes.
That's just a translation.
Sacre bleu.
Bleu.
Whatever.
Exactly. Eric Wong, we see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Welcome to hour two. We will hear from Sean. He was in Austin. Texas spring game happened this weekend. We'll hear from him. His favorite player in the world had a big day. And you can tell it wasn't a Texas corner because they didn't cover anyone. So we'll find out who his favorite.
That's ugly.
They didn't. I watched some of that. Hey, you guys want to cover anyone, particularly your second teamers? I mean, that's the unspoken thing about what Arch Manning did. Those corners weren't within like 3 yards of those receivers on the deep balls.
I have some news for you. Oh, we'll get to it when we get to it. I don't want to step on it, but it gets worse.
But Sean, noted Arch Manning honk. We'll talk about what his time in Austin and the game. We'll get to that because college football is not right around the corner. In fact, spring football is just ending for most schools. But this show will be a college football show going forward. And Sean will have probably not a unique perspective because I feel like a lot of Texas people feel this way about a certain player. But we'll get his perspective on what he saw on Saturday. But first, Eric Wong wants to talk about what Eric Wong normally wants to talk about. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. You think Archie Manning's going to be another bust like Chris Sims? And what do the Rockets have to do to take that next step? Are there any big free agent signings this offseason? And Dale, do you believe in ghosts? I'll hang up and listen.
Eric called in about horror movies, on Friday, and I did watch the one he suggested, Late Night with the Devil. It is not scary because it's very 70s in terms of the special effects. They do that purposely, so it's as if you're watching a movie made in the 70s. So it wasn't scary. It was some of the death scenes were crazy and unexpected considering how they happened, but I wasn't scared. And it leads me to say, no, I don't believe in ghosts, Eric. At least I haven't run into any. So I can only speak from experience. I've never met a ghost or talked to one or been haunted by one. So no. But you want to continue your horror theme throughout, please. Your recommendation, I don't know what if I would say it was great, but it was good. Late Night with the Devil on AMC Plus. I watched. I think it's in a couple of theaters still, and it was entertaining. You can watch it, not be too freaked out about it if you have my disposition when it comes to horror, and you'll be fine. Michael Carroll probably wouldn't handle it very well. He told us on Friday he's not a horror guy. If you missed Michael Carroll and his segment with us, don't do that anymore. But also listen to his podcast, Comicast, that airs every Friday from 9 to 10 here on 97.5, and also it's in podcast form on Spotify and Apple. He also what did he also talk about? Arch Manning being a bust. Well, we can talk about that in the next segment because Sean can speak to whether that's going to happen or not. I don't like him invoking Chris Sims.
Don't put that on anybody.
Yeah, that's not great. Whether you're talking about the player or the guy who does stuff with Mike Florio and stuff, I mean a show. Just to clear it up. He does a radio show or a internet podcast with Mike Florio
with his shirt buttoned all the way to the top.
Yes, it's odd. It's an odd look. I'm not sure what that's about.
It's crazy that him and Kyle Shanahan were like best friends.
Is that a thing? Is that breaking news or is that something you're telling her?
It's absolutely not breaking news.
Oh, okay.
Wait, are you serious?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Serious.
I thought this was like me being like, "Oh, wait, Denver is mile high."
Yeah,
no,
I'm in that. I was just going with you when it comes to that. Yes, the Kyle Shanahan.
I was gonna say that it's crazy that you wouldn't know that.
Yeah, I've seen enough college football games and seen that story enough to be sick of it.
Matching tattoos, yeah.
All of it. Yeah, Texas has had quite a bit of that over the years, where a receiver and a quarterback are really great friends. Thanks, guys. We appreciate the stories. Appreciate it.
Arch Manning.
Who's his favorite? Does he have a receiver roommate too that we're going to get to?
Looks like he likes all of them.
Well, I mean,
equally.
Doesn't matter as long as they're being covered by those second team DBs. I'm sure he does. What a pitiful performance. He had a big day though. I got to credit him for that. You got to just make the throws, and they were there, and he made them. And we'll get to that. What do the Rockets need to do to take the next step? Internal growth is a big deal. We saw the Thunder. Now they added a giant piece in Chet Holmgren, who wasn't around in his rookie year. The Thunder win Game 1 against the Pelicans in a hard-fought game, low-scoring one. For the Rockets, can they find a way for Şengün and Green to operate at max capability while they're on the floor at the same time? Is there a possibility that those two skill sets don't take away from each other, where their two-main game can develop that is potent. We see what it is in Denver. Since we're going to call Şengün baby Jokic, can Jalen Green? I mentioned Jamal Murray. Can Jalen Green become another Jamal Murray? Jamal Murray didn't become Jamal Murray until he's like in his mid-20s. Jalen Green is still years away from that. So I know people want to supercharge this rebuild and go from bad to average to great. And maybe that's the case. Maybe that can happen. We watched the Thunder do it. Hell, the Magic, who got smoked in their game one, they were bad. They were okay last year, and now they're a pretty good ball club. I think Jamal Mosley, who's their coach, has had 15-plus game win increases over the last couple seasons. So we've seen a big increase for the Rockets. Is the next step that they go from a good strong. They go from an average basketball team to a contender. I mean, you have a model in front of you. They're the number one seed in the West, and they were a play-in team last year. Now, you didn't make the play-in, and the net rating would suggest that you probably should have if you hadn't tricked off a number of games, as as Rafael Stone said last week. If they hadn't tricked off those games, they would have been a play-in team. So the trajectory suggests that maybe, but the difference between the two right now, at least in my eyes, is the Thunder have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Jalen Green's not that guy right now. Shai Gilgeous was and is an MVP candidate. Is Jalen Green going to be that next year? Unlikely. Can he be what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was last year? Unlikely. But once again, age plays a factor. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's been doing it far longer than Jalen Green, been doing it at a high level for a long time. Well, long is relative. He's not that old, but he's been doing it consistently for a couple of years now. 25 years old. The difference between 22 and 25 is giant. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was a good player as a young player, but he wasn't this. So I think the problem for the Rockets currently is, I know we all want to get to a point where we're talking about them as a perennial contender, but I think age of their stars, at least their young stars, is probably the biggest factor that keeps them there from getting to that point. Unless Jalen Green takes a giant leap, and then we can have a different conversation. Because Anthony Edwards is the same age, and he has had no problems ascending to one of the best players in basketball. And if you can get that from Jalen Green in year 4, then we can have a real conversation. Just haven't seen that consistency going forward. When we come back, though, we're going to talk about Sean. Well, not specifically Sean, but his time in Austin and the Texas spring game. Arch Manning lighten the Texas DBs up. What did Sean see? What did he enjoy? What does he think? And did he start the bench yours chant when he was walking out of the stadium? We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to Sean and his time in Austin and the Texas Spring game coming up here shortly. I mentioned Alperen Sengun being a finalist for Most Improved. That award will go to either Alperen, Tyrese Maxey, or Kobe White from the Chicago Bulls. Well, a player who won't be up for a big award is Anthony Davis. He is not one of the three finalists for Defensive Player of the Year. The three are Bam Adebayo, Rudy Gobert, who is the front runner for that award, and Victor Wembanyama, whose Spurs defense wasn't good. They're about average, but he was a deterring force. Anthony Davis has responded to the alleged snub, if you believe him and Laker fans, with, I don't know how he sounded, but it's very whiny, the quote that Dave McMenamin is providing. I'll never get the DPOI. The league doesn't like me. I'm the best defender in the league. The league doesn't like me. That is why he doesn't have a chance to win. Well, for the most part, you haven't been available, so that's a big deal. This year, different. He played like 70-plus games, surprising a lot of people. Probably the most surprised was Charles Barkley. He did give him the name Street Clothes. But Anthony Davis played over 70 games. But I'll never get it. The league doesn't like me. I'm the best defensive player in the league. I can switch 1 through 5. I can guard the pick and roll, the best in the league. From a big standpoint, I block shots. I rebound. But you turn into Mo Bamba when you see European centers. So we saw what Jokic did to you. We know what Sabonis does to you all the time. Where's that quote? Where's the quote? Except that they're a European center, then I can't stop anyone.
Hey, he only has to play like 4 of them every year.
And how does it go for him?
Not well.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he owns Valanciunas.
Oh, great.
Nurkic ain't got nothing for him.
Zion, when healthy, went right at him and didn't have a problem with him in the playing game.
What country is Zion from?
He's American. So he didn't stop the American either. Unless I haven't heard that Zion wants to play for
Team
Slovenia.
France, actually.
Maybe Zion's and Luka are really best friends. And now he wants to play for Slovenia.
Actually, Frederick Weiss is recruiting him right now.
Hey, we got the Embiid stopper. Another guy who can't stay healthy, Zion Williamson. So
they have a type.
Apparently. Guys who aren't really French that they want on their team. So Anthony Davis whining, complaining about not being a finalist. How about you run back on defense in the playoffs? How about that? We all saw that. Now, the voting was done beforehand, but we all saw Jokic outrun you on multiple occasions as you're heavy breathing in the backcourt in that game.
There's one where, like, a rebound happened, and Anthony Davis, as the Nuggets are getting the ball and running back, and the Lakers are also running back, Anthony Davis literally just has his hands on his knees.
Yeah. Yeah. There are times in that game where, and it's a thing if you watch him play, where he's never in the picture as the ball's moving into the front court. Yeah. And if there's a long rebound or they take a quick shot, he's there. He'll be available for a cherry-picking layup. But that happened a couple times in the game. I didn't know it was a thing overall until I looked on Twitter. But I was like, where's Anthony Davis? Why isn't he in the picture? And then there was a miss. The Lakers threw it down. He was open for a layup. And then you watch on Twitter, drink every time Anthony Davis doesn't appear in the picture after transition going the other way. I was like, okay, apparently it's a thing. So Anthony Davis, not in your top 3. Rudy Gobert's probably going to win it.
Because the league hates him.
Yeah, and we love French players who sometimes get played off the floor in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing to go, the league doesn't like me. So
yeah, but we like Mr. COVID.
Yeah, so they're going to give the award to Rudy Gobert, a French center.
Yeah.
That isn't Victor.
You know what the league loves?
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert.
Everyone in the league loves that guy.
Yeah. He doesn't catch all the slander. In fact, it's not the league, by the way, it's writers. So it's not the league who's against you. It's NBA writers who are apparently against you.
Zach Lowe hates Anthony Davis.
Yeah. Kevin O'Connor hates you. We know that organization generally doesn't like the Rockets, although they made a bit of a turn this year, the Ringer has, as far as their Rockets coverage, or at least their belief in the Rockets. But let's push that to the side. Enough complaining about Anthony Davis. Let's complain about Quinn Ewers. Sean was in Austin. I didn't know he took the day off on Friday to go to Austin, but he did. And the Texas spring game happened to be at the same time. Maybe those things correlate. He can explain now. Sean, you
I'm on the clock.
You were in Austin. You watched the Texas spring game in person?
Yes.
What were your impressions of the two quarterbacks and Texas overall?
Well, honestly, there wasn't a ton to have reaction to about Quinn Ewers because Quinn Ewers only played 2 series, one of which ended with a pick 6.
Oh, that's not great, but cemented as the starter. So
yeah,
he's the starter.
He was such a starter that I didn't know that college teams are starting to do this, or maybe it's just a Steve Sarkisian thing where it's like the 4th preseason game where he played 2 series.
We know he's not going to get hit, so why is he not playing more snaps? Because he's the unquestioned starter.
Yeah, and Sark said, basically, like, I know what I have in Quinn Ewers.
Sean goes, so do I.
Yeah,
not great.
And so he wanted Arch to play most of a full game, and so yeah, it was Arch versus Trey Owens for, I don't know, 80% of it, and then there's a little bit of a couple cameos from the 4th and 5th string guys, and then it went back to Arch and Trey Owens, Cy-Fair's own Trey Owens.
So after watching the defense play against Arch, what would you attribute his big day to more? Arch himself, or let's say not a great defensive effort by the second teamers?
So I think Arch was throwing the ball very well. He was very accurate. I think he had like 5 incompletions, and 4 of them literally hit the receiver's hands.
Yeah, I saw a report about the drops. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was putting it on guys, but there was a point. I guess I should say the final score. Normally we when we're breaking down a game, we mention the final score.
Sure.
People out there might not know. Team Orange won 35-34.
And did Team Orange? I think we got. I thought we had a call. Did Team Orange like get steak dinners and Team White get hot dogs? How do they incentivize the teams to play?
The love of the game.
Do y'all get the same meal?
Yeah. Try to win, guys.
Okay.
No, I mean there's also guys that were playing
for both teams.
Yeah, that would play on one side and then play on the other. But so the defense wasn't. Well, there weren't a lot of stops. It was 35-34.
In a spring game.
When
you have backups playing on quarterbacks, which means either you've done great in recruiting, or it's possible certainly, or your defense isn't ready to go.
Yeah.
Were they holding guys out on defense?
Not that I know of. Not like.
Not big names?
Not enough to where you're like, okay, 35-34.
That makes
Got
sense.
It.
Yeah. Okay.
Ryan Wingo, freshman wide receiver,
5-star.
Yeah, he looked good. He had a couple touchdowns, including the game winner for Team Orange.
Stirring victory for Team Orange.
So Arch Manning, 300 yards. It was like something like 2, or maybe it was
355
like
and 3 TDs for Arch.
Yeah, in a loss.
Oh, so can't win when it matters. Not clutch.
Well, they lost by 1 score, and Team White had to deal with Quinn Ewers for 2 series, and then Arch got to take over.
Well, Quinn Ewers did throw a pick 6. Yeah,
he threw a touchdown to the other team.
Yeah, so
they would have won. They would have won if
you
Arch
can't
Manning
blame Arch. Arch did all he could, right? When he let the field, his team was ahead. Hey, defense, get a stop.
And the defense for the entire day was like,
nah, we're not interested in that.
I don't think we will.
It's not as hot as we thought it'd be. We're not really warmed up. Nah.
It was kind of chilly.
Yeah, it's like, no. That's why I said that. I wasn't joking about that.
No, I mean I was cold at the game.
Yeah. You went to Texas, you went to Austin to watch your team play, and I think you got what you wanted. Quinn Ewers not being good and Arch being great. I think you got exactly what you wanted. Although it doesn't matter because at least right now, because Sark is steadfast in his thoughts that Arch is his guy. We'll see. But right now,
I will say there was a lot of trying by the second team offense, or I guess it was like the second/third team offense at the end of the game to win. And I just kept thinking, it's like, oh yeah, these guys are trying to get portal tape.
Yeah.
There's a running back that on Texas that was like amped up after every play.
Yeah, playing in the spring game is no guarantee that guy is going to be on your roster even the Monday after.
I don't think he will.
Yeah.
I don't think he will.
It's never a guarantee.
I kept making jokes about like, oh yeah, Ole Miss is going to love that play. Oh yeah.
You don't think Lane Kiffin had his eye on the game?
Yeah, he's showing out right now
and
for
Lane Kiffin,
SMU.
Speaking of that, Lane Kiffin's like, I'm not giving anyone any portal tape. We're just going to play like flag football here.
Yeah. Yeah, at least they played a real game.
Yeah, I don't think, at least from what I tuned in to Ole Miss, was it last week? They weren't playing a game. They had like guys in shirts and T-shirts or shorts and T-shirts and just running around.
They basically had the Pro Bowl.
It was pretty much the Pro Bowl. They did events like flipping a tire over the course of like 10 yards and then tagging off for someone else. Lane Kiffin was like, nah, I'm the portal king. You ain't taking any of my players unless you love them in this game of tag that they're playing.
I know how the portal works.
Yeah.
I'm not giving anyone any portal tape.
No tape. You guys stay here.
You suckers keep giving me the tape.
True. Yeah, we'll see what Lane Kiffin does. He loves to dive into the portal for a player or two. I mean, they're Ole Miss, not a great recruiting school, but certainly Lane Kiffin has found a way to supplement that roster, and they're gonna be tough this year. I mean, Texas, as far as the conference is concerned, going to be one of the favorites. We'll see what Alabama looks like. They have a returning quarterback, but a new head coach, and Georgia will be there. But if we believe that Texas has built a squad that not only can compete through the Big 12 and has the talent to compete in the SEC, there's no reason that the team that enters the SEC this year, considering what they look like, forget about what they do on the field, but just how they're built, like offensive line, defensive line, that team should be ready to go to make a run. If they're deep now, can their DBs run? I don't know. That's just one day.
They can run.
Well, yeah, their legs work.
They're chasing down Ryan Wingo.
They didn't catch him though, so they can run.
They got a lot of cardio.
Can they run fast enough to compete for an SEC title and eventual playoff spot? Well, the playoffs there are more teams involved, so you don't have to be as good. And as Sean has pointed out, he will let it be known, hey, we got in when the playoff was the playoff. Not this stupid everyone gets it participation trophy playoff that's now available to everyone.
We made the playoff walking uphill both ways.
Yeah. It was snowing. Our shoes had holes in them.
We had to start Quinn Ewers.
That is not the same thing as a 5-mile walk in the snow. Very insulting on your part. Leave that man alone. He got you a playoff appearance. He went in Alabama and won a game.
What have you done for me lately? Throw an interception to a defensive lineman.
That spring doesn't count, Sean. Those stats don't count.
What have you done for me lately? That's the last thing I saw from him. I also saw him do the alma mater.
Yeah, you did see that before.
I saw that, and then I left.
Yeah. There was a time where no one did the alma mater after Texas games. Yeah. Well, at least that one game, that one time.
You put it into that.
Sam Ellinger. Yeah. Sark was like, not on my watch. You got to win back the boosters. And what you do besides bringing back the alma mater and people respecting it, how do you win back the boosters? You win a lot of games. That's what he did last year. And he's got a chance to do it again this year. So Sean's review is Arch great, DB stride, get Quinn Ewers out of his face.
Oh, and most importantly, the most important thing, I should have mentioned this earlier. Everyone left healthy.
Oh, good. That's actually important. No major injuries.
To go full coach speak, it was a great day. No one got hurt.
Exactly. We won because no one got hurt. That is actually good news for Texas and any team who's playing this exhibition practice for fans. It's really just a practice, and they put on generally their team jerseys, and they go out there, run a couple plays, don't give anything away, and if everyone gets out of the game healthy, it's a big win. And kudos to the Longhorns for finding a way. You find a way, Sean, and they found a way to stay healthy as they move forward to what they hope is another great season. Just happens to be their first season in the SEC. We got a couple more segments to go here on the show. If you haven't heard, Christian Javier is out. He's on the IL. The Astro news isn't great, so we've tried to stay away from it since like about 10:30. We've had more fun since, I think. Nothing has broken since, so that's the big news. The Astros still are bad, and Christian Javier is out. But we will talk about the Texans because not only is the draft ahead, but the uniforms are coming out. And also, CJ Stroud has some thoughts on Tank Dell and his recovery. So I'll share that with you when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I will get to the Texans, but Jeremy Branham is tweeting, and he's now just providing stats about the Astros' factory of sadness. Sean, would you like to take a guess about who leads the AL in worst ERA?
The Astros?
Yes.
Or is it a player?
A team ERA.
Oh, yeah, Astros.
Yes.
Your Houston Astros.
Your Houston Astros. ERA over 5.1. The White Sox, they're the only team over 5 as far as ERA is concerned. The White Sox are in second, Angels, and then Blue Jays tied for third. Would you like to guess who leads the league in runners left on base?
Astros?
Amazing. You were able to deduce that. Yes, 181 times they've left a runner on base. No one is within 20 of them. The Tigers are at 159, the Yankees 158, and the Mariners 158. So the Astros
Get on our level.
The Astros are intent on lapping the field when it comes to bad baseball statistics. So that's great. I mean, no stats are going to surprise you if they're bad because they're a bad baseball team. And they have a day off. they can regroup, and so can we. And by regroup, I mean ignore them for a night at least. We can watch something less impactful to our sports misery, the NBA playoffs, or maybe you love hockey. You can watch that. And Shogun, the season finale, or series finale in this case, because they don't appear, at least what they said, they're not going to do a second season. It's based off a book, and they're at the end of the book. So the series possibly finale of Shogun, the show for this show. So, yes, good call by Sean. There is something beyond Astros misery to watch. I'm sure Jeremy Brown will tweet more stats that will upset you.
About Shogun? Oh, about the Astros.
No. He's Lance likes to think he's a numbers guy. Jeremy's actually the numbers guy. He'll have all the numbers for you to make you feel bad if you're into that sort of thing.
I am into feeling bad.
Hey, I like feeling terrible. And as we get close, I mentioned the Texans in the last segment. As we get closer and closer to tomorrow, which is the uniform reveal day, we've got more people suggesting that they have real leaks. And if you are wondering, the red jerseys appear to be just a not an inverse, because there's mostly blue for the numbers on the white jerseys, but pretty much an inverse of the white jerseys with the horns. That appears to be the case. We'll see the final reveal going forward, and the H-Town jersey will have red numbers. So the blue jersey, the kind of the generic home jersey, will be the one that most closely resembles what we've seen here. But the red and white seem like the ones that are going to be the ones that match, and then the H-Town blue will be something completely different. So we'll see. More uniform tracker stuff going on as the Texans get closer and closer to the reveal. Now about the players who will be wearing them. Tank Dell, a big contributor last year, part of a great rookie class. We know he was hurt. We know how it happened, and we hope he doesn't have to block on the goal line ever again if that's going to be the result. But he's recovering, and according to his quarterback, he is recovering well. C.J. Stroud says he looks great. It's gotten a lot better. And mostly a lot of the talk has been about how those two have grown mentally. And CJ talks about, I think for the both of us, really all of the rookies coming into year two, everything is starting to slow down and the wheels aren't turning so much up in our head. You're starting to play ball. Being able to throw with him in LA was really big. So the fact that Tank Dell seems to be at full speed and he's getting more time with CJ is great news. I always wonder about it, because when he comes into official team stuff, will the Texans go, you know what? We're gonna put you in a non-contact jersey, even though there is no contact in these situations, and you're just gonna stand to the side. So the test will be once they start running team stuff, even if it's mini camps. Will he be out there? But so far so good for Tank Dell as we get closer and closer to actual football stuff, and that starts with the draft. And by the way, if you don't know, we will cover the draft. Not only the first round, which will be here on ESPN 97.5, but that'll be national coverage. So you'll hear, I don't even know who does their draft coverage on the radio, but if you listen to the station and you watch ESPN, you're going to, those familiar voices you'll hear. And then from 6 to 9 on Friday, you'll hear local voices. It'll be me, Joe, and Paul, among others, who will get you ready for the Texans as they make their draft picks. We'll be here from 6 to 9. I'm not sure how that breaks down time-wise, but we will, at a minimum, get the first two picks for the Texans, and that'll be their second rounder. So we'll see who they draft. Will they be targeting a cornerback, or do they think they've done enough in free agency? I know this show thinks they have not. I don't think there's a clear starting corner aside from Stingley, so maybe that's the place they attack. Certainly could possibly be defensive tackle. We'll have all that for you as the draft kicks off, at least there's the second day of the draft. And, maybe someone falls. That was surprising. And Nick Caseros talked about, sure, we have this number of picks right now, but considering our history, the likelihood of us making a trade, possible. So will the Texans get aggressive and trade up if one of the guys they covet is around? We'll be there for that, and we'll keep you updated on the Texans and their draft. Sean, I don't think I've even asked. Are you a draft guy? I'm a draft guy on the day. All the nonsense about whether somebody has diabetes and that's why he's got a bad attitude. That's a story that you sent me that we talked about on Friday. I don't care about the unnamed scouts, the executive who won't be named, who has a thought on it. I don't care about the draft season stuff, but draft day I'm interested in.
The scuttlebutt. You're not into the...
I don't care about that stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar where, I really just want to sit down and watch it. That's kind of all I want out of it. And I want to watch the version of whichever version of the draft, because they do like the NFL Network, ABC has one, ESPN, whichever one doesn't focus on the family tragedy for every pick. That's the one.
Was that the COVID year? The
Yes.
COVID draft? Yes. When Roger Goodell was doing it from his home?
Yes, that was the one where everyone's grandma got hit
I believe
by a car.
that's the ABC version. T. Higgins had an awful story surrounding his
everyone who got drafted in 2020.
Anyone who
awful...
had a story that needed to be told had that story told.
It was exactly what we needed as a country at that moment.
More bad news. More sad stuff.
Yeah. All these guys living their dreams. Guess what? Their dad drowned.
Guess what they had to overcome.
Yeah.
All right, man. Sometimes I just wanted it to be about football.
Yeah.
At least on this day.
Can you just show me some highlights?
Can we talk about how
and have Louis Riddick say about his great eyes?
Yeah. Can we talk about how great the day is for this young man? Not what he's had to overcome. I mean, not Tom Rinaldi after every pick.
Can we get Davo Sweeney to be like, man, T. Higgins, you're not just drafting a great receiver, you're drafting a great man into your community. Like, can we just get that going? Like, why do we need? I don't need all that.
Yeah. It's a great day getting drafted. And yet, now you have to answer, hey, you overcame this. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that was a thing. I forgot about that it was, as you talked about, nearly every pick had a story that was sad, and you couldn't even celebrate.
Like, absurdly sad, too. It wasn't just like, look, they overcame so much, they're poor. It's like, no, like, they saw a family member get shot.
Yes, it was
like, it was crazy.
We're talking about death. We're talking about like villain origin stories we're hearing
now they're the new left guard for the New Orleans Saints.
I don't know how that's going to keep at the time. I guess who was their quarterback at the time? I don't remember at the time. Was Drew Brees still there?
It was still Brees.
I don't know how that's going to help him keep Drew Brees clean, but I guess thanks for the story. I appreciate it. Thanks. The draft. We won't be doing those stories on Friday from 6 to 9, mostly because we don't have a research team.
we didn't get to sit down with these guys and ask them, hey, what was the worst moment of your life?
Yeah.
Can we talk about that?
And go into detail.
Yeah.
Leave no stone unturned about how your emotional state before and after and how you've overcome it.
How do you feel about, and I guess this is less of an NFL thing because their reporters it seems like they kind of play ball more than NBA reporters do during the draft. But how do you feel about like the spoiling of picks? Like if I get like Schefter and Rappaport don't do this, but if they tweeting out of with pick 42
they're
coming up, the Texans
targeting whatever. Yeah,
the Texans have been strongly linked.
Woj, I don't know if he remains.
He still does it.
He still does that?
Yes.
Still his thing. Woj was the worst. The Houston Rockets are targeting Jabari Smith.
Yeah.
Oh, what does that mean? Thanks for dancing around saying they're going to pick him because you said strongly targeting. I don't like it. I don't care so much if it's not my favorite team because the picks, I actually just want to know who might be on the board, but I get off of social media when my favorite team's about to pick. I want that to be a surprise. Okay. But I understand.
I do the opposite.
You want to know quickly.
I literally set alerts for Shams and Woj.
Oh,
just tell me who it is.
So you don't watch the draft then?
No, I do.
Okay.
But I just want to know as quickly as possible, and then I'll watch the
pick?
actual pick. But I don't need them to like. It's most annoying when they're at the desk being like, well, they might need a point guard, and so they might go with this guy. And it's like, no, they actually picked the center 5 minutes ago. We're just still talking about.
What are you guys vamping about? The pick is in.
Yeah.
Everyone knows who they're picking.
Like, there's just a little bit of like, all right, hustle up here.
Move it along.
Bob Myers.
I just want to see the moment.
Yeah.
I want to see my guy put on the hat.
Yeah.
And stuff. I get that part. I just react a different way. Give me all the picks until it's my team's pick, and then I'll shut it down and wait. Apparently, I like a surprise. A TV surprise, apparently. We got one more segment to go here on the show. There's a new trailer out. I haven't watched it yet. I'll watch it afterwards, and I'll get Sean's take on this particular movie and the movie trilogy now that this movie's coming out. What's he think? I don't even know if he's watched any of it. And can it save a certain comic book universe. That's what it's being tagged or tasked with doing. We'll see. I haven't seen the trailer, but it's supposed to be a good movie, and I'm sure Michael Carroll at some point will have a review from it in the future. One more segment to go. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. And the movie I was not so subtly referring to is Deadpool and Wolverine. Sean, where are you on the Deadpool franchise? Have you seen the first two? Do you like them? Are you going to watch the third?
I saw the first one probably a while back now. It's not like fresh in my mind really, and I didn't see the second one. So.
Okay.
So I guess I'm casual, tepid, just like okay. I'm aware of them. I'm generally aware of them.
You're not completely aware of their game though.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces.
Yeah, I just watched like the first half of the trailer during the break, and it's surprisingly darker than I thought, considering it's a Deadpool movie and he's always making jokes, and the jokes are still there. But mostly the darkness comes from Wolverine being a depressed X-Men. So we'll see how that plays out. I will watch it because I watch all this stuff, and if it's going to have this tone where Wolverine's a defeated dude and he's alleged to have cost his world, well, their existence, apparently. He's being blamed, at least partly, for that. I'm in on that. Give me all the darkness as far as the comic book stuff. A little too jokey in some instances.
So he's like the Jose Abreu of X-Men?
Ooh. No, because Wolverine's actually done good things.
Oh.
He's not Jose Abreu. Jose Abreu wishes.
Ryan Presley?
He wishes. Yeah, it's more Ryan Presley right now. He wishes he had Wolverine's resume.
Hey, 2020 MVP.
What does that do with the Astros? He wishes he had Wolverine's resume for the Astros. He does not have that. Wolverine's probably more Ryan Presley. You're dead on that, at least according to the trailer. Of course, Sean had to bring us back to the Astros.
Sorry.
They are bad, which is acceptable to say.
Still bad.
They've been bad for a while now.
Haven't changed since 10:30 when we last talked.
When we last talked about them, haven't changed since those numbers I gave you, which said they were bad, courtesy of Jeremy Branham's research. I won't say depressing. They're an uninteresting, non-fun, bad baseball team who we all think at some point they'll pull out of it. but the injuries continue to pile up. We don't have to worry about that tonight, but it'll be a thing going forward. Whenever Fromber comes back, it's because it's not funny, but we heard the good news about Fromber getting closer. Justin Verlander has a nice performance. They win that game, and since that point, since the final out of Friday night's game, it's been a disaster. Javier out. They blow a game late. Ryan Presley stinks. And then the Astros decide, you know what? Saturday night was very depressing. We're not going to bounce back. Let's just get out of Washington. Sure, we'll still be there, but the spirit won't. And they were blanked by the Washington Nationals on the road. They have a lot of games where they score less than 2 runs. Then you couple that with the Saturday game where their bullpen blows another save. First, it was lack of opportunities. Now, even with the opportunities, they don't come through. And here we are.
Yeah.
Hoping and praying.
I guess Astros fans are kind of the defeated man type.
If you go by what they're saying on social media, they went from a long season, which is still their saving grace, to look at all the bad numbers.
Yikes.
Yeah, yikes. Is this going to turn around?
I mean, I was thinking about, like, Dana Brown had mentioned, like, this team at some point is going to go on a, like, 8-game win streak or 10-game win streak.
Great. They'll still be how many games below 500?
If they go on a 10-game win streak starting tomorrow, they're going to be 1 game over 500.
Yeah.
And that's a 10-game win streak. It takes something that they're not going to do in the next 10 games.
And you expect, even if they did rip off something remarkable like that, there will be a regression where they're not playing that type of baseball. And where will they stand? Thankfully for them, the AOS ain't great, but they're still 5 games back. So that has to change. And is this just going to be a lackluster division, which keeps them in the race? You got to hope so until things start to flip.
You literally have to.
Yeah. It's the only saving grace as far as the season is concerned, that the rest of the AOS will be just as bad as you are, and they will go on long losing streaks to let you stay in the race. Look at Quinn Ewers on Pat McAfee. Look how open this guy is. What's going on with your secondary?
Preposterously open.
Like 6 yards, maybe 7 or 8 yards open behind these guys.
Great
Another
accuracy.
guy, at least the guys aren't breaking stride. I will give them that.
Yeah.
The guys aren't breaking stride, but they don't have to. But it's just almost thrown against air.
At that point, I was thinking. I think I was talking about it. Like, there are some times where a coach will just kind of like dial one up just to like get the PR win of like the first play 75-yard touchdown, like, because that was Arch Manning's first throw was a 75-yard touchdown to a guy who was wide ass open. So I was a little bit like, there might be some PR stuff, PR games going on.
Yeah, we need something for the socials.
Yeah, and then the rest of the game.
And it feels great the rest of the game. Yeah. We're reliving, at least Pat McAfee's reliving the Arch Manning spring game.
He says Arch Manning dominates Texas spring game. He doesn't say in a loss.
Couldn't come through when it mattered most.
Well, they really lost the game in the first 2 drives.
Because Sark didn't make the move earlier by benching Quinn Ewers in the spring game.
He benched him.
Yeah, that's what happened. He had seen enough, and by enough suck, so he benched him.
Yeah, I saw enough to be like, get this guy out of here.
He's terrible. So
you're ready to learn SMU, buddy.
Well, it is the place where Texas quarterbacks go to thrive. At least it did happen for Garrett Gilbert and Shane Buechele. Arch probably won't follow that route, and Quinn Ewers would just go to the NFL. I don't think he's going to bide his time at SMU at this point in his career. Although Sean can hope. He can always hope that there's a summer transfer for Quinn Ewers.
No. Now I have to hope that he raises his draft stock.
Yeah,
which he was supposed to do this year, past year.
He's supposed to be gone now. He's supposed to be in the draft. Supposed to be The thought was he'd play well enough to be drafted on Thursday.
If you think I'm too down on him, just remember the plan this time of last year was that he plays 1 year and then gets drafted in the first round, and he was back on the spring game.
It's true. The plan was for Arch to take over this year after Quinn Ewers did well enough.
He looks ready to take
The
over.
only person who's not ready is Quinn Ewers. So now you've got a problem. We are done for the day. We means me. Sean will be the producer for Gallant George, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Happy Monday, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You guys can find us on Twitter at Joe George Radio, at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes, and you're always welcome into the show at 713-780-3776. I'd imagine people are not feeling great today because, playing against a below 500 team for the first time this season was supposed to be when the Astros got their stuff together, Paul Gallant. They didn't. At all. Well, I guess they got one game.
My incredible moment of positivity trying to guide our beloved Houston Astros back into the light resulted in a one-game winning streak on Friday.
Yep.
That was neat.
Opening day.
Opening day. 1-0 opening day.
They did win on opening day, but since we have resetted the start of the season, the Houston Astros are now 1-2 to open up 2024.
Do we reset it again tomorrow? Maybe we reset it when they get back from Mexico. When they play the best team in baseball right now. Because the Cleveland Guardians are the #1 team in Major League Baseball.
You know what? You found it. You found the spin. They're in vacation mode.
They're ready to go to Mexico.
They're ready to go to Mexico.
Same.
Just like so many teams in the NBA. We're in that same spot.
Yeah.
They're just waiting for the season to start after they go to Mexico City.
Problem solved.
Oh, man.
I feel you, man. Like that sigh, that's how I feel.
I don't know what to say anymore.
There's no optimism left. Like, it's so funny thinking, like, I was literally just on the YouTube channel and looked at the video from last Monday because they won 2 out of 3 versus the Rangers last weekend. And you're like, hey, they're back. It's optimistic. The bats look good. The pitching look better. Like, we're going to be okay. And then this last week, it's just...
Yeah. And then you lose 2 or 3 to a Washington National team that stinks, and it's all the same problems. All of them on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, Ryan Presley blows a 2-run lead. His ERA still in the healthy 8s. You get 0 offense on Sunday. 4 hits, no runners past second base until the 6th? Even 2 second base? And you also had a disastrous start by Hunter Brown, who gets put in that spot because Christian Javier gets scratched at the last minute. So a 6th starter goes to the injured list. It is so bad right now.
I'm not going to give I don't give a damn that they won on Friday night. Josh Hader sucked too.
That too.
Like, they got the save, but my God, like, you're going to make $95 million in the next 5 years. Can you have one not stressful outing? Is it possible?
It would be nice.
Like, not that it matters. He got a 2nd save on the season. At this point, he's going to get like 7 on the year. It's just, it's frustrating. I'm with you. Like, there's not a lot to say. There is a lot to say, but there's not a lot of reasoning. And it brings this question, and we're going to ask it today. 713-780-3776. Is the biggest reason the Astros are this way because Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado are not here?
Oh, I hate that we're even asking this.
I don't know what else to ask, Paul. They lead baseball in hits. They're 15th in RBIs. Their bullpen sucks on any other day basis. Same with the rotation. They have like the 5th worst. If the lottery for 2025 was tomorrow, I think they'd have the 5th best odds to get the #1 pick.
Oh my God.
What? Like, I don't know. We're not blaming Dusty. I'm thinking we need him back. I don't know.
There's a certain point when you don't have any logical explanations for something, you should look at the simplest and perhaps dumbest reason for something that's taking place on a regular basis, because sometimes it is just the obvious reason. And look, the injuries, not helpful. The bullpen has been disastrous. To what you said, the offense getting all those hits and all those total bases, but those few runs, it makes very little sense. So you do end up looking at what's the biggest change from last year to this year, seeing as this is for the most part the same roster, and it's that Dusty Baker is not the manager, and that Yainer Diaz is now the catcher, and Martin Maldonado isn't. And I'm not saying that's the reason for this. But there is going to come a certain point where I think we got to ask that question. And some people are going to say, well, yeah, that's the difference. So that's the reason things are going down like this. I still don't believe it. I still believe managers have such a little impact on what happens over the course of a baseball season that it can't be that. But what the hell else is it? I don't know what else to say.
No, because it defies logic.
It doesn't make any sense.
You have two guys in the top 10 in baseball in batting average. Jeremy Pena is 9th in Major League Baseball in batting average. Jose Altuve is 6th currently.
Well, that's because the game's about OPS now, Joe. With your old school statistics, can you actually bring something else to the table? This is why everyone thinks that you don't know baseball, Joe.
Yeah, I actually don't know where Jeremy Pena is at on this.
What's his BABIP and his Klondorf, huh?
Jeremy
But you
Pena,
talk about average. It's like it's 1993.
He is 45th in OPS.
Well, that's why he sucks.
That's why. Doesn't it make more sense?
To your point.
It makes more sense why they suck.
Yeah.
It's just, it's the injuries, like what you said, because even Hunter Brown, I'll give him credit. Like he got blooped to death for like a half an inning, and then 4 of his next 6 batters were strikeouts. He struck out the side in the second inning. He bounced back really well. To just have the start be unexpected like that, those hits were a joke. That's still bad luck. Baseball, that's when things are just going wrong. They're going wrong, but it's just they defy logic with what you see, because you see the team, you see the roster. I feel like I'm about to do the back of the baseball card. You see the lineup card, and you go, okay, this is a good baseball team. And they just keep finding different ways to lose baseball games. Catcher's interference, Ryan Presley, Josh Hader, more injuries. You just can't get anyone home to save your life. Like, it is just, it's one thing after another that honestly, it makes zero sense. And to your point, if everything is the same except for Maldi and Dusty, you at least have to you have to ponder it, at least. Especially, I'm going to lean Maldi here, and I'm not a Maldi guy. But if I can't blame the pitching coaches, then I got to blame someone. And these guys have a poor game plan, at least at some point in every single game. Whether it's the start of the game and they're getting rocked early and then they adjust, or your bullpen pitchers have no idea what they're doing. And I don't know if that's on Josh Miller, if that's on Joe Espada, or Murphy. I forgot Murphy too, the other pitching coach. Or if it's Yainer Diaz, or if it's just the pitchers. But they just cannot be consistent in any way, shape, or form right now, and it's baffling.
Yeah. I wish I had more to say. What do you do? Beat him with rulers like it's Catholic school? I don't know.
And trade for Martin Maldonado.
Well, from the 8-3-2. Yes, because Maldonado has the White Sox pitching staff looking top-notch, right? Okay, buddy, whoever you are. Name 3 pitchers on that pitching staff.
Well, that's what people would be saying about the Astros if they didn't get to work with Maldi their whole career.
That's true.
Until this year.
Good point. It's a good point. He's a savior. Also, they have a couple guys who are pretty nasty this year, for the record.
Yeah.
See, well, there you go. Because of Maldi.
They kind of do.
I'm looking at these quotes, and the fact that the Astros are starting to be honest as opposed to doing that back of the baseball card BS that they did last week. Here is Joe Espada. We need to start playing better. I don't think that's a secret. I think we're trying. This team doesn't want to lose series. We're not trying to lose. He said that back-to-back sentences.
Yeah, like at first I saw just the first half. It's like, I think we're trying.
Yes.
You think?
He said in that little paragraph, he says we need to start playing better twice, and this team doesn't want to lose, and that they're not trying to lose. So they're being honest.
I'm glad they're not trying to lose.
Dana Brown on Jose Abreu, who, hey, here's a positive. He only played once this weekend. There's no way to sugarcoat this. He's scuffling right now, and I think he knows it. Well, I hope he knows it. It's wearing on him. I'm sure it's wearing on our hitting coaches. Yeah, I bet they're pissed. The frustration mounts, but ultimately, hopefully, he can turn this thing around. So at least they're being honest. Do you know what? That's the one positive I'll take away from this weekend. They're not lying to us anymore. Because when you lie to somebody, when you stink, you're awful, you're terrible, you can't do anything right, and you're trying to tell everybody that it's going to be fine, or that it's something that it's not, that's when I want to just flick you off.
Well, because you can't say that anymore. That everything's going to be fine.
But why not, Joe?
I mean, look, history
Why
will...
not?
Okay. Baseball history will tell you.
You're just a hater.
That what the Astros are at, where they're at right now, it's not impossible for them to make a run. That they can't figure everything out. Now, Astros history will point to that, where there's been no team in Astros history that has started like this, that they're going to figure it out. So try to be a little positive here. There are plenty of teams who have started not good and made the wild card or the division or won the division. Now, there's not a million of them, Paul, but there are teams out there. The last one, the 2015, the 9-16 Rangers. And in the first 25 games, they won their division. The Twins did it that year. The Padres and the Yankees were 10-15 in 2006 and 2005 to go ahead and win the division. There's been wild card teams that have done it, so it's not impossible. There's teams that have been below 550 games through the season.
Oh, okay, so
and
they're going to
still
be
won
fine.
the division.
They're going to be fine.
No, I'm not saying that, but there's still some hope. I don't feel it right now, but baseball history tells you that there's still a chance. It's not dead the season yet. Just doesn't feel good.
No, it doesn't. And the fact that we really just don't have any answers, all we know is we see the same thing over and over again. That's all we've got. And that's why, circle back to what's the big difference between last year and this year. You can't say it's not this anymore, which is annoying to me because, again, I just don't really subscribe to the idea that a manager is going to have that much of an impact on whether or not players play well or play poorly. And I would say the same thing for a catcher at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I felt like people were over the top with how much they were dumping on Maldi and Dusty Baker last year. But, I mean, now there is a part of me that's looking at the people who are doing the most dumping, and I'm wondering what they're thinking. They might have some sort of explanation for it. A lot of people are pointing to the team ERA. A lot of people are pointing to the fact that some of the moves that were made had nothing to do with Joe Espada or Dana Brown. You know, I remember the Montero move, at least that one's looking good right now. But the Abreu, Montero, and Brantley moves were all Jeff Bagwell, Jim Crane, and whoever the hell else was a part of that brain trust. So I mean, some of the things that we're seeing right now are not actually the fault of the people that are running it. And I think that's what's kind of getting twisted here for some people who are already saying, oh, they need to have Dusty back. Well, no, I don't think it's quite that simple. But at the same time, the people who are dismissing it and poo-pooing the idea of it actually being a factor, I think those people at the very least need to think just for a second. Like, is there a link here? Is there any possibility that this is related to where things are right now?
I will say, like, if these guys are a manager and a catcher who hits like he hits like Jose Abreu, honestly, Martin Maldonado. Like, if you're that's what takes you from making the ALCS every single year to being what are they, 7-16 or whatever they are. Like, at some point you have to look yourself in the mirror and be like, they need leadership that badly. That these guys, that Alex Bregman and Jose Abreu and Jose Altuve and Kyle Tucker and Christian Javier, who's hurt, and all these guys, Ryan Presley, just they cannot perform unless they have Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado on their team. Like what at what point are like that is so insulting to the rest of the roster that it's like, hey, all you got, Dubon, Pena, you all owe your careers to Dusty Baker and Martin Maldonado.
713-780-3776. How do you feel? I think most people feel like Sean feels. Like, it's not just Dusty and Maldi, especially because this team won a World Series without one of those guys. At least I know not a lot of the guys on the roster, but it's just
they won one without both those guys.
Yeah, but it is a wild ride to start the season for the Houston Astros. A disappointing one. How do you feel? 713-780-3776. Plus, I think I found a comp for this that I want to kind of look back on. Of old man manager, or that everyone respects, and then he leaves, and then things fall apart drastically. We'll do that next as well on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
409, it's not Diaz's fault that the pitchers can't hit their spots. It's not Diaz's fault they can't drive in runs. Well, Diaz can contribute to that a little bit, the runs part, because he's not great with runners in scoring position either. I would. It's not all on Diaz. It's definitely not. Like, I think he's a good catcher. It's more about, I'm wondering about the preparedness for the game, if these pitchers are prepared for what they're about to do, because they all seem to be missing their spots. They all seem to be inconsistent. There just seems to be a general problem with the pitching staff that's worse this year than it has been really ever since this run started, since 2015.
Hader being bad is what you can use as evidence that this isn't necessarily on the difference between the catcher last year and the catcher this year, because Hader has been bad. Presley looks older. Abreu not even giving you clean innings. I mean, we're at the point now where Rafael Montero has actually pitched his way into higher leverage situations in this bullpen. Part of it has to do with the fact that the guys that are higher than him on the totem pole have been alarmingly inconsistent. It's not on any one player. It is on everybody. But I think that it's also worth asking the question, is this also on the change in manager, the change in catcher, in addition to the fact that none of these guys are executing?
Yeah,
you can't say
it is a fair question.
You can't say de facto. No, you just can't. That's all I'm trying to say here. I'm not pinning it on them, but I think for a lot of the super intense baseball folks online who were calling for Dusty's head often last year and for Maldi's head, I think a lot of those people are looking for any reason but that as far as why the Astros have stunk this year. And I think you got to lump it in with everything else.
713, how do you turn an old man around that can't catch up to a fastball when talking about Jose Abreu? You can't. He sucks. They're not even playing him.
Give him some banana pudding.
I wish that would help. It worked for. Hey,
Dusty
look,
Baker had him.
Birthday boy Chaz had a great weekend. We had 3 hits on his birthday. He looked pretty good. Chaz McCormick back.
What does he do other than Pilates, Jose Abreu? Because the Pilates, okay, didn't work out.
It's kind of like when Yuli Gurriel said that he stopped drinking stopped drinking soda and eating pizza and like got healthy.
Yeah.
And he just like stunk it up for the half the year.
So get fat again.
Yeah. Stop doing Pilates.
Look, Paul knows. Okay, there are teams that have won World Series in which all they did was in between innings go back into the Red Sox clubhouse and eat fried chicken and drink beer. Okay, those were some great times for the Boston Red Sox. That's what the Astros need.
And Terry Francona let it slide.
Yeah, like they'd eat beer and fried chicken.
I'm not sure that was happening when they were winning, but it was happening when they blew a massive AL East lead in 2011.
I mean, you never know. Just trying to find anything.
Honestly, I would be relieved if I found out that was going on in the clubhouse. Oh, they're just not taking it seriously. But guess who that would fall on? Oh, the new manager.
Yeah.
From the 936, a text. When TK said Myers tried to steal second and fell flat on his face, I forget which loss that was in, but
that was early. That was early in the season.
I said it's looking like this year's team motto. Every time they seem to be off and running, they fall flat. Eric the driver. Is that going to be the season in review yearbook that they show on the MLB network like they do with the NFL films at the end of the year?
It's that, or it's that early on in the season when Espada yanked Abreu for the first time at the end of the game for Singleton, and he was just staring in the dugout like he got punched in the face.
Staring into the abyss.
Like
the
he just
story
had
of the 2024 Houston Astros.
Blank stare on his face is just like, what is happening? That to me is also a little bit. We have the Myers. That's a good one.
Falling flat on your face. The story of the 2024 Houston Astros.
Yeah, with the Abreu, I don't know. I don't know what the issue is, what the answer is, because I don't think Singleton's that good either. I know his batting average is better, but he looks.
Yeah, he's 3 times better actually. Wait, is it 4 now? 4 times
it
better.
Might be.
Wait, hang on. It's 5. It's 5 times better.
Jose Abreu like batting average is so low, it makes the math hard on how much better other guys are with normal MLB batting average.
The thing is, now since he's sub 100, now every single, out, it only makes his average go a little bit lower as opposed to a lot lower.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So,
he has breathing room between him and his jersey number now.
He might
be able to get a hit and still be lower than his jersey number.
It might be 10, a unit of 10 that he's less than.
.068.
Yeah. It's got like 0.11 left.
That's crazy.
Houston says Phillips 68 is where old washed up players go for retirement funds. So we're Major League Soccer now? Good God.
I mean, Ed Reed, Jose Abreu. Is there a Rockets
At least the Texans haven't done that in a while.
Carmelo Anthony. Scottie Pippen.
Scotty's a good one.
Oh, no.
Charles Barkley, too.
Yep, Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs. Just kidding.
Hey, easy. Come on, man.
Easy. Let's wait.
Keep the negative juices.
Let's wait until October to start that.
Like you and your H-Town blue hat. That's not even the right logo anymore. Yeah. Like keep the negative thoughts away from
you and the way better first draft of their.
Yeah, that's true. That H. Now that I see that H in person, that H is way better than the new helmet.
Nah, the new one's cooler, dude. You just don't appreciate old English.
And if
you're white,
and if you were hoping that Joey Loperfido was going to be your Lord and Savior at first base. He was 0 for 4 yesterday, and in his last 6 games, he's 2 for 23 with 9 strikeouts. Now, Jeff Bagwell was down there meeting with him, so maybe it's Jeff Bagwell's fault, whatever he told him to do.
Too much pressure on him.
Or just whatever he's telling people.
He said, you better stop playing well, because Jose Abreu is the future, and you got no shot, kid. You'll never make it in this town. You'll never make it.
Or just like he shook hands with them, and Jeff Bagwell just has the opposite of the Midas touch. Whatever the baseball opposite of that, you just forget to how to hit a baseball if you shake hands with Jeff Bagwell.
He's death himself.
It's just you just get cursed.
Loperfido is dead now, and he had to amputate his hand because he shook hands with Bagwell.
From the 8 through 2, our best pitchers are hurt. It only makes sense that's the part of the team that is hurting the team the most. I can't speak for the bullpen. Maybe we need to flip-flop Hader and Presley to see if it affects their psyche. Second part first. They're not flip-flopping Hader and Presley. Hader is making too much money. Presley will not be on this team next year, so they're not going to do that. To your first part, I don't agree with that at all. The starting pitching has been good enough. The starting pitching has been good enough their last 6 games to win baseball games.
Yeah, even Sunday. I mean,
like it's
Hunter
good
Brown
enough.
stunk in the first, but the next couple innings were good enough. Problem is, you brought in old beard face Sean Dubin, who does not belong in the majors with his beautiful 13 ERA.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, it's 12 point something.
And I don't think that the injuries are going to fix those problems. Like moving JP France or Hunter Brown to the bullpen, I don't think solves your problems.
Nothing's going to solve the problems, it feels like, at this moment in time. I'm sure things will be better, but, I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Here I am today. I've had a tummy ache for 2 days, going to the doctor's later. Like, I'm not feeling so good, and I got to talk about this.
Sorry.
It does feel like
I wish I had something else to talk about.
Yeah, I know.
It does feel like the biggest adjustment that, like, it's just, like, play better. Like, that's really what it comes down to, is that these guys, like, hey, Ryan Presley, Josh Hader, just play better.
I think Joe Espada should figure out if they're trying to lose, because he doesn't sound 100%
He doesn't
sure
sound 100%
with that quote.
sure.
I'm going to read it again.
I hope they are, actually. I hope they're trying to lose. 'Cause mission accomplished.
For drafts position?
Yeah.
But
I hope Alex Bregman is just like, you know what? You know how people normally play better in contract years? I'm trying to do the opposite.
someone suggested online that he might be mad that guys like Rafael Montero and Jose Abreu, among others, Josh Hader, got new deals while he has not gotten a new deal, and now he's showing that.
And so he's trying to play like Jose Abreu.
Well, that's hard to do. So he's
Jose
not doing
Abreu got
that.
paid.
He's trying to.
Don't insult him. But here's the Espada quote again. We need to start playing better. I don't think that's a secret. I think we're trying. This team doesn't want to lose series. We're not trying to lose series. We need to start playing better for sure. Just reading that quote. It's one thing to hear it, but when you read it, he's like, yeah, we need to be better. Yeah, for sure, we need to be better. This team doesn't want to lose. I think we're trying.
They're trying.
We're trying.
Joe Espada has made a couple interesting decisions that we'll get to next. Specifically at center field, it feels like Paul has gotten his wish a little bit with the majority of the playing time going to Mauricio Dubon. Very much a positive thing for the Houston Astros.
Except for they benched him on Sunday.
Until they benched him on Sunday.
What are we doing?
We'll get into some of that next and your reactions to what's going on with the Astros this weekend. Plus, later this hour, I finally did it. I'm a man of my word. Sometimes it takes me a while, but I finally watched Dune 2. So we're going to talk about that so we feel better as well on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So I was trying to find a comp for what's going on with the Houston Astros in case we do want to pin this on the fact that Dusty Baker is no longer the manager of the Houston Astros. And I went back quite a while. The first team I started with, because I was just thinking of the old people, no offense to the olds. The first one I thought of was Ron Washington with the Texas Rangers. They were obviously a very, very good baseball team for a handful of years. But then in Washington's last year with the Rangers, they won like 64 games, and then he was fired. So that doesn't necessarily apply. And then I thought back to just a couple years ago, and the team that won the World Series right before the Houston Astros. From 2015 through 2018, the Chicago Cubs and Joe Madden won 90-plus games every single year. They won the World Series. They were bringing up prospects left and right, just like the Astros were doing. And then in 2019, they won 84 games, and they moved on from Joe Madden. And then they hired David Ross, their former catcher, who many people at the time thought was a unqualified unexperienced, obviously, manager because he was coming from television and hadn't played in the game in 4 years with no experience. The 2020 season happens, which is kind of weird. They make the playoffs in the super expanded playoffs. They were like the last team in, I believe, just like the Astros were. But then the next year is just an absolute disaster. And by the trade deadline of 2021, the team that had won the World Series and won 90-plus games almost every single year, made the playoffs the year before, traded away Chris Bryant, who won an MVP, Javier Baez, who was a main piece of their World Series team, and they traded Anthony Rizzo, all in one deadline. They traded their entire core of their World Series team in 1 year. Now, they hadn't had the peak success that the Astros had, but the biggest question was, how does this new manager, David Ross, replace Joe Madden? And in his first season, it was a disaster, and they had to trade away all their key pieces that won with that team. And I just get this feeling watching the Astros right now that they're headed down a very similar path to where it might be the manager.
This is your battered Chicago sports fan checking in, but I do think it is an interesting thing to bring up. History often repeats itself. Two totally different managers in Dave Ross and Joe Espada. It's very early, and I don't think that we can indict Espada as a bad manager quite yet, considering the lot of shuffling he's had to do due to the injuries in the starting rotation and the inability to shuffle with a just horrible hand he has been dealt with a black hole at first base. Whether it's Abreu or Singleton, they are probably one of the worst first base groups, the Astros, in all of baseball. And Joey Loperfido is probably not going to be changing that anytime soon. So you can't put it all on him. But Dusty, a manager who could be fairly questioned for some big game decision making during his time with the San Francisco Giants. A lot of Giants fans didn't like him there. Baker was a plus manager. You don't last that long in the game if there's not some sort of respect that you've earned through your actions, how you manage. And the guy that's in now, through no fault of his own, is going to get looked at differently because he is a first-time manager. Is he the reason for all of these struggles? It's not fair to say that he is, but at the same time to say that, hey, a new manager comes in and then all of a sudden things start hitting the fan, that is the worst case scenario.
Yeah, because I don't think Joe Espada is doing anything visibly wrong. I know some people still don't like his lineup. Like, we went back to Alex Bregman hitting fourth. Mauricio Dubon has been the Astros' best hitter with runners in scoring position. He plays Friday and Saturday, and then he's out of the lineup yesterday. And I would like him to be in the Dubon to be in the lineup more consistently. I don't think that when Joe Espada is making bullpen decisions that he's making the wrong decisions. I don't think he's making wrong decisions with this lineup.
Is there even a wrong decision to make with the bullpen?
Point, no.
Given the arms that you have in the bullpen, all of those guys, based off of the back of their effing baseball card, should do their job.
Yeah, and that's why I don't think you can pin this all on Espada, because I just don't see anything when you watch this team play that goes, yep, that's Joe Espada. This isn't A.J. Hinch making the wrong decision in the World Series. We've all seen it. We all saw it with Dusty. There was plenty of things that he would do that we didn't agree with. It's to be 7-16 at this point. I don't see something that's just on Joe Espada. So that's where, going back to the original question, just of is this on the fact that you have a manager and a catcher change? I lean no, but I really don't have any other explanation, because it's basically the same team. Even having not having Maton, Stanek, and Neris, it's Presley and Hader that are causing a majority of your problems. Yes, Dubin yesterday, but Dubin didn't even have a chance to win the game because it's not like they got any guys to second base. This lineup, we talked about this weeks ago, where on any given day they could score 5 to 8 runs in a game, and they're dropping zeros against one of the worst teams in baseball, which you are now. You're one of the worst teams in baseball.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem is you are now in the pig pen with everybody else. You know.
I mean,
you look like me this morning. So wake up. The water in my apartment's been shut off, and yeah.
Wait, why?
Because it just randomly happens at my
Come
condo.
on, dude. That's why you got to be on the board.
No. This is like the city just randomly shuts down off the water because of a couple of neighboring properties, and they've been working on pipes and stuff in the area for a while. But there's never any notice because sometimes, we do get notice from the HOA. But yeah, so your boy didn't get to shower, and his tummy's been feeling kind of flummy, dog.
You don't feel great.
No, I don't feel great. Here do these callers right now.
Let's go out to the phones here. 713-780-3776, the HRMP listener line. Let's go to Tom. Tom, what's on your mind?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
I think it's a little too early still to be blaming the manager, and I have to qualify myself first as I'm a Kansas City fan, but I'm from there, but I've been down here for a number of years. The thing that I noticed in that when the Astros played their series back in Kansas City, and several of my family members went, and they're huge baseball fans, and after the first game, went into extra innings and whatnot, they said, man, what's wrong with the Astros? They just walk on the field, and then they just came off early after batting practice and fielding practice. Whereas, and I've watched some of the games this year too, it's not the same attitude taking the field. I don't know what all it is, but there's just something that attitude is not there. That's just my opinion.
Thank you
I hope
for
they
the
get
call,
it
Tom.
back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Tom. I don't disagree. I don't know if I don't think this is not an effort. They look the way we're talking. They look like a team that doesn't have answers.
They don't have answers.
I don't think that they have any idea because they know what's happening is wrong. And it makes no sense. They know that having all these guys, including Yordan Alvarez and Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman, who have 0 extra base hits after the 7th inning in a clutch situation, it makes no sense. What's wrong with the Astros, it doesn't seem to be like it's an easy fix. And I get why the players would look defeated. I don't think it looks that bad, but I can see why they're frustrated.
They're obviously frustrated, but also it feels like it's a casual frustration with the knowledge that we've done this so many times that it's probably going to be okay. But I mean, yeah, this is where we're at. We're Kansas City Royals fans. Yeah, man, you guys look like you're just it just doesn't matter, huh? I mean, and you can't even say anything back, really, can you?
No.
I don't know. I mean, hey, if you want a little more pep in these guys' steps, I understand that greenies are illegal. Meth and cocaine probably illegal. But anything else? If the Adderall shortage, the great Adderall shortage of the last couple of years, if that relaxes.
I didn't know that was something that we were dealing with.
Big time Adderall shortage.
That's
dude.
not good.
I don't take Adderall. I've just heard a bunch of people whine about it.
I love Maldy's such a funny player because you can't tell when people are serious or not. But Coog Boy says bring back Maldy. I mean I don't know.
He'd hit better than Abreu.
I'll tell you this. I would rather have Maldy behind the plate.
I'd rather have Maldy play first.
Yeah, than Abreu play first. Because at least if Maldy's behind the plate, there's some value. Because Yainer Diaz also, the one thing that I'll be super critical about him, that guy can't throw anybody out.
Well, he got some people out last year. He does it more than Maldy does.
Yeah.
His problem right now, and this is something that was touched on last year, when there are runners on and Diaz bats, he presses, and he's pressing less than he did last year, but he's still pressing.
What do you think Martin Maldonado's batting average is?
I know it's worse than Abreu.
.053.
Yikes.
Well, that's because he's had less at-bats. He's had less at bats.
He's had 38. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's too limited of a sample size. How many at bats does Jose Abreu have right now?
I'll look that up, as I'm sure whoever's watching what I look up is like, God, this guy's in a bad place. He's looking up Martin Maldonado and Jose Abreu back to back.
Jose Abreu has 59 at bats.
59 at bats.
Okay, see, he has 21
20
more at bats.
20 more at bats.
Yeah, so that's not fair to put Maldi there. He's just warming up.
Yeah,
not a full
extra
off
base
season.
hits does he have?
He wasn't sure if he was going to be back in Houston. Now he's in Chicago. There's guns and stuff. You know,
he has
it's
2
dangerous. Lori Lightfoot isn't, saving everybody anymore.
She's gone now.
Right, exactly. So now there's somebody else. Like they didn't realize that Lori Lightfoot was the person they needed all along.
Martin Maldonado has a double.
Oh,
wow.
Wait, Jose Abreu has 1 double as well.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
tied.
So
tied with the double count.
Does Abreu have 3 or 4 errors? Because I've seen this brought up before.
Dude, he's dog at first base
because
right
he had another error this weekend. So I heard Lance say that it's 4 and 4. I think I've looked online and it's 4 hits and 3 errors. But I don't know what it is. I just want to know what the truth is. Does he have as many errors as hits? What about the time where he saved the no-hitter with the flip?
Martin Maldonado, only 1 error.
Jose Abreu, ESPN.com says he has 3 errors on the season, so he has 4 hits and 3 errors.
Okay, so it's 3 errors.
He'll catch up. He'll catch up.
That's crazy. That's so bad. Well, which one will catch up, Sean?
What?
You said he'll catch up.
The errors will catch up.
I just want to clarify there.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt in his abilities.
No, that web gem he made though, that's -1 error. He saved a no-hitter. Okay, so thank you, Jose Abreu, for at least 1 win for the Astros this year.
This weekend, I went out of my way to not watch any Astros baseball, and the one clip that I saw, or like the first clip that I saw on Saturday, was Jose Abreu going up for a foul ball, and the ball just like basically hitting his little chin ponytail and falling in.
Definitely am not gonna have to grow that. He's not gonna get.
You could
I
add,
can change it from 260 to 160.
You could add Martin Maldonado and Jose Abreu's batting averages, and you'd still be like 100 points clear.
They've been relegated to my second smaller TV, and I only noticed a couple of moments over the course of the weekend. One, when Ryan Presley came into the game with the Astros winning, because I was looking at my Twitter and I was about to post like, yeah, Astros are 2-0 since the season officially started on Friday, and I see Presley just give up all those runs, and I'm like, okay, here we go again. It's a tie game, and then on Sunday I put the game on. I'm more watching the Boston Celtics absolutely beating down the Miami Heat.
That was a drubbing.
And I look at the top TV and like I looked down for a second, like and was focusing on the basketball game, and then all of a sudden a commercial break hits. The Astros are down 3-0.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second, what the effing F happened here? Where are we? It's already 3-0. And then I just thought to myself, okay, I'm not even gonna watch it. So I eventually, when the Celtics game was well in hand, which was end of the first quarter, I moved the Celtics to the small TV, and I started rewatching Entourage.
Oh, all right. What are you watching
That show,
now?
they're such just absolute dirtbags that it has not aged well. You're like, wow.
No, that show is not. That show's
They
aged
got away
poorly.
They got away with a lot.
They literally like 2 seasons he dates a porn star. You can't get away with
Well,
that now.
well, there's porn stars want love too. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's true. They do want love.
But there are a lot of
Being
scenes,
OnlyFans.
There are a lot of scenes where the women are just like sitting there and they're not saying a word. They're literally just there to be eye candy. And then they'll say something and everyone's like, yeah. The lady has a mouth and spoke with it, and she's not doing something else with it. Like it's all just like, man, it's bad, man. It didn't age well.
Yeah,
Can't stop watching it though.
No, I love that show. It is like one of my go-to shows.
You hate women. I love women.
I also love women.
I'm canceling this show now.
What are you watching now that the Astros are this bad? Astros going to the little TV. What's on the big TV? For me, I kept my word. I watched Dune 2. I finally did it. I watched it. We'll talk about it next on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. On Wednesday, myself, Paul, Sean, we're headed to LaBerge, Lake Charles. Are we going to bet on the Astros to lose? Honestly, we might have to. At this point, like we might, maybe it's Sean, Brian, and I. Maybe we jinx the Astros, by betting on them to win over 92.5 games. I'm ready to tear up the ticket. I can't do that until Sean and Brian give me permission. But if you want to bet on the Astros to win or lose, or bet on the Texans, Rockets, whatever your favorite Texas teams are, you can do that at LeBurge Lake Charles. When you're at the sports book, there's great food, there's plenty of TVs, there's betting kiosks. You can bet on your phone by downloading the ESPN Bet app. And even while you're playing or watching games, they have blackjack inside the sportsbook as well. A great casino on the floor and plenty of great restaurants to eat at as well. So when you want to leave Texas and go bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LeBurge in Lake Charles.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
ESPN 97.5 is your home for NFL draft coverage in 2024. On Thursday night, we will carry the entire first round, so all 32 selections from the ESPN Radio National broadcast. Who was going number one? That seems pretty obvious. The real drama starts at number 2. And then on Friday night, Paul, Dell, myself, and others will be doing a draft show from 6 to 9 as the Texans will be on the clock with 3 picks. I think we're going to get all 3 picks in from 6 to 9. I think we're going to be pretty close, at least to that third rounder. But we'll at least have the first 2 picks, and we'll react to those as they're happening, just everything going on in the NFL. So I finally watched Dune 2. I finally did it. I told you I would. I found a way to get on my television without paying for it. Look great.
Man, you're the reason that the movie industry is dying, because you won't go to the theaters.
I go to theaters pretty often.
There was a key scene that you should have seen in theaters, but I'm not going to tell you what it was.
Well,
I'm not going to tell you what it was.
Okay, so I really enjoyed it. I thought Dune 2 was incredible.
You liked it.
I really enjoyed it. I do really regret this. I finished the movie and I went, man, I messed up. I should have seen this in theaters.
Yeah.
It's good, but
the sound is incredible.
You know, we didn't plan this, and I honestly forgot all about this part of the show this weekend. While I was in Austin this weekend, one of the afternoons, me and my friends went and saw Dune 2 in a movie theater. So, Joe, between you, on average, the 3 of us have seen it have bought one movie
Good
ticket.
call.
to see
honestly,
Dune
it's to
2.
the point where like I liked it so much, I'm probably gonna have to try to find a way to go see it.
Wow.
I think it's still in a
Yeah,
couple
it is.
theaters.
Yeah.
Sean, so you like it so much you've seen it twice in theaters.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, part of it was we had, every friend group has a Joe, and so I part of it was to have this one person watch Dune 2.
It is very old school, though, Sean. Very millennial, not even millennial, very Gen X of you to see a movie twice in theaters. People just don't do that these days.
I'm trying to think of the last movie I saw twice in theaters.
Most movies aren't that good, so you don't.
You're right.
You don't need to watch them twice at the theater. I saw Iron Man 3 twice, but one was at a drive-in movie theater, and then I saw it in an actual movie theater.
I saw probably in Infinity War and Endgame twice.
I don't think those are such long movies to go twice. I don't think I've ever seen a movie twice in movie theaters, now that I think about it. Now, I've grown up in an area in a time with more technology. But yeah, both of you guys, you're both younger than me. You both have done this regularly?
Yeah, I mean, part of it's because, well, like growing up, like my parents are teachers. So like during the summer, they would still work. But like the local movie theater would have like $5 movies on Wednesdays in the morning. So I would just go by myself to see a movie or whatever with my friends. And then if my dad or my mom, like if they wanted to go see the same movie, I would go again. I would go with them again.
Did they not know that you had gone to see it already?
No, typically they knew.
Oh, I was wondering if you snuck off or
no,
something.
And most of that was just so I could get like free candy and free popcorn. I wasn't really going for the movie, I would say.
Oh.
I was getting for the free stuff.
Wait, there's free candy and popcorn at this theater?
No, my parents would pay for it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So I don't have to pay for it.
So when you went with your parents, they would get you snacks. But when you went without your parents, did you smuggle snacks in?
I was a big smuggler, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, big time.
What was the go-to?
Oh, peanut M&Ms are always my go-to movie candy.
Peanut M&Ms, okay.
I had peanut butter M&Ms.
Those are very good too. The only problem with those is sometimes like I don't want to finish the whole bag. It's kind of rich, I would say.
I get what you're saying.
Also, peanut butter M&Ms 10 times better than Reese's Pieces. I can't explain it. But they're way better.
I like them better. I don't know about 10 times. I'll have to redo the numbers.
Should we test them?
Yeah, I'll have to.
Look,
I'll
man,
have
the
to
Astros
break out the
suck,
calculator
man.
app.
We're gonna have to find some stuff to do this summer.
Yeah,
so.
we could do challenges like that. So one time in high school, everyone knows I don't like chocolate. And someone paid me $1 to eat one M&M, and it was not a good experience for me, even with that $1 that I got.
Is it any kind of chocolate you just want to eat?
Well, I like white chocolate, which is going to make it sound racist, but hey, Boston's going to Boston. Am I right? No, there are certain chocolates that I've tried. Let's be honest. Every now and then.
Do you like the fancy boy chocolate?
Maybe you do something that makes you a little hungrier, It's something that might be frowned upon by society, even in 2024. But there was a time where at a white elephant party, I got chocolates.
What kind of elephant?
A white elephant party.
That's a racial
right?
segment.
At the white elephant party,
In
the
Boston,
gift that I ended up with was chocolates, and let's just say I had little enhancements to my day, to my night, and I tried a couple of the chocolates. I'm not sure which was which, and some of them were actually pretty good.
Okay.
But not all of them were good.
Okay.
Some of it's too rich.
That's most box of chocolates. Is like some are good, some are like
And there's like the Valentine's Day ones. When there's like all the different flavors, those things are the worst things on the planet.
Oh, they're really
because you don't really know what you're getting. Like there's like these weird like cherry flavors.
Kind of like life.
Yeah, but like it's like, but most of the flavors aren't good.
Are they worse than the Astros?
Yes.
Oh wow. Well, there's something.
It's close.
Astros. Hey, you're not as bad as that.
You're not as bad as like the random cherry and dark chocolate.
No, they're more like licorice, right? Like,
no, I actually think it's kind of like the Astros, where some parts are good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some parts are like absolutely disgusting.
But the bad really outweighs the good.
Yes, exactly. You have one bad. You have one bad piece of those chocolates, and it's like one bad inning from Ryan Presley that ruins the entire game.
Okay.
What's worse than the Astros? 713-780-3776. We'll do that, and we'll take Ken now. Ken, what's going on?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good.
This is Ken Jones. I was wondering, maybe the Astros, might need a little sandpaper in the glove. The bullpen, that could help them out a little bit. Everybody's worried about the Astros, but they need to watch that great baseball movie that explains it all. Fever Pitch. The 04 Red Sox were terrible in the beginning, but they came back and won for Jimmy Fallon. I'll hang up and listen.
Here's the problem, though, is like the 04 Red Sox were just down in a series 3-0, and they had a ridiculous team that was very, very capable.
Yeah.
And this Astros team has obviously been through a lot, and you feel the same way about it. But, I mean, they're 9 games under 500, and they're still technically a week left in this month. I know that they started the season before April began.
Yeah.
They're 9 games under 500, and the month isn't over yet. What in the absolute hell, man?
The 04 Red Sox won 98 games.
Yeah, they were really good. Like any other division, they'd have won it. They were the wild card team that year.
Yeah, it's I appreciate the movie reference. It's not the worst sports movie on the planet.
Yes, it is. It's horrible. Jimmy Fallon's a Red Sox and Yankee fan in real life.
That's so illegal. You can't
Is it
have
really?
that.
Yeah, he is. He said that after the movie was made because everyone was like, why did you get to celebrate the Red Sox winning the World Series for the first time in 86 years as if you've been this diehard fan this whole time?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how
Also,
you can.
Drew Barrymore's the lead in this movie. My God, I hate Fever Pitch with a passion.
It's my. I'm trying to think what's the worst.
Couldn't do better than Drew Barrymore. Come on.
You can't do better than Jimmy Fallon.
Good point.
Do you think it was a Adam Sandler, Drew Barrymore joint, and Adam Sandler couldn't make it, and so they're
Sandler's a Yankee fan, so he wouldn't have done that.
Oh,
Sandler.
Yeah, maybe
actually,
that's why. Maybe someone wrote and they're like, same thing, right? And Adam Sandler was like, no, not the same thing.
All right, we'll keep it rolling here. Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What else could go wrong with the Astros? Christian Javier.
Jesus.
We haven't got to Christian Javier yet. That we'll find some other less negative stuff to talk about next.
Will we?
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're going to do our unintentionally erotic big board later.
Hell yeah.
But the Texans did make a move this weekend.
They did, so maybe they don't even need to draft at this position, Joe George.
Dare Ogunbowale is back.
Running back, special teamer, kicker.
Man, he does it all.
He's a real Texans-worthy player.
He is.
Does it the Texans way.
Mm-hmm.
Jack of all trades. I loved that back in the day where some random versatile Patriots player who wasn't really that good, but would be playing a little bit of wide receiver, a little bit of special teams, a little bit of defense maybe as well. And you looked at that guy, and you're like, yeah, that guy's he cares about the Patriot way. He does whatever it takes to win. And you got a guy like that in Dario Gumbawale.
He's our Kevin Falk.
Don't.
No, that's
Kevin Falk.
That's insulting to Kevin Falk.
Way better than Dario Gumbawale.
Yeah, I honestly didn't even know he was a free agent, so I just kind of assumed he was still on the roster, and I just forgot about him. I'll just be honest with you guys.
We appreciate your honesty. He's going to be big now that the kickoff rule changed. A little more emphasis on special teams. I don't know.
Maybe he's a kickoff specialist because, listen, he's not going to be booting it out the back of the end zone. Seems like you're getting punished for that now.
He can pooch it right in there.
You have another guy in coverage on the kickoff team. Texans special teams already best in the NFL. Even better.
Is it still Frank Ross? Give Frank Ross an extra toy to play with.
Still here.
You can't get it. You got to be careful. If Frank Ross has too many toys, your team's gonna lose.
Frank Ross, you just got the keys to that. What are you gonna do with it?
Okay, Greg Doyle.
And honestly, like speaking of things that could be worse, you know, the Texans jersey reaction was bad. They officially come out tomorrow. The Broncos jerseys are gross.
Set those on fire.
They're so bad.
They have a bunch of references to 5,280 all over their uniforms and helmets because, get this, their stadium is a mile above sea level. But they also have random triangles all over the uniforms.
Because of mountains?
Right. It looks dreadful. It really does. They had an iconic look that they got rid of after the 96 season, understandably so, because every single time John Elway and the Broncos made the playoffs, they would get absolutely smoked in the Super Bowl, or they would lose to the Jaguars in the divisional round despite having the best record. And then they switched to those other uniforms where it looks like a horse that's done a lot of steroids. And that muscle horse, they win back-to-back Super Bowls their first 2 years in those looks. Now they've gone to something where they still have the steroid horse on the side of the helmet.
Good.
But the uniforms that they're wearing, I don't know what they're trying to do. I do know they're worse than the things that the Texans have accidentally had leaked on them.
Yeah, these Broncos jerseys are straight up like what you would see in Madden.
It looks like they went in there being like, let's try not to make terrible jerseys.
And
like,
they made terrible jerseys.
But it's by just being as safe as possible, they just made terrible jerseys.
I don't know. I think they were trying really hard with these, Sean. They're coming off very.
It just does not look very.
Hey, at least the Texans unis that were leaked look XFL because the Broncos league uniforms look Arena Football League.
They look like UTSA. They look like Sunbelt.
It's giving. Our owners also own Walmart.
Well,
I do like that they did bring back the actual throwback uniforms.
Yes.
Where it's like, well, just make those the real uniforms.
Make those the real ones. Why can't we go back to the classics?
Why are you guys overthinking this much?
It really is funny. Some of these uniforms, they age great because you have something else for a long period of time. Just go back to them. No, we're going to try something new. They will have new uniforms in 5 years. Guaranteed. This look like ass.
This is the Jets all over again.
Yeah.
I do think that every team, or 95% of professional like sports organizations that have been around for more than like, let's just say 22 years.
Oh, that's a very specific number.
No, but they all have like a look that is actually great. They all have a great uniform somewhere in their past that they moved away from it.
I think like we're gonna like in like 3 or 4 years be like, man, I really hope the Texans bring back the
throwbacks.
The throwbacks.
The throwback to the David Carr, Andre Johnson era.
Yeah, are you gonna throw it back that far with the Toro on the back or without the Toro on the back?
I'm imagining like one year they have like like the 2004 throwbacks, and then they're like next year. There's gonna be a new throwback. Yeah, the 2019 throwbacks.
I like it. You know, sometimes you have a fine box of Franzia and you decide that you're gonna age it. You know, you aren't gonna.
Sure.
You aren't
People
gonna
decide that. Okay.
You gotta put it if you have a basement.
Maybe that's why you're sick.
You have
put
to take
in
it out of the
cellar.
bag.
Yeah, you put the bag of Franzia and you let the bag age a little bit. You know,
What,
Like
by
some of that-
leaving it in your car?
Yeah, just let that plastic seep in. You know, those microplastics that will reduce your sperm count. Like that's what you're going for.
Yeah.
I think when you bring these Texans uniforms back, it'll be like aging Franzia.
Yeah.
Which is the classiest of wines.
No, I definitely see why you're not feeling well.
Honestly, I don't know why I'm not feeling well. Saturday night.
You had aged Franzia all weekend.
So, I wish. No, Saturday night, went out on the date with a girl that I asked out on LinkedIn.
Yeah, you said we were out there in the bullpen area. You go, the LinkedIn girl.
Yeah, LinkedIn girl.
Who's the LinkedIn girl?
So at the HOA meeting that I went to, I was locked out of the building, and I was annoyed because I was there outside the building for 15 minutes and I couldn't get in. So I get in my car, I drive off, and then I get a call because I left a voicemail. I was like, hey, I can't get in. Is this even happening? So a girl calls me back and says, hey, this is still going on if you want to come back to it. And I was like, okay, fine. So I drive up, I parallel park, I go back, and then all of a sudden, this woman's walking towards the door to let me in. I'm like, who the hell is this? Like, Sean's seen me make this face before where I get wolf eyes and the jaw drops down to the floor.
Not directed at me. I've just seen them directed at
but
others.
I was trying to play it cool. And so she lets me in. And I'm basically the entire meeting, I'm not really paying attention to the meeting because I was thinking, okay, if she's still here, I have to ask her out somehow. Okay. I got to figure it out. So I get out of the meeting and she's not there anymore. And I'm like, damn, I don't know how I'm going to find her. So I went on, I'm like, this is my only option here. So I go on LinkedIn and I'm like, okay, let's see if one of these profile pictures that works for this company is on the list. And then I saw that she was there. I sent her a message saying, hey, thanks for letting me in after hours. Let me make it up to you by taking you out for a drink. So I took her out for a drink on Saturday.
I mean,
we had a great time.
Good for you.
One of the best first dates I've actually ever been on. So
I don't know.
Feeling pretty good right now.
I don't know what's funnier about this story.
But I started feeling sick in the middle of the date. That wasn't fun.
The fact that you hit her up on LinkedIn, or as Dana points out here on Twitch, that I also noticed it, that you like randomly threw in that you flexed and can parallel park. Like you like very specifically, that I parallel parked. And so, like,
well, no, because this place is one of those places where there's no parking. You have to parallel park in front of it.
I can't parallel park, for the record.
She can't parallel park. That's what I learned as well. Had a tough time with that downtown.
Well, she won't.
tough.
You know, if things go right, you'll just parallel park
four.
I got you, babe.
Oh man, it was funny because like, so was she the girl that called you?
Yeah, she was the girl that called me.
Dude, then why didn't you just text her?
Because she called with it was the company.
Okay,
number, yeah.
That makes more sense.
Yeah,
I was like,
because I thought that too.
I was a little confused by the story. I'm like, she called you and then you hit her up on LinkedIn, but that makes more sense.
No, I looked up the number afterwards and I was like, damn it, that's not the number.
315. As someone who works in HR, just an FYI to Paul, that LinkedIn is not intended to be a dating app. Yikes.
Well, I think the only like yikes here is that more people should try this.
I mean,
we don't work in the same company.
Yeah, it worked
it's
for Paul.
fine. Hey, I'm hot. I'm a 7. Okay, I can get away with this.
Honestly, I think LinkedIn should try to lean into this.
I agree.
For young for professionals and young professionals.
Do you know what I actually was a little nervous when the date first started that she was going to think that I was here for some sort of like employment opportunity or something like that. Nope, did not. She did not.
Yeah, I remember when you told me that, and the first question she asked you is, "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?"
Yeah, because I think I brought that up like 20 minutes in. I was like, I was very curious as to if you would think that. Thought it was funny.
Oh. I'm glad you have dating stories, Paul.
I'll always share it.
Here's the thing.
I'm glad he went from the apps, from Instagram now, LinkedIn.
Yeah. I feel
classy.
Like
I'm not on the apps.
But here's the thing is, like, you want to talk about, like, your options moving forward. Like, I do feel like you've elevated your game here a little bit.
You added something new
you're going
this
you're
offseason.
going to businesswomen.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a strong woman, powerful woman who's a young professional as well.
I do think you have a way better chance to be, like, called a creep on LinkedIn than you do elsewhere,
Again,
but you don't care.
If you've seen the
shoot.
Have you seen the Tom Brady sexual harassment skit that they had for a Saturday Night Live? The key is be good looking, and I'm decent. I know you guys are like, oh, Paul, what an ego. Yes, but I'm above average in terms of attractiveness, so I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And if you feel like you are that way, you should try it yourself. Ask somebody out on LinkedIn today.
Oh, okay. Well,
ask somebody out on LinkedIn today.
You can't do that. People are not good at self-scouting enough to stand by that.
She told me, I've had this happen to me multiple times. You're the first person that I've actually gone out with. And I was like, damn,
wow.
I'm awesome.
Whoa.
All right.
What's your LinkedIn profile look like?
Yeah, Paul, what are we doing here?
It looks like I'm way more successful in life than
I mean, I
actually
will
am.
say, like, when you look at someone's LinkedIn profile, it's just like
I look really successful.
Like radio talk show host. You're like, okay.
I have a bunch of those stories about how, like, I was just, I found a homeless man and I gave him some change.
Yeah.
It turned out that he was my boss all along.
And then he told you to, that Brock Purdy was going to be awesome.
All right, is it wrong to start thinking about the trade deadline already? Because that's what the Astros got me feeling like. We're not dating on LinkedIn. We're thinking about trade deadlines next on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Christian Javier was also kind of the big news of the weekend besides just the team sucking. He has a stiff neck.
10-day IL for or 15-day IL for stiff neck.
Yeah, and retroactive to April 18th.
Okay, so damn. I mean, we got 2 starts.
Yeah,
that have to be replaced.
So Spencer Arrighetti's coming back.
Arrighetti.
Last I checked, they have not announced the rotation yet for this series in
They
Chicago.
have not. Right. So they have tonight off, and we'll see, I guess, what happens in the 3 games afterwards.
Yeah, I will say, like, if the Astros are going to turn this thing around, this is probably where
it starts now.
I mean, they have all these off days coming up, so like if they need to like gain their composure or something like that a little bit, this might be nice because they're off today.
Okay.
Friday.
Okay.
Monday.
Yeah.
Friday.
Okay.
Oh no, not the next Friday. But they have today, Friday, Monday, they're off.
Wow.
With traveling to Mexico.
Thank God.
So like that's a lot off, and then they're not going to be off for I'm guessing quite a while.
The entire month of July.
They're off May 6th again. What's up with all these off days on Mondays? Why are we taking off days? Baseball's so stupid.
I think that's the way to go going forward.
Instead of Thursdays?
Mondays are a great day to take off.
That's probably good.
I wish I took Monday off.
Fair. Same. You took Friday off, though.
I wish I took both.
You probably could have.
Well, I mean, hey, the Astros stink, so yeah, that's good.
Yeah, what I miss? Oh, the Astros did the same exact thing they've done all season.
Yeah, here's how the Astros got me feeling right now. First of all, was how much of my vacation time do I want to use this summer?
A lot.
Because that was my first thought. Was I don't really want to do all this all summer. I'm looking forward to football season already, and then I started thinking about the trade deadline this weekend, and just if this keeps going in this direction, like that's where we're headed.
To your Cubs comparison.
Well, and just thinking back to the Astros of old, like it's one thing to lose Correa and Springer and Cole and Keuchel and all these guys to free agency when all you do is keep winning. But the idea that you're going to get to the trade deadline and things continue at this trajectory and you are one of the worst teams in baseball for whatever reason this season, I don't know how you look at this team and go, yep, we're going to stay put. But I question if Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio, Reggie Jackson, and Jim Crane would be willing to make that decision.
You could have just ended that statement with, I question
Jeff
Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and Jim Crane.
Yeah.
I just questioned them. Doesn't matter about what. And they can tell me the sky is blue. I don't know.
And even like the idea of, wanting to extend some of these guys to contracts and keep them, at this point, if this is what they're doing, why? Like why do you want that? Like it would be if we got to this point in the end of July and the Astros are out of the playoffs, which there's 2 parts that start challenging. First, your front office being willing to move on from these guys. I think they will make a mistake already. If they are not positioned, I don't think they will trade Alex Bregman, and that will be a mistake. Ryan Presley will get traded at the deadline. That's the one I'm most confident in. Maybe Fromber.
I don't see anyone taking on Ryan Presley.
I think you will. Teams will get desperate.
Who would want him? He stinks.
I know, but teams get desperate. Look at Aroldis.
Not that desperate.
It doesn't mean you're going to get a good prospect in return.
Dude, this is one of those people where if we're going to talk about desperation, you're at a bar. I mean, you need some real beer goggles to talk yourself into Ryan Presley.
I know, but there are closers who have been worse, who have been traded at the deadline. I think Craig Kimbrell last year was awful.
Rafael Montero got traded.
Yeah. I mean, no, he was a DFA'd. So he was kind of a throw-in with Graveman.
Yeah.
But even if you get like very little in return that doesn't pan out for you, you can't let all these guys
You
walk.
might have to trade something to get rid of Presley.
It might just be a money move where it's just like, so you don't have to pay the second half of this year for his contract.
Yeah. Like that's where they're at. I mean, that's the hard part is the reason why you would even want to trade these guys is because you're bad, but almost every piece besides Kyle Tucker that you would want to trade is part of the problem. So their value, like you're not getting peak value for any of these guys. If you get peak value for them, the Astros will likely not be trading them because they'll still be in contention.
Yeah, if these guys turn around to be valuable, then the Astros will be too good to trade.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like they are in like almost like a lose-lose here, or I don't know if it's a win-win. And like I got some pushback about Tucker on social media, and then and Fuentes says whatever you do, keep Kyle Tucker. Then you have to have him to a deal. He has to have a deal by the end of July.
You have too many crap deals on the books that are going to prevent you from, let alone extending Bregman, feels like extend Kyle Tucker right now. There are just so many bad contracts that are on your books. Verlander is one of them as far as things go right now. It's a lot of money for him. He's got to be pitching like A stuff. He was good on Friday against the Nationals at the very least, so you do have that. But you're paying Lance McCullers. You're paying Rafael Montero, who's at least pitching better, I guess. So, hey, another victory. Jose Abreu, there's a lot of bad deals on the books, and they're all going to prevent you from perhaps extending Kyle Tucker, who has been playing very well the last couple of games. One of the few Astros that actually is.
Kyle Tucker to the Mets for Drew Gilbert and Brian Clifford. Who says
sounds
no?
great.
Who says no?
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
It's awful. It's awful. I don't want to watch them. I'm glad we have tonight off. I'm glad we have Friday off. I'm glad we have next Monday off. I'm sorry. I don't want these losers in my life right now. I'm a bandwagoner, and I'm supposed to be loyal. And you know what? On Friday, I said, hey, the season starts today, right? It starts today, and it did. They were 1-0 for a second. But, God, I can't do this. I can't do this anymore. I can't. They're not fun. It's not fun if they're not winning. Baseball is not a good sport when the team that you're watching every single game isn't winning, especially when they have the third highest effing payroll in the league. For the love of God, what is wrong? What the F is wrong? I don't know why this is coming out now.
I don't either, but I love it.
I don't know where it came from, but
They're only 1-2.
Louise.
They're only 1-2 since opening day.
That's true.
Long season.
Season starts tomorrow.
I want to say things that I'm not allowed to say due to the FCC keeping us down because we're all on the same page. There's no excuse for it. There's no explanation for it. They're better than this.
Play better.
Play better.
And maybe they're not, but that's my point where it's like that's why I'm already thinking about the deadline because it makes no sense and I don't think this is going to get any better. And you can't just be the Astros of old. Like you have to be different.
But I don't even want to hear that. Like God,
I know.
It's April 22nd. We're talking about selling parts at the trade deadline.
Well, they suck.
They have the 5th worst record in baseball.
Like there's no excuse. Like they're not good. And there's just I would love to be at the point where like it's gonna get better. They're gonna get better. I don't believe that anymore. Like they're dead.
I think they'll get better.
Killing them? Are we killing them?
The only reason why they're not fully dead is because the Rangers are a game above 500. Like if the Rangers were good this year, I would kill them right now. But like they are being given a gift being in this division right now. Yeah. It's the only reason why there's like any reason to have any sense of optimism. It's because the Rangers lost 2 or 3 to the Braves this weekend, and they nearly blew it last night. Like it is the only thing that like keeps it going with the Astros right now is that thankfully you're 7-16 and only 5 games back. Like the wild card, dead.
There we go.
It's over.
Okay.
They're not going to be a wild card team. I know they're 6 back with a wild card. They're not going to be a wild card team.
They're 1 game. Yeah.
Like they're not going to be a wild card team.
I think. I don't think they're going to be this whole. I still think there's a chance that they are like an 80-win team. Like they get to like 81 and 81.
Wait, hang on.
I know.
Are they not going to be a wild card team?
They're not going to be a wild card
team. Are you
team.
killing them? You're killing the Astros.
I'm
eliminated from playoff contention.
I'm killing the wild card contention.
What is it? Wait. So that means they could win the division?
Yes, because your division is ass. The wild card race is not. Like you have the Orioles.
What?
It's just the AL East. It's just the AL East.
Hang on. No, but look at what the Rangers did last night. The Braves had a lead Sunday Night Baseball. I was barely watching it, but I did have it on the television. The Braves had a lead. The Rangers came back and won. Mm-hmm. The Rangers are good. They're good. They're off to a slow start, but they're good. They're doing what they're supposed to.
For sure. But
and they're going to get reinforcements. But no, you're saying no wild card.
No wild card.
They're going to catch the Rangers?
They have a chance. I'm still going to leave out like
you got like
5% hope.
I'm a little confused by this declaration. This is sort of like going back to the Paul Gallant Show era where Sean was like, they're not winning the World Series, which was a correct take by you, sir. It was. He was 100% correct. So they're not going to be the wild card team. We're running this down April 22nd.
Yes.
2024.
There are too many good teams in the wild card race.
I like it because it's such a. I'm trying to think of the right word.
It feels like you're overthinking it by saying that they're not gonna. They can still win the division, but not a wild card spot.
Because I think there's only one team you have to chase, and the Rangers. Like I don't believe in.
But you're saying that there's a chance the Rangers are gonna be worse than like the 4th place AL West or AL East team.
Yes,
it's truly the strangest prediction.
I 100% am saying
but the AL East teams all had to play each other.
I'm 100%. I don't know. I can't explain it.
It's the strangest
I don't know.
I'm planting my
This is
flag.
such
Watch
a
this.
weird hedge to put on this.
I'm
Say
just
they're
saying.
going to miss the playoffs.
Watch this though. Now I hate my take
This
because
is like-
King of Switch says I'm 100% right.
This is like
like now I feel wrong.
this is like planting your flag in Antarctica.
I'm just saying. I think
Like,
they will,
who cares?
They will be if they miss the playoffs. They will be closer to the AL West than they will be the third wild card. I can't explain it, but it's my take, and I'm sticking to it.
You okay.
Flag planted.
You planted
What
the
a
flag.
weird flag to
It's so
plant.
I don't
random.
know.
It's very random. I like it though because it still means that good things could happen.
Could.
Yeah.
They're not going to be a wild card team.
wild card. Don't even look at the standings for
Win
the wild
the division,
card.
still on the table. World Series still on the
No
table.
chance they catch the
Missing
Toronto
the
Blue
playoffs.
Jays, but maybe the Rangers.
Missing the playoffs, still on the table. But
Maybe the-
wild card, it's out.
Then
It's
it's
over.
And you know what? There's 3 of those spots. It doesn't matter.
There's a better chance that they catch the defending champion Texas Rangers than they do the Tampa Bay Rays.
Hey, how many starts did their top prospect make? 1 got sent down.
Oh, that's
Spencer
true.
Arrighetti, 2 starts, and more coming.
Well, Spencer Spaghetti.
Thank God.
All right, let's get to our 10-minute drill. King of Switch, you're right. That was me, and I apologize. We got a trade in the NFL right before the draft begins. Trevor Lawrence is officially the last quarterback from that draft class still on his team. Zach Wilson has been traded to the Denver Broncos. That and our 10-minute drill next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so the New York Jets have traded Zach Wilson and a 7th-round pick to the Denver Broncos for a 6th-rounder. The quarterback depth chart for the Broncos is now Jared Stidham, Zach Wilson, and Ben DiNucci.
We are the island of misfit toys.
I think Zach Wilson's the starting quarterback.
No.
Is it Stidham?
It's Stidham.
Nah. I don't know.
Stidham's good. I love Stidham.
Stidham is better. Everyone is better than Zach Wilson. Joe.
That's true, but
Who's the other one? Ben DiNucci.
Yeah,
Anti-Italian discrimination is just over.
A run with that Cowboys
Training camp
a couple years ago.
Yeah.
He did.
He had a good. No, he didn't. Never mind.
No, he stunk out loud. He just had a funny name.
That's true.
At least Tommy DeVito had a game that he won.
That's true.
Cooper Rush is the
Cooper Rush
random
was good.
Cowboy
Yes.
quarterback I was
Cooper
thinking
Rush
about,
is good.
who is surprisingly good.
I mean, good for a backup.
Well, we were watching Davis Mills, and we were like, we would take Cooper Rush over Davis Mills.
Oh, God. What a dark place.
What a dark time indeed.
Honest question, why wouldn't the Denver Broncos trade for Davis Mills? He's better than Jared Stidham.
Third string quarterback, Davis Mills?
Is he so much better that it's even worth it?
No.
That's
probably
kind of
not.
the point. It's they could just draft I don't know, a third, the Spencer Rattler, in the 3rd round, and I don't know, that he's better than 2 of those 3 guys.
Let's see. Diana Rossini. The New England Patriots are listening and taking calls from teams looking to move into number 3.
Oh.
While GM Elliott Wolf is running point, I'm told Patriots president Jonathan Kraft is heavily involved in the decision making.
Love hearing that.
Um,
Hopefully he learned a little thing or two from Patrick Fertitta.
At least Jonathan Kraft isn't younger than me.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, you seem like
I'm trying to check out of all news about the Patriots before the draft.
You liked the start of that and then the way it ended. That's why I chose to read that tweet. Because I knew that you were like, okay, trade it. That's fine. And then the Jonathan Kraft part.
I trust Elliott Wolf to make a informed football decision. Oh, it's the owner's son.
I don't want them to trade that pick. I really don't. I think they're going to. This idea that they're going to get some huge offer for that 3rd pick is something. That's for sure. I'm kind of getting to the point now where I'm like, maybe just draft Marvin Harrison Jr.
Just put asses in seats.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I don't know who's going to throw Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett. He would be the
Patriots legend.
He'd be by far the best quarterback in Denver.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, speaking of the Patriots, Netflix is putting together the roast of Tom Brady.
I can't. There's nothing. That's not funny. That's not funny.
It's gonna be just a bunch of bad avocado ice cream jokes
and deflated ball jokes.
Yeah.
Get ready for a lot of double entendre about deflated balls.
And maybe some people will take shots at his divorce, and it'll be kind of shock factor moments.
They're probably gonna have Peyton Manning go up there too, and he'll read some lines that are given to him, and he won't be funny because he never has been. And I can't wait for my Lord and Savior to be slandered for your humor.
Oh,
you slobs, you savages, you dirty, dirty people, you heretics. Yeah, infidels. Yeah.
A lot of Eli Manning jokes gonna be made.
That's a good point.
I'm not watching it. I'm not watching any of these documentaries.
I don't believe that phrase.
Wait,
not watching this.
When's it coming out?
May 5th, I think it is.
Okay, so the Astros will be 10 games under 500 by that point.
Yeah,
We're gonna need something to talk about. I think we just play clips from it for Paul.
Yeah, this is like the Last Dance. During the pandemic, when that's all we had to talk about.
We just do nothing, but on whatever May 8th, we're just playing clips from this show.
Well, okay, fine. You play the clips. I'm not watching it.
I mean, the Astros don't play on Monday, May 6th. So what else are we going to talk about?
When the Shogun series finale airs on Tuesday, I'm going on a just complete break from binge watching or streaming anything that's not sports related, and on top of that, that's TV show related or anything. I'm just
but
choosing to do this
I'm out.
before a below 500 baseball team's season is very, very strange.
What are you gonna watch?
I'm gonna read. I'm gonna be a reader.
What are you gonna read, Paul?
Get ready for a lot of like
Game of Thrones.
This yeah, right. This
history probably. That's what I normally do. Read history.
Yeah,
books.
it's going to be a lot of this season from the Houston Astros reminds me of when the Soviet Union fell. It's going to be a lot of metaphors like that coming this summer.
Pretty sick documentary, Turning Point. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm just going to be forcing history references into your ear holes all summer long.
Hope they don't play the Dodgers and Yamamoto pitches.
Oh, can't believe they didn't cancel him. Started Pearl Harbor. Oh wait, that guy's dead.
That's
My bad.
like great grandfather. Allegedly.
Hey, not all Yamamotos are related, Sean. Little racist.
Chris Ballard of the Indianapolis Colts says they need playmakers and they need to protect Anthony Richardson. Duh.
Yeah. Check on both. Maybe flip the order.
They have two. Yeah, I would say they need to find people who can protect the quarterback, seeing as the last one,
I think their offensive line's okay.
Well, I'm more. It's less about like the Andrew Luck stuff. It's more about the Anthony Richardson left. What, like 3 of the 4 games he played early with an injury?
He needs to do what Tua did. Yeah. He needs to go to jiu-jitsu school.
Yeah, just learn to fall, buddy.
Learn to fall.
Or have an offensive line that makes it to where you never fall.
Or run out of bounds.
Nah, that's soft.
That is soft. We don't do that. Not on this show. No way.
You don't run out of bounds?
No, we don't do that.
Why?
No slides. No running out of bounds.
I think running out of bounds should be illegal. I think sliding should be illegal. The football game that I played on Saturday.
You want CJ Stroud to get killed?
Joe George is the most shocked I've ever seen
football.
On this show.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to give up on a play. You know what?
What?
It's akin to giving up in
safety.
Life.
Fight for the extra yards.
Joe, one of the best moments of my weekend had nothing to do with the date with someone that I just asked out on LinkedIn. It was playing on Saturday morning, playing football for the first time that in a very long time, very competitive athletic group of people, and seeing one guy run a post route and a safety come over the top and absolutely destroy him. This was supposed to be touch football. He killed him. And you know what the best part about it was? They both got up and they acted like it was no big deal. No one was asking for interference. No one was asking for unnecessary roughness. Now, both teams started yelling, saying, that's unnecessary roughness, that's pass interference. And you know what I did? Man that I am, I said, I wouldn't have thrown a flag on that. And the person who got interfered with was my teammate. I said, listen, football's football. And he said the same thing.
So you're like the kid from that terrible commercial that said that he was out of bounds?
Coach was not on me. No, except for
it's the dumbest commercial
except for
ever.
His teammate's getting speared over the middle of the field, and he's going like, didn't see nothing.
Paul's like, all good, man.
Let him play.
My ruling was that's not interference. It probably would have gotten a 15-yard penalty in the NFL. And I told everybody there, the only person who should be able to determine whether or not that's a personal foul is the person who got hit. And the person who got hit, who I think didn't want to seem like a B. And it wouldn't have been a B. He got absolutely clobbered. I can't believe he got up. He got clobbered. It's like one of the hardest hits I've seen in a really long time.
I know you're playing. You're playing.
No, this was high level.
With Laron Landry and Emmanuel Sanders.
I'm not kidding. For about the first 30 minutes before I got my first catch, and then all of a sudden I got some catches after that. And I was feeling good. No, but I wasn't feeling. I was out with these younger people than me that are all more athletic. And I was like, oh God, maybe I don't have it anymore. But then the game wore on. I was like, oh yeah, I'm still me.
You eased your way into
it. I eased my way in. But at first I was like, geez, these kids are athletic.
You're like LeBron. You're,
ageless wonder.
And then Tyreek Hill was on.
I looked at something changes with you. Sorry, we've been off. I've been dragging. Okay. I've been driving us off the rails.
It's all right. Do you have more to say?
No, I don't.
I feel like we covered it all.
We did.
Tyreek Hill was on a podcast recently. He said Mike McDaniels called him out after the L'Jarius Sneed and Chiefs game that the Dolphins played in. Tyreek got bodied pretty good by Sneed in that game. And then apparently
Daniel killed him.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel said, Reek, bro, you're supposed to be the bleeping best player in the bleeping league. And you got this guy putting hands all over you like that. We pay you all this money for what? I love this. First of all, he's right. That's why they take Tyreek Hill off the field and run possessions, because he's not tough. But I love that Mike McDaniels is like this with his players. I hope D'Amico's like this. Call him out. I don't care how much money you make. Go for it.
How do you think Stephon Diggs would handle that?
Not well.
Hey, Stephon, we're paying you $22.5 million. You got to get more open than that. You can't quit on a play.
Yeah.
That will happen at some point this year. I do think that the one thing the Texans have in their back pocket as far as that goes is that D'Amico has played before. And listen, I hate to make this about – I hate to say that this is a factor, but if you're Stephon Diggs, who are you going to listen to? Are you going to listen to a couple of old white guys or a black guy? Who are you going to perhaps listen to a little bit more if like you're getting yelled at? Probably the ex-player who also is like you. I feel like there that is an element with some of the older coaches who are barky. And I mean, that's where Diggs has played. McDermott's barking about Al-Qaeda, and then you've got Mike Zimmer just barking about everything.
We're paying you all this money.
Yeah.
What are you? And then some conspiracy theory about 9/11.
I wonder. Like, I would assume that like that is just a constant joke that never ggets old in the Bills locker room.
Never.
Like every time. That's why I don't know how he's the coach there. Because I would just imagine every single time he says something, everyone's just like, "Yeah, but how'd the terrorists do?" Because like that's what he said.
They ripped off 6 straight wins after it was made public. He made that speech in like training camp.
Yeah, if they did not win those games, he 100% was getting fired.
100%.
All right, we're hit on something with the Cowboys next. We're gonna kind of save this because I find what the Cowboys have done this offseason very, very interesting because their words and their actions don't necessarily match up. We'll hit on that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational benefiting kids meals. This year's tournament will take place Tuesday, May 7th at 10:30 a.m. at the Highland Pines Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing, lunch, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, 18 holes of golf, and a quick awards ceremony immediately after the tournament. You can register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration for a limited time. So we'll be about there that day.
Hell yeah, dude. Right around the corner.
I think the bees are going to golf too.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think we're going to, at some point, we might auction off some opportunity to golf with the bees.
That'll be interesting. Yeah, because I believe Joel is good at golf.
I mean, everyone says they're good at golf, but like, who's actually good at golf is the real question.
Joel's definitely golfed with NBA players.
Charles Barkley, for sure.
Noted great golfer.
Fair. Does Jared Bear golf a little bit?
He does, but he says it's been a while. I mean, he works so much and he has 2 kids now. I can't imagine how he would ever have time for golfing.
Well, I mean, that's the point of golfing, right? Isn't it to
get away?
To get away from your family.
The ball and chain.
Right. I mean, it's the wink excuse everyone gives. It's like, well, this is the only thing I could do anymore.
Yeah.
And that's why you take a little bit longer to get back. Maybe have a few more drinks than you should.
Mm-hmm.
Take a huge nap when you get back. Oh, man, it's just the sun really took it out of me. Oh, it wasn't the 6 beers. Oh, okay.
So Mike Florio put out this article on Pro Football Talk. And his title is "The Cowboys Keep Trying to Change the Meaning of the Term All In." Now, he references the original quote in here from Jerry Jones, which Jerry Jones said, "I would anticipate, with looking ahead at our key contracts we'd like to address, will be all in. I would anticipate we will be all in at the end of the year." Now,
wait, what?
I guess seeing what that, like, everyone took that as they're going to spend a lot of money this offseason before they sign Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott to new contracts, and like they were going to make some big time moves this offseason, which the only running back they brought in was a former Texans running back who I can't even remember who it was. Royce Freeman. They signed Royce Freeman. I think he's their starting running back right now. Like, that's really the only thing they've done besides guys will have walked away. The Cowboys have done nothing this year that represents actually being all in.
But they're all in at the end of the year, Joe. You don't see the genius in Jerry Jones' stratagem.
Yeah, I don't really understand anything that he said then or what their moves have been after.
It's really funny to just shift the goalpost to, we're all in at the end of the year. Well, everyone's all in at the end of the year. Because you know what you're trying to do? Win a Super Bowl. And you know how many teams win a Super Bowl?
Uno.
1. Uno?
Uno.
Okay. What's Uno?
1.
Gotcha.
Is there any chance that this means basically if we don't win it all, we're going to blow it up?
Yeah, that probably is what he's actually saying. Because if there have been no moves this offseason, and if you're all in and you lose, well, you lose all your chips.
Yeah, it's because they're going to keep Micah Parsons. They're going to keep CeeDee Lamb. The Dak Prescott thing is, and we're going to go more into like the teams we're most intrigued by in the NFL at 215, but they're definitely towards the top of that list because I don't see how they've gotten any better. All I see is how they've gotten worse.
It's hoping for different results again.
Yeah.
For the second straight year. It is going into the year hoping that this year will be different with, for the most part, everything the same as the year before.
Except losing pieces.
That's true. They lost a couple.
Like, it's really like we spent so much time obviously today talking about the Astros. Like the Astros and Cowboys situation like couldn't be farther apart. The Astros have had great success.
The Astros have won.
But I feel like the end result might be the same here.
Cowboys haven't even been to one conference championship.
Yeah, but the way the Astros have played this year, I do wonder if we could see a cliff find the Dallas Cowboys this season. Like maybe it's not a steep one, but maybe they're 8-9.
Of all the teams that are favorites to win their division. I think the Cowboys are now just because of the Eagles' offseason being even worse than that of the Cowboys and the way that they ended their season as well. Of all the teams that we're expecting to win their division this coming season, let's say the Cowboys are there, who is most likely to blow it? Because I don't know that the Cowboys are at the top, even though I do feel like the Cowboys should have done something slightly differently this offseason, because I just don't see how they get any further based off of the moves that they haven't made. They're going to need to have an awesome draft class.
Yeah, it's so hard because the NFC is just not good. Like, everything on paper says that they should be nowhere near a Super Bowl contender and that they're going to take a step back this year. But I think it's the 49ers and the Lions are at the top, and then the next group, the Cowboys are part of that. And it's probably the Eagles and the Cowboys are still probably right there. Maybe the Rams are slightly in that conversation, even though they lost Aaron Donald this offseason. But that's what benefits the Cowboys, that they could, in theory, be all in and still make a giant run, because all you seem like you are is an injury away from going to the Super Bowl. But on paper, they look nothing like that.
No.
Like, they look nothing like a team that is going to compete in the NFL this year, because they were fine last year.
Well, they look like they're going to compete. Don't go that far.
I guess compete for what their ultimate goal is.
I mean, you still, as you were saying though, can look at the NFC and say like who's definitively better than them. San Francisco, but that's really it.
Yeah, I mean, so the Cowboys have the 7th best odds.
Unless you like Detroit.
Yeah, the Cowboys have the 7th best odds to win the Super Bowl. There's the two NFC teams in front of them are the 49ers and the Lions. The Lions have the best odds.
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, the
49ers are the best odds.
The only team that I'm trying to think of that would be, knocking on the door here would be Philly, because of the way that they started last year, but they had such an awful finish to the season. I'm not going to do that with the Packers, no matter how well they played down the stretch.
Yeah.
And then the
Bears?
NFC South. Yeah, not the Bears.
Oh, okay.
The NFC. Look, the Bears will be better next season by default, I would think. But NFC South.
No comment.
The Falcons. Are they taking a leap forward?
I'm actually looking at the Super Bowl odds right now.
What are the Falcons?
Bears are.
Is that what we're gonna do tomorrow? We're gonna pick a Texans-Falcons Super Bowl parlay.
The Atlanta Falcons of the NFC teams have this 6th best odds to win the Super Bowl.
That's about right. I mean, they'll win their division,
Yeah.
or they should be favored.
Yeah, exactly.
They're favored to win their division.
Yeah, so that you win the division, you get into the race. Like,
Over Baker Mayfield and the Bucks.
Yeah, I think so.
Oof.
Yeah, the NFC sucks. Can the Texans move?
Dude.
Just swap.
The Astros moved into the American League.
It worked great for them.
Just swap with the Bucks. So because Jacksonville needs a rival.
They do.
Love it.
In-state rivalry.
Yep.
Just move to the NFC South.
Yeah.
Just do some shuffling.
Win 25 straight division titles at 9-7.
That division's incredible.
What's more boring, to play games against Atlanta, Carolina, and New Orleans, or to play against, in the AFC South, Indianapolis, Tennessee, and Jacksonville?
The second group.
Yeah, that group's boring.
Atlanta, New Orleans, Houston would at least be like, those would be.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
New Orleans would be juicy. I think.
And like, New Orleans, Houston would be a rivalry.
Yeah, New Orleans, Houston would be awesome.
The NFC strip club.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then Houston and Atlanta are battling for strip club supremacy.
Yeah, I mean, New Orleans ain't bad.
No.
New Orleans got that life about it, too.
Man, I would love for the Texans to be in the NFC.
Tampa's got some restaurants, and also.
Oh, really?
Tampa's got restaurants, yeah, man.
They invented restaurants.
That's where Hooters is from. They had a place called Mugs and Jugs, which was that was my favorite name of all the places.
It's a good name.
They had their own version of was it Wing House or Wing Stop? I forget, but yeah, no, I went to like 5 or 6 of these places when I was in high school.
I
didn't even know what they all were.
I had Wingstop the other day. It's been a while. Sneaky good. Very underrated. Not the best wing place though. I'm a Pluckers guy.
Your Pluckers got Pluckers.
Biased. I don't know. I think it's so good.
I think I've brought this up before, but there's a Astros play-in game against the Yankees in 2015, and that's where the Astros watch party was. And my girlfriend at the time and somebody else were trying to high five each other, and it was caught on camera. My girlfriend getting hit in the face by a missed high five.
Oh,
it's online. You could actually find it. Someone found it for me once when I was talking about that. Like I think about a year and a half ago or so.
All right, I'm gonna start googling. To see
It's
if I
on
can
Reddit.
Let's go to Reddit. Let's find this, and then when we get back, we're gonna try to find reasons for you to be optimistic. What's it take to feel optimistic again at the Houston Astros? That's next on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So after another frustrating Astros weekend, we've pondered a lot on the show. The trade deadlines come up. Which small television the Astros will be on has come up. If Dusty Baker not being here is the reason to blame for the Astros struggles, and Maldi. What do you got for me that will make you feel or make the people feel better about the Astros? Give them some optimism. I'll start with Justin Verlander. Justin Verlander, pretty good on Friday night. That felt nice. He told the players to get their head out of their asses. They listened for a day. So now just every 5 days, Justin Verlander has to give a speech and they'll be okay.
I only got one thing. It's April 22nd. It's really all I got.
Earth Day.
Say Earth Day?
Yeah, April 22nd is Earth Day every year.
I wouldn't have known.
Learn something new every day.
Hippie Sean behind the glass.
What are you doing to celebrate Earth Day today, Sean?
Did you walk to work today?
I'm going to have to fill up my car.
You're going to recycle some beers?
I'm going to have to go buy a tank of gas.
You only know it's Earth Day because tomorrow's your birthday.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk to work.
On my little calendar, there's 2 little dots. One from the 22nd, one on the 23rd.
Oh, here we go. Here's the rotation real quick for the Astros series. Tomorrow versus the Cubs. JP France will be on the mound tomorrow. Spencer Arrighetti will pitch on Wednesday. And then Justin Verlander will pitch on Thursday.
I suppose a positive is they can't possibly be more injured. But then Christian Javier got put on the IL
Don't say that.
with a neck injury. So again, there's another one that's I'm really reaching here. They're getting hits, right?
Lots of them.
And the most in the majors. Less runs.
Mm-hmm.
Significantly less runs. That should get better, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't even want to put on the Minister of Positivity hat right now. I got nothing.
It's so funny, like the way we feel. Yeah, Mr. Positivity's got to go for now.
No, he's gone today. He'll be back again. But
Okay.
I need.
What does it like really take?
Can we get more than one win in a row?
Yeah, like is it
maybe 4?
Yeah, back to 5, like back to within like 2 games of 500.
How about within 5 games of 500? So
yeah,
you guys, they're 9 under right now.
I was thinking 3-game win streak because they still have not done that.
Yeah. Win 2 series in a row.
Win the remainder of this road trip.
Back-to-back series wins.
Yeah. Back-to-back series wins would make me feel better.
They are, positive. They're 3-4 in series. They've just been swept in some of those series.
Wait, really? They're 3-4 in series?
They're 3-4 because they got swept by the Yankees.
That is shocking to
me. They've beaten they beat the Rangers once, split with them the other time. So there you go.
Okay. Vegas.
Yeah.
Still believes
The
a little
A's?
bit.
Oh.
The Houston Astros
A's
still have the 5th best odds to win the World Series in 2024, and their odds are still better than the Texas Rangers. Well, I guess they're plus. The Astros are plus 1,100. The Rangers are plus 1,200.
That's because they're dealing with the cold, hard numbers of a lot of season left.
Yeah.
They don't know the vibes. How the vibes are low.
The Astros are still second in odds to win the American League, and even though they're ahead of the Rangers in both of those, they are behind the Rangers to win the division.
Okay.
Thus, spitting in the face of what I said earlier.
Literally the opposite. Vegas is more.
Vegas is like, this Joe guy's an idiot.
Vegas seems higher on the Astros in all things except for what you're high on the Astros for.
Yep.
Hey, the positive that the A's are ahead of them in the AL West. They'll be easy to overtake.
That's true.
Right?
Theoretically.
You won't be in last place forever.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you're worse than the A's.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
No way you're worse than the Angels.
That one, yes.
You should finish in 3rd place at worst.
A lot of ball game. A lot of season left.
If that's again, it's April 22nd.
832. I am positive that ticket prices should be less next year.
At the very least,
This year.
roll back the prices of certain things you can get at the stadium. Although,
That's what's tough is like it's gonna be cheaper to get in, but it's still gonna cost you an arm and a leg to get anything while you're there.
positive. Just don't even go to the game. Just go to the Highway Cantina.
Great call. You can't get chicken fajitas like that at the game.
You can get the large margarita. Drown all of the sorrows of disappointment in
My
your
wife got
Houston Astros.
My wife got really mad at me about that.
She got mad at you for not bringing her to work.
Well, yeah. She's just told me I have to take her the next time we go to a game, which is not on my priority list.
But you didn't go to a game though. You know, you did a radio show from there.
That's true.
What is she mad about?
She was, I guess she was jealous more than anything. Because I never invite her to the fun stuff, she says.
You should find someone on LinkedIn and take them out.
Yeah. Yeah, if things don't work out, LinkedIn's not exactly going to be my go-to.
You know what? Maybe
I'm glad it worked for you once.
Maybe the Astros should start sliding into the DMs of players who have their LinkedIn profiles up, like professional baseball player for Arizona Diamondbacks. Brent Strom, slide into his DMs, you know? Hey, Brent, want to come back?
I hope Jose Abreu is updated.
I think Jose Abreu might have made his account private.
Is the Astros Twitter account still blocking people? That's what I was trying to figure out.
I don't know, but they haven't blocked me yet because I made fun of their It's Giving disaster.
Well, at this point, like their mentions are just, I'd imagine, brutal.
The LinkedIn girl taught me some Gen Z slang, so now I actually don't hate It's Giving anymore.
Time out. Let's go revisit.
Yeah,
she's a Gen Zer.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No, now I'm even more surprised that the LinkedIn move worked. I assumed she was at least close to your age.
I don't know that. Because a man never asks a woman what her age is. Come on.
Was she old enough to buy her own alcohol?
She got ID'd. What? What's wrong with that?
You didn't like sneak a peek?
No.
I'm just curious.
Not at her age. He definitely did sneak a peek at her driver's license.
No, I didn't sneak a peek at anything.
Does it start with Does it start with 19 or 20?
Yeah.
Hey.
How would you feel if she was like, what year were she was like
2001.
Post 9/11.
That would blow my mind, but she's pre 9/11. I do know that.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we know that?
Yeah, I do know that.
Okay.
Why do you?
I do know that.
Okay.
Wait, what year? Since you have our LinkedIn information, what year did she graduate college?
No comment.
Okay, so how much did you like? Did you ask a lot of follow-ups because you looked at her LinkedIn profile? Like
I asked no follow-ups.
It was like a cheat sheet.
I didn't.
Like you knew where she went to school. Like you knew what she studied. You knew what she did.
She could do the same with me too.
So how about those Aggies, huh?
Yeah, like it's just like you really like.
Whatever the case, to bring it back to where we were before.
I feel like you kind of had a chance to skip a lot of steps on your date.
I'm gonna start saying it's giving all the time.
Please don't.
No, I'm gonna do it. I actually, she explained it to me, and now it makes sense.
All right, your turn now.
Now it makes sense.
Because I don't understand. Let's play telephone.
It's giving. This is the worst start since 2016.
Okay.
See, that's how you do it.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand.
It's giving how Kim Kardashian is feeling after Taylor Swift's new album.
She got roasted.
She did. She got flamed.
Yeah.
She's a musical genius, Taylor Swift. I respect women.
It really helps when you do it when you add like the little voice with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really.
It's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
I really don't want you to start saying it's giving all the time, but you know what? At this point, whatever.
It's giving. We may as well say this because things can't possibly get any worse.
You said that about the injuries too, and I'm like, I don't know.
that's what I mean, man. That's where we're at.
I keep thinking, but speaking of injuries, let's hear from. Maybe this will make you feel better.
Giving nothing matters anymore.
Maybe this will make you feel better about Christian Javier. Here's Joe Espada.
Giving seppuku.
Here's Joe Espada talking about Christian Javier's neck injury.
So we'll see. This kind of just came out of nowhere, so we're gonna see what happened here. But we are see how he progressed. But we're gonna put him on the IL since he's gotta obviously work through this, and we're gonna need a starter in Chicago. So we're gonna get Spencer Arrighetti to come up and take his spot.
So do you know how it came up, like what the cause was or cropped up?
No, we don't know. Could have been on the plane, could have been slept badly. We just don't know. So the most important thing is trying to get Javier feeling better.
I love baseball.
You just slept bad, man.
Do you know what it could have been? Do you ever wear those little neck pillows on the plane?
No, I think they're uncomfortable.
Oh, I got one. I found this at like Brooks Brothers. It's $30, and one side of it's cool, the other side of it's warm.
Okay.
If you're looking for that, and that thing is a lifesaver.
Huh?
So maybe Jose Abreu should have been wearing one of those little half circle neck pillows when he was on the plane, and then he wouldn't. Or excuse me, not Jose Abreu. Christian Javier should have been wearing that.
I mean, like, don't you? If you're on that fancy of a plane,
maybe it's not that fancy of a plane. Maybe
you're saying Jim Crane's cheap and he's hurting his players.
I would never say that. Jim Crane would never cheap out. He has the third highest payroll in baseball. Come on, come on. But
third highest margarita prices too.
They're number one. Let's be honest. I don't think many ballparks have margaritas though. So at the very least, there's that. The thing with a story like this is that all baseball injuries are fascinating to me. It really feels like this is the one sport where weird things happen to players and you never quite get to the bottom of it. And I really want to get to the bottom of this story because I'm sure that whatever had Christian Javier scratched is something completely ridiculous. Like he fell asleep. What if it was this? What if it was he sleeps on his stomach and his arm like went underneath the pillow or something like that? He woke up but there was no circulation and his neck was feeling all funky afterwards.
Yeah, I could see that. Or just, do you ever like fall asleep on the plane, but you just kind of like hang your neck?
Yeah, a lot.
That's the worst.
But that's why you get the neck pillow, because then you're
It
kind
stops that?
It, a little bit, not a lot, but it stops it a little bit. Yeah.
What do you think about the people who like put down there's the tray? Ever see the people who then they put the
Those
neck
people
pillow
are
down
psychopaths.
Fall
and then they
asleep.
just like sleep head first?
Yeah, like you did in high school. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
Those
crazy.
people are psychopaths.
Crazy.
It's a crazy move.
Like I don't understand that at all. Have you ever fallen asleep on the aisle seat and gotten your head hit? Or like a leg hit by the drink cart?
Oh,
many
leg.
times.
Yes.
Yeah, never my head, but like my leg got taken out once because I let it flip out of there a little bit.
I always go aisle, and I always put my leg in the aisle. I can stretch out a little bit.
I
more.
prefer the window.
Well, yeah, you can fit in the window. No offense.
Well, because I'm small.
Well, yeah, you're not gonna feel super cramped in the window.
I mean,
I feel claustrophobic in the window seat.
I feel claustrophobic on planes no matter where I sit.
Middle seat, I don't feel bad. Aisle, I don't feel bad. Window seat, I feel claustrophobic.
Yeah.
I don't know why,
I
but
understand.
that's just the way it is.
936. Abreu should have gave Javier his neck pillow. That way he could take the injury himself.
When are they going to put Jose Abreu on the injured list for his confidence hurt?
Injured list. Why? Ego.
I mean,
ability to hit baseball.
Would you even mind if they did that to you?
No.
Like, if you're Abreu at this point, like you might need to go.
Are you convinced he had a back injury last year and that's why he was on the injured list, or do you think that it was a confidence thing?
Last year when he was hurt and when he missed time, I think he was hurt.
Okay.
I think he was hurt, but this time around, I mean, you have to do something drastic.
Cut him.
And, well, they're not going to cut him.
I know.
So you got to do something else that's drastic. And I feel like giving him time away would help. Saying that there's an injury here, I don't know how many people would believe it, but I think you got to do something here so that he has some sort of shield against all of the criticism right now. Like, he's getting the brunt of everything. They've done all they can to defend him with the back of the baseball card references. So at some point, you got to do something differently than just making him a part of a platoon first baseman group.
Yeah, and honestly, I think just sitting him the way that they're having to do now with a Singleton getting more and more games is honestly just making it worse. I would imagine.
Definitely is. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to get better by not playing. Like, the only way he gets better is if he actually is out there and he plays.
Yeah.
But you can't play him. He's not playing well enough.
Yeah, I don't think he's fixable. I have way more confidence that the Astros will win the World Series this year than Jose Abreu will hit above 250 at some point. Like, he looks lost. He looks so lost. Offensively, defensively, mentally, it's not there anymore. And I know they won't cut him, and a different organization probably would, and they should. This is like what I give Steve Ballmer credit for. Not Steve Ballmer. Whoever owns the New York Mets now. Like what he did last year, he spent all this money on Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander. It was a complete disaster, so he traded him, and he ate their contracts. Like, that's what it would take to get rid of Jose Abreu at this point, is find a team that just wants... Honestly, you would need the Chicago White Sox to take him at this point, and you pay his contract. And he goes back there for like a swan song while they're the worst team in baseball. But besides that, he's on your team. All right, the NFL Draft, it's on Thursday. That's when it officially begins. At 2:30, we will do our unintentionally erotic big board. We'll look at running backs. But next, what are you most curious about or intrigued by? Which team for the 2024 season outside of the Houston Texans? That's next here on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at the Highway Cantina. We were there last week, and it was a good time, unlike going downtown to watch the baseball team. So, I mean, if you're going to go watch the baseball team, you want to feel a little bit, I think, excited going into the park. So why not stop at the Highway Cantina before you go in? They've got incredible tall Texan margaritas. They're $9.75. They're really good. You got to have them for yourself to just see how good. But also, I mean, this is a fantastic Tex-Mex spot right smack in the middle of East Downtown. It's right by all of the arenas. If you work downtown, I mean, this is a fantastic spot to do a happy hour, to go take the boss out for a big meeting, impress him along the way. Wood-fired oysters, mesquite sausage, plus your Tex-Mex classics, chicken fajitas. Their chicken fajitas are so good. Beef fajita, whatever you want. the Highway Cantina has it, and it's in a fantastic location right on St. Emmanuel. Highway Cantina. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you by.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So yesterday, I'm going to read a tweet here first. There's a thread of tweets. I'm just going to read the first one. @Gallant says on Twitter, at what point is a, quote, a significant difference between the 22 and 23 Astros going to be something that's not scoffed at by the baseball knowers? I ask because at this point, what's the legit reason for the slow start? The same things are happening every game. That was responded to by Jeremy Booth. He said there are answers, but the people that keep screaming at the sky don't really want them. Well, Jeremy will be on the program tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
He's going to share those answers.
He's going to share those answers. Because honestly, maybe he has them because I don't have them.
Listen,
I want to argue with him tomorrow, and we're going to argue about the Yordan Alvarez stuff because of the lineup. But at this point, he looks right.
You got to stand your ground,
Like,
though. You got to defend the wall of your take.
Yeah, I do. But
and I'm just going to throw gasoline
But the
on
hard part is that like the Astros are making it impossible. They're making it impossible for me to defend myself.
Ye of little faith. You've gotten rid of your faith already, Joe.
Yeah.
You're a proud papa. You're married and you've lost your faith in the one thing.
I just wish they had gave me something to like really.
He's already eliminated him from wild card contention, but not division contention.
Unbelievable. Like Joe is already quitting on the Astros as a wild card team in 2024.
Yeah, I wish there was a reason to argue with him about that.
No, you gotta find it.
No, I would assume at this point he's gonna move on from the lineup construction because if he still is, we're gonna argue about that. Because if that's the only reason why you think the Houston Astros are losing, then like I don't know what you're watching.
Ooh, okay, there it is.
Well, but I can't imagine he still feels that way.
I'm just gonna go up like, hey, Jer Bear, he called you a clown.
You can't call him Jer Bear.
Yeah, I can. We're friends.
Yeah, we already call him our Jeremy Jer Bear.
I can call any Jeremy.
I don't think you can have two Jer Bears.
He's done it before. We're talking about a different Jeremy, and he also called him.
I call him all Jer Bear.
Okay.
My dad's named Gary. I call Gary Bear every now and then.
You too?
Yeah.
You just put Bear?
So when I'm trying to annoy him.
Well, if the first name rhymes with Bear, then yeah.
Fair.
Or the first half of the first name.
Yeah, like as long as any part of the name
Yeah.
whether it's full, half, whatever, is with Bear, then you just.
Because some people get mad when you say that. So you can call him Clown. I'll call him Care Bear. And we'll see what happens.
Can't
I'll
Fireworks.
call him Sir.
You should call him Sir.
That would be funny. I think he would get more upset if I called
You called
him
him
Clown
Sir and not a
or
Clown.
Sean
You've
called him
already
Sir.
called him Clown. You have to. You got to say Clown. You called him Clown.
Yeah, I regret that one.
You got to say
You're gonna
it.
bring it up.
That was keyboard gangster Joe George.
That was
No, that was verbal gangster.
He
said it with his chest.
That was he's not here. He's
Yeah,
a clown.
no, it was.
Yeah, I'm gonna
he's not
regret
in
that
the
one.
room.
I'm gonna regret that one.
Yeah, he's a big guy too.
Damn.
Used to play.
He's really big.
That sucks.
He's
I'm
like
5'6".
6'4". Oh yeah,
dude,
he's
that's
massive,
not
dude.
good. I gotta scout.
Yeah, dude,
better.
he's gonna break you. In
I don't know
half.
I don't even know how he's gonna fit in the.
Yeah,
Twitch
I got
frame.
people throwing.
Honestly, I think it'll be better for the
I got
video if
people
you
walking
just
by
kicked
me
your
yelling
ass.
at me about stuff for no nonsense.
If he just stood over you for the entire thing.
Oh, that would be so funny.
I mean, it won't be hard. Like
he might be able to sit over you.
Yeah, I think, even with the chairs at this studio, which weirdly are all very low to the ground. Yeah. I think he's gonna be looking pretty high on that camera.
Can't wait.
I'm just gonna throw gas the whole time. I'm not even gonna provide any value to the conversation. I'm just gonna turn it
Throw
into
gas?
an absolute bleep show.
Well, I'm curious what he's gonna say because if there is any logical reason, I'm fascinated. to hear
Well,
what he-
Pumpkin, you just don't know ball.
At this point, I agree.
None of us know ball anymore. We don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I'm assuming I'm going to try to force him to just tell the truth that he hates Joe Espada, because that's really what.
But he might not even hate Joe Espada. There are people like me that are like the people that thought Joe Espada was going to be so much better. Those people were weirdly militant about that.
Yeah, the Dusty hate last year was over the top, and then it's
to think that things would be dramatically different with a different manager is crazy. It's always about the actual players. And yeah, Yainer Diaz is playing more. Great. How many more wins does that result in again?
yeah.
There's a reason that, listen, in a sport where there's, 9 batters in a lineup, like there's a reason that guys like Mike Trout aren't winning, making the playoffs or winning the World Series, but they're winning MVPs. One bat in the lineup isn't changing things. Yainer Diaz batting better in that series against the Rangers wasn't going to stop the horrendous starts that we saw from Framber Valdez and Christian Javier, especially the second time around for both of them. That's something that people seem to believe that, okay, Joe Espada merely putting Yainer Diaz in the lineup more was going to result in more victories. It's like, no, generally at the end of the year, like a great player in baseball, what's their wins above replacement? Like 5, 6 or something like that? One player does not make that much of a difference in the day-to-day winning and losing of a team.
I thought I saw this. By the way, just thinking of WAR, wins above replacement. Jose Abreu was on pace for a negative 7.7 Fangraphs WAR. Jeremy Branham tweeted this out.
Wait a second, negative 7.7.
That's what he's on pace for. That would be an MLB record.
What is it now?
Negative 4 from some guy named Jim Levy in 1938.
Okay.
It's like the Ozzie Guillen thing. It's just hard to play that much and stink that badly.
If your WAR is that, does that mean you cost the team 7 games?
Yeah, it was
over a replacement player.
Yeah,
which is just like a random, like basically a random first base.
Yeah, and there's there's 2 different websites. Brandon tweeted this out. That's Fangraph. His Baseball Reference one is on pace to be negative 9.9. They're saying he's a negative 10 win player. He's on pace to be that this year.
For reference,
holy crap!
If you have like a positive 9 or 10 win or 9 or 10 WAR, you're like a no doubt about it MVP candidate. So he's the opposite of he is as good as Shohei Ohtani. That's how bad he is.
Yeah, that's incredible,
man.
That's so incredible that you can be on pace to be that bad. Because that's collective. Like that's the offense and the defense. It's just that's so bad. All right, we'll get to the NFL stuff. We'll save that for tomorrow. Jeremy Booth, like I said, he'll join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock in studio. I believe.
In studio.
So that'll be fun. That'll be interesting to hear his take, the outside perspective, all the negatives that are going on with the Houston Astros. But when we get back, it's time to continue building our big board. I think we have about 10 players on it right now as we get ready for the NFL draft, and the Texans are on the clock for the first time on Friday night, probably around about 6:45 when Paul, Dell, and myself will be doing our draft show. So our big board, we continue to build it next on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know Lance Zierlein for his mock drafts.
This is where the problems start in my hometown. I pass on C.J. Stroud.
But have you ever read his scouting reports?
Look at the body. Look at that bubble butt. They're power generators right there.
We're going to pick who the Texans should draft entirely based on these things he actually wrote.
He's a little stiff in the hip.
Ooh, they fall down hard and long.
And now, our unintentionally erotic big board.
All right, let's build on our big board. We've looked at cornerback.
Yep.
Defensive tackle.
Yep.
Safety.
Correct. We have 4 corners, 2 defensive tackles, and 3 safeties on the board. Now we move to a position we agreed to look at on Friday's show. Running back. Here's how it works in case you guys are new to this. I am reading Lance Zierlein's draft profiles from NFL.com, but I am only reading the parts that could be interpreted as sexual. And as someone who is a bit of a pervert, it was not hard for me to find many examples of this. Running back, a different position, different skill sets that are being looked for. But let's start off with prospect number 1. Are you passing or smashing? Prospect 1 has the wiggle and know-how in tight quarters.
Love that.
Good burst, but sometimes a little hesitant to punch the gas between the tackles. Flows through lanes. Excellent bend. Excellent quickness. Slick feet. But power into and through contact, just average.
I think I know who this is, and I might have to recuse myself.
Oh. Wow. Just based off of what I said right there.
You think that's Jonathan Brooks?
I think it's Jonathan Brooks.
It is Jonathan Brooks, running back out of Texas.
I can, I've watched him carry the ball a couple times.
Smash. We smashed.
Are you smashing this?
Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, I'll smash Jonathan Brooks.
Okay, Brooks on the board. Man, we got a lot of Texas guys on this board.
His knees are good, right? Is this an ACL?
He tore his ACL in early November.
Okay.
Who hasn't torn an
That's
ACL?
fine. He'll be good.
Nowadays, that's like, okay.
Yeah, it's like, duh.
You're fine. Prospect 2. Explosive.
Okay.
Good size.
Love that.
In fact, he's so explosive. He explodes 25.4% of the time.
Wow.
Probably want to do more than that.
Yeah.
I want to be like 100%.
That seems low.
Natural sticky hands.
Okay.
Because of all the exploding.
25% of the time.
That is prospect number 2.
That's all we got?
He doesn't trust his eyes either, but
oh man. Oh, he's got bad taste?
Well,
might have bad taste.
Yeah.
Dude, if you don't trust your eyes.
But he might know he has bad taste. That's why he doesn't trust his eyes.
Oh, okay.
That's why he goes home and ends up with sticky hands all the time. I'm smashing.
Because of your last comment, I pass. I was fine until Sean put 2 and 2 together, and now I'm out. Pass. Smash or pass?
All right, prospect number 3.
Wait, so we pass?
Wait,
you have to decide.
I'm passing.
Who was it?
That was Jalen Wright from Tennessee.
Damn, I like him.
Prospect 3. Hang on. Composing myself. Good. Shut up.
Sorry.
Good knee bend.
Okay.
Takes too long to process and hit holes.
Don't love that.
Above average bend. Slides, dips, and cuts to find smaller openings. What? It's just an unintentionally erotic board. This is just what Lance Zierlein wrote on NFL.com.
I feel like there's too much negative here, I feel like.
Yeah,
It's too average.
I pass, but
Yeah,
I
pass.
didn't know that Lance just writes smut basically.
Yeah,
really
you do
sucks.
now.
All right.
That's, did you say smash pass?
We passed.
Okay, that's Florida State running back Trey Benson.
Okay.
All right. Flashes on tape.
Huh?
Old school.
It's like Talladega from this weekend.
Oh, did someone flash at Talladega?
Dude, apparently, like, it's like a...
There was like a pole that was out
dude,
there.
apparently it's like Mardi Gras before it, like, kicks off.
So...
Like the night
like,
before.
it looks like an insane party.
I'll send you the video, Paul.
Flashing is just bajongas, right? It's
not in this video.
It started up top.
Was there
a party moved downstairs?
Oh, wow.
Like, it looks like a good time.
For girls or for guys?
Girls, ladies.
So okay, wow.
Talladega looks like a good time.
Yeah, it moved
That's
up.
all I know.
It moved up the power rankings of events I should go to.
Yeah, it's officially past the Masters.
Okay. So it's like Waste Management Open of the NASCAR?
Yeah.
I think it's just NASCAR of NASCAR.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Just another.
It's just the biggest party in NASCAR.
So flashes on tape, this prospect number 4 does.
Okay.
Slightly below average vision. Wide base. I don't know what this means, but I hope Lance writes this a lot more. Lacks sand in his pants. I have never seen that.
Does that mean he's light?
I think that means he's light or fast.
No ass.
Yeah, because I know like light in the shorts normally means like you can get pushed around.
No sand in the pants.
Yeah, I think that's what that is.
Specifically, because I copied and pasted this. Lacks sand in his pants to protect his quarterback in blitz pickup.
Can't block.
Okay, yeah. So he gets pushed back.
So not much of an ass.
Yeah.
We smashed or passed.
I need some more sand in your ass. I'm gonna pass.
I'm passing too.
Yeah, we're passing by Blake Corum.
Marshawn Lynch.
Oh.
Excuse me, not Marshawn.
Marshawn
Sorry,
Lloyd.
Marshawn.
I was like, time out. Like, what just
Marshawn
happened?
Lloyd. Yeah,
Marshawn Lynch
USC.
Jr.
Yeah.
I mean, with this draft, you never know. There's like 6 NFL kids in this draft.
That's true.
There's Jeremiah Trotter, Marvin Harrison, Jerry Rice's kid.
Prospect 5. Bendy.
Okay.
Rhythmic. Loose hips. Wide.
This is Blake.
Glides with consistent pace and processing.
That's good.
Finds his pathways. Long strides.
Smash.
Smashing the hell out of
No
this
doubt. Smash. Super smash.
Is this Blake Corum?
No, this is
Damn it.
Tyrone Tracy Jr. from
Who?
Purdue.
Oh, from he was talking this guy up a couple weeks ago.
What was his name?
Tyrone Tracy.
Tyrone Tracy Jr.
Junior.
Okay.
In case you're wondering.
Who's the senior?
Not his dad.
Last profile, and no Blake Corum on this one.
Oh, interesting.
Joe.
He kept it PG when he was writing Blake Corum's profile.
This one's quick. Finishes with thud. Hip tightness. Not as much erotica in this one. Unless you want to say his game in Florida looked like teaching tape.
Like what?
And
Spring
his
break?
slow and go pacing.
Slow and go pay.
Soft hands. Has the ability to shake.
Okay.
Lacks desired flow speed.
No desire flow speed? Oh.
Yeah.
It's not widening.
I was on the fence, and then
boundary.
lack of desire for flow speed.
Yeah, I'm passing on this.
Pass.
All right,
That's
pass.
Ray Davis from Kentucky, and there you go.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
All right,
So,
damn, only 2 running backs.
Tyrone Tracy, we're in, and
Jonathan Brooks,
we're in.
That's
so
good.
this is where I wonder what's next for us.
Well, we didn't have Corum, so we didn't pass on Corum.
No, I meant for position.
Oh, I think even for running back on Friday. Never mind.
I'm trying to think because I guess we could go. I would say this is where you get like depth more. Maybe interior offensive line. Do they need a tight end? Like they only have Schultz and Brevin Jordan on the roster, I believe, at this point. So just like running back, there's only 2 tight ends.
I would think the tight end is going to have the most ammunition.
Yeah.
It's as like physical as it gets. Like where they're just writing about the physical features.
Let's give Schultz, but they gave Schultz a contract.
This is probably someone that they're not drafting like on Friday on Friday. It might be more of a Saturday draft pick.
I think interior offensive line.
Interior offensive line?
I think interior offensive line.
What'd y'all do on Friday?
We did safety on Friday.
Okay, yeah.
So we've done corner, we've done defensive tackle, we've done and we've done running back. So
And
now interior offensive line. Yes, safety too.
Maybe we do 3 defense last week, 3 offense this week. and then we'll start to build.
We could do tight end tomorrow or on Wednesday.
Yeah,
when we're in.
Unless do we want to consider safety? I saw more nonsense this weekend talking about getting C.J. Stroud weapons.
Finally,
Wait, do we want to do safety?
I mean, a wide receiver.
Just to upset Paul. Yes.
Fine, we'll do it.
We can do
We'll do it on Thursday.
We can
for all you little you little greedy bastards who play too much fantasy football.
And then Friday we combine the list.
Honestly, if the Astros keep playing like this, it might be our entire show on Friday, from start to finish.
Maybe.
It's figuring out
probably at least 2 segments.
Which big
Texans
what's
radio.
the order of our big board?
Texans FM radio.
Oh, and we have the first rounder recap.
That's true.
Who what was the biggest move that threatens the Texans?
I'd rather talk about mock drafts than the Astros right now. I never thought I'd say that.
Wow. Okay. Well.
Okay. All right.
Tomorrow. Tune in.
Astros power rankings right now. Would you rather talk about the Astros, or the NFL draft, or the NBA playoffs? What's your order of the three?
I mean, I'd love to talk about the NBA playoffs, but I realize no one in our audience cares
What about
right now.
College football spring games.
Tough weekend too. Oh,
I know you and I are in on
I got boots on the ground from Austin.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
All above the Astros right now?
Everything is above the Astros right now. They're not worthy of my time. But I watch them because I'm obligated to, because it's my job. But they are not worthy of anyone's time right now. They're a waste of time. They can't hit. They can't score. They can't get off the good starts. They can't relieve. They can't do bleep. They can't do diddly poo.
Whoa.
All right, we'll talk about...
You know what I think about the Astros right now? That's what I think of them.
Unprofessional.
I mean, come on.
That's what they are.
Unprofessional. All right, what is going on in the world? I know Paul said not everyone cares. I care. Sean cares. Paul cares. This is our show. So we'll talk a little about the NBA playoffs before we get into garbage time next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
NBA playoffs are underway.
A lot of blowouts.
Yeah, a lot of blowouts. Not a lot of great basketball.
The first round does kind of suck. Always has. The play-in tournament was a nice little wrinkle, but this round usually you see, especially the first game of the series, lots of people are going to have hot takes after the first game, but generally the first round is a bit of a bummer. And that they expanded it to 7 games has sort of taken away the possibility of crazy things happening in the first round. Obviously, every now and then you're going to have a team lose to an 8 seed or something like that, but it's very rare that it happens.
Yeah, I mean, like the Pelicans obviously gave the Thunder a pretty good game. They only lost by 2 in the first round without Zion. That's the other thing about this start, too, is what. So yesterday, you were without Jimmy Butler, Kawhi Leonard, Giannis, and Zion. And those were your 4 games yesterday. Like, they're like, this just kind of sucks.
Right.
But those teams went, what, 2-2?
Yeah, they went 2-2. Well, because Dame Time played basketball for the first time this year.
Yeah.
It was
right on time.
Incredible. Like, that's.
Yeah, he was really good.
That's Damian Lillard. But it's almost to the point where, like, it's like that's what he looks like without Giannis. It's like it was like Portland Dame Lillard again. But it was fun.
Yeah, it was nice to see that. I got a kick out of the Sixers blowing a huge lead on the Knicks at halftime too. The Sixers just such choking dogs in the playoffs. It makes me happy to see Philadelphia suffer on that front. And, I'm very thankful as a Celtics fan that there is no Jimmy Butler out there. I would not feel good about this series at all if Jimmy Butler was playing for Miami.
Because Boston went up like 17-4 or something very fast. And then, like, we kind of stopped watching the game, and then we looked back, and it was like a 7-point game. And we're like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
What happened? And then the Celtics just rolled them.
They smoked them. And, it was funny at the end. It was like a 15-point game, and the broadcast was like, oh, it's actually close.
Yeah,
like, there's 3 minutes left. Can we calm down? Obviously, the Celtics have blown big leads like that against Miami, almost.
Yeah, Game 7, 2 years ago?
Oh, my God. That was the most stressful thing I've ever seen with my eyes.
I remember the day after you're like, I feel like we lost.
I did.
I feel like
they made it to the finals.
They won a game to make the finals. And
I
you're
was
like, that felt terrible.
That was the worst. I've never enjoyed a victory less than that one.
Well, Game 7s are like the most stressful thing that can ever happen in sports.
But especially when you're up like 10 points with 2 minutes left and they blow it.
and there's a shot in the air to win it.
Yeah, they missed a shot in the air to win it. I was so quiet. I was there with the person that I was having fun with at the time, trying not to embarrass myself, and I did a very poor job.
Dude, I really don't enjoy watching games with like that matter with my wife.
Really?
Ever. I don't like it.
Oh, wow. You sexist pig.
No, because I want to.
Why don't you like it?
I want to I don't want to be myself. I want to scream at things.
Well, you can scream at things.
I don't know. Like the first time, the first time we really watched a game together was the double doink.
Oh, for those who don't know, Joe's a Bears fan. That is a brutal first experience.
When he hit it on both crossbars.
So what was your first reaction?
Dude, I was like inside. I was like raging.
You kept it all inside?
I just sat there in silence.
Good for
I was
you.
like, if I talk, I'm going to lose my mind.
See, you're more mature than me.
Oh,
that's impressive.
But like from that moment on, I was like, I don't really want to do this again. Like if there's an important game, like go to your friend's house, or I'm gonna go out.
The tuck rule game. When I was 12 or 13 years old, at one point during the game when it wasn't going so well, my mom said something, and I said, "You need to get out of this room." And she said, "Like you're gonna be grounded for that." And I was like, "Don't care. Just get out." And then they won. That was before the tuck rule thing happened.
Oh, okay.
But it was not going well. Like they couldn't do anything, and it was like you're losing to a team from California in the snow. Like it's the most beta thing possible.
Yeah.
But then they came back.
It's time for garbage time.
So we touched on this earlier because Joe saw it on Twitter, but this is just hilarious. I like it when a Yankee is the victim of injustice. And we got that today at a baseball game where an umpire thought that Aaron Boone said something when in reality a fan had said it.
Yes.
And ejected him. Joe, I really want this umpire to also be Angel Hernandez.
I don't think it was.
I don't think it was either.
I think we would have known
Immediately.
we would have known immediately.
I think it was a larger man.
Oh.
Man.
So I don't think that was Angel Hernandez. But yeah, this is it's very funny watching the video because Aaron Boone is very clearly just like looking straight ahead, just like listening, and then all of a sudden he just gets thrown out, and I have no idea. We were asking this question I think during the break, like if they realize that, if they can undo it. Like, can you undo
Probably not.
a throw out?
Yeah, because like all he can say is like, "I swear that wasn't me," and it's like you need to go to replay to like confirm it.
That would be awesome.
I love that the umpire said, "I don't care who said it, you're gone."
Yeah.
Hey, it was at Yankee Stadium, right?
It was.
Please tell me, is that okay? It was at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
So he's the manager of the team that extends to all the fans because the fans are part of the team. Keep your team in line.
Dude, it's so funny watching there's this. I'm looking at this new angle for like, it's between the catcher and the umpire. You can see this fan in blue. Just all of a sudden, he just opens his mouth super wide and starts screaming.
I like
and as soon as he's done, the umpire turns and throws him out. So it's so very clearly one fan. And then
that fan
he got it wrong.
That fan probably had a split second where he's like, "Did I just get thrown out of this game?" Oh,
Dude.
no, it's Aaron Boone. Good.
Umpire should be fired for this.
You know who had to finish that game as manager of the New York Yankees?
Oh, maybe the Astros would be better off if Brad Ausmus.
I was about to ask that question. It was Brad Ausmus who finishes the game
Imagine
as
if
manager of the Yankees.
Bagwell, Biggio, and Ausmus.
No, because the Sacramento, Las Vegas, Oakland A's beat the Yankees. So I would say Brad Ausmus 0-1.
Oh.
So
well, that's still better than Joe Espada. That's one game under 500,
Oh.
where
So 0
Joe
winning
Espada
percentage.
is 9 games under 500.
8 games.
Oh yeah, it's 8.
Because he got 1 win last year.
Oh, that's true. Big
Maybe
playoff
it's even
win.
less. Maybe
Big
Joe
playoff
Espada's
win.
closer to 500
But
than we think.
Dusty gets that win. He got the save.
It's true.
He got the save for that
Touche.
one.
He came in to bring in John Singleton.
Yep, it worked. Now he
Wait,
does it
no,
all the time.
I guess he would have gotten the win there. Dusty Baker threw a complete game.
Yeah.
But-
Quality start.
Quality. Check that. Yes, quality.
Good call.
Obviously, wasn't a complete game. I saw this from Sean on Twitter.
What?
He retweeted a story coming out of China, and I guess in China now, if you go to the bathroom, the toilets can determine if you're healthy or not based off
Okay.
of your urine.
Like, this is like Tom Herman?
Exactly like Tom Herman.
Okay.
Who had the pee scale. You want to always have clear pee. You don't want it to be colored. You don't want it to be radioactive. You don't want it to be super yellow. You want it to be clear. Clear like water. And now you know. China has that.
Yeah. Okay, so if it wasn't the government that did that, I'd be interested. Just to know how healthy your urine is. Just
No, can't you just tell? Like,
It would be terrible, though, if you're going to the bathroom and it's like, you have cancer.
Yeah,
Wouldn't you want to know?
I would want to know, but
You
it would
catch
be
it early.
To find it like while I'm peeing into a toilet, that would be kind of depressing.
Yeah, that's a tough spot
Well,
to
I
find out.
imagine I can't imagine it'll be you have cancer. It'll
Well,
be like,
it's like,
please,
hey, please
see a
drink
doctor.
If you're looking for a screening, it would cost you less than $3 while peeing into this robo toilet.
Oh, it costs money.
It does cost money.
Maybe every once in a while.
It's not quite free healthcare, but it's it's
it's like the touch tunes at a bar. You can just let me just see kidney failure.
Sean did send me the video of what was going on in
at Talladega.
Talladega. It was pretty neat.
It just looks like a grand old party.
I think it really looks family friendly.
Yeah,
I think for trying to start a family.
Yeah,
And nothing more.
But maybe not intentionally trying.
Just for creating kids,
for
not
unintentionally
bringing kids.
starting a family.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is how.
That seems like a great spot to do it.
This is how you end up with a daughter named Reba Jr. you're going to end up hooking up with some other Southerner down there, and you're going to name her after some country stars.
True.
Dolly
You
Reba.
would. Or Dale.
Yeah. Yeah. Dale Jr.
I like that. Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon Mapes.
I was going to say Jeff Gordon. Go on.
They all hate Jeff Gordon in the South.
Why? Is he not Southy enough for them?
He's from California.
Much like Paul Gallant, there once was a rumor in NASCAR about Jeff Gordon's, and it was completely unfounded about what way he leans.
He needs to hold a press conference like Mike Piazza.
That's so crazy that he had to do that.
I can't believe Mike Piazza did
Classic
that.
early 2000s.
I was listening to it. I was watching this like stupid Barstool trivia show, and they brought up Mike Piazza, and they were like, "Yeah, he had a press conference one to say he was straight," and I was like, "I forgot that happened." All right,
we should all do that.
That does it for us. Coming up next, I'm gonna get ripped on by Joel Blank because I forgot that he works and golfs at the same time.
What a close to the show, Joe.
I don't know. I got yelled at during the break.
He did.
All right, that does it for us. We'll be back tomorrow. The Killer Bees with Joel, Jeremy, and Brian up next. Goodbye.
Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. Brian behind the glass. It is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. People are so mad they're already calling in. People are so mad with the Astros they're already calling in. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. As we often do on every Monday during baseball season, we start with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Bad and ugly kind of morph together. But what is your good? What is your bad? What is your ugly? 713-780-3776. And I have an idea of where we're going to be spending most of our time.
I kind of do, too. It's pretty obvious after the fact that when you were out Friday, Brian and I had a conversation. Brian's level of desperation was a lot higher than mine. He said, how adamant were you that you needed a sweep? And I said, as long as they win the series, I would be fine with it. And I did not expect them to go 1-2.
I'm never in sweep mode ever, unless you absolutely have to have it like into the season where you have to win 3. You're chasing 3 games with 3 games left to play. Asking for a sweep to me in baseball is not fair. It's not fair to anybody. It's not fair to the best team in baseball when they're going up against the worst team in baseball. You win series. That's what you do in baseball. You win series. And the Astros should have won this series. And what's interesting, and we'll get to all the good, the bad, and the ugly, 713-780-3776, but just like a thought, like an epiphany, really? Maybe not even an epiphany. It's more like the margin of winning and losing and what it does for like the fans' perspective and feelings on things. Ryan Pressly gets a save on Saturday. We're talking about a series win today. Yeah, you lose on getaway day yesterday, 6-0, but that's much easier to swallow because Javier gets scratched. You're swinging like it's getaway day where you're hacking at first pitches. You get nothing going offensively. You just get 3 outs on Saturday, and we're like, okay, all right, Astros are back on track, but you don't. You blow a save for a variety of reasons. Then you have the showing that you had on a getaway Sunday, and it changes everybody feeling like that. All you have to do is get 3 outs Saturday, and we're feeling okay. We're feeling comfortable. Maybe not comfortable. We're feeling okay about this team, okay about the series. You won the series, but you don't get the save there. You lose on Sunday, and everybody is mad, angry, panicked, worried, all the emotions.
So there's no doubt about it, because when you think about it, it's the way they went about it, too. They came from behind. They were trailing late in the game. They found a way to get a lead. Then they got an extra run. They got a 2-run lead. You were feeling like, get through the 9th inning. This is fantastic. This was a great little comeback win. Maybe this is the next opportunity to not pee down your leg after a big victory and get this train moving in the right direction. And then all of a sudden, Ryan Pressly happened.
Yeah, that was that's painful. I mean, there we go. I mean, that's just a natural segue to the bad, right? Ryan Pressly. And it was like, okay, you pitched a scoreless inning Friday. Okay, we saw a little bit of this last year with Ryan Pressly, where it's like, okay, you started off slow, then you were able to pick it up, and then you became the Ryan Pressly that we all know and love. You threw Stressley, the alter ego, in the back seat. You didn't have to worry about that. And you're thinking, okay, maybe that's what's going on Friday. Scoreless inning, getting back on track. Catcher's interference, get hit all over the baseball park. You can't ever win in extra innings because you're a Houston Astro. Astros can't win extra inning games, which, a lot of people didn't like that Jose Altuve send. But yeah, Ryan Pressly has been atrocious, and it's all the big 3. It's it's Brian Abreu, who's been pitching a little bit better. It's Ryan Pressly. It's Josh Hader. All of the big 3 has been the little 3. They've been your 3 worst relievers.
Yeah, look, when we started the year, as much as we were just trying to figure out why you went and got an extra closer, you were like, hey, everybody was saying, hey, after the 6th inning, ball game over. This is door shut, lock, stock, and barrel. These 3 guys, best in the business, look the hell out, rest of baseball. Now and we were talking about the middle of the bullpen being the one concern you have from a pitching perspective. Now we're sitting there looking at it going, the back of the bullpen is just hot trash. It's garbage. And you can scratch off one of the excuses where everybody kept saying, well, Pressly was conditioned to be a closer. When he's not closing, it's different. He gets a chance to close, and he does the exact opposite of closer. And here we are.
Yeah. I'm worried about Pressly. Hader, I think, is going to figure it out. Like, Hader stuff still looks live. Like, his lack of command a little bit there. He hadn't been good, but I'm much more confident that Hader's going to figure it out. Pressly, I don't know. He's in his 30s. We saw some signs of this last year. Now, he was able to figure it all out. I don't think that there's a whole lot going. Like, a lot of people, well, he's, pouting because he's a setup guy now, closer. I don't think he's pouting. Could it affect him mentally? Maybe. I don't really put a whole lot of stock in that, but I don't know what's going on between the years. I would like to think that doesn't bother him. He was a setup guy in the past, but Pressly's the one that I'm really worried about. I think Hader will straighten it out. Pressly, I don't know.
Well, I think the main reason is because the other 2 guys have overpowering fastballs. They're dominant with their fastball. So all they have to do is remotely come close to placing their secondary pitch or pitches. And they've got above average major league stuff. They should be able to get guys out. With Pressly, he works on control, he works on spin, he works on location, and the location hasn't been great. He doesn't have the control that he's had predominantly since he's been an Astro, and there's plenty of reason to be concerned because of the fact that he's a guy that in the past, like you said, we've seen these hiccups before. We've seen game-winning home runs. We've seen him come in and instead of shutting the door, he's putting kerosene on a bonfire. And this is why, as you get later in your career and you look at a guy like this who's in the last year of his deal, I just look at this and go,
well, it might not be.
He's got to get it's vested, right?
I think it's like 40 games.
Oh, boy.
Which, I mean, he had to appear in 40 games in each of the last. It's 40 or 50. I think it's 40. I'll look it up here real quick. I know it's a vested deal. It becomes guaranteed if he gets 40 or 50 games appeared.
Well,
I mean, you can start having the conversation. It's 45 games appeared. Split the difference. He did it last year, so if he does it this year, next year's contract becomes guaranteed. And it's not a player option to where he can opt out of it. It's not a team out. It's a vested. He would be on the book. 14 million.
14? Okay.
$14 million.
Well, then the Astros got to be cognizant of that because he can't
That's what I'm thinking.
He can't keep throwing up all over himself where you want to make sure that you don't have to pay that next year.
Look, I think that the Astros are going to turn this around and be fine. And I think it's too soon to have, like, are you trading Alex Bregman? Are you trading Kyle Tucker? Are you trading Framber Valdez conversations? I know some people were there already, and maybe it's because they're angry in the moment. I still think the Astros are going to turn this around, to be completely honest. Now, a lot of things have to get better, go right, get healthy, et cetera, et cetera. That's a lot of ifs, I understand. But I think the Astros are too good. I think they will turn this around. But if you don't, let's go there for just a moment. Like, you're probably looking at either A, trading Ryan Presley, and he needs to pitch a lot better the rest of the way if that is going to be an option, or B, if he's pitching so badly where he is not tradable and you don't want to be on the hook for $14 million, hey, Joe Espada, we're going to need you when you call to the bullpen to never go to Ryan Presley in the second half of the year.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make business decisions at a certain point if you're not winning ball games. I, like you, I have not lost faith in the fact that this team is going to turn it around. I'm not thinking of guys to get rid of. I'm thinking about who you can bring in to make this team better. Both you can call up from Sugarland, and you can go out and look at guys that are out there that can possibly help this ball club. I believe too much in this lineup. There's too many talented players all across the board, and there's guys coming back from the injured list. But at a certain point, games like Saturday start to stick with you, and they start to really rub you the wrong way, and it can really start to ruin your day. Like, it ruined the rest of my Saturday going, you know what, I'm driving around going, I got time now. Presley will close the door in the ninth. I can go run a few errands, pick up dinner, come back to the family. I'm sitting in the car, and I'm punching the steering wheel going, what the hell are we doing?
I think it's a little normal behavior here.
No, I don't think so.
Punching the steering wheel? Or you, like, what were you doing, Hive? Let's ask the Hive. You were so mad Saturday. What were you doing? Did you punch the steering wheel?
I punched the steering wheel. Damn right I did. It was open-handed.
What did you do the rest of the day?
I mean, I got a boatload of stuff done the rest of the day, but I was watching the game for the majority of the game while waiting for it to finish. Yeah. And when they got to the ninth, I'm like, okay, cool. I told Lisa, yeah, I'll go pick this up. I'll go grab the food, and I'll come back. And then in the car, listening to the game, I'm going, oh, my God, they're going to blow it.
Does it count as a punch if it's open-handed?
Yeah, isn't that more of a slap?
Yeah, I think it's more of a slap. I think you slapped your
Depends on where you hit it. I mean, I got it pretty good with the
palm,
heel of my hand.
Like an open palm strike?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to break anything.
That's a good idea. Smart. You're punching your steering wheel in a very wise way.
Yeah.
That is a sign of maturity. You're at least you're at least thinking about the perseverance or preserving your fingers. And
I don't know.
I wasn't sure if I had honked that day yet, so I took it out with a punch. I don't know.
Punch, literal definition, strike with the fist.
Okay, well then it was.
So what would that be though?
But yeah, that's the palm. You're striking with your palm. What Joel's describing.
Yeah, that's like karate
shove or a.
Yeah, I don't know what you would call
like
that.
It would be like a palm strike.
A palm strike?
Yeah.
There you go. There's the technical term.
I palm struck the steering wheel.
Yeah. Did any of you palm strike your steering wheel? There's a lot of bads I got. We might spend the first hour doing this.
Yep.
Lose a series to the Nationals. That's obviously up there. This is the first time the Astros have been 9 games under 500 since May 2016. In that game, Mike Fiers lost, and he gave up a dong to Albert Pujols, by the way. So, like, there is that. Last time you've been this far below 500, Mike Fiers was giving up a home run to Albert Pujols in a baseball game. Trout homered, too. What do you got?
Well, I got lots. I mean, Hunter Brown was not good.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown, I understand it was kind of short notice to get him out there and get him to start, but Hunter Brown's first inning was not good and not what you expected and what you wanted. You were hoping of the last 2 starts, the second start would be the one that he'd start to capitalize on and be better. He was okay, but that wasn't the way you wanted to get off to start that game Saturday.
Yeah, not a good start for Hunter Brown. I tip my cap to him a little bit for the way that he responded. Like, he gives up the 3 runs or whatever it was in the first inning, and then he pitches 3 scoreless. Like, okay, I can respect that because it could have very easily turned into Kansas City, where you're kind of getting bleedered to death, like little nickel and dime to death, and then he was able to bear down and at least pitch 3 scoreless innings after that. I didn't think he got hit hard in that first inning. Now, hey, go make a pitch, get out of the inning. So I'm not like making excuses or letting him off the hook. But in terms of him going forward, this is much better than the Kansas City start because at least he wasn't getting like squared up, hit hard, and then he actually like bared down and got you through 3 innings after that, but certainly was not good. Not making excuses. I'm just saying going forward, like I feel a little bit better for Hunter Brown after that start than I did the Kansas City.
Might have been able to throw left-handed and be better than that Kansas City.
Yeah, that's true. Like it's a very, very low bar. It is a very low bar, no doubt about it. What stinks about losing that game yesterday for the Astros is like it buried the fact that Christian Javier is on the injured list. Like, everybody's so upset that you lost the game, that you lost the series, that you're 9 games under 500 for the first time since May of 2016, that it's like, oh, yeah, on top of that, let's remember that Christian Javier, who's been your second-best starting pitcher this year, has been placed on the injured list because he's sleeping on a brick like Yordan Alvarez did in Tampa Bay. He got placed on the IL for neck issues. Like, that's weird.
It's weird. It was at the most inopportune time. I couldn't believe when I was reading it on Twitter. And that's why one of my under ugly is the injured list now for the Houston Astros, because it just keeps growing by the day seemingly. And they're not names that are supposed to be just bench riders and secondary players. These are your main guys, especially from a pitching perspective, that you were going to rely on all year. And as you mentioned, in the case of Javier, he was pitching his tail off, and between him and Blanco, they were all over the place as leaders in pitching categories in the American League. And then all of a sudden on the day of the game, oh, by the way, he's not starting. And not only is he not starting, but he's going on the injured list.
Yeah. Now, like, the Astros have a bunch of off days, and, like, they can retroactive it to where, like, they can kind of navigate this, especially with Verlander. And they call it Arrighetti. They announced the rotation for the next 3 games. J.P. France pitching tomorrow, Spencer Arrighetti the day after, and then Justin Verlander. So, like, when's Fromber coming back? I thought you said Fromber was going to be back soon here. So that's concerning. He's been your second-best starter. Mm-hmm. Like, this has been another starter on the injured list, like you said. And the guys that you've had on the injured list this year, really good rotation. Maybe the best rotation in baseball.
Maybe the best in baseball.
You have Fromber and Justin Verlander that have been on the injured list. Now Christian Javier joins them, so you have your top 3. You have Urquidy, which might not crack your rotation of your injured guys that have tasted the injured list, because you have Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers too. Like, Jose Urquidy is your 6th starter on the injured list starters.
You could put a 6-man rotation out there that's better than any 6 pitchers that any other team in baseball, I think, could throw at you.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's silly, and the fact is, it's not getting better. It seemingly is getting worse, and that's part of the reason why, when you see all the reasons why this team is just playing such bad baseball and has such a horrible record, because a lot of times they're scuffling to find anybody to grab the baseball and take the bump to start a game.
Yeah. You had something to say, Brian, I think.
If we're just adding in, good and bad, I'll give a good and bad directly from the bullpen. I mean, we could spend probably, like you said, the full first hour on the bad, but Dubin, I'd like to throw in there for the bad. Certainly didn't help matters. Hunter Brown goes short, and you could kind of explain it away because he wasn't expecting, obviously, to start, but then Dubin came in.
Was on full rest, though.
It was on full rest, but still, I mean, guys are creatures of routine, and he wasn't expecting to start. But any chance you had to hang in there and maybe make a rally late was completely given away when Dubin came in and allowed another couple runs. On the other end of that,
real quick, not to interrupt as I interrupt. You know one minor thing that annoys me that has nothing to do with baseball, that Sean Dubin's on this team?
Sure.
Whenever you say it, it sounds like you're mispronouncing Mauricio Dubon. Like, whenever, you know what I mean? Like, we're talking about Dubin.
I can see that.
Who's Dubin? Like, Dubon's on this team, not Dubin.
Yeah, I can see that.
Had some
minor
hope
annoyance
based on his last appearance, because he went multiple innings and he got a bad break at the end, and basically he gave up runs after he left the game because of who came in after him.
Yeah.
But I thought that his stuff looked like it was pretty good, and then he just couldn't find the zone.
No, what else you
I
had there,
think he
Brian?
threw like 6 straight balls at one point when he came
terrible.
into the game. The other one, this is somebody Joel and I talked about with Todd Callis on Friday, but Rafael Montero, been their best reliever. He goes out and throws another scoreless inning on Saturday, keeps trucking along. I'm not sure. I know his ERA was 180 going into the Saturday appearance, so I'm not sure exactly what it is.
It was one of my goods, too.
164?
Yep.
Yeah, so Montero, I believe he's also leading the league in appearances right now for relievers. So it's not just a couple innings here we're talking about. It's still
earning his money.
It's a small sample size.
Let's slow that down a little, because last year in the first half they had a guy do that, and then he completely fell off the planet in the second half. Phil Maton.
Yeah, it's just nice to see, because we saw the trend of Montero improve in the second half, and that was one of our talking points this offseason, is which half of Montero would you get? And so far, he's been even better than second half Montero.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What was your good? What was your bad? What was your ugly? Also, how yesterday's game was the microcosm of the year so far for the Stros. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, ESPN Houston on YouTube. Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for X-Golf and Katie. Look, we know that there's going to be rain in the forecast coming up this week. We know that there are times that you want to hit golf balls and maybe you don't have a range nearby and you don't know where you can go at night to try and get a couple of swings in. Now you know where you can go. It's X-Golf and Katie. Check it out. X-Golf has the best golf simulators I've ever seen, and the only ones in the Houston area are at X-Golf Katie. Go online and check it out. See if you can't reserve a bay and get in there and start getting some swings in. It is phenomenal. As a golfer, if you play at all, you are going to be a big fan of X-Golf because it is real-life golf played indoors. I mean, it measures every shot, the distance, the spin, the direction, everything that you need to know so that you can actually have your real golf game ready to go when you do go back outside. The putting is realistic. The chipping. You can even play your own golf ball right out of your bag so that the feel is exactly the way it's going to be when you get back on the course. And, oh, by the way, on top of that, it's a great sports bar with tons of TVs, great food and beverage, and it's a combo platter that you would love if you're a golfer or a sports fan. It's sports bar, it's indoor golf, it's all under one roof. X-Golf Katie is the only place I'm going to tell you to go if you want to get to a golf simulator and hit some golf balls and hang out and watch some great golf or some other sports on TV as well with great food and beverage. Check them out today, X-Golf and Katie.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. Brian and Joe behind the glass. Killer tag team there. That would win titles, I think. Those two. Look at that. What would we call that tag team? Brian McDonald, Joe George. Now that since Joe's in here, here's a text that we got. Good, bad, ugly, 713-780-ESPN. I didn't realize that Joe was still in there. 8437. I'm not going to call in about it, but Joe George has some trash takes. What'd you say today, Joe? What happened?
Explain it.
You can't explain it.
For some reason, I think the
You'll
Astros
go on
have a better chance to win the division than they do to make the wild card.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's easy to explain. It means the Rangers would have a lesser record than the third wild card team.
I understand, but then
in the AL
Sean
West.
and Paul boxed me into a corner and made me feel like it was a dumb take. So
I mean,
maybe it was.
You could just look at the standings today, though. right? Like, to defend Joe's point, like, what is third place? I looked at this yesterday. I know Texas won, so this might have changed since I looked at this yesterday. But Texas is 12-11 right now, and the third wild card team in the American League is the Boston Red Sox at 13-10. Like, Boston has a better record than Texas does. The current third place wild card team has a better record than the AL West leader. Do I think it's going to stay? No, probably not.
A chance, but
Joe's got scoreboard today. Like,
today
he
that's
actually
legit.
got scoreboard.
Yeah, when he said it, it seemed like it made more sense than others. But yeah, he definitely has credibility with that one. I would say yes.
I think it's in play. I wouldn't bet on that, but I don't think it's a terrible take.
Did you watch that game last night?
No, not really. I was in the airport. I got stuck in the Chicago airport.
Ooh.
Got stuck in the Chicago
O'Hare?
airport. Yeah. I had layover was in Chicago, and then the flight kept getting delayed. We ended up leaving around like 11.
Weather?
No. It was like they had a problem getting wherever it was coming from to Chicago, and then something was wrong with the plane, so they had to switch our plane. But yeah, I didn't get to bed about 2:30 yesterday.
That sucks.
But I mean, who cares? No one cares about my
No,
problems.
I was watching that game last night, and
No,
away
I didn't watch it.
but the Braves put a 3 spot on the Rangers, and I'm like, sweet, like they could go under 500,
Yeah.
and as bad as the Astros are playing, they can stay within arm's length of catching the Rangers for the division.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I turned it over to the basketball game for like a couple minutes. I pop back over, and it's 4-3 Rangers, and they hit a couple of bombs. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I did notice. I was looking at the score every now and then, and I saw that the Braves were winning, and then I saw the Rangers were up late, and I was like, oh, because I wanted to see what the Astros were going to be today, because the Rangers won, so the Astros went from 4.5 back to 5 back. It's actually one of my goods. One of my goods is they're only 5 back. Yeah. They're only 5 games back. Do you know the Astros were 5 back last year? The Astros are 5 back.
More than that.
Guess the date. I went back last year, reverse engineered it, 162 forward, and looked at the last time that they were 5 games back. The latest date on the calendar last year that they trailed by 5 games. Yes, they were more, but what was the latest date that they trailed by 5?
I want to say it was in July.
Yeah, I was going to say July also. I'll say July 21st.
Blangers, you want to prices right them?
Yeah, I'm going to say July 22nd.
Oh, Brian wins. It was actually July 1st.
Oh.
Okay.
July 1st was the last time that the Astros were 5 back. So, like, yeah, it's uncharted territory for the Astros to be 9 games under 500, but it's not uncharted territory for them to be 5 back. In fact, they experienced it last year way deeper into the season than currently. So, like, that's the one thing if you're looking for a little bit of optimism, which I know a lot of people are looking for a whole lot of optimism right now. Here's why yesterday's game was a microcosm. We'll get to the good, bad, and ugly, 713-780-3776, a bunch of them texting in. Yesterday was a microcosm of the season, and you mentioned some of this earlier. Christian Javier got hurt, so, like, this is a microcosm of all of the starting pitchers that got hurt. Hunter Brown went out and didn't pitch all that well. The Astros currently have the worst ERA in the entire American League, probably all of baseball. I didn't look at the NL, but probably the entire Major League Baseball. You're also having to use fringe big leaguers nonstop. The Astros have used, I think it's 22 pitchers. Last year they used 23 the entire season, and a lot of the 22 have been fringe guys that might not belong in the big leagues. I like Hunter Brown's potential. Hasn't really pleased me this year. Hunter Brown's probably not a big leaguer right now. He's not pitching like one right now. He's a fringe big leaguer right now. If you had your full staff, he's probably in Sugarland. If everybody was healthy, he might be in Sugarland with the way that he's pitching.
He still might be in your pants.
I don't know. Like, he gets shelled, but whatever. But, like, it's not really the point. Like, okay, I'll concede that. But then who do you go to in the bullpen? Sean Dubin, a fringe big league pitcher. Taylor Scott, Taylor with an E, not an O, a fringe big league pitcher. And then you finish it up with Brandon Belak, a fringe big league pitcher. And then your offense is awful. You don't hit with runners in scoring position. Like, everybody, what's wrong with the Astros? And we try to pinpoint one specific thing where you can look at yesterday's game and there's 4 or 5 different things. Bad starting pitching. Your pitchers are hurt. You're throwing fringe big leaguers. You can't hit in opportune times. Yesterday, they didn't hit at all. You're getting 0 production from first base. Like, there is a long list of things that are – what's wrong with the Astros? A lot. A lot is wrong with the Astros.
It's not just one thing, fix it, put some tape on it, and call it good. There's just too many things steamrolling right now to where I've seen a lot of people, we're jinxed, we're cursed, it's over. No, it's not that bad either, but – it is a comedy of errors. It continues to stack up, and it's not like when we were talking about in the offseason. Well, if they shore up the middle of the bullpen, maybe they add one more bat. This team's got everything they need to chase the World Series. Now you're wondering if they could just chase 500 and how quickly they could possibly get back there. And each time you think they're starting to make momentum to get closer, they actually take another step back.
And it's not even really momentum. It's like this faux momentum that we're trying to create. Because, like, what are we talking about? We're talking about one critical win. And they've had 3 different instances of this where they've had an opportunity. We're trying to create the momentum. It was the first one was the Blair Henley start, I think. Whenever Blair Henley in Arlington, he came out, he got 1 out, and they were down like 5-2 after 1 inning. They stormed back and won. I think it was 10-5. Great momentum. Swept at Kansas City. The second one was whenever they won the Sunday game against Texas again, after they lost the first 2 games of the series, and then they won the final 2 games of the series. They were like, okay, great, split the series. Here we go. Here come the Astros. And then I can't remember who they played after that, but it didn't go very well. It went bad for the Astros. They lost the series immediately after that.
They got swept.
They got swept by Atlanta. So that's right. They got swept in back-to-back momentum games. And then their third momentum game was Friday. Justin Verlander back on the mound. You got your guy. He might be a little bit long in the tooth, but he's your leader. And we found out after the game that he's giving like this little motivational speech in the clubhouse where Dubon's saying that we need to get our heads out of where Chas McCormick, we all got to do better. So it's like, cool, Verlander's back. He's a leader. You're winning game 1. You should be able to take at least one of the final 2 in Washington, and then you lose the next 2. So every time, and I'm not even going to call it momentum. I'm going to call it like this. We're hoping that it's a spark that leads
it's like
to
a
momentum.
Slump buster, right?
You can call it that. You can call it a spark. That you're hoping it's the spark to a winning streak. You're hoping it's a spark to the momentum. And every time they have the spark to the momentum, they just pour water on it. Yep. It's a huge wet blanket on top of the spark, and it's no momentum at all.
Yeah, no, you look at it, and it's rightfully so that everybody is starting to point at different things because there's so many things to point to. But the reason why, no matter what happens early in the season, that I think the show collectively feels like they're going to turn it around. There is going to be that point. We just can't pinpoint when, or you need to start seeing some guys come back before you can even start considering if. It's because there's just too much talent on paper. And forget paper. You're getting more than you thought you were getting out of Pena. You're getting Yiner to hit like you had hoped he would hit. You got Maldi out of the lineup. You know, you got Altuve and Jordan and Tucker starting. All these guys are all positives. But it's got to be where you start getting the starting pitching so that you can strengthen your bullpen as well so you can figure the rest of it out. And you just don't know when any of that's going to start figuring itself out with guys coming back.
713-780-ESPN. What frustrates you about this team? Good, bad? Is there any good? 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I want to tell you right now about Allstate Siding and Windows because if you're looking all over Houston for high-quality windows and great siding at affordable prices, all you got to do is do what I did and call Houston's expert windows and siding people. That's Allstate Windows and Siding. Allstate Windows and Siding replaced my old windows. It's unbelievable. First of all, the curb appeal just made the house look a lot younger and a lot more modern, and it's phenomenal. But the thing that really made us want to make the change in the first place is exactly what we're seeing now. That is up to 40% savings on our energy bills and that tough, secure, hard shell for all the different weather elements you're going to face in Houston. From hurricane season to trying to keep the heat out in the summer and keep it warm in the winter, everything that you need is under one roof with Allstate Windows and Siding. And they got all the deals, too, because we're all looking for savings. 30% off of windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. Free estimates available. It's family-run for over 4 generations. Mary runs it at the office. Her brother gets out there and hands-on delivers, coming to you and tell you exactly how they can help you. You just got to call them to get the process started. 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. Or you can go to their website, allstatesidingandwindows.com. They have discounts for military personnel and first responders. They are phenomenal at taking care of Houstonians. But the best thing you need to do, because it doesn't cost you a cent, have them come out to your house. Tell them what you're considering. Maybe it's a combination of siding and windows. Maybe it's just one or the other. They're going to tell you exactly what you need, where you need it, and the best opportunities for them to help you do what you want to do. Check them out today, 832-204-1936, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. They're saying on the Twitch, I've never seen Joe George and Steve Bartman in the same room. It's a good point. I've never seen them in the same room. You know, I thought of a nickname we could use for Joe and Brian, the tag team.
Oh, for our tag team?
The Lovable Losers.
Hang on. Why are we losers?
Well, he's a Cubs fan.
I'm not a Cubs fan.
Also,
I'm the lovable and he's the loser?
It's like food coloring. You just drop a little bit in there, and it takes over the entire composition
of the liquid. Drop a little bit of the loser, and it taints the whole thing?
I think so.
Wow.
I think so.
The Bounce Brothers?
I'd accept this nickname if I'm the lovable and he's the loser.
That's a good call. We'll go with that.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, you're the lovable. He's the loser. Lovable losers. Junior Bronco says lead the league in hits. The Astros, they do. They also lead all of baseball with runners in scoring position. Or not runners in scoring position, left on base.
Yeah, leading them, yep.
The
lineup construction.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point.
I know. I'm mostly having fun with it, but he's certainly going to. I'm sure if he has a victory lap, then I'm sure he.
I think he tried to dunk on me today.
Oh, did he?
I think. I don't know. So I tweeted out.
Wait, how do you not know?
I don't know. I can't read it. I can.
Why? Because he's actually blocked?
No. I can physically read it. I can't read if it's a dunk or not.
Oh, I see.
Like, I'll read it to you guys. See what y'all think. American League team leaders was my tweet, and runners and left on base. The Astros have 101 runners left on base. Tigers are 159. Mm-hmm. So it's like a convincing lead. The Astros are, oh my goodness, way out in front of everybody else. And I do think that the lineup construction is fair. I think that batting order is incredibly overrated. Is Jordan Alvarez hitting fourth mean that the Astros are scoring more runs? Is it Alex Bregman? Is it Yainer Diaz who still can't hit with runners in scoring position? I think it's more the latter than the former, but I do think it's a fair point. Like, what would you say? Is the Astros, they lead the league in hits, they're second in the American League in OPS, but they lead the American League by 22 runners left on base over anybody else in the American League. Is that more Jordan batting second, not middle of the order, or is it more guys like Alex Bregman have struggled and Yainer Diaz can't hit with runners in scoring position?
I think it's the lack of production from everybody in the lineup, including Bregman. You got to throw Abreu in there because he started out in the early portion of the season higher in the lineup, but he's had ample opportunities. Everybody's had their shot.
Yeah, I think it's more.
With the latter.
I think it's more the latter. I don't think it's Jordan hitting second. No. I think that it's because Bregman has been awful.
It's not like his RB, like we in the past have talked about what his on pace was for his RBI total, and Jordan's RBI total was still on pace to be, I haven't checked it in a few days, but it was still on pace to be like north of 130, so that wasn't the issue.
Yeah. I think it's the latter too. Like, if I had to, why are the Astros second in OPS, lead the league in hits, like Junior Bronco said? I'll have to fact check that. I don't know if I can trust Junior Bronco.
No, I
Just
believe
kidding.
I read it too. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. If you say it, I can believe it. Junior Bronco's not so much. I kid. But why do they lead the league in hits, second in OPS, but then they're below average in runs in the American League? Why? Like, is it lineup construction? Is it who you have in critical RBI situations or failing? If you flipped Bregman and Jordan, let's say Bregman bats second, Jordan bats fourth, well, there's fewer RBI chances for Jordan now, like, because Bregman's been getting out. You could even throw Jose Altuve in the mix. He had like 5 home runs and 7 RBIs at the start of the series and leads you in OPS. So if we're talking about you need your best slugger in the middle of the order, well, Jose Altuve's been your best slugger.
Yeah, you got to slide him down then?
So, like, I think the batting order generally is extremely overrated. I will have the conversation with anybody, and it's a conversation that's fun. It's fantastic banner. I like having it. I just think that it's wildly overrated, and I don't think that the Astros' issue of, like, why aren't they scoring runs is related to Jordan batting second. I think it's related to Bregman's struggles and the entire team's ability with runners in scoring position. That's just my take on it. Yeah, but here was Jeremy Booth, because that's who you were referring to, Brian. He quote tweeted that, which a lot of times people will use a quote tweet as a way to dunk on somebody, which is really not a great. I'm anti quote tweet. I'll do it more. I'll do it sometimes like national types. Quote tweeting on like local people to me is a very, very bad look.
I'll do it it's something. If you're saying something fun, that's fine. But
to like dunk on somebody, I think is incredibly cowardly. Let's engage in a conversation. Like, if you disagree, let's have the chat in the thread. Like, I'm totally okay with that. But he had quote tweeted this. He said, "I'll say this again." This is Jeremy Booth. To my tweet about the Astros leading the American League with runners left on base. I'll say this again. There are human beings, and the probabilities being run to get someone extra at-bats aren't worth it if those at-bats don't convert to wins. You know what WAR is, right? Love it or hate it, it's wins. Also, Astros are on pace for 1,274.87 runners left on. I know your pace is your thing. I think it's a dunk.
I think
he's trying.
I think he's dunking on me.
I wasn't convinced it was a dunk until the very end.
Oh, he responded. I didn't realize he responded. Because I said, was this directed at me? I can't tell since it was a quote tweet, not a response. But he did respond. I didn't realize that he responded. He said it's in reference to the extended comments you made about the lineup construction not being an issue, the run production of Alvarez being on pace for huge numbers, and those things in direct opposition of my at Jason Bristol and Zach position that it was about total lineup productivity and protecting players and only being about wins in the end.
So did he go listening?
I guess he did try to dunk on me. But
Was he listening or reading or?
Well, he was definitely reading the tweets because he said it's. Well, I guess it could be. I guess it could be both.
Yeah, I was
guess it could
curious.
be
I mean,
both.
thanks for listening, Jeremy Booth.
But he didn't think I know. I know what WAR is.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm like super pro WAR.
You're super
and
pro
when it comes to
analytic
baseball.
stats. Yes.
Yeah, I like the numbers. I know what WAR is.
Yep.
I guess he did try to dunk on me. I didn't realize he responded.
I wasn't convinced it was a dunk until that closing line of.
I know you're on pace guy.
Yeah,
because I was doing the Jordan on pace
definitely
thing.
where he makes it personal.
Yeah. He definitely is taking a shot at the very end.
Which is fine. I take a bunch of shots. I have to be willing to receive some shots as well. But I'm going to respond during the break. I didn't realize he had responded. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line.
Tell him to come
2304.
on. I mean, we didn't call him a clown.
Say what you want. I don't know if Jeremy Booth is wrong. I don't know that he's wrong. Some of the ways that, you can't win a championship with your best hitter hitting second, blah, blah, that's not true. Like, Trey Turner was the best hitter, or Corey Seager was the best hitter for the Rangers. He hit second. We can go look at the previous 10 World Series champions. I'm sure there's a good amount of the best hitters that bat second. Now, for this team, is Jordan better in the 4 spot or the 2 spot? I think it's a fair conversation. Personally, I don't care. Like,
Well, right now-
I like 2 and 4 for Jordan.
And I think right now that's more dependent upon the other guys in the lineup than it is on Jordan. I think Jordan's going to do what he's supposed to do more times than not, no matter where he's hitting. It's just, how do you feel like he's your only option? I mean, especially if Altuve's going to stay in the leadoff spot. Tucker seems to be heating up a little bit. Bregman seems to be figuring out some things. But if you don't feel like those guys are going to give you the best chance, whoever's in cleanup, then, figure it out.
Yeah. So I'm not just. I think that there is some weight to lineup construction. That's where I think that Jeremy Booth is right. And I've never said that he was wrong. What I think that batting order a lot of times is overrated, and I don't think that the problem currently with the Houston Astros is that Jordan's hitting second, not fourth. I think it's Bregman and the overall team runners in scoring position. And in fact, you know who has the best on base percentage on the Astros? Jose Altuve. Like, he's hitting directly behind the guy that gets on base the most for the Houston Astros. So he's had plenty of opportunities with runners on base.
But he's not going to, his rebuttal can be, but he's not, if he's just he's hitting singles, then he's not in scoring position when Jordan
But if he's
comes
hitting behind Bregman, nobody's getting on in front of him.
Right.
So, what's the issue exactly? 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Gets to some of the goods, the bads, and the uglies here. Bad and ugly, Jose Abreu, defense and offense.
Yeah. He's, I just, and I know that he's the easiest target, but how can you not? It doesn't matter if this team was, 3 games over 500 or where they currently sit. You can't, it's unmistakable. You can't turn the cheek and know that he was a hot button from the time you signed him. The money is something that everybody is very familiar with. How he was signed and who did it is also going to be a hot button with a lot of people. And he is still the poster child for the Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell, Reggie Jackson, et cetera, group think that got you the 3 moves that they made a year ago. And he and Montero are going to be scrutinized for that, if nothing else. This is putrid. This is ridiculous. This is the stuff that, guys ending their Major League Baseball careers are written by, the way he's playing right now. And it's unmistakable that every time he comes up, it's like a Maldi effect where you just go, well, here's an out. Nice. Who's next?
Yeah. By the way, WAR, the number that Jeremy Booth referenced to me, you know that Jose Abreu is on pace to have the single worst season in Major League Baseball history. The highest recorded WAR in Major League Baseball history was a guy named Jim Levy in 1933.
He's a hell of
He
a
had
player
a
for
minus.
I saw him play a couple times.
I admire that. I tip my cap at that joke. That was a good one.
He
9.8
goes to
there.
the joke.
That
Yeah,
was
well
good.
done.
I like that. We're going to give that a 9.75. He had a -4 WAR in 1933, which, okay, bear with me for a second. Jose Abreu right now, Fangraphs WAR, is on pace for a -7.7. He's on pace to nearly double the worst WAR in Major League Baseball history. That we talk about his struggles and stuff, and yes, it's bad. You go look at WAR by position, which I did that today. The Astros have the worst WAR at first base by almost double the team that's ahead of them for second to last. So and then we talk about his average, 068, whatever it is. We have the GoFundMe up for Jose Abreu. All of these things. Jose Abreu right now is statistically on pace for the worst season in Major League Baseball history by nearly double the previous worst player in Major League Baseball history.
It is so bad that when he goes up to the plate, I'm hoping to see him square up a foul ball. Just make contact, even if it's a foul ball, make contact with a fastball that's over 90 to show me that there's a chance. There's some slim glimmer of hope that he can make contact with a fastball again to let me believe that last year can happen again this year. He can sit down for a while. He can come back, and he can at least be major league respectable regardless of what his salary is. And I just haven't seen it. It's there's no doubt he's in his own head.
Yeah.
And how could you not be?
Yeah. It might be all of the things, though. It might be he's washed. He's in his own head. People have thrown out the injury theory, I guess, hoping that it's injury because it would at least have some
His
explanation.
feelings are hurt. That's where he's injured.
I think everything is. Dana Brown on Astros radio, Chandler Rome had the tweet. This was Dana Brown answering a question about Jose Abreu over the weekend. Listen, there's no way to sugarcoat this. He's scuffling right now, and I think he knows it. It's wearing on him. I'm sure it's wearing on our hitting coaches. The frustration mounts, but ultimately, hopefully, he can turn this thing around. I think we're going to have to give him some time off, maybe platoon a little bit, but just to see if one of the other guys can get hot and give him some time off. Maybe he can catch fire after a few days off. It's tough to watch when you see him go through these struggles because he's such a gamer and he's a competitor, and you look at what he did toward the end of last year. All of that was exciting to start off the way he's starting off right now. It's frustrating for him. I guarantee you he's frustrated, but he's got to climb out of it, or else we're going to have to mix and match because it's tough to keep going in that direction. So he says they might have to start mix and matching. Mentions they're going to give him a few days off here and there. Mentions platooning. That's good news, I guess. The negative of that is that Singleton's not a whole lot better. He is better, but not a whole lot better. And then if you're doing the platoon thing, Abreu's a righty. He's probably going to start against lefties. John Singleton's actually better in his career against lefties than righties. So, and they refuse to play Dubon there. I
don't understand that either.
I don't either.
Size? What? I mean, he's got a glove. He's played the infield. He can pick baseballs. You've tried Yiner over there, and he was a work in progress as you were working with him while he was actually playing over there. Dubon, you would think, is just naturally gifted and better at already fielding the position. And no matter what he does defensively, offensively, he's a huge upgrade.
If you can be a Gold Glove utility infielder and a finalist at second base, you can learn to play first base. He might have some rough goings early with footwork and things like that.
What was Yuli
nuances
before he
of
was the first
position.
baseman?
He was a third baseman.
Yeah, and
I
he's
think
an infielder.
shortstop too.
He's an infielder. So to your point, if you can play infield, you can learn to play first base.
I think the reason they don't want to do that is because, Mauricio Dubon would be a below-average offensive first baseman. I think that's the reason they don't want to do that.
So it's
because
both
it's not.
guys on your
That's the thing. He's probably your best offensive first baseman, even though he's below league average. Joey Loperfido struggling right now in Sugarland.
Played him in center over
yeah,
the weekend.
diving catch. I
saw that.
And then they had the Cabbage. Cabbage is doing okay. But still, is it an upgrade over Singleton? Their first base position's not very good.
Because it's a no-brainer that anybody's an upgrade over Abreu.
Yeah.
But you got to get close to major league respectability at first base for your entire offensive production.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. More good, more bad, more ugly. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Good, bad, ugly. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Our guy, Willie. Willie, you're in the hive of the Bees. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Always.
I'd like to start with, I'd like to see personally, I'd like to see Pena hit second and Alex go to fifth. And they did pretty good with that a couple of years ago.
Where are you putting Jordan? Where are you putting Jordan, Willie?
Jordan?
Yeah.
I put him back at third.
Okay.
Jordan at third, like when in 22 when they won the series, and Tucker at fourth.
Okay.
And I don't like how they make too many errors, and I don't like how with two strikes, the Astros used to be the best hitting team in the league with two strikes. They just swing at bad pitches too much. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Thanks, Willie. I mean, at this point, when do we get to a Joe Espada is just going to start experimenting and tinkering more? Because
it's also a sign of desperation, though.
Yeah, it is.
So
because
it's
I'm saying
very fine line.
If it works, then it was the right move at the right time. If it doesn't, you're right. Then you're grasping at straws. You're looking for just anything that might give you one little spark that gives you a glimmer of hope again. And I don't know that we're there yet because we've seen improvements from Bregman and Tucker and some of the guys that we were concerned about, not named Abreu, to where, and Chaz had a couple of hits. So you see guys that are coming out of it. Yes, Pena's has had a really nice start to this season. And yes, he has hit in the 2-hole before. Do you really want to move him right now with what he's been doing and where he's doing it and he's comfortable? To me, that would be a desperate move. I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah. I don't hate Willie's idea. Like Pena in the past, going into this year, I would never bat him second. And I know people, I love the idea of Pena second because he hits there. Like you pull up his baseball reference. What spot in the batting order does he hit well? Second's his best one. But he doesn't get on base nearly enough to bat second coming into this year. But if this is the new Jeremy Pena, if this is the Jeremy Pena, and look, he's not going to hit 344. It was one of my goods, is Jeremy Pena hitting really, really good. Now, I mean, these numbers probably are not sustainable. 344 average, top 10 in baseball, 372 on base. Like, if he's going to be a version of this Jeremy Pena where he's one of your top 3 or 4 on-base percentage guys, okay, I'm okay with the idea of hitting Pena second. I don't hate Willie's point, like drop Bregman down. Bregman's been awful. Bregman's been really, really bad. He's cost you a lot. And we're having the conversation about lineup construction and do the Astros stink because Jordan's hitting second, or is it because the rest of the guys aren't producing with runners in scoring position like Bregman, like Yiner? Yiner's having a good offensive season, except with runners in scoring position or runners on base. Same thing with, like, Chaz has been not very good so far. So, like, what is the reason for the offense, lack of runs? Because the other stuff has been good. I think it's more the latter. But if you had Jeremy Pena batting second because he's swinging a hot bat, okay, I'm okay with that. Now, there's the other side of the conversation with, maybe he's having this success because of where he's hitting now, and why are you going to screw with a guy who's having this success with where he's at?
Not only that, when we've talked about him in the past, when he's moved around, that's when we've seen the negative shift, where it does seem mentally that it takes something out of him. That's why he was so jacked up to be hitting second, and that's why the results were there when he was hitting second. But overall, over the entire body of a full season, I think we all could reasonably expect that he wasn't going to keep that up and he wasn't going to stay there. So at what point do you want to try it? Are you just going to say you're going to try it and see how it goes? Or are you going to wait expecting that on the flip side that Bregman's going to, find his way out of it like he normally does, and that Tucker's going to continue to keep getting hot, and that you're going to leave your top 5 alone?
Yeah. And the other thing, too, is, like, is this Astros team going to be good if Alex Bregman is bad? Like, just if Bregman's bad all year, will this Astros team be good? I doubt it. Like, I don't think so. I think for the Astros to be a playoff team, they need, like, good-ish Alex Bregman. So a lot of it is, too, like, well, what do you have to do to get Alex Bregman going? That was a Dusty Baker move. Like, Dusty Baker all the time, like, whoever he needed to get going, he'd bat him second in front of Jordan, so that he would give that hitter protection, and that hitter would try to find some sort of hot streak. He did it with Yuli, he did it with Jeremy Pena.
I would say it's your definition of good. I think they can still be good if Bregman doesn't completely figure it out, but I don't think they're chasing a World Series. I think they can make a wild card. I think they can get in. I think that there's still enough talent in that offensive lineup that if the other guys keep going and get going, that, Yiner with runners in scoring position and Tucker just continues to keep building on what he's starting to put together. I think there's enough talent offensively. They get to the playoffs some way, somehow.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think they go very far.
7744 Altuve may be seeing better pitches with Jordan behind him, though. Good point.
Yeah.
It's a good point. Like, that is part of the reason that Altuve is going nuts so far this year is because he's getting great pitches because Jordan's hitting behind him. Yeah, probably. There's probably a smart part of that. I wouldn't be opposed because I think that you need to get Bregman going, so I'm not in favor of demoting him. Although if you're looking to win one baseball game, you probably should demote him, but you're not there yet. It's still early in the year. If this was Game 7 of the World Series, let's bump him down the lineup. But, this is a marathon. I think the Dusty Baker move is you're actually looking for ways to get Alex Bregman going. I wouldn't be opposed to Bregman actually moving up in the order. And I know this sounds crazy, but hang with me for a second. What is Bregman struggling with right now? Bregman's struggling driving runs in. He's hitting with runners in scoring position. He's pressing, trying to knock them in. How about Bregman, instead of driving in those runs, sets the table? Why don't you put him in one of the top two spots? And it sounds crazy because Altuve's been swinging a hot bat. You don't want to mess with him. People don't love the idea of Jordan. That's kind of hit or miss. It's kind of a polarizing topic.
You don't want Jordan in the 3-hole, and I understand that because he comes up a lot with 2 outs.
2 outs, nobody on.
Yeah, so I don't know that I want to put him in the 2 spot and then have Jordan hitting back at 3, but I almost thought about hitting him at 3.
Jordan or Bregman?
Bregman.
Yeah, after
Jordan and sandwiched between him and Jordan and Tucker.
If I was filling out the lineup, and I would have said this at the start of the year, not just now, but I would also do it now. I would lead off Bregman. I'd bat Jordan second. I'd bat Altuve third. I'd bat Tucker fourth. That would be my batting order. I think I did say that at the beginning of the year.
I think it's primarily, too, because of the fact that, Altuve's got such pop at the top, too. I mean, it's not like you're taking a guy that's just hitting 300 leading off the lineup for you. He's got so much – he has the ability to drive in so many runs because he still has – his pop's actually gotten better through his career to where you could put him there and you could feel real comfortable with him hitting for average and for pop.
Well, a lot of the conversation with Jordan batting second is he's not going to have these RBI situations, right? Like, he's not going to drive in runs, blah, 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 blah. Jose Altuve's got a better OPS than Jordan Alvarez. Jose Altuve has 5 home runs and he has 7 RBIs. So, if we're going to have the conversation about Jordan, we should be having the conversation about Altuve. Is Altuve, who has 5 home runs and leads you in OPS, is that where you want that type of player in the leadoff spot?
Yeah, I don't know that we were going to have this conversation to start the year off, and especially coming off the injuries he had last year. Right now, Jose Altuve is one of the best offensive baseball players in baseball and in the American League. And if you want to capitalize on that while your team is down in the dumps and their Dobbers are down and they're not playing good baseball, he's a guy that you can consider doing some things with, too, just to try and capitalize on how hot he's been and the fact that he's come through in situations that you needed him to.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Bert, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Bert?
Hey, guys. I know how to get Alex Bregman going and the Astros going. Trey Bregman with some prospects.
Yeah, what's the value of him right now, though, Bert? What kind of car do you drive? What year is the car that you drive?
Just like, they're gonna get something for him.
Yeah, but Bert. What year is the car that you drive? You can lie to me if you want. I don't
well,
care.
how much would he get if he had a bad year?
Bert, last chance, Bert. What car do you want to tell us? What year car do you want to tell us that you drive?
2017.
Okay, 2017. So it has less value now in 2024 than it did in 2018. Would the better of time been to have sold it in 18 or 24? It would have been 18. You don't want to get low return on something that's been incredibly devalued. You don't want to sell a commodity when it's low. Trading Alex Bregman when he's at his absolute worst makes no sense from an organization point of view.
But let's also be realistic, Jeremy. He's in the final year of his deal, so you're not going to get anything back in return either.
So you're just throwing in players who are very, very bad that nobody wants. Like Bregman has the most value of those three. Appreciate the call, Bert. And I understand the frustrations there and you don't want these guys on your team. I get it. Alex Bregman has some value. Of those three, he has the most value because people understand his track record in the back of his baseball
card. You got to re-sign him.
Yeah, but I mean...
But you know that traditionally how trades work.
Sure, but he's got more value than Presley and Abreu.
Oh, that's a different story.
Jose Abreu's untradeable.
Right.
You couldn't get a bucket of curveballs for Jose Abreu.
No, but from a Bregman standpoint, if he had a year or two left, now a team trading for him knows at least we got him under control for a year or two to where we're not just renting him, but he's a straight rental right now.
His value has never been lower on the trade market. Is it greater than Presley? Yeah.
Sure, yes.
Is it greater than Jose Abreu? Blankers has more trade value than Jose Abreu. And I mean that sincerely. He does. There's not a single team in baseball that would trade a piece of paper for Jose Abreu. Why? Because he's on the books for $19.5 million this year and next year.
But there's a combination of that,
they would
too,
have
right?
They would have to eat the entire contract, the Astros would. And at that point, I'm still not sure somebody would do it. But if they ate the entire contract, they could get
I'll tell you who
nothing.
The White Sox would do it.
I don't
because
know.
If they ate the entire contract, the White Sox would do it to try and sell tickets.
I don't think they care.
I do.
And they have a first.
Hold on. Sell tickets though?
Yeah, the White Sox. They also have prospects that they want to play.
But,
To groom,
I mean, maybe we don't think a lot of the people of Chicago, but who's spending their hard-earned money to come out and see Jose Abreu who had
He's
058?
beloved in that city though enough that you could bring him back if you're getting him for free. You bring him back. It's the home. It's a homecoming deal. You don't have to play him all that often. But
he's
the
taking a
one team
roster
that would
spot.
put him on the roster. Yeah, but
Well,
at this point
I
they
don't even care
suck.
about the roster
Yeah,
point.
they
I
suck.
would if I'm running a team and I'm being.
I'm talking specifically from the White Sox. They're trash either way. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but they might have a prospect at first that they want to play, or they might have prospects they want to get at bats.
Okay, I mean that's fine, and I can't put myself in the idea of believing that anyone is coming out to pay and see Jose Abreu, that he's boosting any ticket sales with the way he's playing.
I agree with that.
But it's like, okay, we saw
Andrew Vaughn's their first baseman. Like, that guy needs at bats.
He does, but okay, then put him on the bench as a pinch hitter and a designated hitter sometimes, or do something with him. You don't have to even play him. But
that's a roster spot.
My only point is that when you're that bad, yes, ticket sales do start to matter, and things to just get some kind of positivity on the baseball side matter.
So using Jose Abreu once a week is going to sell tickets? I don't think so.
I think that you said, is there a team out there that would even, if you could get it for free, I think that's the only chance you got.
I don't think there's a single team in baseball that would take Jose Abreu for free. A single one. A single one. If the Astros ate the $39 million on Jose, and I know it's a little less than that because the Astros have played 20-something games, I don't think there's a team in baseball that would employ Jose Abreu for free to be on their bench. I don't. He's on pace to have the greatest, worst season ever.
On the back of his baseball card.
The greatest, worst season ever. Not even on pace to have the greatest, worst season ever. He's on pace to have the greatest, worst season ever by almost double the previous guy.
It's not good. I'm throwing out one. I was trying to throw up
He's
one.
making me miss
one team that
Maldi
might.
coming up to bat.
No doubt. At least Maldi gave you intangibles. At least Maldi was at a position where you don't need a lot of offense.
Well, the Cubs used to be the lovable losers. You could put Maldi and Abreu next to each other in the lineup, and people could watch them both suck.
Would they sell tickets at Wrigley is the question, though.
Yes, they would at Wrigley. They certainly would at Wrigley.
713-78. Anybody can sell tickets at Wrigley. You just put on a Cubs uniform, you can sell tickets at Wrigley. 713-780-3776. Let's get to your good, your bad, your uglies. A lot of reaction on the text line. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, another word for one of our newest sponsors, Vanderford Air and Plumbing, that we welcome into the ESPN family because we know what they can do for you. Local family-run business that can take care of all your air conditioning and plumbing needs. Whether you need a new system or a tankless water heater or a part for your HVAC or you're looking to replace those too, they take care of all of it. You know how it's great when you know that there's a company you can trust and they do more than just one thing. So they don't just do HVAC and AC, but they do plumbing, tankless water heaters, and so much more. And the biggest thing that I keep telling you about, they offer guaranteed same-day service. When you call within 24 hours, they will be there to you because they know you need them. And 0% interest financing or a low monthly payment option on new products and on service work, and that's another big key. 100% satisfaction guaranteed is part of their vernacular on a daily basis. They want to make sure you're satisfied, and they have a 5-step guarantee or your money back. Vanderford Air and Plumbing are going to give you an estimate for both the repair and for the new product or system. They're going to be honest with you. They're going to do great work. They're going to make sure the repair, the product, the parts all work, and the system is working as good as it can work, or you will not pay. Check them out today, VanderfordAir.com. That's VanderfordAir.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank. I am Branham. 6517. Need to trade anyone you can for assets. The minor league system is terrible. Abreu would not have been signed in first place if we had a legit prospect there. Crane didn't spend that money out of kindness of his heart. Probably true. You didn't have a guy ready to take over for first base. You had to make a move to bring in a first baseman. He's right about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's way too soon to fire sale.
We're not pulling the plug.
Way too soon to fire sale. Now, you get to early July, and we're in the spot. And the Astros are 5 back. You're not trading pieces when you're 5 back. You get to July, and you're 10, 12 back, and you're 15 games below 500. Okay, we'll have that conversation, and it'll be time to go all in. Because whenever you're rebuilding, you go all in with a rebuild. There's no half measures with rebuilds. You do half measures with rebuilds, you end up in purgatory and mediocrity.
See, and that's what people don't understand, because you have Altuve under contract, you have Yordan under a long-term contract, so you know they're going to be there. But the reality is, they want to win, and you're as a fan, you're saying to do this, but then next year, if you don't have the kind of lineup and the kind of talent and the kind of guys that they've been used to having around them that you've been used to watching, then you're going to be pissed off too, because that's what a complete rebuild involves. That's when you start, trading off pieces like that. That's the next step for you, is to take another full step or more back before you start getting back where you expect this team to be.
Yeah, I'm okay with rebuilds, but once you make the decision, you're all in. You're going all in on a rebuild, just like Jeff Luhnow did. We forget that the golden era of Houston Astro baseball was born from a rebuild. Rebuilding is fine at times, but too early. It's far too early to do that. You get to July, okay, let's talk Bregman. Let's talk if there's any value for Presley if he had turned the season around. Maybe you're talking Fromber, only has a year and a half left on his deal at that time. Maybe you're talking Kyle Tucker, who only has a year and a half left on his deal at that time. Because you could get some good, especially for Fromber and Tucker, you could get some really good prospects back that might be close to Major League ready. Like, you can kind of expedite the rebuild. Worst thing that you can do is be the Carlos Lee, Miguel Tejada, Pudge Rodriguez Astros, where you do like this half rebuild, where you get rid of all of your best pieces, you bring in these aging veterans, you're not really, filling up the minor league system, and then you're 85 and 79 every year.
You're trying to have a team full of fighting Rex Burkheads that has a little left in the tank.
Yeah.
And that's not going to win anything.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. There's no one in Sugar Land that can take Abreu's spot. Loper Fido had been doing good, but I think he's like 1 for his last 20,
he's
like 9 strikeouts. Yeah. So you're not calling him up whenever he's scuffling. Trey Cabbage would probably be a better option than Jose Abreu at this point, but that means what's the roster move there? That means you're probably DFAing John Singleton for a guy who's probably an equal to John Singleton, because Cabbage and Singleton are probably very similar, offensive players in baseball. So Cabbage has some speed and some athleticism, can play some outfield a little bit too, so it gives you some positional flexibility. But why do you need positional flexibility? Like, he's not coming up to play left or right; he's coming up to play first.
Right.
So positional flexibility with Cabbage is overrated, unless he was a backup, which we're talking about guys who replace the starter. Jolk's not a first baseman.
No, I know. I was just saying, just to see guys in Sugar Land that might be hitting.
I don't know. I did notice he was playing right, though, which is good, because that gives him positional flexibility, because he really only played a whole lot of left. Yeah. But in terms of replacing Abreu, guys in the minors, those are your two: Loper Fido, Cabbage. Loper Fido struggling. He's not going to get the call soon, or at least immediately until he heats up again, at the minimum. And then Cabbage is pretty equal to Singleton, and you'd have to get rid of one of those guys if you called up Cabbage over Singleton, unless you found an injury for Jose Abreu, which would be great.
I think that's coming.
Strained hamstring, call up Cabbage, and then Cabbage and Singleton can battle it out for the start, which is still terrible. Like, it's still awful at first base.
He gets a hit, he sprints all the way through the bag, and then he hits the ground. And
he gets a hit. That's some good thinking there. Glass half full.
One. I'm not asking for much, just one.
It might take till next week.
One.
Any other options away from the team? Jared Walsh got DFA'd by the Rangers. He would be an upgrade over Abreu, but he's been mostly bad. I've been banging the table for Brandon Belt. To me, that makes sense. He's better. He's a lefty. He's better against righties, so you could actually platoon him a little bit with Jose Abreu if you're just hell-bent on keeping Jose Abreu on this team. And then C.J. Cron's another that I've seen tossed around. I'm not crazy about Cron, but would be an upgrade.
I mean, Walsh in the past has had some good seasons, but looking at it, he's hitting 226. I mean, is that better than the two guys you have currently playing first base? Yes, but how much? Not much. He has 1 home run. He has 7 ribbies. I just don't know if that's your cheap version of trying another option.
Yeah.
I guess, But look, I'm willing to try anything at this point because I'm sick and tired of seeing both those guys at first base.
2A1 area code, your lineup this year sucks. Getting no runs proves that. I think it's.
Look at the hits.
And look at the OPS. But it does feel like we're making excuses for a bad offense, or a below average offense. I don't love doing that. Saints Patrick, will someone please just teach Jordan to play first? I've wanted this to happen for a while, and they haven't done it. I know that in the minors, he was really bad defensively at first base. I feel like they've given up on this idea. I don't think that Jordan will ever play first. I agree with you, Saints Patrick, that ideally this would make a whole lot of sense because you find a position for a guy who wants to play the field. It's a little safer than playing outfield because you're not sprinting all the time. Less likelihood of collisions, less likelihood on, slipping on a banana peel on the warning track. So first base would be safer than left, but I don't think that they think he is a good enough defender to do it.
No, and I mean, aside from getting his Achilles run up on at first base, you're right. It's a safer position to play. I'm with you. I thought that with all the comparisons to David Ortiz and the way he swings,
How many
the
times
bat,
have you seen a first baseman tear their Achilles playing defense?
I'm saying we talk about the Jordan rules and protecting him. I mean, the main issue you're dealing with is if there's a collision at first base or a guy's running down the line and ends up spiking him, but. You need to worry about the big picture. If there was all these comparisons, and Ortiz, who ended up being one of the greatest designated hitters of all time, but he played first base early in his career, and he knew how to play first base occasionally when they needed him, you would think a guy that big, that's athletic, could figure it out and play first base. I mean, they taught Yiner on the fly pretty quickly, and Yiner was learning to be a better first baseman. It seems like down the road, it's still a possibility that he will end up playing first base at some point.
Jordan?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You don't think that?
I don't. I think they've made the decision. I hope that you're right. Because it's natural. Like, put your big slugger at first base. He's a good enough athlete that you would think he'd pick up on it. But he was so bad at it in the minors, and they just refused to give it any thought. I feel like they've already made the organizational decision that they're not going to do it.
You get him a glove he can park 2 cars in like a garage, and you let him stand there and be the biggest target he can be. And he couldn't do much worse. Everybody's banging on Abreu's defense, too, anyway. He couldn't do much worse. Just, figure it out so that your offensive lineup's better.
Yeah, it makes no sense that they haven't already done it. Now, if they do ever do it, it's not going to be in the middle of a season. It would take an off season to do it. I think the better chance of the first baseman changing positions is Yiner. I think that Yiner has the best chance of being your future first baseman than Jordan does. All right, anything that we missed here, good, bad, uglies, that y'all wanted to bring up before we move along?
I mean, I said it, but I'll echo it just to put it on the list officially. But the uglies, the injury list.
Yeah,
that IL list is just too many big names and too many necessary pieces that are sitting there. And Javier, the latest one, was one that literally came out of left field.
Yeah, that was tough news to take. Been one of your best pitchers, and he's going to be placed on the IL with a strained neck.
And kind of along those same lines, the Astros are 7-16 despite Jordan Tucker and Jose Altuve playing in every single game. And obviously, especially with the first two names, Altuve and Jordan, you certainly can't count on them playing even 150 games. So, the law of averages says an injury's coming for them at some point, and yet even when they're healthy, you're still 9 games under 500.
Yeah, and you feel like you're going to have to rest him at some point.
And Hader makes the bad list because even though he got a save, it took 30 pitches and it was not pretty.
It took him out
of
Saturday.
And he gave up a run in that, that save too.
It took him out of his availability on Saturday.
He gave up the run quickly and still kept on throwing pitch after pitch.
Bregman was 0 for 11. I know we banged on him, but just the numbers. 0 for 11 for Bregman, 0 for the series, 0 for Washington, 0 for D.C. A couple of goods, though. Brian Abreu, I think, is looking more like himself. Had a couple of punchies the last time he was on the mound. Y'all mentioned Montero. Chaz had 5 hits. That's good. Like, you need some production from your left fielder. You're going to need some production from Chas McCormick. So 5 hits for him. Hopefully that's a sign. And then we got to mention Ronel Blanco. 2 runs, 6 innings. I don't think he was at his absolute best, but give me 6 innings, 2 runs every single time. He's got a 1.33 ERA. He's in the top 5 in the American League in ERA. He's in, what was the other stat? I can't remember. He's been one of the best pitchers in the AL. Like, tip my cap to Ronel Blanco. He's been fantastic.
No question. Way better than anybody expected to start this season. He was supposed to be a spot starter that might find his way to the bullpen, and now he's literally been your best starter to start the season.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. All right. This texture. This will sum it up here. I was so mad I went to the batting cage and took baseballs to the chest. Name the movie.
Happy Gilmore.
There you go. Little Happy Gilmore. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Brian's going to throw out positions to us, and we're going to give Brian the earliest round we would take a specific position. I'm also going to make the case that a running back at 42 wouldn't be the worst thing on my list. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. He used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's in the business of protecting businesses. In fact, he's been doing that for nearly 25 years. He's been protecting businesses for a long time, and he's the best in the business of protecting businesses. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, which include HR compliant, that's important to have, benefits administration, that's important to have, and payroll, that might be the most important. HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. Maybe you only need help in payroll, okay? Maybe you only need help in HR, okay? Maybe you need help all across the board, okay? HRP has your back, and they're going to work with you to customize whatever you need to be done. Their customer service is second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you. They're familiar with your company. You're going to love that customer service. I can speak to that customer service. Anytime I have a question, always a quick response, very easy to understand, whether it's email, whether it's a phone call. I usually err on the side of the emails, but still, very quick response and very, very clear as well. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to doing the things you want to do, like growing your business or other things. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm coming around to the idea of the Houston Texans taking a running back at number 42 come Friday night, assuming they stay at 42. NFL draft coming up this week. First round Thursday, second, third on Friday. A show's on Friday with Brian amongst others, right?
we think.
Yeah, it's Paul, Joe, Dell, and others as it's being listed on the.
Yeah. How did you feel about that, Brian?
Not great.
Here's the read, by the way.
Yeah.
We're legally obligated to do this. Joe writes these, I think. ESPN 97.5 will be your home for NFL draft coverage in 2024! The only place in town to hear every single first-round selection on the radio is right here. ESPN radio coverage of the NFL draft starts at 6 p.m. on Thursday. So that's the first round. We're not going to have a show there. We're just going to carry the ESPN NFL draft, which is the great stuff because the Texans don't have a pick. On Friday, when the Texans are on the clock, we will have our own draft show! Join Paul, Dell, Joe, and others for our Texans draft show from 6 to 9 p. next Friday night.
Yeah, others.
Yeah,
Sean and I are others. So
yeah, they're the write-in votes.
Mm-hmm.
They're like the presidential candidate that's hoping to get 5% of the vote.
Yeah, we're hanging chads.
Yeah, you have to be talent to make the marquee.
Apparently,
you got to be talent to make the read. Paul on a show, Dell on a show, Joe on a show, Brian. Mapes, are y'all on shows? There you go.
I mean, weekend.
Look, I'm not telling you that I would have
on our
written this.
show enough.
I'm not telling you that I would have written this. I'm just telling you where, the method to the madness and the madness to the
clearly
method.
the copy shows me where I stand. I stand amongst others.
I'm not saying that's my logic. I'm explaining the logic of the gentleman.
And that's what I'm saying.
Of maybe gentleman's too strong of a word. Of the man who wrote this copy.
I had told him that I was available and that I could do it. And then I didn't hear anything, and then and now that I've heard that, on top of and then I got a text.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You think you could do some of the show on Friday? Well, you know what, Brian? I'm in solidarity with you. I don't like the way they're treating you right now.
Yeah, he asked me if I was available. I said I don't roll out of bed for the second round, my guy. I said first round, you need a day that lives in infamy. I'm your guy. Second round ain't for me. I got a baseball game. All right. 713-780-ESPN.
You're not giving up game checks for that.
Absolutely not. You kidding me? All right. So I'm going to make the case for running back at number 42. Jonathan Brooks is the betting favorite to be the first running back off the board. Couple of things that Adam Schefter said today about Jonathan Brooks, and I'm sure Brian knows a lot about him being a Longhorn.
Hook him.
There you go. He tore his ACL last November. He would have likely been the top running back selected. Schefter says that if he didn't get hurt, later portion of round one.
I thought he might be a first rounder.
Mid to late first rounder. Jonathan Brooks, mid to late first rounder if he didn't have the knee injury. But they're saying that he's still likely for training camp. So looks like he's going to play the entire season, ready to go. Also, when you're drafting rookies, I mean, it's a 4-year commitment. First rounders, of course, you have the 5th-year option, but you're not committed to that 5th year. So it's a 4-year commitment. It's not a 1-year commitment. We know that the Texans have a need at running back. Yes, they brought in Joe Mixon, who was on my flight to Cincinnati. We were rubbing elbows, me back in coach, him in first class. He was actually flying back yesterday, too. So you have nothing behind him. You have Dameon Pierce, who I don't think they think a whole lot of Dameon Pierce. He's probably more of like running back 4 than running back 2. He's closer to running back 4 than running back 2, in my opinion. So if Jonathan Brooks is on the board at 42, you have a guy who is a mid to late first-round talent, and he's not because of the knee, which you don't love that, but you have Joe Mixon. You traded for him. So you can kind of ease Jonathan Brooks into the mix. Also, here's a list of second-round running backs in the last 5 years. And tell me that you wouldn't get excited with most of these guys being on the Houston Texans. Last year, there was only one, Zach Charbonnet, who landed in a weird spot. He landed in Seattle. He was backing up Kenneth Walker. I think he's going to be a fine player. Didn't really do much in his rookie year, and I think he was banged up too. 2022, there was 3 running backs taken in the second round. Breece Hall.
I was going to say Breece
Hall.
Would
we like Breece Hall?
Oh, yeah.
Kenneth Walker.
Oh, yeah. Michigan State.
Would we like Kenneth Walker on this team?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other second-round running back in 22 was James Cook. How would we feel about James Cook on this football team?
3 for 3 that year.
3 for 3 in 2022. 2021, Denver took Javonte Williams.
Now
he's been just completely hurt, right?
Right.
He
looked.
He had a good rookie year.
Yeah.
He was looking great until he tore his ACL, and that's kind of like you mentioned. The expectation is Jonathan Brooks would be ready for week 1, and I think he would be. I think he would be a person that would be on the field, and maybe this is no longer a concern because of what you said with having Joe Mixon. He's going to take the brunt of the workload anyway. But I wouldn't expect a guy, and the same thing can't kind of happen for Breece Hall. Even if he's on the field week 1, he's not going to really be his full self is here closer to that 1 year milestone from the injury, which I believe was in November for Jonathan
December.
Brooks.
He had this. Well, I don't know when the injury was. You're probably right. He said they had the surgery. Yeah, it was late November, and then he had the surgery December 1st.
Right.
So that's where I was going to mention the Breece Hall situation where they were bringing in Cook. They were bringing in other guys so that they could cover for Breece Hall until he was fully ready to go 100%. You have Joe Mixon at the start of the year. He should be fresh. You don't have to rush the kid back until he's ready to perform at his best. So as long as you've got a veteran that's going to start from day one, he wouldn't have to be ready for camp per se. Just learn the playbook, start getting a feel for the offense, and then use him in December.
You have Mixon. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
he's your backup running back, and again, it's a 4-year commitment. If he missed the first 4 weeks, I'm still okay with drafting him in the second round. If he's somebody who can live up to a first round, great. Here are the other running backs taken in the second round in the last 5 years. So these are comparable players, and maybe even Brooks is slightly better of a prospect since we're talking about him as a late first rounder if he was healthy. 2021, we mentioned Javonte Williams. 2020 had 4 second round running backs. DeAndre Swift. He's been all right. He's been all right. He's not been terrible. Jonathan Taylor?
He's pretty damn
Should
good.
have been a first rounder over Clyde, but yeah.
Jonathan Taylor, not bad, huh?
Yeah.
Cam Akers? If he didn't have the injury, probably fine, but had the injury.
He's had some moments.
He's had some moments. The injury's kind of derailed his career.
And then he got sideways with
Sean McVay,
Big Vay.
J.K. Dobbins, who again has been just
good
savage
except
with
for the
injuries,
injuries.
but he's been good. A.J. Dillon, he's been a backup running back for
He split
majority.
time, but there are times that he looks really, really good as the power back. And then last year when he had a big opportunity, he was terrible.
I thought his rookie year and even the second year he looked pretty good
He
as the
played
back
really
as
well.
the complimentary guy to Aaron Jones. But yeah, this last year he looked awful.
And
he
then
had a chance to really do something last year, and he didn't.
And then Miles Sanders was the only second-round running back in 19. So in the last 5 years, there's been 11 second-round running backs. Zach Charbonnet, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, James Cook, Javonte Williams, DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, Cam Akers, J.K. Dobbins, A.J. Dillon, Miles Sanders. That's a pretty good list.
Who's the worst amongst that group? Dillon?
Might be A.J. Dillon.
Yeah,
it might be Dillon.
Now,
or
if you throw,
Charbonnet. Charbonnet hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah, he hadn't done much. And if you throw injury in there, I guess you could say, Akers, Dobbins, just because they haven't given you the ROI. They've had flashes, but they've been hurt and haven't given you the volume. But this is the type of player you're talking about when you're saying running back in the second round. If Jonathan Brooks is there at 42, I'm not going to say I'm banging the table and standing on the table for Jonathan Brooks. But if Nick Castellanos, I'm going to say this right now, because drafting a running back in the second round is going to catch a lot of backlash. It will catch a lot of frustration. I think it'll catch a lot of frustration from the fan base. Maybe they'll be excited because he's a local kid and he's a running back and he's a skill position player. I don't know. If Jonathan Brooks is the pick at 42, I'm going to applaud Nick Caserio. I'm going to be totally okay with the idea of Jonathan Brooks at number 42.
So the way I look at it is what we talked about earlier when we were talking about this scenario with holes still to fill. I fully expect the second round, and with guys sliding and the possibility to get a possible first-round talent in the second round, that they're going to be looking at either defensive tackle or corner. But if you're going to go that route, then the way I would answer that question is, if that's what you're going to do, sure, that's exciting. But then which had the better crew of guys that were still on the open market from a veteran free agent perspective that you could still bring in here to fill a role, to fill a need?
Give me your top running back.
So I'm trying to I was Googling
I feel better about the free agent safeties than I would the running backs.
Absolutely.
Safeties for sure. And you've already done enough with the free agent corners that just tells me that you're just going to go with who you got. But then defensive tackle, I don't know that there's anybody that's going to,
I think they're kind of set at defensive
Yeah.
tackle. I really feel like they are.
Unless someone slides to them at 42 that they don't expect to be there, I think they're probably going to roll with what they have at defensive tackle, for better or worse.
Maybe we'll do predictions later this week about, on Friday maybe, how people are going to feel come Monday with the Texans draft.
Mm-hmm.
My top one is going to be that they're frustrated that the Texans didn't address defensive tackle. I have a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling that they're fine with Foley and they're fine with Settle.
So see, that's the thing.
I think they're fine.
The fans are going to have a hard time digesting that because they're not familiar enough with Foley and Settle to realize that in the building, within the coaching staff and the general manager, they're pretty satisfied with getting those two guys on the roster. So I think you're right. I think there could be a level of disappointment not addressing or a need that the fans think that they have that I think in the building they don't think that they need to.
Tyler and Conroe wouldn't take Blake Corum. He reminds me of Clyde Edwards-Helaire. That's an interesting comp because Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a first-rounder and Corum's probably a fifth, fourth at best.
Yeah, I would say fourth rounder.
Josh from Seabrook, I want to agree with y'all with taking a running back in the second round, but I feel like we have bigger needs between defensive tackle, corner, and safety. It's what Blankers was mentioning. Keith from LA, Kyron Williams, a fifth round pick.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but it wasn't saying, like you said, you're not pounding on the table for Jonathan Brooks.
No, if Brooks is there at 42 and they pass on him for a corner, defensive tackle, a safety, okay, all right. I trust Caserio, best player available. But if he is the pick at 42, I'm cool with it. I will not send off a negative tweet if that's what happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't crap on it because I think at this point you have to trust that Caserio's talent evaluation and with D'Amico and those two guys together, they know what they want. They know there's a certain type of guy to fit the system from at every position group. And if they go get a running back and they feel like for Bobby Slowick's offense, this is an extra wrinkle that they didn't already have on the roster and it gives you the depth you need, I'm fine with that. I have to trust them at this point.
Yeah, I think it to me would, and this is not to state the obvious, but it's entirely dependent on who's there. Like if you're telling me in the scenario where Jonathan Brooks is the best player available, sure. The problem is there's obviously four positions I'd like to see them address before running back being, left guard, safety, corner, and defensive tackle. And I'm with you, Jeremy. I don't think they actually will address defensive tackle. So it's entirely dependent on who's there. But I think there is, more than a few scenarios where Jonathan Brooks ends up being, best player available at 42. And then I can get on board with it if you then address needs with the other second round pick in your third.
So if Wheatstraw and Kool-Aid, Johnny Football, and the D tackle from Michigan are all sitting there.
Who is Wheatstraw?
Rakestraw.
You're talking about our text.
I mixed it. Because I was looking at text. Yeah. So if Rakestraw and Kool-Aid are there, and Johnny Football from Illinois, the defensive tackle, and the defensive tackle Brooks, and Brooks is there.
If Brooks is the pick, I would be okay with it.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd prefer one of those four names over Jonathan Brooks. I wouldn't light the world on fire or go Dave that lives in infamy as Jeremy did last year. But
for the rest of the NFL, you didn't finish.
I'd be mildly annoyed, but I'd understand it. And he's a Longhorn, so I couldn't be too upset.
I wouldn't be as jazzed about that. I wouldn't be excited about that because you had guys that were at least early in the process and throughout the process were evaluated to be first-round picks that were sliding down to your first, second-round pick to where you could get a position of need, and a guy that was rated pretty high as best player available.
I will say, though, and this thought kind of just popped in my head as Jeremy was running down the list of running backs that were taken in the second round, and maybe there is something to this because in the second round at running back, you're taking the top of the top, whereas the other positions like corner and D tackle, these other positions we're talking about, you're not taking at the top of the position once you're into the second round. So maybe that's why the hit rate, as we saw, I think you went back to 2019.
The last 5 years, 2019.
Yeah, so what we saw there, maybe, and it's just a simple answer as you're taking from the very top of the position at running back in the second round, your hit rate is higher because you're taking at the very top instead of at D tackle, at corner, maybe you're taking 5 or 6 deep into the positional rankings. So if you're telling me my hit rate is higher by taking running back, and it seems that what Jeremy pointed out or what he talked about kind of points that out, then I think that brings me a little bit over to the side. At least with that second round pick, your first pick in the draft, maybe you're more guaranteed to hit on that player if you take running back.
Think about this too. You would now have young players, and I'm not going to count Mixon here because I think Mixon's really his 3-year deal is really a 2-year deal, and Nico's not under contract beyond this season. But you would have a young trio around C.J. Stroud of Tank Dell, Jonathan Brooks. If you do re-sign Nico Collins. That's pretty dangerous. And I think that you need offense to win nowadays in the NFL. We've done the studies on this. There hasn't been a Super Bowl winner, like I can't remember the exact one, but like the last 10 years-ish, you've had to have been in the top 10 in offense in the NFL to win the Super Bowl. There's been teams that have been outside of the top 10 in defense that have won the Super Bowl. It is imperative to have a top 10 offense if you want to be a Super Bowl champion. And if you're telling me that you can pair Brooks with Tank, the flexibility to bring back Nico Collins all around your franchise quarterback, why wouldn't you do that?
Look, why wouldn't you do that? It brings your entire skill set up an extra notch, right? Because you know the guys that are under contract right now with Mixon and with Schultz. You have the option of either one of those guys playing wide receiver one, even if you're going a little older and you re-sign Diggs because Nico somehow gets away from you. The fact that you can give him all those weapons that are upper echelon weapons at every single position group with skill to where he can utilize them for the foreseeable future, that's what you have to do. You owe that to him. You owe it to the franchise, because that's what makes it all go. That's what makes this team a potential Super Bowl caliber team every single year.
Bold move, but I like bold moves. Just like I like the Texans traded up for Will Anderson last year. All right, 713-780-3776.
Such a liar.
What is your mailbag question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. You can ask us whatever you want. Whatever you want to ask us. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I know you've been thinking about turf for your yard. Everybody thinks about it. Whether it's because you're tired of mowing, want to spend your time elsewhere, it's easier to maintain, it's nicer, better for the kids, better for the pets, whatever your reason, I know you've been thinking about it. And if you've been thinking about it, you need to reach out to Sinlawn. Why not? Sinlawn will give you a free consultation, free estimate, and then you can decide. But at least know your options. Options are the key to life. Why wouldn't you know? Sinlawn's product is the best in the game. Top-of-the-line products that are made in the USA, lifetime warranty, in-house crews. You don't have to worry about the nightmares of a work that's contracted out. That's always annoying. We've all had those nightmare stories. You don't want that work contracted out. Sinlawn doesn't have that with their in-house crews. They're also fully insured, they're fully bonded, and their customer service is elite. Sinlawn created the industry. They're the sister company to AstroTurf, the stuff in the dome. Sinlawn has nearly 2 decades in the game, the only turf company in Texas that can say that. Go to 975sinlawn.com to learn more. That's 975SYN lawn.com, 975sinlawn.com, and improve your yard today. The greenest turf company, not just in color, but also in theory. Sinlawn. Get your weekends back. What's your question for the Bees? Mailbag Monday, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Which run is more impressive, Scotty Scheffler's run or Nelly Corda's run?
Wow.
Which one is more impressive?
She's won 5 in a row, right?
She's won 5 in a row. Scheffler's won 4 in a row. The only one he didn't win, he's tied for second.
I think it's Scotty Scheffler.
Sexist.
I think what he's doing right now is not that they're both not impressive.
No, it's a sexist answer, quite frankly.
Because
Nelly, what is one? Scheffler hasn't done anything that Nelly Korda hasn't. Nelly Korda
won a major.
She won a major. She's won 5 in a row. Scottie Scheffler's won 4. Also, the gap between Korda and the world number 2 is the same gap between 2 and 183. Her gap is equal from 1 to 2 is 2 and 183. Scottie Scheffler's is pretty good, but it only goes to about 82. His gap over 2 is equivalent to 2 over 82. Nelly Korda is more dominant in his current 5 golf tournament run. The only reason you would say Scottie Scheffler is because you're a sexist. You're sexist.
I'll be honest, it's because I didn't hear about. I didn't know who Korda was until about 5 seconds ago.
Oh, that's great, Ryan.
I'll flat out admit it. I'm not gonna lie here.
I didn't know who she was until she won yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie either.
Okay, so there we go. You said you got about 24 hours on
last week that her bloodlines are unbelievable.
I did not know that.
Wait, bloodline?
Her bloodline, Nelly Korda's bloodlines are unbelievable.
Acknowledge me.
Her dad was a top 20 tennis player. So is mom. One brother is playing college tennis at Stanford. The other one is already on the pro tour, and then she's the number 1 golfer in the world. That's a pretty solid family resume.
Didn't she have some health adversity too?
That I don't know.
I think that she did. I think she had some health adversity, and now she's like back and doing great or whatever. Yeah, her run's incredible. I mean, we're seeing some really good golf on the women's side and the men's side. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Bees? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Alex, you're in the Hive. What's your question for the Killer Bees?
Dropped.
Okay, see you later, Alex. 2010, excited for Happy Gilmore 2 coming out on Netflix?
No.
Hey, I'm excited. I'll watch it. Yeah.
I think most of the what do you call it? The redos.
Yeah, they're not very good.
They're not very good.
I agree.
It was a perfect movie. I didn't think it needed a sequel. I feel like kind of like Anchorman, Zoolander. Those didn't need sequels.
I didn't see Zoolander 2.
Oh, it was awful.
Bits and pieces.
It was awful.
I couldn't stomach watching Zoolander. That was a tough watch.
I don't like stupid funny. Zoolander's about the only stupid funny I can do. I actually like
might
Zoolander.
Get crushed for this one too, but Zoolander.
Oh, you don't even like the original.
I don't like Zoolander. I don't like Napoleon Dynamite. I don't like Groundhog Day. Those were like, to me, I was like, nope, just can't do it.
Well, now we're spanning generations here, going from.
I'm just giving you a wide variety of the kind of. I can't do it.
What is this? A center for ants? Wheatstraw said, "I'm sitting in my truck like, dang, I'm getting drafted." You wish, Wheatstraw.
Yeah, you're welcome. That was my bad.
What about Montez Sweat if he falls to 42?
I think it's too high.
I think so too. I'm out on Sweat actually.
I think he'll fall to the 3rd round.
I've been talking to perennial draft experts, and I'm out on Sweat.
Is that because of the technique?
No.
And the size?
I don't love the off the field.
Okay.
I don't love the off the field. Heavy, drinking while driving.
Oh, you was talking about Devondre Sweat.
Yeah, what did I say?
You said Montez Sweat. I've been confused this entire time.
Montez Sweat's already signed.
Well, the text said Montez Sweat.
Okay.
That's why I got confused. But yeah, Devondre. I'm out. I'm sorry. Eric the driver, what's y'all's earliest sports memory?
Well, I tell you what, Babe Ruth's final season, he was still really solid, and I couldn't believe that even before Joey Chestnut, he could still eat a boatload of hot dogs.
Well done. That's 2 today.
Yeah.
That's 2 today.
He still rode the train, too, to every road trip to game. It still was good.
He did, really?
Yeah.
Huh. The more you know. I
guess it depends playing or watching. I mean, they're different.
I mean, I grew up watching sports with my family.
The funny thing, the rumor in my family, this is like the legend of the blank family, is that my mom and dad owned and operated their own restaurant for 16 years. At the restaurant, when I was 2, that I could recite the Packers, they say roster. My dad said maybe starting lineup. I don't know that 2 years old I could do that, but that would be one that would be a memory if I could remember it, and I can't remember that.
Yeah, my mom says I learned how to read by reading the sports page. Like I would sit in the middle of the sports page and get all that ink over me. I'm gonna have cancer when I'm 55. My earliest memory of an Astro was Glenn Davis for whatever reason. That was probably late 80s, 89 maybe. He played first. Yeah. He played first. He was the first baseman for Bagwell.
Yep.
So I would have been like 4. My first memory of a basketball player, I remember going to the Summit with Uncle Barney quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It might have been Akeem. He might have been my first memory of a Rocket player. My first memory of an Oiler, I guess the Warren Moon Oilers.
Yeah,
I guess the Warren Moon Oilers.
Same era for me. I think like the first time I remember like living and dying, relatively speaking, when you're young. It's not really living and dying. But with the playoff series was when the Rockets got knocked out by the Sonics.
Yeah.
I guess that was a year or 2 years before they won the title. And then I saw some Oilers games in the Dome. Like I saw the same year they lost to the Bills in the 35-3 just soul-crushing defeat. They beat the Bills in a regular season game that I was at. So I remember that. I remember seeing Doug Drabeck at the pitch at the Astrodome. Those are probably some of my earliest memories.
Yeah. We would go to the Dome a lot to watch Astros.
I remember seeing Kevin Bass play at the Dome.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah.
We would go to the Astrodome and watch Houston Cougar football back then.
Yeah, I remember going County Stadium, Packers Bears, when the Packers still played 2 home games a year in Milwaukee, and Packers Bears at like 27 below zero, and sitting in the bleachers of the outfield of County Stadium to watch Packers Bears.
They took 2 games out of Lambeau each year?
Yeah, each year.
Oh,
Yep.
wow. That's
I
crazy.
didn't know that.
Yep.
That is wild.
When did that stop?
In the last 10 years, I think.
Do you
because they call it the Milwaukee tickets? The Milwaukee tickets,
regular season?
They were still a deal.
Wow. Do you remember when the Rockets basketball playoff games were on pay-per-view?
Yeah.
I remember like being very, very young, and you
was
could
like
put
the first round, because once they got to once they got to the
National
second
TV
round,
took over.
it was on TV. But
But-
yeah, first round matchups a lot of time were on pay per
And you
view.
remember whenever you were a kid, you could put it on the pay-per-view channel,
And it was scrambled.
It was
It was
scrambled, but you
wobbly.
could
Yeah.
still kind of every
Yep.
now and then see pictures. You can
Yep.
hear it a little bit.
Yep.
People
Yep.
would use it for other things. I remember watching Rocket playoff basketball on the pay-per-view channel that was scrambled.
See, in Milwaukee, they never did that, but I can say that I was part of the reason why that a lot of teams started doing that, because in Portland, they did it, but they did it at the bars, and they did it, and the bars had to pay, and they did it at home, and they were the only game in town in Portland, Oregon, and everybody just said, it sucks, but we're paying it. And so other NBA teams tried to piggyback on it and try and do it, and then they realized it ain't going to work in a city where they've got multiple sports teams, and they're going to really hate you for doing it.
3311 Blankers, what's your best Vernon Maxwell story?
I don't think I can tell that on the air. There's a few I can't tell on the air.
What's your favorite radio?
Yeah, how far down the list of stories do you have to go before you get to one that's radio
Give me the 24th best story.
I in the back of the plane one night, there were nights when the back of the plane, and I'm not going to get into all the, we had names for the different front, middle, back of the plane, everything, but the back of the plane was always very, very alive and awake, no matter what time of day or night it was. And Vernon would tell stories, or he loved to pick on Sam Cassell, and Sam really wouldn't fight back a whole lot. I just remember Vernon just needling Sam, and we would duck down the broadcasters below the seat so we could laugh. He's like, "Damn, Sam, look at your head. You look like a fish. You got eyes on the side of your head. All you need is some gills and some fins, and you could swim." And there's some colorful language in there, and we were just like, "Oh my God, he's killing him."
Vernon, that's exactly how Vernon talks.
Oh, I could do Vernon with the cuss words, because that time we had him on the air, he dropped at least 17.
I don't think you could hear anything we were saying. All right, let's rapid fire these to get through them. Did you stay up to watch the Chinese Grand Prix?
Nope.
No.
I didn't either. Who won? Verstappen?
That's a no-brainer.
Can you play first base?
I played it growing up.
I can. Better than a Brady? Probably not. What's your favorite cut of steak, and how do you like it cooked?
New York strip, medium.
Jeez, Brian, jump in front of Blankers here?
Filet.
With or without ketchup?
Without. Medium well filet.
Medium well?
I'm not changing
Why
my
don't you just
opinion
burn
for
the
you.
piece of meat?
No, that would be well.
Medium rare. I like a filet. I also like a why am I
Ribeye.
blanking? Ribeye.
Yeah, me
ribeye.
too.
It depends on where I'm going, because some places have
Ribeye
better
or filet
fillets.
for me.
Some places have better ribeyes. Bone-in ribeye too. You get the extra flavor because the bone marrow cooks into it while it's cooking. What is better, Whopper from Burger King or Big Mac from McDonald's?
That's a no-brainer. It's the Whopper, because the flame grill has a better flavor to it.
I'm Whopper too. Sopranos or The Wire?
Sopranos.
The Wire.
Sure.
The Wire.
Have you seen either?
No.
If you were forced to move to one of the other 3 large metros in Texas, which would it be? San Antonio, Austin, or Dallas-Fort Worth?
Oh, wow.
Not Dallas.
No, it's probably Austin.
Yeah, I'd lean Austin, but I'd be fine in San Antonio too. Just not Dallas.
Boring as hell.
I would move to the hill country of San Antonio. In fact, I want to make enough money in my life to retire to the hill country in San Antonio and never talk to a human being again in my life.
I could see
that is my goal.
Yeah, I
in
could
life.
Golf in the hill country.
I love the hill country.
Yeah, we used to play golf there a lot when we went to San Antonio. But Austin, if you can afford it, Austin's beautiful.
Once I hit my number to be financially independent, retire early, I'm out of here, guys. You're never going to hear from me again. I'm going to go off the grid. Off the grid.
Or you just want to chill?
Just a chill. I don't want to. You want me on a tractor? Like,
it's not Roy Oswald.
Yeah. What is it called whenever you spin the hay together?
Baling it?
Baling hay? I'm not going to be baling hay. I'm going to go.
You just want to bail.
I'm going to have enough money, go build a house, live comfortably for the rest of my life, and go there to die. And never talk to anybody ever again. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Thank you, Hi, for your participation. The streets on Twitter are saying that Dusty Baker would have this team playing well. Do we agree? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
How long is Brian going to let this ride? Lyrics is a clean version. Do you know? He's rolling the dice.
Yeah, I would.
He's rolling the dice. I just wanted to let it go on and on. Oh, he got out. He dumped out quick. He was real.
No,
quick
I didn't think that was the lyrical because I had just a musical version in here, and apparently he got replaced with one with lyrics. So I'm not gambling.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. The streets on Twitter are saying that Dusty would have this team playing well. Do we agree?
I disagree with that.
We've got a couple of texts already earlier, and
Yeah.
I saved them for this segment. 60-30, there's no bleeping way. Y'all can't see that Espada is too inept to run this team. Was a bench coach for all those years for a reason. Probably Dusty's fault, I'm sure. I didn't hate Dusty his final year. Key from L.A., what point do you start to realize it's time for a mix-up for the Astros? If this was Dusty Baker, the city would have protested to get a fire, to maybe get him fired. So how long is Joe Espada's leash? So, we've already got a couple texts unprovoked on this. 713-780-3776. Is this Espada's fault? If Dusty Baker was here, would this team be playing well?
This is not Espada's fault at all. And the fact is, we can nitpick little things early in the first game of the season, and whether you use Hader in a non-safe situation or not. But the fact is, the players have to play, and Dusty Baker would be going to the same exact players that we're seeing Joe Espada go to, and he might be going to Abreu even more because of the fact that he had such a belief and stay loyal to his veteran players and the backs of their baseball cards. So I don't think, as much as everybody wants to go at the low-hanging fruit, you got a new manager, it's his first time on the job, he's probably to blame for at least a good portion of why this team isn't playing well. No, it's not playing well because the guys that play aren't playing well. This is not on Joe Espada right now. This is on all the guys that aren't doing their job that we've highlighted throughout this show and since the season started and they started playing bad. This is the back of your bullpen. This is Jose Abreu. This is Alex Bregman. And the list goes, Chas McCormick. The list goes on and on for guys that are underachieving and not performing.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I don't think Espada has been perfect. I think there's some things that I've looked at from Espada that I don't love. There's been some people that have been critical of his lineup construction, which I think is a fair point. I don't necessarily care about batting orders much. I think they're extremely overrated. But some people point to that, and I do think it's fair. And to those people's credit, the stats right now do back up their point. Like, you're high in OPS, you're high in hits, you're below average in runs. So that does back up their point. But your key pieces, like you said, are not performing well. Whenever you have your big free agent signing Josh Hader pitching to an 8.38 ERA and blowing save and blowing save and blowing save, it's not something you can really outmanage, at least from first pitch to last out. Brian Abreu, one of your top guys, is an ERA right around 5. Ryan Presley, 8.31 ERA. You've had the injuries. Fromber still on the IL. Yep. Justin Verlander started the year on the IL. Christian Javier just landed on the IL. And then you've had some key pieces offensively that have been not good. Alex Bregman has been your 3 or 4 hole hitter all year, mostly 4 hole, and he's hitting .213 with a 582 OPS. Chas McCormick, who everybody thought was going to have a really good season after having a good year last year, has been bad up until this series, and he's got at the average up to 262, not awful. Jake Myers, your everyday center fielder, has been not very good offensively to the point where he can't be your everyday outfielder. And then Jose Abreu's literally on pace to nearly double the worst season for a position player in Major League Baseball history. So from first pitch to last pitch, I don't think that Dusty Baker would be doing a whole lot differently than Joe Espada's doing that would lead to a better record. Now, one thing that I would argue for from the Dusty Baker side is Dusty Baker put in Chas McCormick, maybe gets him hot. What is Alex Bregman's favorite food? I don't know, that terrible salsa that he makes, that he changed the name on it because it was doing bad numbers and not selling. Maybe he would bring him some salsa. Like, that's the stuff I wonder what's going on in the clubhouse, because on the field, like, the product has been bad. I don't think it's Joe Espada's fault. But the clubhouse stuff is where Dusty Baker, I thought, was great, where we have no idea what Joe Espada is yet.
No, but the one thing that the caveat I was also going to add that you brought up is that if you take a manager, I don't care if it's Joe Espada, I don't care if it's whoever your favorite manager of all time is, and say, take a team and on paper going into the regular season, right before your eyes, take the top 3 starters that are going to be your starters in your rotation, that are also going to be above average starters in baseball and in your league, and just basically take them away. And say, deal with it until a time where you can start seeing them come back, and it'll happen over time, but you don't know when. And then couple that with all the shortcomings offensively with guys you were expecting, to at least do what they did the year before or somewhere close to it, and they haven't. I don't think any manager taking over this team to start this season that is forced to deal with those situations are going to have much better results. I just don't.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. Joe Espada, Dusty Baker. Would Dusty Baker have this team playing better ball? And how about, I've seen some people start to say this too, that Espada needs to be let go. How
I saw it
bad
too.
does it have to be to seriously consider moving on from Espada? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, if you haven't joined the club at Texas Star Grill Shop, you're missing out. You've heard everybody talk about this club, and this club is fantastic. Head to 975grills.com right now to join, or just mention the club when you go into any of their 4 Houston locations. As a member of the club, what will this club get you? I'm about to tell you. You'll enjoy special in-store discounts that can't be found anywhere else. The best products in the outdoor cooking world at Texas Star Grill Shop, and they're giving you prices that you won't see anywhere when you join the club or mention the club. From Traeger to Weber to Napoleon, they have it all. Wood pellet, charcoal, gas, everything. Outdoor pizza ovens, that sounds great. Flat top grills, I love those. Whatever you want, and they'll beat any price for a club member. 975grills.com. Stop falling for the trick of walking into the big box stores, purchasing that first grill you see. Shop at Texas Grill Shop and educate yourself in the grill game. If you're going to buy a grill in this town, you want to talk to them first. Full free installation. Don't have to worry about 100 pieces in assembly. A box unloaded on your driveway. Full free assembly and delivery for club members from start to finish. Texas Star Grill Shop will be there for you. How about the outdoor kitchen? 975grills.com. Best in the business, and club members will get special pricing on custom outdoor kitchen with free consultation. The stuff they can do is incredible too, by the way. Join the club right now and take advantage of these deals. 975grills.com, 975grills.com for the best barbecue grills at the best price.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. 713-780-ESPN. Would Dusty have this team playing better ball? And how short is the leash for Joe Espada? 1509, maybe it really is Dusty. The team was very comfortable with Dusty like he was their papa, who would in fact have their backs no matter what happened in the media. The trash can hate from the Yankees to fans complaining about banana pudding or contributing to a start a sub 100 hitting catcher. Oh, okay, that's a lot of stuff there. I don't really know what he said. I do think that Dusty's best strength was his stuff in the clubhouse. Like, on the field, you get lack of production. You're not going to win a whole lot of games. But can you keep up morale? Are you getting, are you handling the psychology part of the game well in the clubhouse? Where that stuff matters a lot. I think
really
that's where
does.
Dusty was elite. Like we look at, I think we overrate game management in baseball, which is really not that hard to do. And there was a few things that we didn't like that Dusty did, and we were very, very critical of that. But the thing that we couldn't see, that's the most important part of managing, being in the clubhouse, getting the most out of your players, keeping the morale, that's where he excelled in. And I don't know. I'm not in the clubhouse, and I haven't heard enough from the clubhouse about how Joe Espada is in there.
No, and we talk about culture mattering. We talk about every sports team and how they're trying to build the right culture and all the things the Texans have had to deal with culture, and the Rockets too to some degree with Silas. you look at this and you say, hey, look, Dusty was quirky. I used to always talk about Pawpaw's belly. He had gut feelings and he did things, but the one thing that he did was he knew the hierarchy within the locker room before he even got into it. And when you hear the Verlanders and the Altuves and all the veterans that have been in that clubhouse, they can't stop singing his praises. And if you have them on your side, it's a whole lot easier to manage the entire locker room and to have everybody's morale where it needs to be. Yeah, Yiner was pissed off he wasn't playing more last year, and we went through that. Yeah, Chaz had his episodes too with him, his brother, the media, all those things. But we're not talking about the most important players on your roster, and those guys seem to always be satisfied with Dusty Baker. And to Joe Espada's point, not that he can't get there, but there's a difference from being the guy that gives them the extra infield, that is on the bench, that, is always there for them, to suddenly being, the captain of the ship and trying to kind of get everybody to feel like, hey, he's in control of everything in here too.
713-780-3776. Mike P. Dusty gets the players to play right. This on the ESPN Houston YouTube. Coaching matters.
Coaching matters less in baseball, I think, than any of the other big threes. I think that coaching matters in the NBA. Coaching matters in football, even on a play-by-play basis. I think in baseball, what's reasonable to say a good manager is responsible for 5 wins a year? Or is that too much?
See, again, I think this stuff is hidden in baseball. Like, we don't see it as much. Like, managing a baseball game, I think, is relatively simple. There's things that you like, and we always talk about batting. Well, Dusty's hitting, Pena here. He's hitting Jordan here. Espada's hitting Jordan here, Jordan there. I think batting order is extremely overrated. I think what really matters for a baseball manager is clubhouse stuff. So what is a good manager getting you? Like, well, if he's keeping the morale high and he's like keeping the culture, he's keeping the, the chemistry intact, it could be a big difference. It could be the difference between a winning team and a losing team. But from like a strategy, I sound like David Kelly. From a strategic point of view, first pitch to last pitch, I don't think that the best manager versus the worst manager is greater than like 5 games.
So then it's more about your communication and psychological skills than it is from day to day a lot of times in your managerial skills. Know the rules.
It's more psychologists, yeah.
That's what
in the clubhouse, yeah.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So it's more psychology and communication, like whether you got a guy scuffling or there's issues with certain players and how you handle that, more so than it is know the rules and know when to, the switches and the things that happen late inning in games that you're going to be dealing with, and then let the players go out and play the game. So could Dusty have made a difference? I really don't think so at this point in the season. Now, if this continues to be bad, then there's probably going to be more and more in where, to your point, you're going to start delving into not just what's happening between the lines and on the lineup card, what's going on behind the scenes, after games, before games, and in travel, to figure out that there's some disconnection.
Yeah, and that's the stuff we don't know about yet. Like, and it's hard to know because we're not in there, and the players aren't going to be talking about it 20-something games in. Hockley Dan, would people act the same towards A.J. Hinch if he was the one to inherit the club from Dusty? I don't think so, because A.J. Hinch has back a baseball card.
He does.
He has the history. He has the history of being a winning manager. Joe Espada doesn't. This is Joe Espada's first year in his entire life as a manager of a baseball club. So he hasn't built up like us giving him the leeway because we don't know how he's going to be as a manager. Hinch at least has a reputation and has a background.
And it's also low-hanging fruit. At this point, when a team gets off to this bad of a start, people are just looking to lash out, and they're looking to point a finger and get the crosshairs. And the easiest thing you can do is say, hey, what's different from last year to this year? Well, you've got a Hall of Fame manager that left, and you've got a first-time manager that's taken over. Must be all his fault.
I believe that Dusty would have this team with more confidence when things are looking bleak. Yes, he had his negatives with his lineups, but there were still lots of injuries last year, and he made it through. Not saying Espada should be fired. I just believe Dusty's experience in baseball gave this team a certain edge that they are missing this year. I don't know if they're like. I'm not going to go as far to say that they're missing the experience. I'm not even going to go as far to say that the morale in the clubhouse is bad. I just know that this team could use good morale in the clubhouse. And that Dusty, that was his strength, was keeping good morale in the clubhouse. But maybe they do have good morale in the clubhouse, and we just don't know it.
Yeah, we don't know.
Because whenever you lose, the easy thing, well, chemistry's bad. Oh, leadership's poor. Oh, the manager's keeping bad morale in the clubhouse. How do you know that? How do you know that? You're saying that because you're losing games. There's times when people are like teams lose games, and the morale's great, and the chemistry's great. They just don't have the talent. So Like
that's where it goes back to. When you have a laundry list of injuries and you've got guys that are underperforming, you don't think Dusty Baker would have made the same moves in terms of calling on the back of the bullpen guys, and probably would have used Hader maybe more because he was always in dire need and loved his lefty. And we were always talking about him having a loogie because he desperately wanted a lefty. If you gave him a toy like Josh Hader, you don't think he's going to use Josh Hader? Do you think he's suddenly going to be what you wanted him to be, listeners, and saying, oh, we only want to use him in safe situations? I don't think so.
I mean, Dusty did have Daly Rayleigh once upon a time.
Who's hurt now?
Let's is he hurt? Yeah. I could not have told you that. 50-30 just started listening, but yeah, it's totally a Spada's fault. No one is clutch /S, which means sarcasm, which I agree with. I think it's more about execution, injuries than the dugout. It's not to say Espada is like the best manager in baseball, because there's things that he's done that I'm not a huge fan of either. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. The manager absolutely makes a huge difference. This roster is super talented, but just going to last season, Bruce Bochy, first year with the Rangers, they win the World Series. The previous 10 years with Jeff Bannister and Chris Woodward, the Rangers were awful. They were in the basement of the division. The manager makes a huge difference because Bochy, literally year one, wins the World Series.
Were all those rosters the same there, Keith?
Yeah, I was going to say, suddenly you got Simeon and Seager and all these guys.
Their roster's now one of the best offenses in baseball. 5 years ago, they had a 4A club, and it's all the manager. Now, look, managering, I mean, it matters. No one's saying it doesn't matter, but let's not pretend that Bruce Bochy didn't have a really good roster, and then you look 7 years ago inside the Rangers organization, and they were poor. And the Bannister thing, Bannister won an American League Manager of the Year once upon a time. Bannister led them to the playoffs. So, like, saying that Bannister never won there is inaccurate.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say that just quickly off the cuff looking back, but when you really delve into it and the things that we brought up and the fact that as it relates to the Astros situation, I don't think that any manager, no matter what their back of their baseball card looks like, is going to come into this situation
on the back of his baseball card
and say, you're going to start the season without your top three starters. You're also going to have other starters that you don't know when you're going to get them back. And you're going to have all these guys in the lineup, including your starting first baseman, suck or be below what they did a year ago, and that they would do better than Joe Espada.
And why did the Rangers win the World Series last year? Was it Bruce Bochy or was it Adolis Garcia going nuts? Was it Marcus Semien? Was it Corey Seager? Was it,
Carter, the guys they
Jordan
brought up?
Montgomery having a really good postseason? No one's saying that managing doesn't matter. But was managing the trump card of a team that was a wild card and a World Series champion? No. Like, it's good to be optimal all around. It's great to have the great roster and the great man. And I think Bochy's great. I think Bochy's fantastic. But Bruce Bochy didn't, single-handedly guide that organization to a World Series title.
Their general manager was all in. And once they put Bochy in place, that's when he started to make the moves that led them to go out and get Jordan Montgomery, to get Max Scherzer, to get the guys whenever they needed someone or someone got hurt or they had a spot to fill. They had a plentiful minor league system. They went out, they were in full go for it mode, and it worked out.
Woodward's best players in the final 3-4 years he had the job: Joey Gallo, highest WAR guy in 2021. Lance Lynn was his highest WAR guy in the COVID year in 2020, and then the previous 2 years were Mike Minor. So, like, if Bruce Bochy was coaching those teams, if Bruce Bochy was managing those 19-21 Texas Rangers, something tells me they'd still probably lose 90-95 games. Yeah, go Cougs.
And Woodward was not?
I don't believe so. Yeah, not that I would know that too. So yeah, he wasn't a U of H guy. 6927. I think these players are just tired. They've been putting up instead of shutting up for 7 years now. It was bound to end at some point. The reason that they're 9 games below 500 isn't because they're tired and battered and bruised from the previous 7 years. I don't believe that. Fundamentally, I do not believe that.
I don't either. I mean, we look at that. Look, that means that Altuve, a guy that's been here through every bit of the 7 years, should be worn out. Instead, he's one of the best hitters in the American League. I mean, you've got guys that are still doing it, and there's not that many left from the entire 7-year run. But if you're going to take the signature player from the 7-year run and tell me if he ain't tired and he ain't dragging and he ain't, just blowing it off or not playing like that, then that's something. Altuve's playing his ass off.
Not only that, but they actually had one of their longest off seasons in a few years because they weren't in the World Series. So they actually got, and there wasn't a WBC, so they actually had one of their longest off seasons.
So what do you think is the leash for Espada?
I think, boy, I just can't see a scenario where he gets fired this year.
Even if they miss the playoffs?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. This year,
like
okay?
in-season.
I think at the end of the
mid-season,
season,
okay.
you start getting all these players back that you're expecting back. You get the top 3 in your rotation, and then eventually Garcia, McCullers, Urquidy, all those guys. And then and you still can't find a way to get to the playoffs and or get where you wanted to go. Then I could see him going. But I don't think it's fair to him with what we've talked about that he's had to deal with that you can fire him before then. I said fair. It's possible with an owner because any owner can just have a bad day or not like the communication and get rid of anybody.
It depends on what Reggie and Jeff tell him.
It would probably also be like they're clashing.
That and or what you said. There might be some stuff behind the scenes we don't know about that's starting to come to a head and players are starting to get ticked off too.
We don't know this to be the case.
No. I'm saying, but it would have to take something where you have to take immediate action because players are very upset or like there's a disconnect between the GM and or the ownership. Other than that, I just can't see him getting fired this season.
I can't either. 0891 Joe gotta go. 4683 the issues with the Astros this season stem from the GM's office, not the managerial's office.
Well, what if the GM's not making any decisions?
Well, I think that's what he means. He's talking more front office as opposed to Dana Brown. I agree with that. I think that it is more front office than the dugout. You go back to like off-season wish lists, 2-3 arms, left-handed bat. They didn't do any of that. They got one big league arm. And whenever you have injuries, the holes and the weaknesses of your team magnify. And we're seeing those. Like, there's a lot wrong with the Astros. 9780, Joe is more straight line than Dusty was. Does that make the guys press?
Say that again?
He's more straight line than Dusty was. Does that make the players press?
We don't know that either, though, do we?
I think it's pretty easy to see that he's more straight line than Dusty. He might not be very straight line, but he's definitely more straight line than Dusty.
He may not be bringing players pudding, but I don't know that I don't think he's a hard-ass tough guy.
Well, that's not what he said, though. He said that he's more straight line than Dusty, which I think we would all agree on.
Oh, okay. Because Dusty was just that laid back.
I don't think he's like Girardi, though.
No, right. I was going to bring that up later, but that's exactly right. And I think that this guy's been in that he's been in that clubhouse for 7 years, and longer than that. He's been here since AJ. It's not like most of these guys don't know him and know just about everything about him and how he is, his personality, and everything else.
This texture spoiled bad word fan base that barely existed before 2017. I think the Astros are gonna be fine. I think they're gonna figure it out. Lamont says, when is it the managerial's fault though? Which I think is a good question. Like, at what point do we get like we're saying that Espada's not to blame for all of it? I don't think Espada's Tommy Lasorda, Sparky Anderson just yet, but it's hard for me to point to him as the blame. Lamont's asking, when can you do that?
So that's what I was alluding to earlier when we started talking about if you start getting all these guys back from the injured list, and they're all the capable players that we knew them to be, including starting with the top 3 starters, and they're still underperforming, and you start doing things that just you're not pinch hitting at the right spot. And we don't know, again, because the tough part about all of this is we don't know how much is just him and how much he's hearing it, feeling it from above with the Crane gang. But I would say that when you are back to close to full strength health-wise, and if he is doing things that that we can now question about when he's pinch hitting for players, how long he's leaving pitchers in the game, where he's using his pitchers situationally, things like that, and then I think that's where you can start to evaluate him. And because I can't tell you, well, there might be, if we start hearing rumblings in the locker room, or if Crane doesn't like you, obviously with Click, he doesn't like you. If he's not getting along with you, that's something we don't know. We can't put a date or a finger on it. But that would obviously play into it as well.
I mean, if Bregman's hitting 220 and he hits 220 for the entire year, I can't really be like, well, Joe Espada's responsible for that. If Josh Hader has an ERA of 8 all year, I can't be like, well, Joe Espada's responsible for that. If Ryan Presley has an 8 ERA all year, I can't be like, well, Joe Espada's responsible for that. Now, if Chas McCormick hits 220, I'm like, Joe, bring in some banana pudding. Maybe it'll get him on fire. So, to me, it's more players playing well. Now, like manager putting the players in positions to succeed. Like, what does that look like in baseball? Batting order?
Like batting order.
But I mean, Bregman's always been a good cleanup hitter until this year. It's too early to start having these conversations. 713-780-ESPN. It is not too early to have this conversation, though. Does Jose Abreu have a chance to become the worst free agent signing in the history of, not Astro history, of Houston pro sports history? Is Abreu the worst signing ever that we've seen in this city? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. There aren't many things that are more annoying to me than potholes. Not getting hits with runners in scoring position and potholes. Two of the most annoying things that I can think about. I know that you've done everything to fix the potholes that you have authority over. You're not going to go to a public road and start fixing those potholes, but maybe you have pothole at your house or your parking lot or one of your farm roads. I know that you've done everything to try to fix these things, and I know that nothing works. Well, finally, there's something you can do to change that for good. Mechanical concrete from Third Rock Renewable. Third Rock Renewable's patented technology, mechanical concrete, is changing the game, fixing these annoying potholes for good, and they're also going to cut your maintenance costs by 75% while lowering your carbon emissions. You save green while you go green. I know it sounds too good to be true, but it's not. It is true. Fix your parking lot, your road, your laydown yard, whatever you have a pothole on, Third Rock Renewables mechanical concrete will fix it. It's the only low-cost, industrial-strength, sustainable base that turns these end-of-life tires into an indestructible build product. Call 713-305-0507, 713-305-0507, and stop worrying about potholes. Visit Third Rock online as well at thirdrockrenewables.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What are the worst free agent signings in Houston sports history? And does Abreu have the chance to become the worst? 713-780-3776. Real quick before that, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jose, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's going on, Jose?
Oh, hey, hello there. I have a question to ask. Well, it's two of these. It's like, okay, I hear talks about Bregman getting traded. I hear a lot of people talking about it.
Where are you reading that?
Where's that coming from, Jose?
Where are you hearing that?
No, I'm just seeing people. I hear people keep talking about it. Like, I'm seeing people trade Bregman.
Like they're angry. Like people, like fans, like they're angry with his production and they're saying trade him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some people are saying that, like, oh, he's off the block. I'm like, I'm not sure about that, but what do you say about that one, though?
I don't think you trade him right now. His value has never been worse. You don't want to trade commodities whenever they're tanking. You want to trade commodities whenever they're performing well. The tricky part about this is that whenever you're performing well, you're going to keep them because your goal is to be a playoff team. So that's fans being angry. Alex Bregman's not on the trade market, and he won't be unless the Astros are out of the race in July.
And keep in mind, even with all the other guys that have been through a similar situation coming up on free agency, the Astros have shown a track record and a pattern to just play it out, negotiate.
But they've never been out of the race.
No, right, but I still don't think they are.
Yeah, that's why I say if you're there in July. You have another one? Oh, you hung up. All right, yeah, Bregman. I know you're angry at Bregman. I get it. It's fine. It's fair. But you're not thinking about trading him unless you're out of it in July. All right, what are the worst free agent signings in Houston sports history? 713-780-ESPN. And does Abreu have a chance to become the worst free agent signing in the history of Houston sports?
Yeah, he does for sure. It's sure heading down that path. The one that always sticks with me is Kelvin Cato because he had a triple-double in a preseason game. He had a triple-double in a preseason game.
That was so funny.
And they signed him to a 7-year, $42 or $49 million deal. And the only thing that you could say that might have saved him being the worst of all time is he was part of a trade that got you Dwight Howard. So, I'm sorry, got you Tracy McGrady.
He was with Francis and
He
Mobley,
was with Francis and Mobley as part of that deal. Otherwise, Cato's got to be right up there.
He was already on the roster, though, at the time of the triple-double, though?
He was. It was an extension.
He was part of the Pippen trade.
That was more so an okay.
Yeah, they made the Pippen trade, and as part of the Pippen trade, they got Cato. Cato had a triple-double in a preseason game where I think he had like 30.
But I guess not a free agent, though.
Yeah, that was more of an extension. I was kind of nitpicking a little bit,
He got you. But I was right there alongside you because that was bad money.
It was bad money.
It was bad money for sure. Jose Abreu has the chance to be greater than any of them. Mm-hmm. Yes. Jose Abreu. Now, I don't think Jose Abreu is going to get the opportunity to break the record for the worst season in Major League Baseball history because right now he's on pace for a minus 7.7 WAR. It's incredible. And if you look at the Pro Baseball Reference one, it's a minus 10 WAR. So a minus 0.77 WAR would be the worst season in Major League Baseball history by 3.7. The previous high is 4. So Jose Abreu is on pace to set Major League Baseball history with the worst WAR ever. The previous high was a guy named Jim Levy in 1933. Like, that's the historic awfulness we're talking about when it comes to Jose Abreu, which GoFundMe's still up to help save the Astros from Jose
How's
Abreu.
it doing?
Not well. I mean, he got 4 donations. That's not so bad, actually. But I think Jose Abreu can be the worst of all of them.
Yeah,
worst of all of them.
If he played the full season and hit that projection, I think he would have to be the worst of all time. Because
I don't think he's going to hit that projection.
No, I don't think he will either. I don't think he'll be on the field long enough to get there. But I mean,
he's kind of close already, though.
But of these other, and that's my point though. Like, I mean, these other names that we would bring up, and we'll get into them. Like, you know, Osweiler, Ed Reed, I think are a couple of names that come up right now.
Yeah,
they were bad, but they weren't the worst of all time in a single season at their position. Or Abreu's not even just at his position; he's just worst ever among offensive players. So yeah, I think if Abreu did get there, you'd have to give him the quote unquote crown of worst free agent signing in Houston sports history.
Commode is what they need to give him.
The commode, yes.
Osweiler's definitely on this list. You gave him the big money, and then you had to trade a draft pick to get rid of his salary. So like that's up there. That if you were to trade Abreu, it's not going to happen. It's baseball, much different sport. It's never going to happen where they trade Jose Abreu. And you can't trade draft picks unless it's a compensation pick. you would have to attach an asset just to get rid of Jose Abreu and maybe pick up almost all of his salary. He's untradeable. That's the same thing with Brock Osweiler's contract. Brock Osweiler was so untradeable that you had to convince another team with a second-round pick, wasn't it?
Second-round pick
to
to
take
Cleveland,
that
yeah.
contract. Think about that. Think about how valuable that is. Like, you just traded a second for Stephon Diggs. Think about how valuable a second-round pick is. You had to attach that next to Brock Osweiler's name just to get him off of your books. I think Brock's greater than Ed Reed. I think Brock Osweiler's the leader in the clubhouse. I think Abreu is going to move past that.
Ed Reed was closer to Abreu just because he was older in his career. You didn't know how many years he had left. So whatever they gave him, you were
more
already
similar
concerned about it.
situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but overall, in terms of how much you gave up and then how little you got in return, you didn't give up nearly as much as you gave up over the 6 years for Osweiler.
Yeah.
Scottie Pippen doesn't. It sounds like you guys have Osweiler and Ed Reed 1-2. Scottie Pippen couldn't make his way
Pippen
in.
did not play bad.
But
He did not play Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen good, but he didn't play bad. He just blamed everybody else and pissed everybody else off.
A disappointment.
Yeah, they made the playoffs. They lost to the Lakers.
They
blamed
got
Charles.
knocked out in the first round.
It was probably, it was a
close
disappointment
series.
for sure. But then you also got out of that pretty easily, didn't you? Didn't they trade him for an asset?
They just took a bunch of crap for him from Portland.
So, you got out of it easy, though. It wasn't a name that you had to attach sweeteners with just to get rid of him.
No, you
got out of it easy.
Yeah, Portland really wanted him, so they gave you a bunch of crap, and I don't know if they even gave
Did they get anything of value that
Pippen's bad, but I don't
Walt
think it's
Williams,
close.
Kelvin Cato.
Those were rotation players at least.
Yeah, like I said, they were just guys to get off the books.
Pippen was bad. Pippen's not in the tier of Brock and
No,
and
when
Jose
I
Abreu.
put Pippen on the list, it's really more for what you hear, and obviously Joel would know more about this than I would, but for more what you hear about him just being a bad guy in the locker room and as a teammate more so than his playing on the court.
Yeah, he wore out his welcome real quick with a lot of different assets. He wasn't I never had a problem. He was never a bad guy per se, but when you talk about, in the media, it was always somebody else's fault. He was always throwing a teammate under the bus. And then there's the no tip and Pippen part of it when guys took literally 35 to 50% or more less just so that he could get his $11 million, and then he was pretty bad.
Yeah, but he did go broke, so he was probably smart to not be tipping, save a little bit of his money that he eventually lost anyways. I'm kidding. Someone said Woody Williams on the Twitch line, go Cougs. They signed him when he was 40. I didn't know what you expected of a 40-year-old starter.
It was I think it was a 2 because that was
He
a name
retired after one, maybe?
I think it was a name that I had originally put on the list. Maybe I accidentally deleted it. But it was 2 years, $15 million.
Is he coaching with the Cougs now?
He's on the staff.
Yeah.
And you got 1 year out of him, and it was a bad year.
Yeah, it wasn't a good year, but he's also 40. What are
Yeah.
you thinking?
No, it was during
Jeff
that-
Bagwell running the team then?
It was during that time when where the Astros were kind of just past the World Series teams, where they're still trying
I think
to.
it was the Carlos Lee,
Yeah,
Miguel
exactly.
Tejada, Pudge Rodriguez era.
Right.
Terrible.
Was Kent still on
Miguel
that team?
Tejada.
No. I think Kent left pretty. Kent wasn't here a whole lot of many years.
No, but
Kent's
I thought
last
that
season here was 2004.
That was his last season.
Yeah,
And
2004.
they went to deep into the play. It was the year they
Game
lost in
7
Game
of
7.
the NLCS. Yeah.
04. No, they went to the Game 7 of the ALCS that year. That was the year that Jeff
NLCS.
Kent hit the home. Yeah, my bad.
Game
That-
5,
That
yeah.
was the year he hit the home run in Game 5 and was walking across home plate and said, one more win, one more win, one more win, and then they lost the next two in St. Louis.
But before that, didn't they beat the Braves to get
Yeah, I
to St.
think so.
Louis? That's
Was that the 18-inning one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That was the Chris
Burke.
Yep.
Tennessee volunteer.
Yep.
We had him on the air once.
Yes, we did.
Good guy. 713-780-ESPN. What are the worst free agent signings in sports, and is Jose Abreu going to shatter them all? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We're talking about all of these awful signings in sports, and it makes me want to have some Gentle Ben. Bourbon. Talking about all of them, I might have one for each one. I might have the bourbon for Abreu. I might have the vodka for Osweiler. I might have the gin for Ed Reed. And I might have the whiskey for Scottie Pippen. All of them. They're all good. Gentle Ben's fantastic. Gentle Ben uses their innovative, revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you will ever taste. Smooth, clean, eliminates the burn. Don't labor through your drink. Enjoy it. Savor it. And you can do that with Gentle Ben. You'll love what's not in it, including gluten. All these other spirits want to brag that their stuff doesn't have gluten in it. Gentle Ben doesn't brag about it because all spirits are naturally gluten-free. Stop by the Gentle Ben kiosk just to the left of the Crawford boxes. Pick up some Gentle Ben on the way to your seats when you're going to the Astros game. You might need a little bit more this year. Head to the Gentle Ben tasting room. Stop at your favorite liquor store, restaurant. Pick up some there. Or just stop by Total Wine Specs. Many of the local liquor stores have bottles as well. And ask for it next time you're at your favorite bar or restaurant. Also, just head to gentleben.com. Head to the gentleben.com. Learn their incredible story, the fantastic legacy. But you can also order online. Go to gentleben.com, order online, get that fantastic stuff in your house now. Gentle Ben, highest craft, softest sip.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
One of the worst free agent signings in Houston sports history. Dwight Howard, that was a trade. Yep. Russell Westbrook, also a trade. Brent Price was a draft pick.
No. Brent Price, Brent Price might have been a free agent signing. Brent Price, they signed from Washington.
I'm thinking of for some reason I was thinking of Scott Drew. I got them confused. That was the
Bryce
same
Drew.
Bryce Drew. They brought them together, right? Weren't they on the same team? I think the year that they signed Brent Price was the year that they drafted Drew, and they battled it out for the point guard spot.
That was the Mirsad Turkson, Bryce Drew, Michael Dickerson.
Yeah, that's right. And they passed up on Rashard Lewis.
Yep.
Rashard Lewis was begging to go to Houston, and
there's a story why they didn't.
Went to the second round. Why?
Mom and dad.
Really? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can believe it. That's too bad. Because he was way better than all three of those other guys. Matt Maloney was the name that got brought up, but this would fit extension, not free agent signing. But that was bad money.
Yep. Started all 82, and then they turned it into a big deal.
What was worst, Maloney or Cato?
Cato was way more money.
But which was the worst signing?
Maloney could still play. Cato couldn't play dead because he didn't care.
Okay. All right. 713-780-ESPN.
Yeah, but that triple-double, though.
In preseason.
Lamont says, when was the Astros record when Fred Fowler in the Chronicle put the tombstone on the front page and what part of the season was? So I think it was it so 15, that was 45. Was it June yet?
It was either Memorial Day or June 1, yeah. It was 15 and 30, though.
Okay. I'm surprised it was that early in the year.
Yeah, it was first half of the year still.
45 games in the year?
It was still first half of the year.
This team reminds me a lot of that team. Because that was the 04 team, right? Or
Yeah,
was
they
that,
had a lot of
that was the
talent.
05 team that won the World Series?
No, it was 04.
Was it 04?
It was
04 was the first year of Clemens, Pettit.
And you had well, you didn't have Beltran yet, but you had Jeff
traded
Kent.
for him.
You had Bagwell and Berkman and Oswalt. You had a lot of talent.
It was your last decent year of Bagwell.
Yeah,
Wade
you had,
Miller was on that
Wags
team,
your
too.
closer?
I think so.
No, I don't think so. I think
no,
it was Lidge.
you're right. It was Lidge.
Oh,
Lidge
there
was
you
the
go, there you
closer.
go, there you
But
go.
they also
Wagner
had,
was gone.
but they had Dotel. They had Dotel
That's
too,
right. Yep.
so they still had a good back end of the pin. 713-780-ESPN. Okay, we're not going to read text like this. 5010. The worst Houston signing was probably Jake Asman on the Wheelhouse. Good thing that didn't last long either. We're not going to read that crap. 5010.
That's
We're not
uncalled
reading
for.
that. It's Bush League. It's below the belt. We're not reading that. 713-780-3776.
J-A-K-E.
Someone said Carlos Lee.
That was pretty bad.
No, I don't think so. I think Carlos Lee didn't live up to that contract, but it's become such a phenomenon that it is now turned like that whole narrative that Carlos Lee was
so
a bad
long,
player.
There was a no trade.
Yeah, but he was fine with the Astros. Like, look at his numbers. He was here from 07 through the first part of 2012. The first year here, he hit 303 with an 882 OPS, 32 homers, and 119 RBIs. The next year, 314 average, 937 OPS, 28 homers, 100 RBIs. The next year, 09, 300 average, 831 OPS, 26 homers, 102 RBIs. 2010, this is where he started to fall off a bit. 246, 708, but still 24 homers, 89 RBIs. And then his final full season with the Astros, 275, 788 OPS, 18 homers, 94 ribbies. That's not bad. Like, if we got this from Jose Abreu, we'd be throwing a parade.
It's true.
I think it was more so because obviously $100 million contracts meant more in 2007
It was
than
because
now.
he was your Carlos Beltran replacement, and he wasn't as good as Carlos Beltran.
Well, it was $100 million during a time
For like
where you
6
could,
years.
where you could see that the Astros were on the decline, and you knew that $100 million. It wasn't so much that he was bad, but the $100 million was essentially wasted on a bad
It wasn't
roster.
going to change the team outcome.
Right.
Well, I think he made the playoffs once or twice.
No,
I don't think so.
they didn't.
He was symbolic of that era. There's no doubt that you're right.
They went from they made the World Series in 2005. They didn't make the playoffs again until 2015.
I thought they like were in the hunt though.
They were in the hunt, yes. Like the 2006 and I believe 2007 also, they were in the hunt. But they went.
We wasn't
from
here yet in 06. 07, he lost 89 games. 08 was the year that they finished 86 and 75. I think that was the year they were in the hunt. But then they just didn't.
Yeah, they didn't
it
make
late.
the playoffs with him though.
09, they lost 88 games. 2010, they lost 86 games. 11, they lost 106 games. So yeah, you're right. Definitely more symbolic of that era than him
Right.
being bad though. Like he was actually pretty good.
Yeah, first 3 years of being Astro, he was fine. It wasn't necessarily his play on the field. It was the idea of a $100 million contract in a time where that meant more, in a time when the roster wasn't ready to compete.
If they if Jose Abreu had Carlos Lee numbers, we would be over the moon.
Oh, of course.
We would be over the moon. 5010, I can't remember his name, but that's spastic dude that we got from the Brew. Oh, he's thinking Carlos Gomez, but that was a trade.
That was a trade. That gave them Josh Hader.
And it gave you Mike Fires.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gave them Hader and the outfielder that's with the Dodgers now. That was with the Blue Jays.
Oh, Teoscar? No,
Teoscar
he wasn't in
Hernandez.
that trade.
I think he was.
No, he wasn't. Teoscar Hernandez was traded to the Blue Jays for Francisco Liriano.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's
he
right.
wasn't in that
But there
trade.
was someone else besides Hader that was in that.
Yeah,
deal.
I don't think anybody. One was like Brett Nelson. He was a center fielder. He made the bigs, but he wasn't very good. I don't think anybody else made the bigs in that trade. Texter Bo says Woody Williams again. I'm surprised Woody's getting so much hate. Like, we're talking Brock Osweiler, who you used a second-round pick to trade. You're talking about Jose Abreu, who's going to be, if he plays, the worst player in Major League Baseball history. No one else is in those conversations, I think.
I'm surprised this name hasn't come up. I have it in the Google Doc, but Kaz Matsui.
Someone texted that.
Oh, someone
talked
did text
about
that?
the
Okay.
fissures.
Kaz Matsui was...
You remember his fissures?
Oh,
Fissures,
I'm
yeah,
not going to say the first part of that. Yes.
Anal fissures.
Okay, Joel did. Okay.
Yes. You can say it. It's what it was.
Yeah.
And he was bad. Beyond the embarrassment of that funny headline, he was a bad offensive player on top of it.
He was also supposed to be like the next guy at second.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know what I mean?
Replacing Biggio. Yeah.
And he just wasn't. Okay, you're going to have to explain this one to me. Technically a free agent signing, Tony Baselli. How is that a free agent signing?
He wasn't a free agent
signing.
signing.
He was in the expansion draft.
Expansion draft, yeah.
So I don't understand. He says technically a free agent signing. I don't.
He's not at all.
I don't like. Did they extend his contract when they drafted him?
Even then, it wouldn't be a free agent signing.
You acquired him in the draft.
Because he never played, right?
Yeah, I don't think.
And he never played. Yeah.
But you could still sign a guy and he never played. We wish Jose Abreu never played. He's got a minus. He's on pace for a minus 7.7 WAR. An average guy would have 0. 1711 Jeremy Lin.
Yeah, he was on my list as well.
He wasn't awful. He wasn't what everybody expected to be, which is Linsanity, but he wasn't awful. He just wasn't. They made
bad.
him. Well, the other thing that you got to keep in mind is that they made him out to be the signature player on that team that year, and then right before the regular season started, they traded for Harden, and then he just faded.
Jeremy Lin, I had a take on Jeremy Lin that might be one of the greatest takes I've ever had. I said whenever they signed him, he was going to be out of the NBA in 5 years, and he was out of the NBA in 5 years.
Acknowledge
Well, I guess it was 6 years, but that was close enough. It's close enough. That's one of my best takes ever because this was in like they signed him. Everybody's super excited. Linsanity's coming to the Rockets, and I'm sitting there. He's going to be out of the league in 5 years, and he was basically out of the league in 5 years.
Yeah,
one of the greatest takes I've ever had.
Softy McSoft too.
Was he?
Oh boy,
it's too bad.
Yeah, he couldn't take a foul not being called in practice without losing his emotions. And
Really?
Oh, he was.
That's soft.
Yeah.
Oso signing Ed Reed was bad, but not re-signing Glover Quinn because of it made it even worse. That's a good point. Like the collateral damage of also signing him. Omar Ashik says 80-74. That was the same offseason. They signed both of them.
Ashik was productive here. For a
Ashik
couple
was
years.
good. I liked Ashik.
Yeah, he would make the list.
He would make the list. But that was the same offseason, and Morey signed both of them to poison pills deals.
Yep.
Both of them.
Do you remember Domingo Santana?
He was a reliever. No, he was an outfielder.
Outfielder.
Yeah.
So the full trade was Gomez and Fires for Brett Phillips, Josh Hader. Was that the Brett Phillips that played in the league for quite a while?
Yeah, he was like a
Bounced
backup
around
outfielder.
Tampa and
Yep.
stuff.
Yep.
Brett Phillips, Josh Hader, Domingo Santana, and right-handed pitcher Adrian Hauser.
I think Hauser actually had a cup of coffee.
Yeah,
in the bigs.
Hauser's had a little bit of a run in the league.
I think Santana also had a cup of coffee in the bigs, but didn't do much. Didn't do a whole lot.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Somebody said Josh Hader. What's his projected WAR this season? I'd have to look that up. I haven't done the math on his WAR, but it ain't good. It ain't good.
You better hope he straightens it out.
Yeah, I believe he will.
Bad boy for a while.
Yeah, I think he'll straighten it out. His stuff still is good. It's not a lack of like stuff. It's just command not getting the results he wants. Let's take one call. Chuck, you're in the hive of the bees. What's going on, Chuck?
What's going on, Joel?
Chuckster.
Long time no hear.
It's been a while.
How's it going, Mr. Jeremy and Brian? I just wanted to tell everybody, man, hey, just relax. We're missing 5 starting pitchers. We're going to be fine. It's going to be all right. And it's not Joe. It's not his fault. I can name 10 games last year that Dusty cost us just on his lineup. That's where Jeremy Branham got famous. Dusty lineup.
That's where I
Every
got
day
famous.
It was screwed up. So, man, all these Dusty apologists, forget about it. We're going to be fine. Everybody needs to relax. And that's all I got to say. I don't want to start drinking again. Thanks.
Good to hear from you, Chuck.
But if you do, I recommend Gentle Ben.
Rack 'em.
I love the. Not that
What
I
did he call
agree
you
with
to
the
start
whole lot.
with?
I don't. Bearden, I thought.
Yeah, it sounded like Bearded.
I think he
And
called
apparently
him
you got
Bearden.
famous off of Dusty's lineups.
Some people do see me. I'm kind of a big deal. I'll be like, hey, I'm Jeremy Branham. You're the Dusty lineup guy. I'm like, yeah, that's me. Kind of a big deal.
Career-making move.
He got me bearded.
Someone said John Wall. That was a trade.
Yeah, John Wall is a trade. Someone said Amon Green. That was the one I was looking for.
Yeah, that was a bad one. That was
That was bad. No, they traded him too. They traded for him too.
Did they? I don't remember.
From Seattle.
I don't remember.
Dre
Dre said
Amon Green?
Amon Green they traded for.
Dre said Jox Reeves. I don't remember that one either.
He was a corner. He wasn't good.
That was the one where I didn't know.
They signed they signed for a big deal?
No. Well, part of these, when you look back at some of these, it doesn't look bad or look like a big deal because the contracts are so much smaller the further you go back. But no, it wasn't a massive deal.
The angst that he said Dusty's name with, Dusty. He's not a big fan of Dusty, I can tell. Did you hear the angst in his voice when he said Dusty?
Chuck was something happened to Chuck, but Chuck used to call the station every day.
So it sounds like it might have come from drinking.
It might have. Yes.
If he said he hadn't called the show in a while, and he said that he didn't want to go back to drinking, I can put 2 and 2 together. Maybe he had a little bit of liquid courage to call up the radio station.
Well, it's good to have Chuck back.
Yeah, great to have you back, Chuck. And if you're going to start drinking again, you know where to go. All right, what's our car wreck of the day? I should have said that. 713-780-ESPN. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, Amon Green was signed by the Texans. Doc Linville is the guy that I want to tell you about because Doc Linville is the guy that can be a game changer for you because of the fact he can get your hair back. I mean, guys are dealing with hair loss every single day, and they're looking for a rug to cover it up. They're looking for sprays and creams and foams that mask the problem, when really they should just go and talk to Doc Linville about the NeoGraft because it gets it done once and for all. Doc explained to me on my consultation that the hair on the sides and the back of your head are never going anywhere, no matter how much you lose hair in other places. He takes some of that hair, repurposes it where you need it, and the next thing you know, you've got hair growing again. It's getting longer and stronger. You're getting more coverage area, a better overall appearance. You get more confidence back by seeing that. 6 to 9 months, when you see the full results, you're absolutely excited like I was, and you are so glad you did the deal. That's why I'm telling you about it, because you can get that consultation like I had for absolutely free because you listened to us on ESPN 97.5. It used to be that it would cost $150, and it still is for anybody that just comes in off the street. But if you go to 975hair.com to set up your appointment, that means you're listening to us. You go and do that. You get the consultation for free. No signing out on the dotted line. No money out of pocket. Just you asking questions, getting answers, and seeing if the NeoGraft procedure is right for you, too. I say you, too, because I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. Phenomenal results that are going to be with me for the rest of my life. The fact is that 95 to 99% of the follicles that he moves are going to stay and grow and be with you for the long haul. They ain't going anywhere. And that is a huge relief all in itself. But when you know that you see them from day one, but 6 to 9 months later, you see the true results, you are going to be absolutely ecstatic. I could not tell you anything more than just go see Doc Linville and see if it's right for you, because I believe in him that much. He's the best in the business. Go see my good friend, Doc Linville, 975hair.com.
What are we nominating for car wreck of the day? Not what's coming up next, of course. Soccer Matters coming up after us. Glenn will be talking El Clásico. Barcelona, Real Madrid. Dynamo losing to Austin FC. And Lionel Messi scoring a bunch of goals, which...
Look at you.
It's Lionel Messi.
It's kind of what he does.
It's kind of what he does. We talk on the microphone. Lionel Messi scores a bunch of goals. Right? What do you mean, look at me?
It's fantastic that you got all that soccer in there.
How many people on this station, if you gave them the read Barcelona versus Real Madrid, would pronounce Real real?
Lance Dell.
They would get it right.
They'd get it right.
I think John would get it right. John's cultured enough. I think John would get it right.
John likes soccer.
Does he? John would get Real Madrid right. For sure.
He would get it right.
For sure.
He should.
Would Paulie?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Would Joe?
No, I don't think so. I think we're
so
talking
either.
about one show.
Well, that show.
Yeah.
Although Sean might wisen them up.
Not until they had already said it incorrectly.
Probably afterwards. That's a good point. All right, what's our car wreck of the day? What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-377. All of them?
Mine is just all-encompassing because I know there's so many individuals you could name. It's just the Astros weekend in D.C.
I mean, Ryan Presley certainly is.
You could go up and down the list. Hader, Presley, I mean, Abreu. The Astros weekend in D.C. was a complete and utter disaster, and that makes it was a car wreck too.
Yeah, just drop, especially the final two. The ninth inning especially.
You get so much momentum from a Verlander start on Friday night, only to just crap the bed the entire weekend. It was awful.
Yeah, that was rough look. Rough look for the Houston Astros. Bregman was especially bad, 0 for 11. Jose Abreu was especially bad. The average slipping to under .70. The Abreu pop fly, too, drove me nuts. Foul ball where you just, like, what do you, like, catch the ball.
Right over his head.
Catch the ball.
Yeah.
Catch the ball. Go catch the ball.
And
Be
he
an
had
athlete.
plenty of time to get underneath it. It wasn't like the one that he actually made. Was it Friday night over the shoulder when he did the basket catch down the line?
I don't think he caught it. I think he alligator armed it and it fell.
I thought he got one during the series.
You might be right. I don't remember that, though. 0754 Joe George for car wreck of the year? That's
This take today we agreed with.
I didn't necessarily agree with it. I just don't think
there's a good chance it happens.
I don't think it's a good chance.
Or there's a chance it happens.
Yeah, I think there's a chance. I don't think it's as bad as people were letting on. I want to nominate the doom and gloom takes on the Astros, though. Like, we're talking about trading Josh Hader, Ryan Presley, Kyle Tucker, Framber Valdez, Alex Bregman on April 22nd. We're talking about firing the manager on April 22nd. We're talking about all of these doom and gloom things on April 22nd. And yes, I know you're 9 games under 500 for the first time in the golden era and for the first time since 2016. You're 5 games back. You were 5 games back on July 1st. Let's stop with the sky is falling on April 22nd. If we want to have this conversation on June 22nd, because this is continuing, more than happy to have it. But let's let this thing settle a little bit.
What day is receipt day? Want to go right back to it and say July 1st? See where they are on July 1st?
Yeah, that might be a little late. Maybe June. Maybe
I think
June.
I think June 1st is.
Give me 2 months into the season. You got all April, all of May. Let's talk after 2 months.
Okay.
Talk after 2 months. Like, the doom and gloom is wild to me. You're 5 games back.
And everybody needs to go, and then Espada should be fired, and all the other people they're already on a ledge.
And I don't think you're going to be any worse than you currently are. Like, this team's only going to get better. Do you have any car wrecks here, Brian?
I throw in the Miami Heat. They were down, 34 going into the fourth quarter against the Celtics? I know they were out without Jimmy Butler, but that was a pitiful
Brian
performance.
Scalabrini's questioned.
No.
Brian Scalabrini was all over Twitter because he called the timeout with 1:16 to go in the game. And then some Tatum was still in there. And on the very next play out of the timeout, it was a cheap shot that undercut Tatum and took him down. And Scalabrini said, Spoelstra did it on purpose. He intentionally is trying to take Tatum out of the series.
Not a bad idea in a 7-game series. I'm here for it. It's going to do it for us. What's winning car wreck, by the way?
Astros.
Which part specifically?
Presley?
Just Astros or Presley? Call it.
I think it's the whole team.
All right, whole team. Congratulations, Astros. You're again our car wreck of the day. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing the hard work. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Soccer Matters. The legend Glenn Davis up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
If anybody ever says the air conditioning does not work here in this building, they are kidding themselves. The one night I don't bring a jacket. I mean, you could hang meats up in here tonight. It's beautiful, though. It's AC's working. All right, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. We're on the air. Call-in number tonight, 713-780-3776. The same as always, we stream at ESPN975.com. I want your takes on anything. Could be Inter Milan winning their 20th Serie A title today as they beat AC Milan 2-1. Could be on the Houston Dynamo, a painful loss to Austin FC. I don't care what you say. Losing to Austin FC is painful, especially since they've been struggling a bit as of late, certainly on the road. The return of Hector Herrera, that's a positive. More on that. More on Maria Sanchez to San Diego tonight. And Nottingham Forest doing a lot of whining right now because they didn't get some penalty calls. And, okay, they might have some validity to it, but wait till you hear what they're doing. We'll get into that tonight. Jesse Marsch to Canada as a national team coach. These are all things that are being bannered around. By the way, Serginho Dest getting injured now. That is not good. So who's in the pole position at right back for the United States national team? Something else we can talk about here tonight. Hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. And don't forget to go over to our YouTube Soccer Matters page because it's in one click. You subscribe, you're there. Guillermo's putting a lot of our great content up over there. We're doing pre- and post-game shows for the Houston Dynamo with Justin Finger. So a lot of good stuff going on, as always. All right, big thank you to Danish Inspirations, Pitch 25, Lamont Brands, Cactus Music, Q O'Connor's a big thank you. Tonight, when you hear the music tonight, there is a theme. And if you call in, this is pretty easy. If you call in and tell me what the theme is tonight and tie it into something, you will win a pair of tickets to the Dynamo St. Louis. I think that's the next home game for the Houston Dynamo. They go down 1-0 to Austin FC. Not happy about that. Greg Lawless, the brother, yes, of Alexi Lawless, and that's not how I'm going to introduce him because this guy stands on his own. Chief Marketing Officer at the USL, all the different levels, including the new Women's League. He's on tonight. We'll talk to him about marketing the game in this country. He's been involved in it. He's had a real passion play for the sport his entire career, doing a variety of different things. But we'll talk about the importance of the USL Championship and the differing USL leagues and why it's important. We got Theater of the Bizarre tonight as well, and much, much more. But we're going to start off here tonight. Here we go. 90+1, the Clasico, Real Madrid against Barcelona. This pains my producer, Guillermo Lazo Romero, very much. But here is Jude Bellingham. Hey, Jude, in the 90+1 to win it for Real Madrid.
Diaz loves these buzzy little runs. This is another pretty good-looking one. Lucas Vazquez early to Joselu, and Bellingham to win it for Real Madrid. Just like he did earlier on in the season at Montjuic. Jude Bellingham's 21st of the season.
In his first season. Don't forget, Jude Bellingham was in the England midfield that the U.S. totally outplayed in the World Cup. Guys like Tyler Adams and Weston McKennie, they outplayed the English midfield in that game. Just didn't get their just desserts with the goal. But Jude Bellingham is absolutely killing it in his first season for Real Madrid. Fantastic. Here's Carlo Ancelotti, Don Carlo, in Spanish, post-match here on The Win.
En los últimos partidos contra Barcelona, sobre todo en el partido de la Supercopa, obviamente hemos intentado de presionar un poco más arriba porque jugábamos a casa y no siempre esto ha salido bien. Y después nos ha faltado un poco de acierto en los últimos 30 metros. A veces la salida desde atrás ha sido buena, a veces no. Creo que hemos forzado demasiado luego por fuera, cuando por dentro teníamos superioridad. Pero ha sido un partido como tenía que hacer.
So you can tell how passionate he is. He's talking about a great week. He's talking about beating Manchester City, right, obviously, in the Champions League, and then about this win. Anything else in there you glean out of that, Guillermo?
Yeah, he just goes into the tactics and saying how it was very two-sided. There was a lot of things that they did wrong, and there's a lot of things that they did right. And then he goes on to say, like, oh, this game happened exactly the way it needed to happen for them.
I love Ancelotti. You cannot ever not appreciate his amazing success, both as a player and a coach. I mean, it's remarkable. His autobiography is great because there's a lot of talk about food in there. He loves food, although he's kept himself in very good shape. But I don't know. When I watch Real Madrid play and you've got Vinicius Jr. up front, I mean, you've got all this crazy attacking talent, Bellingham, and that's the way you play with those type of guys. And you sit back an entire game against City, and I know you're out there going, oh, but look, he tactically won the game. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, he did. He did. Nobody's taking that away. On the other hand, the amount of chances missed by City, you might be here then reversing, it's kind of like the Dynamo in Minnesota, right? 2-1 victory. You got it done somehow. But you were outplayed. You won that game because of persistence, the ability to stick in a game, outstanding goalkeeping, the collective spirit that's under Ben Olsen, which is undeniable, that the Dynamo go out and play hard every game. And when you play hard every game and you're committed and you're collective and defending is your priority, you're going to be in a lot of games, and you will win games like that. You will also lose games like that, like you did to Austin, because you don't have an attack that is working. So, long ball that should be headed and cleared away. We'll get more into this in the second segment, but you got a cushion of 2 goals, you still win the game. But when you don't have a cushion ever, mistakes become magnified. All right, 713-780-3776. Any Madristas out there? Anything to say? All right, Inter Milan wins today over AC Milan. Thuram, yes, that is Lilian Thuram's son, scoring in the 49th minute. This is the game-winning goal. It's 2-1, and Inter Milan wins the Serie A title. Just blowing everybody out.
Thuram, the subject of this direct ball, and has to ward off Tomori. That's Mkhitaryan for company, but gets a second bite at it. Here's Thuram cutting inside. Thuram! Oh! What a hand! On the 20th, Scudetto surely now! The second star will be coming to the blue half of Inter!
Hard to compete with that crowd as a commentator. That's some natural sound right there. There's no question about that. Yeah, it's great stuff. All right, so weeks back, if you remember, I had Sarah Clapson of the Nottingham Post on the show in the United Kingdom, and she was talking about Nottingham Forest. We were talking about Gio Reyna, and then I'd led her into discussion about the club hiring, quote unquote, a referee analyst. So this was the famous referee Mark Clattenburg, who was hired by Nottingham Forest. And let's just play a little bit of this sound, and we may not play it all, Guillermo, but let's play the sound here when we're talking about this new position that Nottingham Forest created. So basically what they're doing is they're hiring a former ref. He's going to do reports on the refereeing crew for your game. He's going to come in and talk to the players and the coach about it, what to expect from the referees, what type of referees they are. Can you talk to them? How do they define a foul? All these different things. I'm assuming other clubs are going to start doing this. But here's the conversation we had, and then it's going to lead into something that has happened this weekend. Sarah, I saw something interesting. Mark Clattenburg is the club's referee analyst. So
right.
Is this a new position? Do all the Premier League teams have this? Is this somebody that goes over? What is the role of that person? Obviously, it's to talk about the controversial moments in games, but what are they? What is that role? Maybe define it.
Yeah, I still don't probably know. They only brought him in a few weeks ago, and it is very new. They are the first Premier League club to do it. I think now that Forest have opened that door, other clubs will probably think, "Oh, hang on a minute, they might be onto something. We'll maybe look at that."
I think you're right.
Yeah.
If it runs through the Premier League, you guys are going to get credit for starting it. All right, so here's the thing with this. Everybody's looking for an edge. So the first time somebody was really going heavy on data, everybody else does it, right, if they're successful. So you got a lot of data now. Now people are going to get referee assessors. But this weekend, Nottingham Forest put a tweet out. Now, granted, this is a team with huge history, back-to-back European Cups way back. They put out a tweet that said, 3 extremely poor decisions, 3 penalties not given, which we simply cannot accept. We warned the PGMOL. The PGMOL is basically the referees group. That the VAR referee was a Luton fan. Okay, because this happened against Luton before the game, but they didn't change him. Our patience has been tested multiple times. Newcastle F Football Club will now consider options. So, I mean, it's just not a good look, and they're taking a lot of criticism for it. It is kind of whiny. I mean, they took it public. So if you imagine now that everybody begins, and granted, some of these were bad calls, but I think we all assume every year we are going to get some bad calls. We're going to get some good ones. We just, some are magnified based on the competition. In this case, Nottingham Forest, this is all about money because they're trying to survive. They're trying to stay in the Premier League. It's ridiculous the amount of money lost if they go down. So you can see there's a hint of desperation in this as well. So pretty fascinating. But I think you're going to see every Premier League team have a referee analyst at some point, I think. And that's going to open a bunch of jobs up for former Premier League referees. Just can't go overboard with it. Apple reportedly nearing a deal with FIFA for the TV rights to a new month-long World Cup-style tournament. That's the Club World Cup, over $1 billion. This agreement would grant Apple TV the global streaming rights for the event set to take place in the U.S. next summer. So that's the Club World Cup, which is coming here. This move signifies a significant investment in sports content by Apple. They continue to get content. The company is also in the running for the NBA rights. Discussion among fans and industry observers revolve around the implications of this major event potentially being placed again behind a paywall, which is always the thing that everybody. So if you're going to want to watch it, you're going to have to pay for it. FIFA Club World Cup, it'll be in the U.S. We got Copa America coming this summer. We got Brazil up in College Station. You got Inter Miami taking on Tigres. You have the Dynamo in Leagues Cup against Atlas from Mexico. Go to Lone Star Sports and Entertainment.net. That's where you get your tickets for these. So Brazil, Mexico, College Station, Kyle Field, history. Then you got Mexico, Jamaica. Then you got what I think is I think this may be the gem of, well, seeing Brazil is pretty hip right before the Copa America. And you would think, we were talking with Vicente before we came on the air, that, Brazil, at least for 45 minutes, is going to float out their first team. So, it's Vinicius, Rodrigo, you're thinking of all these guys. But the Colombia-Paraguay game is one I would highly suggest to people. Of course, everybody's going to want to see Messi, and then you got a playoff game. If Messi's group wins, Argentina wins their group, then you're going to get a knockout stage game. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. Theater of the Bizarre, and let me tell you, this is bizarre. You will not believe this story that's coming back. So we'll come back, open it up with Theater of the Bizarre. I do want to remind you, this is Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Get down to Pitch 25. This is the ultimate destination for watching soccer in Houston. If you ever want the feel of really being at a game, Pitch 25 is a great place to go. They got 100 beers on tap. They got a soccer field there. Brian Ching and company down there do a great job. Big, wide open place. And you got the Euros this summer, too. I mean, we're forgetting about the Euros. There's the Olympics, which I'm not putting in the category of the Euros, but the Olympics are interesting because you see a lot of young talent. It's crazy what we got going. It's crazy what we got going through Houston with Copa America, with Leagues Cup, with Brazil coming here. I mean, nobody in Houston can complain. You got options. All right, this is Love is Strong. So remember what I said. There is a particular theme here tonight. You got to tie it in. Take a break. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Greg Lawless, by the way, Alexi Lawless's brother, will join us in the final segment tonight.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, we welcome you back to the show. Remember, listen to the music tonight, tie it into something that's happening, and you win a pair of tickets to the Dynamo St. Louis. I mean, it's as easy as can be. 713-780-3776 is a number to call in here tonight. Hey, just a great reminder here for Hugh O'Connor's Pub. It's out on I-10, the Marquee Entertainment Center. Get out there. Great whiskey offerings, great spot to watch all the Premier League, all the good action this summer, like we were talking about with Pitch 25. We got great spots in Pitch 25 and Hugh O'Connor's Pub to watch games. So head out there. Also, LamontBrands.com. Soccer Matters T-shirts there. We got them in orange. We got them in red. New colors in. Get yours. They're light cotton. They're the best in cotton. I picked it out myself. $20. All the proceeds go to the 501c charity Snowdrop Foundation.
There's a lot of strange stuff that happens in the world of soccer.
It's clear something strange is happening.
So much so that Glenn ended up buying out a theater to showcase all of the weird stuff. It's time for Glenn's Theater of the Bizarre.
Oh, I love that intro. That is great work. All right, they say goalkeepers are cut from a different cloth, and I think most of us will attest to that. A couple that were on the pro team I was on definitely were on that edge. I hope Mike Barbrick's not listening to the show tonight. Bill Irwin was a very reserved kind of a goalkeeper. We called him the quiet man. Okay, so this is definitely out of the theater of the bizarre. Noel Guzman is Argentine. He's a Tigres goalkeeper. He's been suspended. You're not going to believe for what. He was suspended 11 games and fined for pointing a laser at fellow goalkeeper Esteban Andrada, who plays for Rayados, during a tournament match last week. Now, this was announced by Liga MX. So this guy's up there, 38-year-old Guzman. He's recovering from knee surgery. He's up in some kind of a booth in the visiting team's box at BBVA Stadium in Monterrey, that beautiful stadium that's going to host World Cup games, last Saturday during the first half. And he's up there with a laser pointing it in the direction of Andrada, who, by the way, is also Argentine and the starting goalkeeper for Rayados. Monterrey's sports president, Jose Antonio Noriega, went to the box, took the laser away in the first half. The game ended 3-3. It was a wild game. In addition to the suspension and fine, Guzman has to do community work. But this is the first time in the history of Mexican soccer that a player has been sanctioned for pointing a laser at a rival. Now, that is living up to the theater of the bizarre.
Yep, that was weird.
That was weird. All right, let's get into some other things. Okay, so let's go to the Dynamo, and let's basically get into some Dynamo, some Dash talk here. Let's go. Let's start off with first off. Let's just get the game-winning goal in here. Here's Emiliano Rigoni. This is the call on the local call for Apple TV.
Careful, Rigoni shot off the post and in. Unbelievable. It's a maligned DP who's been criticized a tremendous amount. He has just come up with likely his biggest goal for Austin FC.
So Rigoni gets in behind, hits the post. It goes into the left of Steve Clark. It was a flick on. Now, Rigoni's the DP that everybody in Austin's been absolutely hammering. So this brings a little different element to this as well. He's a guy that is underproduced. He's been on a lot of big teams. He's bounced around, but he has not connected to the quality and level of a DP. Even though you notice he's got some qualities, right? It just hasn't worked in goals and assists. The flick on is from an Austin FC 2 player who got called up for the game. CJ Fadri is his name. He played against the Dynamo 2 team a couple of weeks ago and scored a goal in that game. And Austin beat Dynamo 2 in that game. So he comes from the blind side of Hector Herrera, who, by the way, was admittedly, he said he was tired after 15 minutes, which you would expect. comes from the blind side off a goal kick from Brad Stuver, a long ball that's in the air. Hector does not go up and attack it. And this kid just knifes in front of him, flicks it, and flicks it behind literally 6 players. And Rigoni's in a power position running towards goal because he's doing the normal thing. I'm going to run off this guy and hopefully get on the end of it. And he does, and he scores. Absolutely crazy. The flick beats 6 Dynamo defenders. And that's how the Dynamo lose this game. Now, Hector Herrera's coming back is big news. Crowd loved it. Here's what it sounded like when Hector came into the game.
So here we go. Well over 100 caps. World Cups for Mexico. Atletico Madrid in La Liga. Hector Herrera returns here in 2024 in Major League Soccer. Listen to this crowd.
Now, he's still way off fitness-wise. You could sense his impact, though, when he came on. You could sense it. It was a great moment. The fans were really connected with his return. He had one really good chance, actually. And immediately, the Dynamo kind of went into last year's mode of operation, get him the ball. It's great he's back. I don't think Ben Olsen is going to open up the tactics in the future, and I believe the Dynamo are going to continue to play a narrow sort of inverted game. But with Hector there, I would think you would get more chance creation, no question. He had 17 assists last year. But I don't think the game model is going to change. It's defend in possession over anything right now. And Hector has endorsed Sebas Ferreira. The Dynamo are really counting on him to be the goal scorer unless they do something in the transfer window in the summer with some of the rule changes. But you're going to get a boost with Hector Herrera. Jefferson Valverde, a defensive midfielder, was signed. McKinsey Gaines. Gaines, I've seen him play a lot. He's from Austin, Texas. That's nice. Powerful. He's a runner. He'll get behind defenses, but he doesn't have a noteworthy goal-scoring history. So I think that's pretty clear on him, but we'll see. So here's Ben Olsen post-match.
Disappointed, right? I mean, we did so much well over the course of the game, 17 shots, 4 or 5 of them really good looks, and we got to give our defense a little bit of a break. They've been great this year, and they've been putting up zeros, the disappointing is a little bit of a naive goal, if we're honest, or goal kick down the heart. It's a tough one to swallow. In particular after we did so much well. Guys, gave everything and tactically they implemented I think the game plan, and for the most part it worked. But you can do all these things right and get this many shots and have the ball and get in good positions. But soccer's a little bit of a cruel game sometimes, and you can't find the net. And if a team can come in and snatch and grab a goal, that's sometimes the game. So we gotta take that, we gotta eat it, and get back to work.
Yeah. So the naive goal came off the goal kick from Brad Stuver, who was going long all night, and it was Hector Herrera didn't attack the ball. He actually took a step backwards, and the 19-year-old kid, or he might even be 18, just nipped in front of him, flicked the header on, and that's how they got him behind. Now, to be critical of Hector Herrera, people are probably out there going, hey, you can't do that. But that's what happened in the game, if we're being truthful, for whatever the reason. But team's going to grow a couple of inches when he gets back. I want to note Daniel Steres. He was very strong at left back in this game. Dangerous attacking free kicks. Almost had the flicked-on header in the first half. Griffin Dorsey, right now, I almost think he would be good to get a bit of a rest right now and let Escobar play right back for a game or so. He's lacking the end product. He was super gassed in the second half right in front of the bench. And teams realize now that Aliou and Dorsey are the key kind of wider attacking pieces. And the Dynamo, I do like trying to come up with ideas since Ferreira was injured. I like this thing with Amin Bassi and Sebastian Kowalczyk as false nines. I think that's okay. I don't think it's a long-term thing, But I think it was a really interesting solution to come up with by the Dynamo. If you're a forward and you're not playing because you're using 2 false nines, you got to be a little bit worried. But the Dynamo were thin at that position. We'll see what happens in the summer. They did an excellent job, the Dynamo, taking Alex Ring and Danny Pereira out of the build-up. Thus, Sebastian Driussi, who 2 years ago was lights out, really had a rough night. And the Dynamo fouled him a lot. They made it very uncomfortable for him. They always got a second defender around him. But when the Dynamo lose these close games, it's always about not finishing, and nothing's changed there. The eggs are in the basket of Sebas Ferreira now. The eggs are in the basket of a potential move in the summer. I don't think it doesn't sound like it would be somebody high profile. I know the fans want that. It could be another under 22 type player. But I think it's pretty clear where your strengths and weaknesses are. And the strengths are great collective defending, great spirit under this coach, great possession game, good possession game. But at the end of the day, you don't have goal scorers in high positions. So it's a little bit of hope and possibility. And as Ben Olsen said, mistakes are then going to be magnified when you never have a cushion. And all last year, these defenders played under a lot of pressure. And by the way, it may not be as much as we think, and I'll tell you why. Because the Dynamo possession game was so good. That is part of your defending. I mean, simply having the ball, because the opponent doesn't have the ball. So those are some thoughts there. We'll take your calls at 713-780-3776. Now, I want to bring some comedy to this, because there's a guy in Austin, and I want to get him on the show. His name is, I guess this is his stage name. His name is Alistair McAllister. Now, we're going to play, I think what he does is post-game, he takes a highlight and he puts voice to it with comedy. This is very, very funny, but I want to just set it up so everybody knows. This is Emiliano Rigoni, who's a designated player, who's been under pressure, who scores the game winner, as he's describing this, just like I did. His is a lot funnier than my call. And you have to take into the effect that this Emiliano Rigoni has been getting criticized. He hasn't scored goals. Nobody's expecting anything out of him. So check this out. This is Alistair McAllister on the goal call.
4 minutes to go here in Houston. Stu, but that's a brilliant pass. CJ with a nod on to Rigoni, and he scored a goal. He scored a goal! Get the Rigoni fans come on the phone and tell both of them that he has scored his first goal of the season. The first of many. Yes, it actually went in. Never doubted him.
Never doubted him. Get the Rigoni fan. Play that again. I love that. Play that again.
4 minutes to go here in Houston. Stu, but that's a brilliant pass. CJ with a nod on to Rigoni, and he scored a goal. He scored a goal! Get the Rigoni fans come on the phone and tell both of them that he has scored his first goal of the season. The first of many. Yes, it actually went in. Never doubted him.
Never doubted him. That's some pretty funny stuff right there. I got to get him on the show. I got to get him on the radio show. All right. One more quick hit on Maria Sanchez going to San Diego. Okay, look, she's going to be playing up front with Jaden Shaw, Alex Morgan. You're going to watch her take off. My gut is she's going to do very well out there. She's not going to have to be the show. She's not the type of player I think you can build an entire team around. I think they're going to limit her defensive responsibilities in some way. But with Alex Morgan, with Jaden Shaw in and around her, there's going to be good things that happen for her. I know everybody's upset she left. She's got her reasons, obviously. Listen, there's been litany of coaches. There's been a lack of consistency, even after, the playoff run. When Ebony Salmon was here, and the head coach at that time was Juan Carlos Amoros. Then Diana Ordonez came in. And by the way, I give Diana Ordonez a lot of credit. She had their lone goal in Portland, but she came out and got out in front and really addressed kind of everything that's going on, and I thought was very thoughtful, very honest, and in some ways very Caitlin Clark-like, right? Just right to the point, really being honest. And I think that's what Dash fans they want to hear. They want somebody out front to tell us kind of what's going on, and I give Diana a lot of credit. I thought it was very impressive, as it is with the way Caitlin Clark handles herself in all this press now. I mean, can you imagine all the attention, the amount of shows she's having to do, the questions you're getting asked? But I think that's a big piece of it. But you're gonna probably, I think it's pretty. You're gonna see Maria Sanchez take off. And listen, the other thing you have to factor into this: players are gonna gravitate now to the teams that draw crowds, where you get attention, where you can build your brand, all this stuff. You want to play in front of people. Players are naturally entertainers. All right. I mean, if I can't be any more obvious on this music and what's going on Sunday night. I mean, if you want a pair of tickets to the Houston Dynamo against St. Louis, just call in and state the obvious to us, and you will have a pair of tickets. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. Our great friend Jan Christensen, get over there. It is the best in modern contemporary furniture. And again, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, lsse.net. Get your tickets. If you want to see Lionel Messi, it's Inter Miami and Tigres. It's going to be a big moment for Tigres taking on Inter Miami in front of a lot of their fans here in Houston. There's going to be a lot of Messi fans. There's going to be a lot of Tigres fans. LSSE.net. Get your Copa America tickets. Get your Leagues Cup tickets. Get your Brazil-Mexico tickets. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Greg Lawless of the USL is next.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Here, a couple of signs here that Inter Miami are finding their way into this match. Little touch for Messi. Messi, edge of the penalty area. Still Messi, goes to his left. Big save from Panico. Super one-handed stop. Messi, rebounded it. It's been all Nashville so far, and the first break and the first moment of weakness for Nashville at the back is exploited by that man once again. Lionel Messi, 1-1. Tata Martino will be worried about that one. Panico's beat at the net post. It's it. Messi's delivery was world class. And just the slightest of touches takes it home. Joe Willis on as a substitute at half-time. Up against Lionel Messi. Willis to try and keep his team in the game. He does it. Messi.
Won over Nashville as Lionel Messi was there. That was heartbreaker by the Rolling Stones. I think somebody finally picked up on the Rolling Stones, so they're going to win tickets to Dynamo St. Louis. They probably wish they were winning tickets to the Stones, but couldn't come up with that. Ricky Puig scoring in the 56 for the LA Galaxy, 4-3. The California Classico living up to it. The Galaxy win.
Both with some attacking go forward here. Jovic, look at Puig in that middle run. Gabriel Peck, San Jose getting stretched. Paintsel wide open. Puig, yes! Ricky Puig in the 56th minute.
Turning it on. Remember when he came over from Barcelona? Everybody was wondering, he's flashy in Barcelona. The Catalans were on him, the cars, the jewelry, the watches. He's been pretty engaged since he's been here. He's been great. All right, the next guy's been engaged too. Truly passionate about the game, has done a lot of really, really interesting things. He is Greg Lawless. He is the Chief Marketing Officer for USL, which is USL Championship, obviously, USL League One, and the upcoming Women's League. Greg, thanks for coming on the show tonight.
Hey, Glenn.
Where are we at?
Great
Brooklyn?
to have you.
We in Brooklyn
Yeah,
tonight?
I'm in Brooklyn. Yeah. I'm in Brooklyn.
All right. How's everything on the East Coast? You holding it down?
We're holding it down. Still a little chilly. We're kind of waiting for spring to truly break here, but it's coming. I can feel it coming.
Yeah, I saw the temperatures on the news. I was like, okay. I was thinking of my mother up there, who's 98 years old. But let's get into to you and your career, and let's first start with some USL talk, because there's a lot of exciting things. I mean, from the outside looking in, I've always just thought, wow, the USL is doing great things in great markets, providing jobs and careers for people, playing opportunities. Maybe just some general thoughts on your time now with the USL as the Chief Marketing Officer.
Yeah, the USL history actually goes back to the early 90s, and in various forms the league has existed. And then it was probably about 10 and 12 years ago that things really started to shore up and become a little bit more concrete about what it is. And then the USL Championship, which is the top tier of the USL ecosystem, which you mentioned, or the top tier of our pyramid, if you will, is a fully professional men's league that we have 24 teams across the country with a pretty aggressive expansion plan of 5 or 6 more over the next few years. So we're bringing a great soccer experience to many markets that are craving. As well as I do how hungry this country is for more soccer, and to get for fans to get like a little closer to what it means. Right? They'll watch the Premier League. They'll watch Serie A and Champions League. They'll watch the World Cup. They'll watch MLS. Right? But to have that team in your local community really matters. So that's what we've been doing, and we're doing it at all kinds of levels. We have 2 men's professional leagues, the USL Championship and USL League One. And then this August, as you mentioned, we're going to launch the USL Super League, which is a first division professional women's league that we're really excited about, and how we can bring professional women's soccer closer to home for players and fans across the country.
Greg Lawless joining us, USL Chief Marketing Officer. He does it all: communications, the digital, the content brand, fan engagement. Let's talk about fan engagement. As you've gone around the country, I know there's some really unique kind of venues and unique markets. I know New Mexico is a really cool one, but what are some of the ones you could maybe enlighten our listeners to?
Yeah, I think, one of the things that I think really differentiates the USL is that all of our clubs have a really strong approach to having a positive impact in their communities, right? And so, yes, they want to be professional soccer clubs and they want to have a great experience, and their businesses too, right? They want to make money or not lose money, but they're really trying to have an impact in their local communities. And what that leads to is an incredible relationship with the fans and their supporters. So a couple that I would tick off. You mentioned New Mexico. New Mexico United is always sort of at the top of the charts for us for attendance and for interest. And they are actually in the process of moving toward getting their own soccer-specific stadium down there. So making some real progress there, which is really exciting. And they've done a tremendous job to galvanize and unite that community in New Mexico around the game and the impact they're having. A couple others I would bring up, obviously, my hometown, Detroit. Detroit City FC has made a splash over the last 10 years in the atmosphere that they bring at their games, and
that's
they're
pretty
off
crazy.
To their best start. They're undefeated so far, five wins in 5 games so far this season with, Danny Dichio, who you probably know and are aware of from his time playing in England, and then obviously with Toronto FC. And he's the head coach there and doing a fantastic job. But there are others too, right? So Charleston Battery has done a fantastic job in a small market, a really small market, but they're one of the oldest professional clubs in America, going all the way back to 1993 in existence for them. And some of those other ones that you also would be aware of is like Sacramento Republic, right? Another great one with a tremendous fan experience. But I think probably the one that we put up as our flagship right now is Louisville City FC. And, their ownership has made a commitment to their community. And they've built a beautiful 12,000-seat stadium, which is where they play their home games. And they get a great crowd out there that puts on a good show every time. And the team has been consistently very good. And, it's no coincidence that a couple weeks ago, we worked with our new partners at CBS to put them on big CBS for a massive national television opportunity for us. And they delivered. 8 goals. It was a 5-3 game, and fans were crazy. So, those are some of the markets that we're having that impact on and really showcasing really well.
Talking to Greg Lawless, the USL Chief Marketing Officer. By the way, New Mexico United, for our listeners, that's the coach is Eric Quill, who's a Houston area product who went on to play in Major League Soccer, grew up on the fields here in Houston, and then the Dynamo will play Detroit in the Open Cup. So there's a lot of great ties there. And we've got San Antonio FC and El Paso. San Antonio FC fans are always going to feel they got backdoored by Major League Soccer. Is the aim of some of these teams, Greg, to showcase itself so that it does have a shot one day at expansion into MLS?
Look, I think what we're trying to do is make the USL a property that is less about that and more about that the USL is viable, right, and sustainable and growing, and what we would say, becoming, one of the best leagues in the world. I think we really want to push ourselves, right? And so, what an individual club is looking to do in the future is really up to them and what they'd like to do. But as we get stronger and we get better on the field and off the field and our business side and our attendance goes up and TV goes up and things like that, I think what we're doing is we're building an alternative to what exists, and we're in markets that are incredibly viable as professional soccer markets. And I think we're delivering a really great product on the field and off the field. So when we look to the future to that, we continually think about, well, what are some other things that would make us different and make us, desirable for a soccer fan to come out and check us out and try some things. And I'm sure we're going to get into this a little bit, but that we've talked about potentially installing a kind of promotion relegation system within the USL ecosystem. And we are seriously considering that because, as you can imagine, that would be a really great differentiator for us that could drive a lot of fan engagement, a lot of interest around the world, and further our strategic goals. Now, there are a lot of complications to doing something like this. And I don't think we even realized when we started thinking about this a couple of years ago how complex it was to get something like this going. So we're still making sure that we're going to do it the right way, because you're only going to get one shot at it, and we don't want it to fail. So we want to make sure we do it right. But that's the kind of thing that I think any club in the USL and maybe outside of the USL would look at and say, oh, this is where I want to be. I don't have aspirations for some other thing. This is where I need to be because it is vital, it's authentic, and honestly, it's fun, right? It's different.
Sure.
So those are kinds of clubs and owners that we are attracting and that we want to have in our ecosystem.
And that's, just for my listeners, that's between USL Championship and USL League One, right? That's not something that ultimately you're going to propose to Major League Soccer, or it may have been proposed. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the thing about soccer in America is you basically have two or more, right? More than that actually, separate entities, and they operate separately. Like a Coke and a Pepsi, if you will, or a McDonald's and a Burger King, or something like that. And they're doing different things. So, I spent 10 years at MLS. I'm very proud of the work that I did when I was there. I played in MLS for a couple of years. And I'm very proud of what has been built there. But now we're building something else. And that something else is, in my mind, just as important and equally incredible to what is being built. And you and I have been doing this a long time, and the passion is really to grow the game, right? And the USL has teams in 200 communities across this country when you think about the professional level and the national amateur level. And so we're having a huge impact across the country in the player development and fan development. We're bringing up young players who are getting sold to big clubs in Europe, And that impact is coming through the way that we're doing it, which is different than the way other people are doing it or other organizations. And we're really proud of that. If I can put on my marketing hat a little bit more even, it leads us to what I think of as the USL, which is that we're the heartbeat of American soccer, because we're having such an important cultural impact around the game in so many communities, right? And it's really cool to see it starting to really pick up steam and get some real life.
Greg, would you call it a league maybe a little bit more in this moment for the American player?
I think what it is that we have established over the last couple of years, especially when you think about the American players, right? We've established a really good pathway for young, talented players to join our first teams, get really good playing time. We're willing to give them, our clubs are willing to give them a shot. And you're starting to see them move. So like Louisville City sold Joshua Winder to Benfica last summer. Right? That was a big deal. And he played for the for the under-20 national team and did well there. And then he made his move to Benfica. We've had Orange County sold, a player, Osundina, to Feyenoord, and he's done very well since he got to the Netherlands.
Didn't San Antonio FC, Greg? I thought San Antonio FC sold a player to Europe too.
Yeah, they have. And really what's happening, what we're seeing is that everyone is selling players now. We're looking to find young talent. And, you're starting to see young players and their agents or their parents or whatever see the viability of that pathway and say, wait a second, there's another way to do this. And that other way might be, I don't have to leave my hometown of Louisville or San Antonio or El Paso, right? And you mentioned Diego Luna, right, from El Paso and then going to RSL, right? And they're saying, I'm not getting the chance over here at this academy or youth development system. I'm going to go and play at a USL team. They're going to give me that shot, and I'm then going to make the most of that. And we're seeing that more and more. And I can tell you, it's a strategic decision we've made to try to do that and make sure that we have the right people in place to develop players in the right way.
Greg, not to cut you off, we only got about a minute and a half left, and we need to bring you back on because this could be an interview that could be another segment. And I do want to ask you, as a soccer country, and I'm talking about MLS maybe predominantly, Are we sometimes too ultra sensitive? Are the coaches a little bit too sensitive when they get a tough question? Is there a little bit too much of the clandestine, veil of secrecy that goes on with the media and injury? Because you wore your hat there. You did a lot of great work for MLS. Do you think that's got to loosen up at some point?
I mean, maybe. Look, the coaches are under a lot of pressure to succeed, and more pressure. And I think what will happen, though, is, this country is still, we don't, you and I have been around for a long time. It's still an emerging soccer nation. We're still building this soccer nation. And until it really reaches that point of, fervor that you get in, say, Mexico or Argentina or England or Italy.
Okay,
or
so let me rephrase the question. Do we need more healthy pressure? I didn't ask that question well. Do we need more healthy pressure on all these teams